The UKEL Spring Split playoff bracket is upon us. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker. I'm joined by the wonderful Marcus Rail Sampson.
And what a banger we're going to have for you today, because we have Demise Academy coming against London United. And if there was a time for London United to step up, it would be now against the Titans, which are Demise Academy.
Very true. I mean, they stepped up quite well in the last week of the regular split, picking up a win, which quite a few people weren't expecting them to, up against Hive, who were one of their nearest competitors. We also saw Demise slipping up slightly in that match against Mythos, but a lot of people would say, well, there wasn't too much really at stake in that particular game, so it was sort of understandable they had a little bit more fun with it. Either way, coming into this game, it is London on the win streak, Demise on the loss streak. Maybe that'll help the underdogs out as we get into this first match of the playoffs.
Yeah, and coming through this, you're hoping that if you're a Viperia fan, you're hoping that London United take down Demise. It just makes your run that much more easier, especially with Demise just having the best 1-3-1 in the league, I would say. Because no one's just had any answer to them 1-3-1 in any game. And it's only been the games where there've been more grouping, where people have actually found answers into their fighting.
Yeah, well, what I do know is that our production is absolutely fantastic. What I don't know for sure is whether or not they have got a little picture of the bracket to show everybody what's going on. Oh, I told you they were wonderful. Here we go. We can see what is in front of us. We've got our main draw up on the top side. We are going to be watching Demise up against London United first of all. As you're just talking about Viperia, they go up against Hive, the team that London beat last week.
Yeah, so Hive going to be coming off a loss as well into this, and again, it's another big task for them on the other hand, because Viperia have really stepped up their game over these past few weeks and look like the second best team in the league quite easily. And there's such a big middle of the pack. So coming into this, Hive are 7-7. Viperia came through with 10-4. And London United obviously are the top of the 6-8 pack, because there's so many of them what was grouped in the 6 and the 8. It came down to win time. So mainly that's the reason London United are 4th place. And if you see at the bottom there, we also have Nerd Rage and Lucendi for the losers of these first two games.
Yeah, with Mythos narrowly missing out on getting to play in the playoff bracket. If you're interested in any of those matches to see towards the bottom of your screen, they're going to be on this very channel a little later on, so do stick around for those games. However, here in the UK, it's coming up to around about lunchtime, so let's tuck into our first game of the day. Let's focus on the task at hand, Rail. It is, of course, London going up against Demise.
Now, what's going to be interesting is how London are going to bring a strategy into Demise. Like I said, they have the best 1-3-1 team in the league, so you need to stop them from playing that playstyle. So going into the draft, you need to be disabling these split pushes, disabling these champions, what can go into the side lane, or just have a set strategy in mind of how you're going to do that. For example, having your jungler camp mid or camp top to try push them a little bit further behind.
Well, we are going to get our first opportunity to see exactly what that game plan is, Rail, because the bans are starting to come through. Karma already taken away. We've got Demise on the blue side as Seraphine is banned on red.
No surprise to see Seraphine being banned. It has been played by few. It has been played mid lane by a lot of people. Seraphine is just quite overloaded right now. Really, really, really strong. Not to be underestimated, so just getting rid of her is a very good start here.
Well, taking away more support champions as the Nautilus goes away. Rail is going to get banned. Sorry, not Rail. I can't ban you. Rail is going to get banned away. Getting those names mixed up. It's a Rail issue. We are seeing 4 out of our 5 bans so far be targeted towards the supports.
Getting that pun in there nice and early, I see. And yep, so many support bans. Even Jarvan is a support flex. Just saying. Jarvan Callista is still a thing. It's a rare thing, but it's still a thing. So many support bans being taken off, and so the thing what changed with jungle coming onto this, a lot of junglers are more of the low economy junglers now. The Jarvan, the Sejuanis, the champions what need a lot less to function. And talking of which, there's another one there, Hecarim. Hecarim now goes for tank, so it's just that much more harder to deal with. Takes much longer to kill. Obviously, he's still flexible to go damage, so there's still that opportunity there as well.
We might get the opportunity to see Sunder or Trinity Force. Otherwise, we'll keep our eyes towards the Mythic for Hecarim as the game goes on and Leon plays this one. The Udyr, of course, was the final ban coming out of London, so that one was at least denied. But now they have to go up against the Mad Pony. Meanwhile, the response is going to be a Kai'Sa first pick on red side. May well get paired up with one of the few remaining supports in the game.
Kai'Sa's still one of the premier AD carries on the patch as well. Still favoured by a lot of people despite all the counter picks what can come through. Despite Aphelios, Xayah, champions like this, most people have just been really, really confident on picking picking Kai'Sa into pretty much everything. So not a surprise to see her come through.
Not going to be a support pick this time. Instead decided to counterpick the jungle. Skarner coming through. Obviously a huge amount of value in the ultimate with the Impale forcing QSS out of multiple squishy targets on the opposition. Also in a very good place in terms of the spires on the map. The opportunity to get that extra little bit of move speed and regeneration.
I thought it was about to get flexed on at first with the hover of the first pick of the Gragas, but we actually do have a Gragas coming through, so it's more than likely the top lane Gragas. Can be flexed to support as well. I'm not expecting any solo lane Hecarim, not today at least. So overall, really well-rounded comp. Vayne has been picked into Kai'Sa quite frequently, and it is a very, very good pick. You scale more or less just as well, and you're able to shut down Kai'Sa pretty well in general. Kai'Sa is paired up with aggressive support though here, is paired up with the Thresh, so Vayne does need to answer into that Thresh to go even in that lane and not be losing out on these trades.
With so many supports already banned away, I'm not surprised to see a first rotation lock-in coming here for the Heathen. As you say, it will be the Thresh. There's the opportunity to now either ban away more champions that you don't want to see Little Pants playing, or alternatively start targeting that mid lane pool, as it's most likely we haven't seen a pickup for that yet. Jace banned away on one side, Articuno banned away from their namesake on the other side.
So what's interesting is Little Pants has been one of the more aggressive supports just in general, and most of the aggressive supports have actually been banned away at the moment. There's a few niche ones lurking around. There's a few extras, I will say. So I want to really see what Little Pants is going to pull out here because, like I said, they have been so aggressive.
What sort of things are you thinking? Like a Blitzcrank, a Pike, anything like that? An Alistar?
I think Pike's a dead champion right now. I don't think Pike's very good.
Oh man, I've never had a co-caster say something that made me so happy. I hate that champion with a passion, so hearing that from you, Rail, is music to my ears as we see Camille and Orianna be the final bans.
Well, I'm glad to hear, and a few top lane bans coming through, getting the Camille and the Jace off the board, but Wukong actually does come through. But what's good into Wukong is APs, and Gragas does a lot of AP damage, so I don't think he's going to worry too much into that lane. Support-wise, I was hoping we'd get an Alistar or a Galio, but it looks like we're hovering a Sona. I'm not going to go too much on the Sona because it could just be a debate right now. Gonna wait and see.
Waiting a long time, but it will eventually be the Mordekaiser picked up. This makes me think there's an even higher potential for the Gragas to be going down into
That's
support.
100%. So Mord is the hardest counter into Wukong. Wukong does not have a fun time against Mordekaiser. He gets hyper bullied by him at any point in the game. The only part Wukong can really abuse Mord is early because Mord has long cooldowns. And even then, it's still really painful for you because if you get into that passive of Mordekaiser, he's going to start running you down and you're not going to have a fun time.
Well, the league leaders coming out of the regular split lock in the Twisted Fate to round out their composition, adding a global to all the other tools they have to hand already. Final pick going to come through now for London United. So far hovering the Corki, and they do put the mixed damage in to round out their composition. What do you make of these teams, Rael?
So I like London's attempt, and the only reason I say attempt is the fact that Demise have a 1-3-1. I've said it before the game. Demise have the best 1-3-1 in the league, and so many people just can't answer them when they play the split push game. And what have they done? They've enabled a split push comp what says if you want to go on my Mordekaiser, I'm TPing up there, or he's taking one to the Death Realm, and then probably going to kill you afterwards. And then TF's just probably going to play bot lane most of this game just because he can. Doesn't need to help top lane at all.
Is it fair to say that a huge amount of pressure lies on the shoulders of Mawa coming into this game on the Skarner, making those picks, finding the right impales? Yeah,
I'd definitely say it. There's a lot of pressure on the Skarner, on Marwa. I do like the Skarner pick though. I think Skarner is super underrated, really, really good champion. Again, low economy, doesn't need much to function, very, very simple. And obviously he forces the tax. He forces the QSS. If you don't buy it, boy's going to come speeding in and impale you.
Something that's slightly outside of the meta that we don't see maybe quite so often is going to be the Gragas support. As you mentioned earlier on when it got locked in, we're seeing probably most of it in top side at the moment, but here it's going to be played by Little Pants, who, as you said, likes the aggressive champions. Got that opportunity to go belly bopping into the opposition, throw out the exploding cast, try and knock some targets towards you. If this is played effectively, it could create a huge amount of playmaking for the Demise team.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm happy to see it. Like I said, I expect Little Pants to be an aggressive champion. He's pulled out niche things as well. This is the same team what pulled out Senna Garen this time round, obviously pulling out the Vayne Gragas. Still very aggressive Gragas, quite high base damages as well on top of that. So, fresh mispositions once, that's enough for them to full commit onto him and maybe even follow up with a condemn.
Yeah, and or even worse for London potentially, if the Kaiser steps even slightly into the wrong spot, going to get absolutely obliterated by the damage coming through from Demise. With all of that being said, knowing of how these two teams play, knowing their standings coming out of the regular split, prediction coming into the first game of this best of three from you, Rail?
I think definitely Demise take this game, obviously with their comp alone. I feel like that speaks in volume just from what I've said, and I feel like I'm going to repeat this all day. It's just Demise are too good at split pushing, and although London do have good scaling, they do have some decent answers. Just unfortunately, some of the counter picks are so harsh, like the Maud into Wukong, that it's going to be very hard to find answers into it. So Skarner definitely needs to make something happen towards that top side early to enable this Wukong to actually get something done.
Is there enough over here on red side that if we start seeing this split push that we've actually got enough engage that can come out of London to force potential 4v3, 5v3 fights?
That's the thing, you need the Wukong for extra engage as well. So if the Wukong's not in the side lane answering, I feel like you have to throw Corki up there, which if Corki is the one with most of your damage, because I don't expect much to be happening bot lane. Really,
you think it's going to be a bit of a dead lane? I
think it'll be dull till TF TP's down there. I think that's literally what's going to happen. TF's just going to be relaxing mid, shoving waves, just doing nothing to Corki. As soon as he's 6, he's going bot. Vayne's probably going to get a kill. That's bot lane done.
Well, we'll see if the wild cards get thrown out in the towards level 6 in bot lane. If that happens, that could translate that lane. Of course, with the two ADCs seeing Kumkum against Fuyu, we've basically got Vayne and Vayne Mark II in Kai'Sa. Interesting matchup in itself. Paired up with the more aggressive support, there is the opportunity here for Thresh to start making the plays for the Kai'Sa early on.
Yeah. I want to know where you're sitting on this, Greyheart. I want to know which side of the table you're thinking is going to come out here.
I love to cheer for an underdog, and I was really pleased to see that London are coming into this one on the back of a win when Demise are coming off on the back of that slightly unusual loss that took them to 11-3 rather than 12-2. I want to see London come out, all guns blazing, make this a really exciting best of 3. But I can't disagree with you, Rael. I think in terms of the style that Demise play, in terms of the draft that they've managed to get, and the counter pick, especially in top lane, I think at the minute, if I was to say, someone's won draft, I'd have to say Demise, and that's the team I think are favourites and probably the better team coming into this game. As a result, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to agree Demise, but I'd be happy to be proved wrong, especially as there's someone over there in the top lane for London who I've had a chance to know and played a few games with myself. Used to cast them a lot back when they were the captain for the Coventry Phoenix team over on the Null, and yeah, I do want to see Victorio doing well.
So talking of which, actually, we can actually go into that a little bit. So you know Victorio a bit more than me. So how well do you think he'll fare into the likes of Demise's top laner, obviously coming out being a very, very strong top laner, and obviously they have actually switched around a fair bit of their top laner. They have Typical now. He's only played a few games, but he has looked very good so far.
having made the statement about knowing Victoria, I don't want to misspeak here. However, I do believe the last time Casimir was playing in mid lane, so even this is something of an adaptation from what I've actually seen Victoria in the past. Playing up against a team like Demise, especially where we've seen the top lane be so strong for them, I think that's already tough. Going into the matchup that you've spoken, picking the Wukong, thinking it was maybe going into the Gragas, and then all of a sudden seeing the Mordekaiser locked in as a counter pick, I think it's going to be a hellish top lane experience for Victoria. I'm certainly not going to throw any shade on them and say I don't think they're capable of dealing with it. However, I do agree with you that it's going to be a bit of a rough ride.
For sure. I'm excited to see how their game plan's going to come through, because we know they need to make stuff happen, especially top lane. Top lane, Wukong wins early. We know this. Mordekaiser has long cooldowns. That's the only time he can actually expose Mordekaiser is early game. So if Demise see through this, which more than likely they will, because, like I said, nothing really wants to happen bot lane. You do have an aggressive support on the other side with Fresh, but Gragas just wants to stop Fresh from doing Fresh things, basically. Mid lane, fairly dull to level 6, really, as well, so both teams are going to be more topside heavy, especially early game, and wanting to play around that crab topside, wanting to also get an early kill topside to snowball that lane.
Now, much as I love chatting with you, Real, I do hope these two teams log themselves onto the Rift pretty soon. I assume we're just dealing with a few small technical issues. We'll get you into that game as quickly as we can, of course. Looking forward to the games later on through the day. We saw that playoff bracket earlier on. As we look especially towards the Hive match, going up against Viperio, what do you reckon is going to be coming out of that best of 3?
That's one of the hardest questions you probably could have asked me, because...
Excellent.
So I like Hive as a team. I like some of the comps they've drafted in general, and sometimes they play quite heavily towards topside with some of these picks like Aurelia coming out, and they play a lot of Sejuani, and Sejuani Aurelia just such a strong 2v2. They seem to always draft a winning 2v2, and that seems to play to a big fault in how they win. And overall, Hive has just been getting better and better, so it's interesting to see how they're going to stand up against Viperio later.
I, for one, will certainly be watching that best of 3. We'll be bringing you it in its entirety after the completion of this best of 3, round about the 2:30 mark UK time, I believe. And we'll have another couple of fantastic casters bringing you that action. Meanwhile, we are seeing something of a delayed invade coming through, as typical is going to be able to get the ward down, also clear out some vision for their trouble.
I like this early ward being placed down, trying to get any information they can. And this is going to help him a little bit, because Skarner's more than likely going to pass around this unless he goes the long way. And Skarner starting red buff is an interesting one. I thought they'd be starting blue buff and pathing towards that top side quite early. They can still opt to a free camp clear into top side as well. So I'm interested to see where Marwa goes with this one.
Also, because it might potentially put them over vision, which is exactly what's going to happen. They'll clear it out with the Oracle, but not before it spots them out as they start up the Raptor camp. We saw both the junglers starting on their red buffs with the 2-man leash coming out for DMSA. Now we're going to see exactly how quickly this Hecarim's able to clear, and which jungler's going to make their first bit of impact as Lil Pants waits, looking to get himself a bit of early damage onto the healer. Gets caught out by the Flay, bit of damage comes out of Kumkum.
A bit of traded damage across there. Not really much happening across the board. Face rush on Hecarim. More than likely means that we're probably going to get tank Hecarim, which is more than fine because there's enough damage on this comp with the Mordekaiser TF and the Vayne. Wouldn't surprise me if he did go damage later, if he did snowball. So there is still that option in the bag as well. So this is what I like about Hecarim. Hecarim is still very, very flexible in terms of a champion. And you have multiple build paths you can go down.
Not a question I would normally ask as a caster, but let's try and end up saying the same thing. With the ADC over on London United, is it cum coom? Is it coom coom? Is it cum coom? You know, I'm just so we're on the same page here.
It's coom coom.
Coming with coom coom, okay.
Oh
dear. That's a great question for a play-by-play to have to ask.
A fellow caster in chat, Trajan, is a big fan of coom coom. And I know a fair few people are as well, so let's see if Kum can put up a good performance today.
Well, not going to see the hook connecting from the Heave, and the Scotty Crabs have just spawned, and it is going to be an even trade between the two junglers as one finds himself over on the top side of the rift, and that will be the Hecarim. Can't really make any impact towards the Wukong just yet, however, because Mordekaiser is very much so shoving in, so he'll just have a small venture into the opposition jungle to put down some vision.
And just getting some vision down. TF getting that early push and the early pressure, what we talked about. Trying to bait him towards his jungler, but TF taking no bites at that.
Yeah, Skarner not going to be able to impact here. Instead, turns his attention towards the bottom half of the map. Of course, won't have the Impale available for another couple of levels. Still has a stun. Should he be able to catch on to Fuyu, as we do see the E connecting, and the hook is going to land as well. Stun comes in, Flay forcing the flash out of Fuyu, and it is going to be good damage coming out of this early gank in bot lane.
And that's a huge early flash being blown there. Even connecting the hook, pretty much making sure that the flash is going to be burnt there is absolutely huge. Just makes Vayne the next target for when Skarner has Impale. He should be back down there ASAP.
Knowing that Skarner went down onto the bottom half of the map and putting this vision down, already we see that Leon was happy enough to steal a camp away. Having got a couple of camps up already. Typical trading back and forth with Victoria. The Monkey General just about surviving on this one, but Hecarim is wrapping around, does have the Ghost available. This could be danger for Wukong. Victoria needs to get himself out of there pretty quick. He flashes away. He's going to be able to get to the safety of his turret before dashing straight back on, trying to get the damage onto Leon. Has got Skarner arriving. It's going to be now down to the Hecarim to try and get himself out to safety. Smite being put down. Chilling Smite not yet available. He's not going to be able to find a slow as a result, and that's going to be a trade with the Summoner blown from Leon in response for the flash of Victoria.
Yeah, Victoria actually played that really, really well. Just generally, they had a really big wave up there when they was fighting with that Mordekaiser, and that was one of the big differences to why they're coming out so good on that trade. And actually winning out early, like we said, Wukong beats Mordekaiser quite convincingly early. Demise trying their usual trick, trying to shut down this Wukong as well, but the counter gank there, not too far away, almost turns it on its head.
In a moment, Rail, I'm going to bring up the S word, which of course in casting is scaling. However, in this early game, with just a 400 gold lead having been built up for DMSA so far, who do you think has been having the better of this early game?
So hard to say, because you have a Vayne lane, and Vayne just wants to get out of lane, basically. And if that happens, but hold on a minute.
Vayne is of course flashless. We're going to see the flash coming through from Marwell. We're going to have a counter gank from Leon as the double bop comes in from Little Pants. Now it's going to be Kum getting away with the ignite, slowly putting them down. Destiny will arrive. Flash out from the Kaiser, but immediately gold card straight onto Marwell. First blood comes in and is immediately followed up by a second kill as Leon takes out the Skarner.
Perfectly played by Demise. We could easily just say telegraph, because they knew that Vayne was the key target. And off this alone, they just come straight to the bot lane and just say, no, you ain't having our Vayne. Despite Skarner flashing in, that just led to his death because of the perfect counter gank.
It felt somewhat telegraphed, as you say, Rail, and now we see the return to the mid lane for the Twisted Fate. He got himself an assist for his Destiny troubles, exactly the play you predicted at level 6. It leads to a first blood going over to Fuyu, and then a follow-up kill going over to Leon. Two champions you definitely want to see get snowballing if you're DMSA.
So I don't know if you've noticed yet, Greyheart. If you take a look at TF, can you tell me which is a little bit off, a little bit odd, what you don't usually recognise?
I'm seeing the Berserker Greaves coming through, and that'll be some attack speed booties. So
yeah, so we'll more than likely have the AD TF coming through. He does have the press the attack and also has the Berserker Greaves very early. So this is something I sort of glassed over and didn't really notice. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think he's going the Immortal Shieldbow build, if I am correct. It's going to make him that much more tankier, and there's a play onto mid lane.
Flash away from Articuno, who perfectly cleanses the gold card, able to flash out to safety, however losing both summoners for this single flash blown from Little Pants on the roam.
Yeah, Little Pants always getting them early roams off as soon as he can. Like I said, very, very aggressive support. Anytime he can find to get out of lane, he will use it to roam. He'll even roam to top lane for the hell of it. Like, he will make stuff happen.
Make stuff happen is certainly what they're doing so far, running that perfect KD of 002 on the Gragas so far, soon to be hitting level 6 as well. We'll have the Exploding Casket for further playmaking potential. Coming back to the scaling question from earlier on, if things were to have stayed as level as they were back at our last conversation, I do feel like scaling would have been even more of an issue. You know, we'd look at the difference between maybe the Corki that gets a huge amount of damage and the Kaiser, which is essentially Vayne 2.0, but also, of course, you've got the Vayne over on DMSA. Now, however, with this gold lead having been built up as a 2,000 gold lead for Demise coming into the 9-minute mark, I think it's fair to say they're in a fantastic place.
Yeah, Demise are pretty much what you could say chilling. They're absolutely fine with the way this game is going right now. because it's only a matter of time before TF permaport spot lane, and what does that mean? Just means 3 kills for Vayne again. Despite Heathen playing really well on the Thresh so far, it hasn't been enough to make any plays happen in the bot lane without any altercation, but Corki was moving around with a package.
Rel, your prediction seems to be coming true as we are seeing the pickaxe picked up by Twisted Fate. Dragon's been started up by Skarner with Corki for support. Destiny is available again, however, for Twisted Fate, so this could get interesting very, very quickly.
So the fact that he has a pickaxe tells me that he's not going shield bow. So I'm curious to see what we're actually going to get with the TF this game.
I don't think so. Is it Kraken Slayer's built out of pickaxe?
Kraken Slayer and Gale Force. I think we'll probably lean more towards the Kraken Slayer because of the extra damage, but there is the opportunity of the Gale Force gold card as well, so there is extra mobility in there. I'm very interested. If anyone in chat knows, just tell me, at me. I really don't mind because this is really interesting for me.
Well, I mean, I guess you'll probably have our answer fairly shortly. Credit to the Corki, who's keeping a level on CS with the TF, who's constantly shoving up, as we do see the hook connecting onto Fu, who does have flash available again, immediately goes into the final hour, finding the Silver Bolts proc. That Destiny comes straight through, and Gold Card is actually being channeled towards Kumkum on the back of the flash. Heathen was already in a huge amount of trouble, so Fu just takes the kill onto Kumkum instead. Heathen gets caught by Chilling Smite, and that's going to be a double kill, yet again on the bottom side of the map, on the back of a Destiny. These cross-map plays working beautifully for Demise.
And Demise say you can take Dragon, but we are going to take your lives, basically, and make the counterplay onto the bot side. TF just porting straight down. TF taking some pain here.
Yeah, Articuno wants this. Finding the flash in from the Wukong is enough to help secure this one for the Corki.
Yeah, vital flash in to help secure the kill there. Just some extra damage down, but Corki was winning out on that trade quite convincingly, especially right now. Corki's actually had quite a bit of free time in that mid lane. Getting them plates, getting a bit of gold in his pocket. Also building up that CS lead, but obviously from TF roaming here.
Huge fight brewing. We've got Victoria having come down for this one as well, as the teleport will mean that Mordekaiser arrives into the fight. Typical joins. He's going to have the Death Realm available to him, but we see Leon has already picked off the opposition Skarner. Victoria able to find the shutdown onto Leon himself, and now Typical trying to batter down onto Kumkum. Comes outside of the Death Realm with the flash away. Kumkum might be dead to rights, but the question is, will the shield be enough to save the Mordekaiser, who's got the extra stats from the Kaiser? You see the damage he does to the Heathen, but here comes the Corki. That's going to be a phosphorus bomb to the head of the Mordekaiser.
And that was a huge fight for London United. They needed to make something happen, and this is exactly the play they needed to make happen. Fuyu got away on 1 HP, so it was very unlucky not to take him down. Just really well played fight by them overall.
It was. Would you say it was a little bit of greed? We obviously saw the Herald being put down bot side on the back of that successful fight, taking away first turret, but then maybe just a slight overstay.
Oh, definitely it was a slight overstay. London United were not happy about the Herald. They went guns blazing for it, and Corki even getting down there for a kill as well was absolutely huge for him. Getting that gold lead even more ahead, even picking up a kill. Now has the shield bow in tow as well, so it's going to be that much more stronger.
Call it a little bias, if you will, Rael, but I was delighted to see my boy Victoria not only showing up in the mid lane to help the Corki pick up that kill, but then appearing down on bot side to play hero yet again. 100% kill participation on this team so far. The only person on his team able to say that. And how often is that true for a top lane? And now it could be more action in the top lane as we see Victoria, the Heathen, and Marwa all stacking up, potentially to catch out Little Pants. Hook will immediately connect. Stun is going to land. Belly bot from Little Pants. He flashed himself over the wall. Flash and response from Marwa, trying to catch out on Little Pants, but we see over on the other side of the wall, Articuno is there to fire the rocket straight into the back of the Gragas.
I like this play from London. I like that thing with Bush sitting up there, even with Victoria over there, just waiting for someone to face check, knowing that someone needs to go ward soon because Vayne has no vision in that top side, and just getting that catch and giving it over to Articuno, even better. So a lot of eggs in this Corki's basket right now.
The 3-0 Corki with shield boat completed. Certainly looking pretty good. Going to get that tier stacking up nicely as well. Soon going towards that Mana Moon. Meanwhile, Heathen is stood on top of a ward here. For you, not going to be too worried by the Thresh on this play. Another dragon will be spawning in around about a minute. It will be a Cloud Dragon, which means either Infernal or Mountain Rift.
So I'm interested to see who's going to pay the tax first. So we have a Mordekaiser on one team, we have a Skarner on the other. Who is going to pay the QSS tax first is what I'm interested to see. Wow.
Oh, Victorio was so low, able to clone himself out of there with the Cyclone blazing. He even going for the recall as well, and it looks like no kill on the back of this third Destiny play. Meanwhile, Corki getting the opportunity to shove in mid, and Kaiser picking up a huge wave in bot.
This game, the amount of times people are escaping on 1 HP is absurd. First it was Fuyu, now it's Victorio, both getting away unscathed. Victorio has the gold drinker right now, so he is getting strong. Also, Vayne does have the Kraken Slayer, so does have a full item over this Kaiser right now. Obviously, the Kaiser has to go that lethality, so it's going to go the Collector second, and that's mainly for the Q upgrade.
A second complete turret destroyed on exactly the 14-minute mark means that there are 10 turret plates from those two turrets, plus one from the mid lane that have all gone over to DMSA. And as a result, you see what a massive gold lead they have managed to accrue. 4,000 gold already at 14 minutes in. They will lose out on the second dragon, but Typical might be able to catch out onto Articuno, who's already used the Valkyrie. He's putting down good damage, but he's caught in the Death Realm, finds himself a shield, flashes himself over the wall, trying to get safety. Victorio will be here once the Corki comes out of the Death Realm, but the damage just isn't enough for Typical. Victorio and unable to help his Yordle friend.
The sad part about this... Oh, it's not over.
It certainly is not over. No fat lady singing just yet, as we see the stun onto Leon as he stays a little too long in the opposition jungle and gets caught out by the 4-man bop squad of London United.
Gets caught out greeting for Raptors at the end of that play. A very sad turnout for him. Trying to make more happen, trying to take away some of the jungle, but just gets caught out of position. They expose him, they give Kaiser a kill, which Kaiser definitely needed in this point, and they're going to open up mid tower, which is absolutely huge, opening that map more here.
I think one of the most huge things we need to keep our eye on, Rail, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is this recall coming out of Kumkum to complete the potential mythic? We've seen that Noon Quiver in pocket for so very long. Need to see that mythic completed and completed soon, because over on the other side, we're seeing double Kraken Slayer out of Twisted and Vayne. We already saw that shield bow completed for Corki, and we are not seeing a mythic completed just yet for the Kaiser, as the pickaxe is picked up alongside. I believe the Dirk was there already.
So interesting enough, so a lot of Kaisers don't go Collector anymore for the fact that a lot of people go LDR second because it's so good of an item. Kaiser obviously picked up the lethality, the Dirk early in the game, but because of this, it's going to have a bit of a harder time dealing with the likes of the Hecarim. Mortar's going to build HP as well, and so is Gragas. So you have 3 HP targets which would get absolutely abused by Lord Dominic's regards, but unfortunately you chose this path pretty much early, so you can't really change it right now.
Interesting where we're standing at. Fair play to London United keeping themselves in with a shot of taking this game. It's completely fair to say, though, they are a considerable amount behind up against the game favourites. Arguably the playoff favourites coming in with that 11-3 record. Second Herald of the game is being soloed currently by Typical. This one doesn't look like it's going to get spotted out at all by the Heathen and Marwa, who were roaming around that part of the jungle. So it looks like Dragons being traded for Heralds so far.
Yeah, and this play is absolutely fine at this point because there's still many more dragons on the table. And before this, actually, I wanted to praise Typical for what he did in the jungle not too long ago. For the fact that picking off Articuno is the most huge thing you can do in this game. He is the one they're putting all their eggs in. He's the one they're trying to make plays around. Talking of making plays, Mordekaiser throwing the Death Realm out, but did not get the full animation.
Herald will be summoned in mid, the first bop enough to secure the final outer turret that DMSA need to complete their collection. Meanwhile, London United only with that one turret in mid to their name so far, and that was on the back of Corki getting so much time alone with the turret. Meanwhile, however, it's very much down to Marwa to start finding these picks now. We're not seeing any Skarn attacks being paid just yet.
Yeah, no Skarn attacks is being paid for the moment. So we still have a lot of plays to be made from Marwa. Still doesn't have his boots yet, fully completed. Still on tier 1s. Does have his... I always forget the name of this one, man. Why does it always slip me? The Turbo Chem Tank. He still has the Turbo Chem Tank. So he still has that in pocket to use. He just needs to find a target, really. And so far it's been very hard for him to do so, because they've been grouping up for the moment. And you can't really look for plays on this Mordekaiser at this stage in the game.
I suppose the question becomes, when does the 1-3-1 start in earnest for DMSA? Because as you say, the grouping has been pretty decent from them so far. The picks that they've found have accentuated their gold lead. However, once that does start, that they start looking for the potential split, that is when the pressure of the Skarner really could start to pay.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same point, as soon as Mordekaiser hits Riftmaker, that's when he spikes really hard. And that's when he becomes that much harder to kill in that side lane. He becomes that much more of that threat. So if he pulls anyone into the Death Realm, it's going to be a lot harder for them to combat him, especially with that item completed. So we're just waiting for that item to come through. Obviously, he has a fair few items in his infantry. Has the Seekers, has a Bramble, has a Leech and Leer. So it just needs to get that full item completed. Whereas Wukong is more than happy just sitting on his Gore Drinker.
It's a close game. Is it closer than you expect it to be as we come towards 18 minutes, Rail?
Not really. I'd say it's at a good stage right now for Demise. I don't think they're too upset with the game state because they can honestly just wait for the 1-3-1 to come into play. Whereas London United are more than likely just trying to protect Corki as much as they can. They want to get Corki to these items so they can spike that much harder. But at the same point, we need to keep in mind the tax does need to be paid. If Moore takes Corki out of the equation, that takes so much of their damage away.
And I've spoken a lot about a potential Skarn tax, obviously, you know, sort of stealing the term from the Malzahar tax and the Nethergraft that forces QSS out so often. Another thing that QSS can be used efficiently for is taking yourself out of a Death Realm as well. So do you think maybe at some point we start seeing a Mordekaiser tax?
Yeah, that's more or less what I was referring to with a Corki.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah, Corki definitely needs to pay it. You don't want to see Corki taken out of the fight, especially when he's the one putting out the most damage in your team comp right now. Kai'Sa does have her completed item now. We do have the Gale Force coming through, so a bit of extra mobility for her.
You're right, Rail. I knew I sounded smart when I was saying that, and it was only because I was accidentally copying you. The only time I managed to sound smart in this game. We've got 40 seconds until the third dragon of the game. It's a mountain dragon, as this is indeed a mountain rift. This would be London putting themselves onto Soul Point if they're able to secure it. So you've got to imagine they want to contest over this one, but so far the Vision game is being won by Demise.
Yeah, Demise playing that Vision game really, really well. You don't want to face check into something where you have no vision. So I think they're more than fine actually letting this one go at the same point. Mountain Dragon isn't the worst thing. If you ever drop Mountain Soul, it's probably one of the easiest ones to play against, unless it's a full tank team.
Am I right in saying Corki has the package at the moment?
You are correct.
Excellent. So having just backed for that one, Articuno will certainly be able to deliver that mini rumble ult should they want to. It looks like they're going to contest this third dragon regardless of whether it's the right safe play or not. They want to keep stacking up these objectives. See Mordekaiser looking for potential flank here. Typical might get caught out by Victoria. Blastcone available to them. Dragon has been started up. The dance has begun.
The dance has indeed begun. Mordekaiser stopping Wukong getting a flank there. It's absolutely huge. They're going to fight each other now.
Victoria and Typical dueling off screen, but let's focus on the 4v4 that is brewing because a huge pact is put down. Zardakuno finds the kill onto Leon and also manages to find the hugest of kills onto Fuyu. The double comes in as the plasma rains down from the Acathian rain. Typical forced to flash away. Mo and the rest of the team will secure a dragon and a huge team fight win, which not only gives them a third dragon, but also a kill lead for the first time in the game.
Look how fast they melted that Hecarim. Hecarim got absolutely obliterated. Wukong just pretty much taking Mordekaiser out the equation. And Articuno deserves a lot of praise for the suicide play he just made. Because despite him suiciding, it was such an aggressive play. He hit 4 people with a package. I think 4 or 3 people. He hit multiple men with a package. And because of that, there was so much damage being put down before he even dropped. And just... this is the play what London needed to make. London come out with a dragon, London come out with a kill league.
I mean, a Rumble ult is an equaliser. That was practically a match winner on its own. That package being absolutely played to perfection by Articuno, the mid laner for London United. Now running a 5-2-3 scoreline. Manamoon just completed on the back of that fight as well. Baron has now spawned onto the Rift as Little Pants and the rest of the team start to get vision towards the only objective currently available on the map.
That is one scary Corki right now. So if you're going to get auto-attacked or even hit by him, it's going to hurt a lot. So Corki is the main focus still right now. Till the likes of Kum gets their second item. Pretty much just going to be waiting for that stage of the game. I think London United are more than fine just playing this dance, but they're starting the Baron.
That's no dance, that's a straight out play of aggression. And look how quickly this dragon is being shredded through as well. Already down below half health, will get spotted out by the phosphorus bomb. Heaven is here, Marwa has the ability to try and get into the fight, but doesn't have flash available. He'll find the impale, but he won't be able to take away the Baron, as that one is secured. Currently 5 Baron buffs, but it might be turned down to 4 in a moment, as Typical is going to get picked off. It's now only 3 buffs because Little Pants died as well. The Baron was taken by Demise, but the fight was won by London, and now they push.
London aren't scared to keep going. They're going to look aggressive here and try to make more plays happen. They want to disable as many Barons as they can here.
And it's more than that, they've got power plays in 2 lanes here. They've got a 1 against none as we see Victorio topside. They've got 4v3 here in the mid lane as they push into the Baron buff.
Yeah, they're pushing in confidently, and Mordekaiser doesn't have Baron buff. That's the key part here. Mordekaiser going down is absolutely huge for London United. And that's just another Baron disabled from that side lane.
And while we won't see a turret dropping in the mid lane, one does fall on the top side, and the gold lead becomes ever slimmer. A 1,500 gold lead over to Demise, a team who previously had up to, I believe, a 5,000 gold lead. They have to be very, very careful here, otherwise the underdogs may well upset them.
I've been impressed with London so far. All the plays they've made to try counter Demise's playstyle has been good. It's just... Still, it is a scary game to play into Demise's 1-3-1.
It is. Rel, I'm going to give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a one-off only chance to change a prediction for the winner of this game. Would you take that opportunity?
I'm not changing. I commit to any call I make. I'm committing.
It does sound like you're saying that with a slight lack of confidence in it, but I respect your qualities nonetheless. I, on the other hand, I'm slightly regretting my pick. I wish I'd just gone with the underdog boys, especially seeing Victorio doing such a great job on this Wukong. But recently, the hero has absolutely been Articuno. Had the Ice Bird banned away from them, but is performing on a bird of their own with the corky flying around.
My only criticism was I would have liked to seen the APTF in this game. I'm not too used to seeing the ADTF, and I haven't found too many points of him shining in teamfights other than just gold carding, which I feel like APTF would have been more effective. Obviously, he is one of the main reasons they do pick up the Baron, having double AD threat. But so far, I still haven't seen enough from Kurosh, despite Kurosh being probably one of the better mid laners in this league and highly rated for a lot of people.
Well, start your countdowns. Less than 1 minute until the 4th dragon of the game spawns. We can see London United trying to clear out as much vision as possible, trying to set themselves out with a big opportunity to take away this mountain soul. It does give them that extra bit of shield and that extra bit of protection coming into fights. It would also mean, of course, they have a second mountain dragon with all of the extra stats that gives to their name as well.
Corki is very close to the Essence Reaver right now. A very, very scary stage in the game. Wukong getting that much tanky with that Sterix, and also picked up a stopwatch. So if he's taken to the death realm, you do have a package.
The flash, the hook, Typical completely caught out and bursted before being able to use Death Realm. Impale goes straight down onto Leon, and he's eviscerated as well. Kumkum finds that kill, but Vayne does manage to find the kill onto Articuno. It's a 4v3 with the dragon spawning in seconds.
Articuno is a manly man. I can definitely say that. He is not scared to go deep with that package, regardless of the outcome. But they are still looking to contest. They're trying to find their way into here.
Victorio is just doing a zoning job, and as a result of the guard being put down by the Wukong, there is no way that DMSA get themselves anywhere near London United, who secure their 4th consecutive dragon, take themselves a soul.
They take themselves a soul indeed. Pretty much just going to wait for the respawn of Articuno at this point. Not really much else to do on this map. Just collecting CS and trying to get whatever gold they can.
Whatever gold they can, indeed. We have now got Mythics completed around the board. It ended up being the Gale Force completed by Kai'Sa to go alongside the Collector, which you weren't too sure if we were going to be seeing in this game. How do you like the build coming out of the Kai'Sa now that she's running the 4-2-7 scoreline?
It's coming out a lot better because she's not had to deal with the tanks as much. She's just been pretty much bursting whoever's in front. But most of the time, whatever play they've made happen, they already have Corki there. So they never lack any damage regardless. And you've seen how fast they died in mid lane. You've seen how fast the Hecarim keeps getting bursted despite being his full tank build.
What did you make of Heathen's flash play onto Typical? Seemed like an excellent prediction that with the hook landing by mere pixels.
Heathen's Thresh has just been really, really on point so far in this whole series, and I feel like it's definitely something we'll have to keep our eye on.
Typical got caught out once, gets caught out again, goes Death Realm with Marwa, who just floating around like a butterfly, waiting for the rest of his team to start stinging like a bee. Kumkum puts the damage down, but Typical is mighty tanky, able to get out to safety with a little bit of help from the explosive cask of Little Pants, but the pressure still on from London. Meanwhile, Fuyu is pushing in mid lane.
And that's 2 ultimates spended for 1. And they're going to keep pushing down in this bot lane, trying to get more on these towers. They will lose a mid tower in the trade though.
The question is, will they lose 2 turrets for 1 here? Victorio coming to deal with Fuyu's push while a continued push comes in from Articuno and Kumkum on the bottom half of the map. They decide, however, discretion is the better part of valor as they realise their base might be about to get collapsed on by the remaining members of Demise.
Yeah, they're trying not to lose out too much on this play here. Getting a bit of damage on the extra bot tower tier 2, but deciding not to fully commit on that with the Baron spawning sometime soon.
Sometime soon is less than 10 seconds, Rail. That's another crucial objective. We've seen a real trade of objectives across the map with all the topside ones going to DMSA, who are the team looking to make the Fnatic Death Rush work. Onslaught of Shadows catches straight on to Mawa, who's going to be removed from the fight by the shred from Fuyu. Victorio doing great work with his first Cyclone. Will look to find a second one as well as Heathen lands the hook, and Victorio finds the kill onto Kurosh. It's going to be a double kill for the Vayne, who tries to do everything they can, but they're one of only 2 people left. Standing Typical will fall as well, and Fuyu is left trying to do everything they can with the Silver Bolts Brock, but it's not enough. It's a triple quill, it's a quadra kill coming in for Kumkum, and a Baron to London, who are about to find themselves a gold lead for the first time in the game.
And we're spamming the broom for Kumkum. That's exactly what's happening in chat right now. Kumkum just untouched in that fight. Corki drawing so much attention on the top side of the map there. Just everyone had to turn towards Corki because he's just putting out 3 DPS. Fuyu got the best condemn you could probably want onto him, and it looked like they were starting to turn the fight, but still, again, Kumkum is completely untouched in this fight, while the tanks are just buying time for them to put down the damage.
4 beautiful purple buffs are the reward of London United winning this fight on their own red side jungle. It was a fight forced by DMSA. They found themselves the early kill on it, but they did not remove the damage dealers quickly enough. Articuno did fall, did miss out on the Baron buff, but we finally saw what Kai'Sa could do. And this Kai'Sa isn't just online, she is absolutely dominating now.
She's definitely dominating, and This is the multi-threat comp, pretty much. And also in that fight, the unsung hero there was Victorio. This man on the Wukong got a 4-man knockup straight off the start of it, and then got another 3-man knockup to buy even more time for just damage to come through. And look how confident London United are now. Not afraid to step up regardless of having no vision of anyone else.
The last time we saw players in this particular location on the map, it was on the back of a Baron being secured by Demise. Up till that Baron, they had taken every top side objective, trading it for every bot side objective before that. However, since the Soul was secured by London, they now also find the Baron. They also find a near to a 1,500 gold lead over the number 1 seeds. Victorio is never going to be an unsung hero when I'm around, because I will sing their praises all the time when I am casting them on the Rift. Meanwhile, the siege has begun in earnest. Typical try and deal with Victoria on top side and finding it mighty tough.
Finding it mighty tough indeed, struggling to deal with them Baron minions, and Victoria just escorting them in, trying to draw attention while they're trying to put some damage down on that mid tower. They have another wave arriving, so it's now or never.
Now or never, perhaps. Demise might be opting into Nether on this one, letting the objective go. May well lose themselves an inhibitor as well, with the damage coming through. Typical and Victorio still having their little dance on top side. Top inhibitor still up, but only surviving by inches.
Only surviving by inches is the correct way to put it. Top lane tower is very low as
Little
well.
Pants. Sorry to interrupt there. I thought Lil Pounce was about to find a huge flank with the exploding cast. Instead, we see the Destiny has been triggered. Let's see where Kurosh is looking to go. He catches out onto Articuno, who is somewhat isolated from their team. They find good damage, but they don't find the kill on Kurosh, and now the trades are coming through. And it's DMSA who have found the fight that they wanted. Kumkum, however, manages to find Fu, and with 1 ADC dead, it's now down to the Acathian Rain to shred through the remaining health bars. They don't mind killing tanks when the ADC and the damage threats are already already gone. Kura started the fight, but they can't be there for the end of it. Victorio goes on to a killing spree at 3-0-12. The only deathless player in this game. He will never go unsung when I'm around, and the inhibitor will fall just as the Elder Dragon spawns.
And what a play from London, catching out for you off the start of that play. For you not able to do anything, just caught out by Heathen and absolutely obliterated. Sure, you caught Articuno, but there is still Kumkum, there is still Victorio. They are so strong, and they come out on top. Like, London United played this game so well.
That zoom is the sign of an exploding Nexus, whether you realise it or not. Nuts to the Elder Dragon. That was the double inhib takedown, the push to the end with the long death timers. Victory for the underdogs. London United go 1-0 against Demise. Absolute scenes, Rail.
And we talked about London United needing to step up, and if there was a time to be stepping up, it would be now. And what a step up that was! They came out strong from the get-go, trying to make the counter plays on every gank, despite losing out on the trades early. They kept going. They kept feeding kills into this Corki, and the Corki bought time for Kumkum to come online, and Kumkum definitely came online in this game.
They came online indeed. One thing that never seemed to come online, and I kept waiting for it to happen, kept waiting for this pressure to be put down. We talked about it so much. The comp screamed that it was going to happen, was the 1-3-1 for which Demise are so well known. We never really saw that pressure in the side lanes.
Yeah, we never really seen it at all. It was never really at a point where Mordekaiser could really pressure this Wukong. I think Victorio did a really good job of dealing with the counter pick, and honestly, I think Victorio was the massive unsung hero of this game. No deaths, team fights, getting multiple man-ults constantly, always trying to bite attention so Kumkum can find his entrance into the backline to start dealing damage, and exactly what happened.
Rail, are you actually going to keep calling him unsung until I actually start literally singing about him? Because I'll do it! I'll make a Victorio song up for the next game. That next game will be coming in its entirety very soon. Will we see an upset with victory again coming through for London taking a 2-0? Or will we see ourselves a full best-of-3 series with Demise biting back? Please stick around because we'll bring you that game right after this break. Thank you for rejoining us here at the UKEL Spring Split 2021 playoffs. I'm still Stanley Greyheart-Barker, and I am still delighted to be joined by Marcus Rail-Sampson.
I'm delighted for the game we just had. What a banger of a game we came from, and we talked about London needed to step up. And I feel like I'm going to repeat this again and again, but they definitely needed to break out from the pack because there were so many teams at 6 and 8. So coming in 4th and 6 and 8 really doesn't look impressive when there's 3 other teams what are 6 and 8. But coming out beating Demise in game 1 is definitely impressive, and you're beating them at their own game. And what a way to do so.
Looking at the regular standings, London only just able to keep their head above water in terms of falling down to that lower bracket of these playoffs, but they've come in absolutely firing and causing, in the first game of the playoffs, the first real big upset of these playoffs as well. With another win, they'd secured an even bigger upset, knocking probably the favourites, I think I would say. They're certainly the number 1 seeds, down onto the bottom half of this double elimination bracket.
Yeah, imagine that coming through. Demise being knocked down by London United. It would be a big statement by them, and it would be showing that they're here to play for playoffs. And I want to see what the Demise are going to adapt to with this game, because game 1 they brought out the Hecarim. It started off okay in the early game, and then just mid-game he just couldn't find any ways into fights. By the time he got into a fight, he was already dead. He got obliterated by the Corki, by Kum on the Kaiser. It just was really, really hard for him to make things happen on this Hecarim when it hit mid-game.
Coming into our second pick and ban very shortly, we will still be seeing Demise on the blue side of the Rift. So one thing hasn't changed coming into the next pick and ban. You can only assume that some other things are going to be changed, whether it be the picks or the bans. For me, the biggest game changer, as much as I love to sing about Victorio, Victorio, see, now he's being sung about, is that also we had this Corki that suddenly came online round about the 3rd dragon fight. This incredible package that helped rip through the opposition, only got stronger from there on, and pretty much from that fight, I don't think it's maybe won, but almost every fight was then won by London, and objectives then started to be claimed. This gold lead, which I believe had ballooned up to about 5,000 at its most, maybe even more, suddenly completely got swung the other direction. We saw the turnaround beautifully from London. In my eyes, all came off the back of the Corki. I don't think that's a champion you want to be letting Articuno play this time round unless you've got a better way to deal with it. And ADTF turned out not to be the best way to deal with it.
Unless you have a better way to deal with it is the exact words to be placed there, because they had no answers. They had no answers. Like you said, that package in that dragon fight pretty much won on the game from that point onwards. They couldn't take any other fights against them because it was just so convincingly in London United's favour. And also a big thing to talk about was the Thresh from Heathen. Constantly finding the hooks for these plays, flashing forward, not scared to waste flash pretty much on cooldown if they had to. And it showed. It came up big. Even in the plays in bot lane, we thought it was going to be quieter down there till later in the game. But even earlier, he's making plays off this Thresh.
Yeah, I think the first summoner we saw get burnt was Fuyu's Flash on the back of one of those Thresh plays and some Skarner aggression as well. Skarner working out very nicely for the Marwa. Interesting to see that through the first 4 bans here in Champ Select so far, every single one of them the same and the same order as last time round. One more ban now for Demise. You've got to think they're going to change things up, and it is indeed the Skarner taken away instead of the Jarvan.
I mean, I'm happy seeing the Skarner ban. Marwa did a lot of work on the Skarner, and I think this champion's just so underrated, and the more people play this champion, the more you realise Skarner is so annoying to play against. So annoying. He becomes tanky, he actually does decent damage, and finding them engages pretty much with a double stun in your kit, it's just so hard to deal with.
Last ban coming out is going to be the Jace. An interesting takeaway, this one from London. Last time round it was the Udyr they took away as the final ban. With the Udyr banned away, we saw Hecarim first pick last time. With Udyr left open this time, straight away we're seeing an Udyr hover for Leon.
I think if they lock in the Udyr though, I think we will see the answer of the Jarvan. Quite commonly seen into Udyr. You will get down on CS, which is fine. Udyr is a better farmer than you. But the idea is that you're trying to isolate him in a team fight or trying to find a better engage than obviously he can, because he has to run directly at someone. So I want to see the Jarvan answer. Wasn't banned, so I'd like to see it, but we might even be getting the Hecarim.
Could well be a possibility. Obviously, there was no opportunity for Marl to pick this one up last time. It was first picked by Demise, and you can hear in the background Loki's pretty excited to this Hecarim pick up from Marwa. Obviously thinks they'll be able to do great things on it.
Yeah, so despite not being impressed by Hecarim in Game 1, this time we have London United trying to pull out the Hecarim. Can they do a better job of the Hecarim? It's going to be interesting to see this time round. Kai'Sa is answered by a Tristana Alistair. That is the tipping point of aggression. That is such an aggressive lane to deal with.
And this is the one, Rail. This is the moment where you said you wanted to see changes coming into this pick and ban. You don't get a much bigger change than a Vayne being paired up with a... Oh, having a brief moment where I forgot. Oh, a Gragas, than seeing an Alistar paired up with a Tristana. Of course, Tristana technically could still go to the mid lane. This could be the old Bamboozle. But again, it's going to be Thresh Kai'Sa. Now they're playing into something so completely different, so incredibly early game dominant.
Yeah, and just that much dive already from them two champions is terrifying. And like you said, Tristana is still a flex. She can still go into this mid lane. So if you don't pick carefully, you're playing against Tristana mid, and that is not fun to play against. But on the other hand, we do have Heathen back on Fresh. This is a very big talking point for them.
If you didn't see the last game, there was a particular moment, I couldn't give you a timestamp, I'm sorry to say, round about the 23-minute mark, where we suddenly see a flash pretty much out of nowhere in the mid lane, and a beautifully directed sort of vertical hook coming out of the Heathen playing Thresh. Catches right on the edge of the hitbox, that slightly questionable part of the hitbox that you get from the expanding hit if you don't quite catch onto a champion as these hook champions. And it catches onto Typical, and it legitimately insta-wins this fight, despite what looked like a good dodge from Typical, and it insta-wins the fight, insta-wins the ensuing chaos coming through for London. It was one of the big parts that swung that game. Now we're seeing the bans come through. The Camille already mentioned the Rise and the Articuno. I keep saying Articuno because Articuno's on the board. They're banning away Moltres and Zapdos while they're at it as well. And Corki also taken away from Articuno. For me, that is the most crucial of those bans.
Yeah, why not? Especially when you've not picked mid lane here, you might as well take away his champions, and taking away his signature Anivia and a Corki there is pretty huge to be doing so. We have the Wukong coming back again for Victoria, and he put up a standout performance with that Wukong in Game 1.
Sure did, playing into the Mordekaiser, which you felt would be a really tough matchup for the Monkey General, but he did a great job, not only going deathless in lane, but in the entirety of that game as well. For you, loving to hover this Sona, seems to be their favourite go-to hover. I'm sure it is a reference to something that I have missed out on, sadly, but we are going to see a slightly different lock-in. It will, of course, be the Orianna with a bit of team fight brought to the mid lane for Kurosh.
So, more to something simple this time round. We have Orianna coming through, so Orianna, I'm gonna hold on that right now because I feel like they might be trying to debate me a little bit here. Okay, back to normality. So we're actually gonna have an Orianna mid lane, and so no ADTF shenanigans, more of a basic standard mid laner. Gonna be able to combo really well with the Alistar especially, and also Set does fit into that same scenario, able to deliver that ball for you, get that target for you. If Wukong wants to go Gore Drinker, that's just better for Set for an ult target, but make sure, definitely make sure you do not ult the Wukong clone.
And also don't ult a Wukong clone with a Zillion ult on top of it. I'm not sure if that's an interaction we've ever seen before. What we are going to see is the Zillion locked in for Articuno. These two drafts are completed. They have certain similarities when we look over towards London United's team. They've still got the Thresh, they've still got the Kai'Sa, they've still got the Wukong. Hecarim stepping in place of Skarner. Zillion is something completely different to the Corki we saw last time round. An almost complete flip in terms of this playstyle from last time for Demise, as they say, that one didn't work, let's take huge games of early pressure and this big teamfight potential towards late.
So do you know what's scary about Hecarim?
Everything. It's a terrifying champion. Have you not seen Headless Hecarim?
Is a Zillion speed in Hecarim.
Oh yes.
The Zillion speed is absolutely huge, probably one of the best speed ups in the game, and that on top of a Hecarim, making him even harder to kill, is definitely a big way to put some distraction down in a team fight. But this time around, I still do like Demise's draft. I still like the way Demise are looking here. Quite a heavy dive comp, so Kai'Sa really has to be careful with the positioning, especially. Such an aggressive bot lane. Tristana Alistair really, really good into Kai'Sa, really good at abusing her, especially early. That level 2 is really, really scary for them bot lane.
Rail, last time we cast a curse Demise, we both predicted they would be taking the win. We were both wrong. So I'm going to see if I can stick my entire foot into my mouth on this one and say that if I were to take a prediction here, I'd be going for Demise. And my reason for that is I saw how well they played the early game last time round. Yes, they did it around a Destiny, around a, gold cards, which were going to be coming down and forcing these 3v2s, these 4v3s very nicely. However, they did it brilliantly. They took control of that early game. They fell off a bit towards late game fights. But with this composition, especially looking at that Tristana, especially looking at what Fu can do with it, I just have this feeling, this gut feeling, that we're not even going to get to a late game this time around. They're still going to take an early game advantage. They're going to force things hard through bot. Loki agrees with me. Sorry about the Greyhounds. They're grumpy this morning. And I just have this feeling, Demise pre 25 minutes. That's my gut instinct. Part of me really wants to be right because I want to go a whole best of 3 of you rail. Part of me wants to be wrong because I want to see the upset coming out of London United and my boy Victorio.
I feel like you're going to do that every time you mention his name now.
Oh,
I feel like...
100% happening. Yeah.
I kind of agree with you, though. I feel like that's the way this game's going to pan out. I'm leaning towards Demise again. I feel like just their early game is just that much above a lot of people's early games, especially in this league. They are such a strong team, and having Kurosh more on a standard mid laner this time around than at ADTF just fits them a lot better. Kurosh is a standout player, and you will see why when he plays this Orianna.
Well, look forward to that being the case. To clarify, is that your prediction going towards Demise as well?
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting. Well, I can see that our predictions are going down over whichever side of me the channel points are on. You can make your predictions. You can go and bet some channel points. If you get it right, you get a huge helping of points back. Right now, it does look like 45,000 in comparison to 95,000. I'm not sure who that's in favour of. I'll have to check out and maybe vote myself.
I have info. It's in favour of London United, actually.
It is, yeah.
So London
65%.
United have a very similar comp to last game, and I do feel like that does fit their playstyle. Obviously, the only really changing factors are the jungle and the mid this time around. Less instant CC, so no more Skarner, but you do have the stun coming through from Zillion, you do have a fear coming through from Hecarim. It's just, can they get to the point where they're going to execute that? And I feel like the scary point of Demise's bot lane is just how aggressive they can go, and I feel like they're just going to throw all the eggs into the bot lane again and just try and push that further.
Hey, don't mind me, Rel. I was just putting in my own prediction, trying to win myself some channel points. We'll see whether I'm left with 0 at the end of this game. If I'm left with 0, it will also mean Demise are very much left with 0, and they are left with only 1 chance remaining, and that will be the run from the losers half of the double elimination bracket to try and get themselves up to the top of the tree once again. And that will be a big ask, and it will surely be a huge dent to their confidence if it happens.
Definitely will be a huge dent to their confidence, especially coming out as the most dominant team and the strongest team in this league. To then drop in 2 games in a row would be absolutely huge. We'll have to see if spamming the broom is really going to empower Kum here, and can he put out another performance like he did in game 1? Can London United keep their momentum coming into this game against Demise, or can Demise bounce back?
We're back on to the Rift, and as you can see, one little white box filled in under London United's name as they took the first game, somewhat against the odds in the first match. Of course, they were the team that were coming in on the back of a win against Hive in the last week of the season, whereas Demise, they've now actually had 2 losses in a row after somewhat shockingly dropping that match.
Say shockingly, I just feel like a lot of it was, I hate to say this word, but I'm going to have to say it, a lot of it was mid-diff. The Corki coming out from Articuno in game 1 was vital to them winning, and like you said about that package, it just was game winning. This time round, back to basics, Orianna, Kurosh, definitely going to put up a stronger performance in this game.
I mean, you never know. We might out of nowhere see the Berserker Greaves completed on the Orianna, and AD Orianna comes in and it all goes horribly wrong again. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think Kurosh's lesson has well and truly been learned. We're going to see this time blue side start over on the blue buff, of course, for Leon, and over on the Wolves for Mama, doing things without any assistance from any fellow members.
I like this.
Get into lane.
I like this a lot. I like that Hecarim's gone for the wall start. It's very, very healthy, as you see, and enables, sorry, I should say, your laners to start in lane and gives no information to Udyr at all where the Hecarim is starting. And we do have the Conqueror Hecarim, but trading level 1.
Victorio starting this game as he finished the last one. Typical, finding the health bar shredded through, already burning up those potions.
Burning through indeed, and the Doran's Blade on set as well, so he's not going to regen as much as he would with the Doran Shield, but obviously the base regen in his kit is definitely going to help him. Wukong getting that early armor and them trades, just showing how strong he is.
Well, we're getting spotted out by some vision. We're seeing a potential collapse coming as Lil Pants and Kurosh are looking to join Leon, and already Marvel realises that they, much like Ralph Wiggum, were in danger and get themselves out with the Ghost.
See, I love this. I love the zero hesitation, just popping the Ghost, getting out of dodge. Almost a huge collapse though. Little Pants was almost there in time to be able to get a flash knock-up onto the Hecarim, but was just out of range and he decided not to pull the trigger.
Well, this is a nice slow burn early start to the game for you, and Little Pants not finding any early aggression with such a dominant bot lane duo. Heathen still looking for potential hooks though, and frankly, from what I've seen of this player, I consider that that is something that will continue happening throughout the game.
Can definitely continue happening, and Heathen is constantly still trying to find hooks in the bot lane despite them playing against Tristana Alistair. He's still trying to find openings where he can.
Leon will take away botside Scuttle. See that there is nothing to be taken away in the opposite jungle. As we see Heathen catching a hook onto Lil Pants. It does briefly stop the recall from Leon, who resumes this one as they realise no fight is breaking out. But Hecarim's finding themselves a top lane Scuttle just to equalise the CS between the junglers early on. Now we can start thinking about potential ganks. Remember, no Ghost available on the Hecarim, so it will be hard to make this pick work. Onto Typical, but taking a lot of aggression. The charge straight through. Typical finding huge damage from the Haymaker, but with the flash away from Victorio, it's Mao who secures first blood.
Typical nearly turning it on its head with a Haymaker, like you said, but it wasn't enough. And first blood picked up by Marwa is absolutely huge. Victorio not dropping any deaths yet.
No, still deathless in this entire series. Certainly something they'll be looking to continue, and if they can, you'd have to think it would mean victory for London. Unfortunately, not able to find the kill on the Wukong, so not able to pick up more than just a long sword there on the back.
Yeah, pretty much fine with that. Able to just pick up a longsword. I would have liked... I don't know how much gold he had, to be honest. I would have liked him to pick up something like a cull, because this lane is going to be quite farm intense. Obviously, they're going to be trading here and there where they can. It's also why Set has just picked up another Doran's Blade, so he can have a little bit more trading power. And it's going to be able to sustain him just fine. Udyr pretty much spotted out in that bot side, though, and they're going to try back away from this.
One thing that we've seen coming out of this Hecarim here that we didn't really see out of the Skarner, and it's unsurprising when you consider how the two champions work out, is the early ganks coming through from the Hecarim here. Obviously, Skarner has to wait for Impale, as we see typical Amara might be about to butt heads in the jungle, and Articuno here on a little bit low health as well. Typical just charged out by Amara.
And I
Teleport.
Oh,
Victoria looking to flank around with this one. Typical does still have the flash available, has got Kurosh coming around with the command protect available too. Teleport burned out of Victoria, but they're still going to have good lane pressure.
Definitely still going to have lane pressure, and I like what Marwa was doing there, sitting in the bush, trying to disable any dive from happening onto Articuno, which would have pretty much shut him out of this lane. So really well telegraphed.
Solo kill. So, while all that was happening, we just saw a Mountain Dragon secured by Leon and a kill secured by Kurosh. He flashes, he gets the kill on the back of a shockwave onto Articuno.
Yeah, I said about shut out of this lane, and then Kurosh just says, we're having none of that, and just shuts down Articuno entirely. 23 CS to 48. Kurosh
Massive.
is dominating in that mid side.
And that's a level 7 up against a level, well, up until the moment I started speaking, it was a level 5. It is now a level 6, but that sort of 1.5 level advantage for the Orianna, absolutely massive, and making that kill pay off. One of the few times where you really can find that pick on Articuno before the ultimate does kick in.
Oh, you already know Kurosh is mad after game 1. He ain't having none of these mistakes. He came out and just said, I've had enough of this. And pretty much obliterated Articuno. how big that CS lead is. It's insane how he's got that far ahead already, and he's back in time to catch this wave and just keep building on that lead.
That's kind of disgusting, to be honest. Crush with a huge lead. Up on the top side, we do see a 10 CS advantage for Victorio. Of course, got the assist as well when we saw that kill picked up by Mao for First Blood. On the back of First Blood and that good CS from Victorio, there is a 300 gold lead for London United, but that is not a huge lead at all, especially considering they lost out on the first Dragon, something they had a monopoly on in the last game.
They had a monopoly on, indeed. That is the best way ever to explain that. I've never heard that said by any caster, so that got me quite good. Now on the top side, trying to make a play here, which is the right timing because Set's trying to go aggressive, but this is telegraphed. Leon is here in the right time.
Mao gets spotted out. Leon does not. Typical with the old bop from the showstopper. Finds the haymaker. Victoria with the second part of the cyclone getting damage onto Leon, forcing the flash out of the Udyr. Here comes Little Pants with a stun connecting. Victoria finds his first death of the series, and Mao will fall as well despite the ghost being propped. Correct me if I'm wrong. Marwa, you absolute god. How do you live?
Are we going to have a game of this again? Are we going to have a game of people escaping on 1 HP again?
That was Luda.
That is insane that happens again, but Demise this time making that fight work. Little Pants, I told you, this man, he will go anywhere he pleases.
You called it the first game.
Side.
You called it.
I called it, yeah. This is why I love casting this support. Little Pants is crazy, and I love the fact that he's always roaming regardless of what's going on in the map. His AD carry could be being punished, he's roaming still.
Mao may have survived, but the pressure gained by Leon does lead to a second successive objective going over to Demise. They find themselves the Herald at the 8-minute mark. Heathen with a bit of a roam just to give support to Articuno, who is still suffering under the oppression coming through from Kurosh.
Yeah, still struggling from Kurosh. Kurosh is building an even bigger lead. This is just amazing just to watch. Just every time you glance over, Kurosh has an even bigger lead, and it's just pushing more and more ways into Zillion, denying him any farm and also trading with him at the same point. Kurosh is showing why he is considered one of the best mids in this league.
One person I want to give a huge amount of credit to in this game, someone who we saw popping off near the end of last game, is the person who the camera has panned over right now, and that is Kum, who is keeping just about even in CS with the Tristan, despite the aggression we know that Fuyu and Little Pants can put out. Admittedly, Little Pants has roamed a lot, so maybe a bit of extra free time, but even so, pretty decent for the Kaiser to be even at this point.
Yeah, that's for sure. But at the same point, Demise have been able to take a lot more off this, despite the CS being even. Little Pants has just been constantly roaming, trying to make plays happen, while Heathen has been stuck in lane here.
Well, we see Victorio trading yet again up on top side. Facebreaker pulling the Wukong back, but immediately charging straight in. The Phage putting the aggression down onto Typical, but now having picked up that Woodman's Mail, we do see that Set is a lot happier in these trades.
I have to correct you on that one. We have the Bramble Vest.
Yes.
That's the one. So denying any extra healing coming through from the Conqueror. I like this pickup. It's definitely going to help him a lot more in these trades with Wukong, and going to be able to sustain, obviously, just as well, picking up that extra armor, just making him that much more tankier.
Yeah, thank you for correcting me on that one. Usually it's me who has to correct my colour casters, but that's because I cast a lot with Nymera, and he doesn't have eyes, so it is tough for him, bless his heart. Second dragon of the game will be spawning in 20 seconds time. Does look like yet again the early game team Demise should have full prio going into this one.
Something we didn't actually talk about as well, we have double TP in both lanes. There is a play on top side. Marwa
going really aggressive, but all this is doing is just immediately ceding complete control of the Dragon Pit over to Udyr, not even picking up a kill in response. Victoria doesn't look like they'll be even able to get a turret plate, and it feels like Demise are just finding all the right rotations, much like they did in Game 1 in the early.
That was more of a question mark play for me, to be honest, because nothing was going to happen of that. Look how far away Victoria was. There was no chance Victoria could even close that gap. It was just pulled the trigger way too soon. Victoria nowhere near. And they're going to lose a dragon for free off this.
If it had been the Scala from last game with Impale, maybe I understand that play with Typical not having the flash available, but as you say, just didn't seem like a huge amount of point to this one, but pressure was gained, but on the top side pressure was lost as Victorio gets taken out in the 1v1. No one's singing anymore apart from Typical. Marwa trying to follow this one up, immediately goes in with the Ghost, but Articuno is completely caught out, not even able to ult themselves in the mid lane. Typical trying to duke it out with the Hecarim, but losing out, getting shut down by Marwa, but overall it's 2 for 1 across the map in favour of DMSA.
Demise coming out on top with that, and even a Herald popped in that mid lane. Snowball at Orianna is what they're saying this game. And Little Pants with that huge roam mid again. Little Pants just can't be beaten on his roams.
Meanwhile, down on bot side, we've got some huge aggression. Kum and the Heathen diving onto Fuyu, and Little Pants going so obscenely aggressive. And we do see Kurosh circling as well. Uda will be coming through the jungle looking to cut off opposition. Teleport even being channeled by Typical. It's going to be Leon who's able to find out the Heathen as Kum runs straight into trouble, and Fuyu finds their first kill of the game onto the opposition ADC. Heathen now left running for the safety of the Wukong. However, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get there in time. Kurosh trying to get in range for the command distance, but it's not going to work out as the speed up comes through from old Zillion.
This game is definitely going to be a really hard game for London United to do much. So far, Demise Academy are the ones making all the plays, and every time London United make a play, Demise are already there to counter it.
Pre-14 minutes, we're going to see this outer turret destroyed. This, of course, was the only outer turret we didn't see destroyed in the early stages of the last game. We had the 10 turret plates being taken. Marl going aggressive, we're getting immediately headbutt pulverized, taking a lot of damage. Marl there with a bit of a speed up, not having to burn the ultimate, but aggressive plays from there, Karim. But yeah, basically, this was the only turret we didn't see destroyed last time. It shows just how different the game Articuno and Kurosh are having this time round.
And what a turret to be opening, especially mid lane tower, opening up more of the map. And if we've already had a story of what's been going on, how many roams have you seen from Little Pants? I think there's been about 5, 6, maybe 7. And opening that mid tower just says, you are not safe from this Alistair. He could be behind you within seconds without you knowing. So you really need to get them wards down.
So I could be completely wrong, and it's entirely possible that it was always the plan to have the Gragas support last time round, but I feel like maybe the Gragas was going to go topside until they saw the Wukong and change things around, wanting the Mordekaisers to play into it, and that maybe Little Pants wasn't ever meant to play that Gragas, because they feel so much more confident on this Alistair, which for me would have made so much more sense in the last composition.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think that probably was the plan. I think the Gragas was just a flex, and then they had to throw it towards support because they didn't want to play the Wukong Gragas matchup. But even then, it didn't matter last game because the Wukong took over. But this time round, Typical is having a stronger game on this set. Obviously finding that solo kill and is 2-0.
Our first few mythics starting to come up onto the board. Crucially, that Luden's Echo for Orianna, the highest CS in the game, and the mythic on top of it as well. Tier will be fully stacked very, very shortly to go towards that Archangels. Kurosh having a much, much happier time.
Definitely having a much happier time. Marwa's keeping up with this Hecarim though. Oh, he even just slightly missing on that hook, trying to make some stuff happen, but just not connecting with these hooks so far. Marwa is in this bot side. They're looking to throw a lot of resources down here, but there is answers on the way down.
We're past 40 minutes, so turret plating is gone. Doesn't mean this turret falls that little bit easier. Hook is going to go wide. We've got a fight potentially brewing. However, as the Heathen and Kum look like they may have overstayed, they have got the support of Marwa and Articuno. Leon taking a huge amount of damage just from the Zillion bombs as he walks up to try and help this fight.
Yeah, that play is pretty much just dismissed at this point. Trying to make something happen towards that bot side, trying to get Kum some sort of a lead in trying to get a kill onto this Tristana, but nothing comes off this in the end.
30 seconds until the third dragon of the game spawns. This time round it will be a Cloud Soul, so Cloud Dragon available for either of these two teams. Certainly feels that with this 1,500 gold lead, with the aggression we're seeing coming out of Demise, they should be first to the punch on this one.
Can we get a look at the gold chart real fast? Because I'm interested to see. Look at Orianna's gold difference in that mid lane. 2.1k gold. Obviously that's just changed just now, but more or less a 2k gold lead in that mid lane. Absolutely absurd from Kurosh. Kurosh is building an even bigger lead.
Interestingly though, on the back of 2 kills and a 30 CS lead, we do see that big 1,000 gold lead going over to Marwa on the Hecarim as well. There have been a couple of questionable plays that have started up from this Hecarim, but even so, Marwa doing pretty well to keep themselves really relevant in this game, have a 2-level advantage coming into this Dragon, so if it comes down to a smite situation, you can only see Marwa winning, and it does look like Demise are seeding this one over. They try to find the catch onto Victorio, who was roaming through. He's able to not only have his team take the Dragon, but also get out to safety courtesy of a clone.
Getting out to safety, they need to be able to get out of this jungle, but they're just, Demise is just gonna back away, look for a different play. There is something else on the map, and they're walking towards it. They're going for the Herald next.
And, whereas last time we saw these objectives being traded back and forth between teams, Demise have only missed out on that one dragon you just saw being taken. They will almost certainly take this one uncontested over with the Herald, and then they have the opportunity to break down, either put some pressure, more pressure into mid, which is already struggling so hard, or try and take out one of these last standing outer turrets in top or bot.
So still, there is win conditions for London United. There is still a lot of ways they can come back into the game quite strong. And I'm going to hold on for that just for the moment.
Honestly, that hook that we just saw, the death sentence from Heathen, tells such a big story for me, Rail. That's the sort of hook which almost definitely would have been connecting in the last game. And it's not that the Heathen is necessarily playing worse, it's just one of those games. A matter of inches can decide things, and sometimes it's today, sometimes it isn't. And so far for the Heathen, that's been the case in this game.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that's a very good point to be bringing up. It's kind of just a day and night performance. I feel like game one, Heathen was unstoppable, but this time round, the hooks just aren't connecting, and because of that, they're just not being able to make the same plays what they did in game one.
Very, very true. That'll need to change as we get towards the late game, of course. Thinking back to the last game, we were in this position, and in fact, even in a greater position of dominance for Demise, coming towards the 20-minute mark. We were getting around about 3,000, 4,000 gold lead, whereas here it's only 1,500. And in that game, we saw London come back, and they've still got what I would argue to be a better scaling composition behind them here as well.
And this is what I mean by the no means out of this game.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Shutting down someone like Kurush, it's just going to give them so much gold back into their pocket. And if you shut down him, especially out of all people, that's going to narrow down the lead he has on the likes of Articuno. And what I was going to say earlier, there's still avenues back in the game for London United.
Undoubtedly, yeah.
Have a lot of AoE in their comp. They still have a lot of CC, especially with the double Zillion bomb, with the Wukong as well. There's still a lot of ways they have to fight this game. So we need to see how they're going to try enable that, how they're going to try get to that point, because they are picking up TS, they are getting gold, which is completely fine for them right now.
And thinking back to that first game, one of the most interesting fights for me was when we saw the Baron being secured by Demise. Secured so incredibly fast with Mara unable to get into the pit and steal that one away. But on the back of it, London pick up 2 kills and actually find a push all of their own. It's probably the moment where they took over the game, and it was from an overstep from Demise, committing to the Baron and then losing members on the back of it. Maybe they're just waiting for that same sort of error, or where they can take these team fights.
To be honest, this is what I like about London United right now. They're not trying to force stuff happen. They're not trying to make these over-aggressive plays where they're going to lose more than what they're going to gain. And because of that, the gold lead isn't being pushed too far. It's at a stage where they can still reach it.
They certainly can. Victorio is being collapsed on, however. Fuyu, Little Pants, Leon looking to make this one happen. Headbutt knocks Victoria away from the safety of their turret. They throw down the Cyclone, but now they are running far from home. But while they do, look what's happening on the other side of the map. Marwa and the crew are starting up the Baron. Victorio is buying time. Victorio almost certainly is dead to rights for probably the third time in this game. But while that's happening, Baron is being shredded through. It's already lost 4,000 health. The question is, how quickly can Demise respond to this one? Typical is coming, but the hook connects, and immediately the killer instinct comes through, and the shutdown onto Kurush. Typical now left without a friend to turn to, and while the Baron has been stopped yet again, 2 fast kills picked up. No, only 1 fast kill. Typical lives, and here comes Little Pants. Here comes Leon. Here comes Fuyu. The cavalry's arrived. Marwa has the ultimate on them from Zillion. Is able to survive for a little while, but Heathen has to flash away with so much damage being put down on top of them. Little Pants goes aggressive again with the headbutt pulverized, but it's going to be Marwa who is able to pick up the kill onto Udyr on the back of a perfect death sentence from the Heathen. This game just kicked off. The teleport comes in, and now his Little Pants is in danger. Typical has also teleported in, has rejoined the fight, but is on the wrong side of it. Little Pants trying to get safety. Fuyu with the buster shot, not quite able to finish off Articuno. The death sentence connects. Fuyu dies. Madness on the rift.
Madness on the rift is the best way to explain it. He even turns on his game, turns on his screen. He even just went off with his hooks, landing hook after hook after hook. He caught Oriana. He caught Set. He caught he caught Fuyu. He's just been hitting absolutely everyone from this point onwards, and you said it. They're trying to force the error with Demise. They're trying to force the play. They bought enough time with Victorio, and now turning towards the Baron, but it's taken a while.
5 minutes ago, Heathen couldn't catch a cold. All of a sudden, he catches everyone. This Baron's down to 2,500 health. It's still being shredded through, but there's mixed targets coming through. Victoria's going to get picked off. Kurosh is able to secure this one, and we're seeing Udyr steal the Baron away for Demise. And now the fight is going very much in favour of the team who have just secured the big old purple buff. Recall's going to come through, and Kum should have kept the recall going because Typical wasn't quite finding them out. Now Kurosh still looking for the Kaiser, not quite going to find them, but the recall's cancelled. Kum wants the kill, but throws out the plasma the wrong way! Tries to get the Acathian rain down, but Kurosh is able to find a killing spree on the back of yet more madness. What is this game, Rail?
Why did he cancel his recall?
Why?
To put a ward down, he would have been
Twice!
out. But nevertheless, Demise take the Baron. They take the fight in the end. After all that madness, they actually come out on top, which is surprising. It's surprising for the fact that London took the fight so well at the start. It looked like it was going well, but they didn't have enough damage for the Baron, and it showed.
Rel, I want to ask you a question. It's in all caps in Twitch chat, and I'm going to ask it in all caps. Why would they coin flip that lol?
Yeah, why would they? Like, London have been making good decisions till that point. They've actually been stalling fights, not been taking fights, and then they just coin flip the Baron when they can just keep fighting instead. And the coin flip just turns onto heads and just says, you know what, it's Demise this game, and Demise take the Baron.
I can't see it exactly at the moment because we've got a grey screen of death for Marwa as we have a sepia screen on the Rift, and we'll sort out this pause just as quickly as we can. But I'm pretty confident, based on how the game's been going, that Leon would have had at least a 1 level advantage. Sorry, Marwa would have had at least a 1 level advantage over Leon coming into that. And yet the Smite fight in the middle of that coin-flipped Baron still goes over to the Udyr from Demise. Like, so many questions. An incredible fight, incredible plays from Heathen, taking away so many lives from Demise. But then London, they go for the most questionable of plays. It does not come up their way this time.
It's just so confusing for me, for the fact that, like I said, London were making good decisions till that point. They forced the error. They made them chase Wukong for so long that they bought so much time on the Baron. And by the time the two TPs came through, they caught Orianna, they caught Set, which narrowly escaped with his life, but Set bought that much time that his team arrived. But even then, they caught Fuyu. It should be clean from that point onwards, but they just don't have the damage to keep going. Instead, they flip the Baron, like we said, and they lose it. This can be almost game losing for them, because it's very, very hard for them to come back into the game from that point.
The game's gone very Dickensian as well, in the fact that it has very much been a tale of two mid laners. Game number 1, Articuno took things over on the Corki, this time very much playing a supportive role on the Zillion and not having the happiest times of it as well. Over on the other side, last time round things did not go well for an AD Twisted Fate being played by Kurosh. This time, the Orianna, oh my word.
Yeah, and I think it's also a story for Little Pants. Little Pants has done so much on this Alistar throughout the game. Early game, top lane, mid lane, everywhere pretty much. You cannot stop this man. His roams are so good. And this is what I mean. I love to cast this man because he's always playing these aggressive champions. He's always making these aggressive plays no matter what time in the game. Even in that Baron, he's making the aggressive plays, forcing the errors. Little Pants is just having a huge game this time around.
Huge game indeed. What's going to happen next when we get back into the game? We've just seen a third dragon be secured by Demise just before that pause comes through, so they're now up to Soul Point. We've just seen Baron secured. I do believe the Baron buff will be on all 5 members of Demise. London right now, they'd played such a patient game until what seemed like just the right moment where they found an incredible fight and looked like they'd swung the game almost in their favour. But then it just swung straight back again. That was like a fizz bouncing on and off its trident.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it as well. At this point, Demise can honestly just group and force, because I don't think they have any answer into how they can stop them. I don't think London United are going to be that confident walking up with Orianna just standing and saying, okay, you want to step up? You're getting shockwaved.
Important question, Rel. Are my Twitch channel points safe?
I think your Twitch channel points are safe at this point. I think it's very hard to do much into the likes of Demise. If you're diving into their comp, they're going to front to back. or Tristana's going to bust a shot you back into your own team, which is more than fine, and then the re-engage happens from Little Pants with the Orianna, that will spell game. I feel like at this point it's very, very hard for London United to stop the siege of Demise.
Well, we will find out whether they're able to stop that siege, able to turn this game around like they turned game one as soon as we're able to jump back onto the Rift. While we wait for that game to unpause, I will remind you that we've got a couple more great games coming today in this playoff stage here at the UKEL Spring Split for 2021. Our next game, we will see Viperio going up against Hyde, the second and third seeds respectively. The winner of that match will face the winner of this particular matchup in some of tomorrow's games. The losers of these two games that you can see on the top part of your screen, they'll go down onto the double elimination loser side of the bracket, where we already see Nerd Rage and Lucendi, who themselves will be facing off this evening.
If this is the type of game we're getting with just this series alone, I'm so excited for Viperia Hive. I want to see a banger of a game like these two have been so far. Like game one, London United came up with such a strong performance. Even looked like in the early game they were playing really good in this game, to be honest. But in the end, Demise Academy's early game is just far superior, and we see it. So I want to see another banger of a game from Viperia Hive. And like I said, Hive have been a good team so far. They have been stepping up, despite coming off a loss. I want to see what they can pull out versus Viperia.
We don't get the joy of being on Cast Desk for that particular best of three series. So how about we drop our predictions now? Across the best of three, what are you calling?
You've done this to me now. I didn't want to say it off the bat.
Okay, I'll tell you what. How about we both do it on the count of three. I'll drop mine, you drop yours. Okay. So it's going to be 3, 2, 1, and then after the one we both say it. Okay, you ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Viperio 2-0.
I was going to say 2-1.
Interesting. So you think it's going all the way to 3, but both of us think Viperio have enough to take Hive down. Interesting. Well, how about this one? The game that we're currently on. We both seem to think that Demise are looking good to take it up to 1-1. If that happens, surely they are the huge favourites coming into the third game.
Yeah, definitely. I think they should be the huge favourites if they come off this. And to be honest, if London win this, it's just such a big statement. Obviously, it isn't too far out of the reach. The gold lead is 4k right now, but that can be narrowed down. There is a bounty on the board, which is the likes of Kurosh, but Kurosh has been positioning really good, so it's going to be hard to get to him, but catching out Kurosh can definitely narrow down that gold lead alone.
Interestingly, Supportal Combat has not led to the deaths of either of these players just yet. Both the Heathen and Little Pants finding some amazing plays, especially Little Pants in this particular game. But neither of them haven't given up their lives for the plays just yet. And you have to think that with Little Pants having that ultimate, that unbreakable will to keep them healthy, they're certainly the less likely to die in future situations. Marwell, however, very, very likely to get caught out, immediately trying to get out, trying to charge, but going straight into Leon. Throws down the Onslaught of Shadows and gets to the safety of the turret. But while this is happening, Kurosh is continuing to push in mid. We're going to see the Flare, the Death Sentence in the box, all put down by Heathen, but the immediate return come through from the Shockwave, shredding through the health bars of the Thresh, who almost loses their Deathless record.
Almost loses their health there, right there. Almost caught up with a Shockwave. Marwa forced to use the Onslaught of Shadows defensively is absolutely huge. That's another engaged tool taken away. He even had to go base as well, so they're just losing towers at this point. And like I said, very hard for them to deal with the Siege of Demise, just escorting their minions in.
My eyes might have deceived me, but I think I just saw a Serpent's Thang in Kaiser's inventory. What do we think of that one?
You have indeed. The shield break on Kaiser is decent. I still would have just liked the Collector. I understand it, because you're going to disable Udyr's shield, you're going to disable Set's W shield, so you're going to make Set a lot squishier, which people underestimate the value of that. Like, for example, Rel is the best way to explain it. If Rel breaks Set W, Set dies so fast. Not having that big shield, he dies so fast. So, disabling Set's shield is good. But do I think it's a great purchase as a second item? Probably not. I'd rather see the Collector, just because of how well Kun Kun played around it with Game 1, but this is a different story in Game 2.
I think that's my problem as well when I think about it, and I could very easily be proved wrong by players who certainly are much better on the Rift than I am. However, I think back to what started to go well near the end of that last game, and it was seeing Kun Kun go to something along the lines of an 8-2-8 scoreline, building up these offensive items. I feel like the damage is lacking. Even seeing the Acathian Rain, we saw it rip through into the Udyr, and Leon just barely lose any of their health, especially with the shield already up, regardless of the Serpent's Fang there to rip through it. So I have question marks as regards to that one, and I also have question marks as to where the remaining damage is going to go through. Victorio is not having the game that they had last time. Articuno is now not playing on the Corki, instead on the Zillion, which is essentially support. Of course, Heathen's not going to put down damage, and while Moa is running this 4-1 and 0 scoreline, it's still essentially a tank Hecarim.
I still can't help but feel I would have liked to seen the Lord Dominance regards. I would have liked to seen that second item. Like you said, the Acathian Rain has really not been doing much to Udyr at all. You have another HP target in set. I just feel like it makes more value here, and it could be a difference maker. It honestly could, because like you said, we are lacking damage from London United right now. They're trying to get towards their items, but Wukong has hit a good power spike now with the Sterit's Gauge being completed.
That's true. Well, if I could ask you a question, because I mean, apologies if I don't understand it correctly, but Serpent's Fang is not an item that I've seen picked up a huge amount of times. Is it like the Relq in that it completely disables shields, or does it just remove like part of them? I thought it was just like a small amount of shred onto a shielded.
It reduces any shield by a certain percentage. And,
okay. So it's not a complete takeaway of, let's say, the Haymaker shield.
No, it's
okay.
It reduces shield by 25%.
Oh, the bird does not want to be there. They get completely flipped on their head. They're able to get the ultimate down onto themselves, but it is indeed going to be another kill going over to Fu, who's now 3-1 and 0. Sorry, back to you on the Serpent's Fang.
That's all good. Articuno being caught out there, out of position, and that just removes some of their wave clear, so they can just look on this tower now, and it's going to be very hard to stop them. They're going to look for that inhibitor.
I mean, the recall's only just coming through. Inhibitor already down to half health. There seems nothing that Heathen can do to make it work. However, he lands a death sentence through the goalpost and does manage to find a good amount of damage onto Fuyu. In comes the Killer Instinct, and Moa finds a kill onto Tristan. Now, the teleport having come in, Leon, Little Pants, and Typical try and do everything they can, but they are fighting something of a losing battle. Flash forward, double Cyclone onto Leon, who gives up their life as Sacrificial Bear as the Udyr tries to get some more damage onto Inhibitor. Inhibitor will not fall. This is just as a dragon is spawning as well. This would have been an almost certain soul going over to Demise. Instead, they lose their jungler in the opposition base, but Leon is playing his best Trick 2G impression, trying to run down the gates, and Marwa gives up their life to Oriana, who tried to go too near the dragon.
And this is the scary thing. You face check Kurush obliterates you, and that's
Little Pants!
Look at engage.
Headbutt, pulverize, and Victorio is trying to get the damage down before this ultimate times out. Zillion ult does not save the day. Little Pants still lives, even goes narrowly wide with the death sentence. Kurush putting down such significant damage.
Little Pants solo nano has to go to the base. See, the good thing for London United, the delayed death on Leon just disables the spawn for so long now, but they're still going to pick up that dragon because they are not healthy enough to walk in there. So far, Fuyu keeps getting caught by hooks in both series. Unfortunately, Fuyu just loves eating these hooks and just can't get out of the way of them. He even threads the needle straight through two beefy targets, I should say, and finds Fuyu, but it doesn't matter at this point. They have the dragon and they're looking towards getting Baron. They got the soul point with that dragon as well.
I don't know if you can quite hear it through the background of my mic, but an absolutely massive hailstorm has just started where I'm living. And there's a storm of all sorts of other qualities going on right now as Demise find themselves a 6,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. This time they're taking their early gold lead. They have pressurised well. Hook is going to connect on Typical. The box gets put down as well. We see the Acathian Rain finding the shred, but flash away from Typical is enough to keep them alive.
A lot of credit for both supports in this series. Both supports have been playing really, really well. Both Little Pants and Heathen both showing that they are very, very strong supports and showing different values to why. And the vision game from Demise is almost always perfect. So far, London United have done a good job on trying to keep up with this vision and trying to keep up with any plays happening. Kurush, so far this game, has been a standout performance. No one can stop this man. He's died once, which was literally from Heathen's hook. Other than that, Kurush has been more or less hard carrying this game, built up a massive lead in mid, and has snowballed that lead into this game.
I like what the Twisted Fate did near the beginning of the last game, finding the picks, helping get Fuyu going on the Vayne. However, I think we both felt that it's something of a sort of fell off a cliff a little bit coming towards the late game. This game, Orianna has been dominant in so many fights. Typical, trying to find the catch onto the Zillion, forcing the flash, who does flash into a wall as the showstopper face breaker pull together multiple targets. Victoria trying to do things on the backside, but Fuyu finds the good damage. Rocket jumps over the wall. Typical, still alive despite having been shredded through by the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa will get resurrected, but is going to have so many tanky targets immediately on top of them. Lantern able to pull back the ADC of London away from certain demise, and it is going to be somehow a none-for-none trade in the jungle, but the inhibitor turret might not be so lucky.
Yeah, the inhibitor turret will get absolutely demolished here. Tristana's still alive, so you mean that tower is going to die. They take that tower, opening up the base, and that's about all they're going to grab here for now.
Crucially, despite having secured that Baron, all Demise do is expose two inhibitors, and not cracking the base anymore, not getting those super minions does make life a little easier for London, coming towards two huge objectives in 3.5 minutes time. The Baron will respawn, Elder will spawn.
See, the thing here, Greyheart, sorry, I said Grey Yacht. I don't even know what I'm saying.
I've been called worse, don't worry about it, Rail.
I'll hold on for that moment because they're trying to find the engage and they found it!
Huge shockwave, and Typical finds the kill onto Articuno. Courage finds the kill onto the Thresh, who finds their first death of the game. Little Pants still deathless, still running amok, and Victoria has absolutely nothing they can do to stop Fuyu picking up a double kill. And with two exposed inhibitors, they certainly will not be exposed for very long. They'll be destroyed. Two inhibitors look certain to fall, and with the poor positioning coming out of Kumkum, it looks like the Zoners will only delay the inevitable. Buster Shot actually can take Kumkum out to safety momentarily. However, they will lose out on not only their inhibitor, but also their base as well. 25-second death time. Is this going to be enough for Demise to level up this series? One apiece with London. We're going to game 3. It's going to be a cracker.
And that's exactly what we wanted, to be honest. We wanted a game 3, so we're on to a banger series. And what a bounce back from Demise. There's a lot to talk about from that game, and especially
so much.
Just Kurosh. Just put this man on normal picks. Don't play no ADTF. Look at what this man just did. This man had a 40 CS lead at nearly 8 minutes in the game. This man was unstoppable. And at every point, no one could get to him to kill him. No one could stop him. He was constantly putting out damage. And Kurosh and Little Pants, just combination in this game was absolutely absurd and so hard to deal with. And just that last initial engage, the stride breaker from Set into Kurosh's damage, just sold the game and just said, okay, it's over.
What a difference a game makes, and we are tied up at 1 apiece in this terrific series in our first game here at the UKEL Spring Split 2021 playoffs. Question is coming into the final game of this best of 3. Who's going to be taking the big W that means they continue on the top side of our double elimination bracket? It was a game very similar in certain ways to the first game, but there was one, for me, game-changing moment in this one, Rail. We saw the patience from London. We saw them get the pick that led up to the Baron, but this time, as the Baron goes down, things don't go their way.
Yeah, this time they weren't able to capitalize too much on the Baron. Like we said, they lacked the damage and just couldn't make enough happen. And by the time they looked close to finishing it, they flipped the Baron and it cost them. It more or less cost them the game, and from that point onwards, Demise just did not slow down. And I think what I liked, this is the thing I wanted to touch upon. Taking inhibitors sometimes is a big bait, and I'll tell you why. Because there was no objectives up for like 3.5 minutes. Both Elder and Baron both weren't up for a while. So if they didn't find that last engage, the game is still stalled. So you don't want to be giving the enemy more gold by taking an inhibitor, and that's what they did. But at the point. Yep. Set just found the perfect engage. They caught Articuno, which just says, okay, your wave clear's gone, this game's over.
Yeah, and the game was indeed over. We will be bringing you at the third game in its entirety, along with 2 more fantastic best of 3 series from our playoffs today. However, we are going to take ourselves just a small break now to prep ourselves for what, if based on 2 games we've had already, could well be a monstrous climax to this series. Stick around and we'll see you soon. The first best of 3 series of the UKEL Spring 2021 Spring Split Playoffs is balanced on a knife edge. 1 game apiece between Demise and London United. I'm Stanley Greyheart Barker coming into this final game with Marcus Rell Sampson.
And after that game, I had to go wash my hands from the dirty performance from Kurosh, just pretty much disabling the mid laner from playing the entire game. And even Little Pants as well. I feel like Little Pants and Kurosh contribution in that game was absolutely huge. Both of them just making play after play happen for their team. Definitely some changes need to come out because Demise looked dominant in that game. They dropped a few kills, but it didn't really look like a point where Demise were ever out of the game. Didn't look like a point where Demise were ever going to struggle.
I've seen some messages, people who are tuning in hoping to see the beginning of the next best of 3 series, which I believe is Lucendi and Viperio. So that one will come after this best of 3 is completed, so do stick around for that one because it will be good as well. But right now we are straight into the action, and for the 3rd time in succession we are going to see Demise taking blue side.
Just gotta correct you real fast, Greyheart. I'm sorry to do this. You said Lucendi, it is Lucent versus Viperio. Obviously, no longer Hive, so new name for them. Just so you know.
You're absolutely right. I was close, but
Close.
not quite close enough. What we're seeing is some similar bans to the last time around. The Nautilus banned first for the 3rd game in a row by Demise. This time, however, banning the Skarner second.
So far, we've had a series of if you pick Hecarim, you lose. So it'll be interesting to see if Hecarim actually does get drafted here. Just really hasn't been a good pick so far in both these games. The Hecarim just hasn't made enough happen, just hasn't been as effective as you would expect the pick to be with how strong he is.
And we're seeing the Corki early banned away from Articuno here. We were talking basically all last game about how the Zillion just wasn't as impactful as the Corki was. I think even though Mal was solid on the Hecarim, the same is probably true for the impact that the Heck had over the Skarner too. In fact, one of the things I didn't like in the last draft was that we saw the Udyr being left open last time around. It's being left open again, and I'm kind of expecting just to see it insta-locked here for Demise.
See, this time, please just pick Jarvan. Don't pick Hecarim. Hecarim just wasn't effective. I feel like the Jarvan... Please don't do this to me. Don't. I just don't... don't want to see it
I have
again.
a feeling that I'm just going to see just a chair in that screen in just a minute as Rail just leaves the stream if the Hecarim gets locked in.
I feel like it is just going to get locked in. I feel like there's just probably more practiced on it, which is just sad. For me, it's just sad. I feel like Jarvan just fits them better here, but maybe this time they commit to Hecarim work? Question mark? So far, Hecarim's just been at L in this entire series.
It looks like they've decided the thing that was the problem in the last game wasn't necessarily the Hecarim, which again had a pretty reasonable scoreline in that game, but maybe it was the Kai'Sa, as we're seeing a change from the Kai'Sa over to the Senna this time around. We have seen some interesting pairings, not only in the UKEL, but also in things like the LEC as well, of what the Senna can play alongside. Let's see what we get this time. It could well be paired with the Thresh, because Heathen has been pretty amazing on that so far today.
To be honest, I was ready to tilt, because if they R2'd Ezreal, you know Kai'Sa Alistar's being locked in, or Kai'Sa Thresh is being locked in, and you're just not going to have a fun time. It would not be okay for you. And so I'm just glad it's not Ezreal R2, because I feel like you'd be trolling in draft. Meanwhile, we're just going to take Kai'Sa and pair it with Little Pants on Alistar again. And Alistar, one of the strongest supports currently, and Little Pants showed why. Able to constantly make them plays happen, able to keep getting around the map. Who cares if you have Senna TK? He's going to be elsewhere.
Little Pants very much one of the stars of the show alongside Kurosh in the last game. However, Heathen himself been playing pretty incredibly, won't have any hook potential this time round. Instead, it's going to be all about those Devours.
And we're seeing similar bans come through from last time. No more Jace, probably a Camille ban again. So we're probably just going to see the same rotation. Wouldn't be surprised to just see the same comp from Demise at this point, just with a Kai'Sa
traded out.
Yeah.
I honestly, I really want to see an Orianna ban right now. I think that's the most important thing that you can take away. It'll mean that you leave the Camille open for the first time in this series.
It has to be.
I'd risk that. Rise. Second game in a row they've banned that Rise.
I understand the Rise. Demise have played Rise a lot in
the Rise
throughout the entire series. Their 1-3-1 with Rise has just been insane. But I feel like you had to probably trade the Jace then and just go Rise Orianna, because you're giving over Alistair Orianna again. Or are you?
You are, unless you first lock it in. The Camille will be available for typical. First time this champion could be picked up for the top laner over on blue side this time round. However, it is going to be Articuno playing Orianna, and frankly, I like this a lot.
I like the Orianna takeaway. It's just whether... It's just what it's going to be playing into, because Kurosh just accumulated
Kurosh wants to go aggressive.
A big lead last time round. This time round on a Cassiopeia. Not as bursty, still has very good DPS, very constant DPS. So again, if they slip at one point, they have a very, very good Baron take with this team, and even some zoning potential with just the Cassio Miasma being able to put down on the ground.
Depending on what our last lock-in is here, there's certainly one champion in particular, partly because it's my favourite champion in the game, that I would like to see a London United lock-in. We'll see what's coming through here. Set. Going to be locked in second game in a row for typical. Happy enough with how that performance went last time. So basically we've had the trade of Tristana into Kai'Sa and Orianna into Cassiopeia over for Demise, our number 1 seeds. London, however, they're turning things on their head quite a lot with 3 new champions coming into this game. I want to see a Shen locked in here.
Yeah, Shen Hecarim would be a really, really good combo for them. But it looks like they're leaning towards other avenues, and I like this. And I'm going to tell you why. And this is probably the reason they don't pick Shen. And I'm going to tell you that as well.
Okay.
So Set is very good into Shen for the fact you can disable him quite well. You can pull him out his... I forgot the name of it. It blocks all attacks. You can pull him out of that and pretty much just fight him at any point. So Set would beat Shen in that regard. But Volibear is so good into Set that you can constantly win the 1v2. You have a very good 2v2 potential here as well. You can actually start the Doran's Ring as well to put down more hurt with the AP damage on Volibear. I like the dive potential. It's just whether they can enable Articuno the same way Demise enabled Kurosh to do so.
That's interesting. I'll be perfectly honest. I don't know a huge amount about the Set Volibear matchup. What is it about this matchup that's so good for the Volley?
Volley is able to out-sustain Set pretty much. So Volley hits his W. That opens him up for the next time his W comes through to heal. Obviously, if you can combo your skills quite easily. You drop the Sky Splitter into your stun, so it's guaranteed to land. And Set's pretty much just going to be standing there, because if he haymakers at any point, Volibear's just free to go all in.
That's an interesting one on the top side of the map. With the drafts completed, however, for the third and final time today, I get to ask you your prediction coming into this crucial deciding game.
I still would go with Demise, just for the fact they've just drafted a similar comp. Obviously substituted the Orianna because they couldn't get it. I still lean towards Demise, just for the fact they're playing something very similar. They played it really well last game. This time round, they just have an Alistair.
If I had nameplates off and I were looking at these two compositions, I honestly believe, especially when I look at potential scaling coming through from the Senna, the safety that can be afforded to it from Tahm Kench, also having that Volibear matchup that you've just explained to me, and I completely now see your point on rail, I think I probably would go towards London United. But because I've just seen the way that Little Pants performed on that Alistar, and they've been able to get their hands on this one again, this is, by the way, a support player who has had 2 or 3 bans on first rotation every single game of this series against them. So I've not been able to get onto maybe their preferred champions, things like, Seraphine, Rel, Karma. Obviously there might be some of those banned towards Kurosh as well. But Little Pants has shown up in such a huge way in the last game that I can't look past them coming into this next one. And I think Demise, they've broken their tiny little loss streak, and now I think they're ready to pretty much club London United over the head, even if they haven't picked up the trundle.
Yeah, the Alistair is just terrifying here. And like you said, last game, standout performance. Played really, really well. Very, very hard to stop him at all. Just made constant roams happen. And I expect the same again, because you're against the Senna Tahm Kench lane. You don't really want to be making plays on them because they're such a safe lane. So you're just going to be roaming again and again. And it's going to be a lot of pressure towards mid and top again.
Well, I'm hearing the screams coming from Twitch chat. They want their predictions enabled. They want to be able to gamble those Twitch channel points on who is going to pick up the win in this final deciding game between Demise and London United. You know what, Twitch chat? I hear you. I won my points back last time, and I'm doubling down. I'm going back on Demise. They did pretty well for me last time round. I reckon I'm going to come out with at least 1,000 points out of this. Absolutely balling.
Let's see if we can actually get an effective use of Hecarim, because so far Early game's been good from all Hecarim's, from both sides, from Demise and London. It's just every time it's transitioned into mid game, both Hecarims have just fell flat, and this is why I didn't want to see Hecarim picked again. But we'll see this time around. Maybe Marwa can actually make this start working, but at the same point, you've just got Demise back on Udyr again. Just something simple, very easy to execute in the way that they played last game. Like, they can enable that Udyr very easily, and they will probably do so again.
I'm glad you touched on the junglers there, El, because actually that was exactly where I wanted to come to next, to start talking about how those two champions can really impact the game. Last time round, we saw a successful early gank coming out of the Hecarim, getting top blood, first blood up in the top lane. Are you expecting to see more of those sort of plays coming out of the Mara, or are we going to see a little bit more of the flash bear slap potential out of Leon?
I expect similar from Marwa, because again, Volley gets ahead in top lane, he's going to start steamrolling top lane, and it's going to get to a point where he's going to be so hard to kill that he can even 1v2 set Udyr, which is ideal. You want him to bring pressure. Picking something like this champion, like a Volley Bear, you want to be able to create pressure. You want to create time for your carries to put down damage. You want people to turn and face you and target you in fights. So I expect the same from Marwa, but I kind of just expect Udyr to be literally where Little Pants is. Wherever Little Pants is roaming, Udyr should just follow him together and just be the gank squad.
Twitch chat, the lovely people over here with our production have heard your pleas. Predictions are enabled. Go start putting your points into which team you think is going to take the win. Things have swung around somewhat dramatically from last time round as I look and see an 88% in favour of Demise on the back of their last win, and I see Rail typing away on his keyboard, making you think he's dropping some points too.
I'm dropping some points, yeah. I didn't last time round just because I was too late. I've cashed in. I feel like I'm just going Demise again because, like I said, same to last comp. Only just substitute the Orianna, but Kurosh had a very aggressive performance. And last time I casted him playing Cassiopeia, he doesn't play TP. He played Ignite last time and First Blooded level 1. Level 1 Cassiopeia First Blood. That says a lot. Usually
onto some of the spells then, I guess.
You'd see it level 2, usually. Just because how aggressive you can be, pretty much spitting down your opponent. So, I'd be excited to see if he goes Ignite again, see if he's going to try to First Blood Articuno, because he really did cut him out there.
Sad news. It's going to be a barrier, I'm afraid. So perhaps not the first blood this time round on the Conqueror Cassiopeia. The game is underway for the third game in a row. Demise start off in the blue fountain, make their way out in a 5-point defensive formation, and it is met immediately by London from red side.
I'm a sad man. I wanted to see Kurosh hyper aggressive, but nonetheless, Conqueror Cassio with barrier has been a staple point for quite a while. Obviously, it just means that you can constantly sustain. Obviously, with the Conqueror being procced, barrier even buying you more time to sustain if you need it. So it's going to disable some of the burst coming out from London United. So it's not the worst thing. And I'm excited to see mid lane just how it's going to go in general. Just from game 1, it was all in Articuno. Game 2, all on Kurosh. I want to see how it's going to pan out this time round.
We saw Typical and Leon doing this in the first game. This time they're not going to sweep out a ward as they go, but they still find a little bit of vision into Marwa's jungle. However, Marwa starting over towards the blue buff this time round won't get spotted out by that vision just yet. One of the things that we hadn't touched on just yet is whether or not we're going to be seeing Kumkum opting into the fasting center or not. Judging by the fact the Spectral Sickle has been picked up, it looks like TK is going to get the lion's share of the farm.
TK will indeed be farming, does have the Guardian, nothing out of the ordinary. With Teleport as well, with Senna having heal. Nothing.
I mean, you essentially get an extra top laner, right?
Yeah, essentially. Volibear does have Conqueror, which is an interesting one. Obviously, this makes sense, you're going to be trading a lot and trying to keep up their Conqueror stats. I do prefer Grasp, personally. I feel like you keep Grasp up constantly and able to proc it more or less twice in your rotation. So, I do prefer Grasp personally, but Conqueror is still going to work nonetheless against Set.
Oh, you know, thinking about a top lane Tahm Kench there just made me sad for a moment. It took me back to the last time I was casting top lane Tahm Kench, and it was that man turned down for Watley playing it. Those are some good old days, I have to say.
Oh, I did not enjoy Tonkin's top at all. It was disgusting. The man would eat you and you'd lose half your HP and you'd be like, hold on a minute, I was winning this trade.
Meanwhile, there were two champions not quite down to half HP, but Victoria and Typical trading yet again. This is something they've been doing across the series.
Yeah, there has been a lot of top lane fights, just in general, a lot of top lane focus as well, from both teams trying to get them ahead. Not really surprising as well, with the champions they have pulled out in all games.
Slow start, however, Kumkum taking a lot of damage on the bottom half of the map. Fuyu able to get their hands on the Kai'Sa for the first time, taking away from Kumkum for the first time this game. But you see just how much healing Kumkum gets, not only from throwing down from the Q, but also obviously the healing out of the Spectral Circle.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how much damage they actually put down on Kumkum quite early. Obviously, we weren't able to see what happened, but Kumkum got so much... got chunked, I should say. Demise Academy providing that pressure for their jungler to take the scuttle as well and possibly invade.
Meanwhile, Marwa found the first blood on top side last time, looking to try and do the same again. That engage from Leon, that invade from Leon does look like it'll lead to a flash. Bear slap onto Articuno, who flashes in response.
Yeah, having to use flash, but look who's here. Little Pants roams again.
It's the return of Little Pants. It's the death of Articuno. It's first blood coming in for Kurosh.
And they learned
not
what
quite
happened.
level 1 though, Rail.
Not quite level 1. They learned what happened from game 2. What happens when you get Kurosh ahead? This man does not slow down, and already building an early lead, they're getting that early kill and building up on that CS.
Building it up indeed. We saw a monstrous lead for the Orianna over the Zilean last time round. I don't expect quite the same thing from the Cassiopeia into the Orianna, but nonetheless a great start. Double amplifying tome on top of that tier that is stacking. Marwa now looking to try and close down onto Typical. Burns the Ghost, tries to find aggression, but Leon is here. This is a dive between turrets, and Victoria is here for safety of Marwa, but there is no safety to be found, as it is going to be the Bear Man yet again looking to lock down the opposition. Kurosh flashing in, throwing down the petrifying gaze, meaning there's no way to flash over the wall, courtesy of what was of course not a petrifying gaze, as there's no level 6. It was instead that miasma.
Really good use of both flashes there for Demise as well. The flash to miasma, the volley, so he couldn't flash over, and then a flash from Set to pull volley back in so he couldn't flash over either, was absolutely huge to stop him. And they've already built a 3-kill lead with 8.8k gold to 7.1k.
Yeah, they do find themselves a Dragon Respond do London United. However, it feels like all of the bad things that were happening near the end of the last game seem to have started afresh in this third and deciding game of the series. Already that 2,000 gold lead. Yes, a Dragon in response, but it is scant consolation at this point.
Yeah, it's just pretty much like you said, just consolation, just trying to pick up what else they can at this point. Volley Bear back to lane, extra Doran's ring and boots in tow. Set is going to be going to base now, just going to cash in on his items.
And yet again, Little Pants is not in the bot lane, clearing vision out on the bottom half. River is just going to continue to try and find these roams, already finding one, working out brilliantly for his team.
I don't think I've seen a better Roman support in a time, to be honest. Like, Little Pants has just been that good with his roams that he's always back in time for bot lane. He doesn't fall behind on XP, and he'll always be roaming mid, top, jungle, wherever you need him to be.
Oh, meanwhile, over on top side, we've seen the double Doran's ring pick up for the Volley Bear, but it's already an Executioner's calling over to Typical. There could be a fighter brewing here on the bot side. It thought that London United had found the pick, but instead they are the ones who look like they're about to get picked off. The Shroud comes through, Kumkum flashes away, leaving their support for dead. Tom Kenj gobbles up the Kai'Sa, but it's only delaying tactics coming in. Fuyu finding their first kill of the game.
And you'd think this lane would be untouchable with Senna TK. They end up taking down TK. They just say, okay, we'll take what we can get. If TK's going to step up, we're going to take him. We're going to take your jungle. And we're going to take whatever else we can find. And what this means is Cassiopeia is going to have a blue buff. She is going to have fun now.
Certainly is fun. Might not be the case, however, for Typical. Doesn't have Flash available. Hasn't got the support they had last time round. May well find themselves being dove. But yet again, here comes the 4-man murder squad. Little Pants, despite the route connecting, still able to find the head. But the pulverized, this time Kumkum and the Heathen are able to get out to safety.
Oh, and interesting enough, Leon just says, nah, this is my blue buff, and just takes it away from Cassiopeia. Which is sad. Cassiopeia would love that blue buff, but, you know, she's not going to have it today. tried making that play on bot side, nearly worked, and Hecarim smartly
Mala
deciding not to go for that dive on set.
Mala able to find a blue buff of their own, knowing that their own had been stolen away. Victorio able to find a small CS lead up on the top side, but of course gave away that kill earlier on, which does mean that Victorio is still pretty, the typical, still pretty level in gold.
Still pretty level indeed, and the reason I'm happy Mawa decided not to dive top, set level 6 is so hard to dive, and it becomes increasingly harder throughout the game. And talking of trying to dive onto the volley bear, forcing enemies to ult defensively.
Beautiful timing of the jump, and it is Victoria able to get out to safety yet again. Little Pants with the roam, forcing constant pressure for his team. Demise probably able to find a Herald on the back of this one. Oh, here we go again. He bamboozles with the Hex Flash.
Just flexing on us with a Hex Flash, pretty much. Little Pants is everywhere again. Not really a surprise, is it?
Not even a little bit at this point. However, this time, at least London United know where he is. This means they can put aggression down to the bottom half of the map, where we see Senna and Tarmked trying to force Fuyu into losing as much CS as possible, but it's not really working out. Of course, this is one of the difficulties of having that fasting Senna, is trying to make sure that you get even amounts of CS onto your support.
Oh,
now,
no.
typical Leon, Kurosh and Little Pants have got a Clockwork Lady in their sights. They'll settle for now for some turret plating.
And at this point, she can't walk up. Hecarim is nowhere to be seen. They're dropping the Herald. This is pretty much a free first tower. And Little Pants is here again.
Here's Little Pants. He finds the flash. He finds the head, but he finds the pulverize. He forces the flash out. Dawning Shadow comes through, giving a shield over to Articuno. Leon still chasing this one. Marvel's arrived to try and find a kill onto Little Pants, who went too aggressive. Doesn't go deathless this time round. Shockwave is enough to find a kill onto Marvel. It's Leon who secures it in the end. Herald takes away 4 turret plates before the final one is picked up by Kurosh.
And that's only 1 trade kill across the board. That's all they could do. But they got first tower as well. And again, first tower is mid lane again.
It is, and it just shows how much of a difference from the first game has happened. And Kurosh finding... It was almost like a spark was lit underneath them when they saw the corky performance from the first game coming out of Articuno. Full credit to Kurosh, but even more credit to Little Pants, who just seems to be the enabler for this team time and time again.
Yeah, for sure. And why not? Kurosh is probably the best mid laner, like we said, and just keep enabling him and he will keep carrying. On a champion like Cassiopeia as well, if you provide her the chance to front to back, she will just melt anyone in front of her.
Looks more and more likely to be happening, because we have got a 3 and a bit thousand gold lead over to Demise. Second dragon of the game is just spawning. It is Mountain Dragon. Means we'll be seeing Cloud or Infernal Soul this time around, should we get that far.
Yeah, will we get that far is the big question. 10 minutes in the game, 5-1. Both teams are here trying to find what they can. Little Pants is trying to find his little flank there. He is on a ward though, so he is spotted out and spam pinged on the map.
Victoria's still topside. There are 5 members here for Demise, and it looks like London the ones who are being sent scurrying backwards. Little Pants throws out the Hex Flash, finds a little bit of zoning potential. Miasma for Randone just for separation. Demise secured their first dragon of the game long before Victoria is able to join the fray.
And pretty much a free dragon for Demise. There was no point where London United could actually contest that. They couldn't get the position, and Little Pants just constantly threatening to engage. It's just enough to deter them from ever walking up.
It is a very, very scary place to be if you're London United right now. My question is to you, Rail. If you're London, what do you do at this point to stop this game from getting too far out of hand, or is it there already?
Should have banned Alistair. No, I'm memeing. I'm memeing. There is still decent scaling on London United. There is still ways back into the game. Obviously, you have the Senna with infinite scaling. Orianna still with a wombo combo with the likes of Volibear and Hecarim as an option.
Fight brewing.
Which, yep, there is a fight brewing.
Fuyu's so low at the beginning of this one. Teleport will come through. This will be a 4v3. The Onslaught Shadows being put down to Lil Pants. He's sent fleeing the wrong way, straight into the waiting arms of Articuno, who's looking to try and pick up a kill. That is going to be the Hecarim eventually securing their second kill of the game. That's twice now we've seen Mala taking those kills away from Articuno. They'll have to really make this Hecarim pick work out to make that value pay off. Kumkum meanwhile finding routes onto Leon, trying to put pressure down on the bottom half of the map.
Senna is on 47 stacks, make that 48 now. Already getting quite decent stacks already. I would have liked to see Mawa actually gift that kill over to the Oriana or the Senna here to actually hand them some more gold and help them a bit out.
One thing that we are seeing is a slight different build coming out of the Hecarim. We'll touch on that in a minute because Victorio and Typical dueling it out. And here comes Kurosh to throw their hat into the ring as well. Typical looking to try and get a catch onto the big old bear, but having burned the ultimate, Victorio is safe.
Knowing that he had more than one target on the way, he wisely decides to just back away, use his ultimate defensively, and not look aggressive there. Victorio is smart on making that decision, and not wanting to tangle with Kurosh is the right idea.
One of the problems I had in the last game was the real lack of damage that London had outside of the Kaiser, and even the Kaiser going for the Serpent Sand build didn't seem to have that much damage themselves. This time round, not only are we seeing the Oriana instead of a Zillion, but that is a Trinity Force complete on the Hecarim who's picked up the only kills London have to their name and has decided they will be the carry.
And that's also a Divine Thunderer being built on the Volley Bear. So... wow. In terms of tankiness, it's not going to be as much in terms of armor and MR. It's going to be more in terms of HP.
Meanwhile, Kum continuing to stack up. Must be pretty close to that 60 stat mark. I think I see 52 on the bottom corner, so we'll be getting that upgrade to the range very, very shortly. Meanwhile, Little Pants hovering around, seeing if there's any aggression onto Fuyu that they can counterplay.
Yeah, Leon trying to make something happen in the bot side. Being there for the counter gank as always. He's paid a lot of attention towards his bot lane, and rightfully so. He hasn't needed to do anything on the top side. He just farms his camps and moves down towards bot lane and just waiting for any counterplay onto London United.
I'd be interested in your thoughts on this one. Seeing the recall complete from Leon there in Tribush, we're just seeing Kum and the Heathen step forward quite aggressively towards the bot lane of Demise, and there was an opportunity for a wraparound from Leon. Do you think maybe they should have gone for that one?
I don't think it needed to be forced too hard, as well with Udyr having items, and then he's already back on the map. This is Udyr. He's back that fast already, and trying to get into position for the Herald, but it doesn't look like he's going to find any way in. Little Pants is coming up the river, but I think they're just looking to pressure down this mid.
This is interesting with the forfeit of that gank coming through and the recall coming out of Leon. Thought for a moment it was going to be, as you were starting to say, to try and position for this Herald, but the positioning was just better from London as they do find themselves an objective at the near 15-minute mark. There is a little bit of health still remaining on the top lane turret, and I assume that we can see Herald saved for rainier days, maybe in mid.
The thing is as well, this is a 15-minute Herald. This isn't a pre-40-minute Herald, so it's not as much value. Obviously, you're still going to guarantee that you might open up a tower or get some pressure on a side lane. That is guaranteed. Just, it's not as valuable as a pre-14-minute Herald, so dropping it really doesn't mean as much as it would earlier in the game.
Well, I hate to do this to you, but we're at the point of the game where we probably need to start talking about this. In Game 1, we saw a difference like this in favour of Demise. London bounced back, and coming towards the late game, they found the picks they needed as Little Panthers playing with fire a little bit. Game 2, Demise had a similar sort of lead. This time, they translated it into a huge victory, with London only really once ever looking like they were coming back into it. In this game, with slightly different compositions for both teams, and a similar sort of gold lead, do London actually have a pretty good opportunity to get back into this game if they play patiently?
If they play patiently, I think so. But at the same point, last game, it was the exact same scoreline at this point in the game. 5 kills to Demise, 2 to London United.
Oh no.
And just,
oh no.
Little Pants just was the factor in that. He constantly enabled Kurosh to just get further and further ahead. This time, it's not as big as a lead for Kurosh. He's still accumulating a fair, decent lead, nearly a 30 CS advantage. But there is a lot more dangerous targets on the side of London United. There is a lot of dive, which is the main point. We have to be watching their points of entry. Can they get these flanks? Or are they going to keep warding correctly? Because, again, like I said, Demise's ward control has been impeccable.
Well, I just want to take you back a few moments to something that just occurred in mid lane, because it brought a tear to my eye. As this might bring a tear to Fuyu's eye, as he might get gobbled up, flashing away so the third stack doesn't come in. But in charge is Marwa. The Dawning Shadow comes through. Fuyu lives until the Onslaught of Shadows does arrive. Double teleports being channeled, so we'll see both top laners joining this fight. But Typical arrives too late to save Fuyu.
Marwa making his way out through the jungle as well. this was actually really good timing because Kurosh was in base, so there's no actual reply what they could make happen here. Taking down Fuyu is definitely a good way to get back into this.
Articuno takes the wrong path, has to flash over the wall. The Orianna immediately met by a Petrifying Gaze Shockwave in return, but Articuno's not getting out of this three-man squad anytime soon. Demise find themselves their 6th kill of the game, and there was nothing London could do to stop it.
Nothing they can do to stop it at all, and it is, correct me if I'm wrong, it is an Infernal Soul, right, this game?
I believe, yes, it absolutely is, looking at the terrain.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Because we had an Ocean Dragon and a Mountain Dragon secured early on, then first Infernal went over to Demise, and they may well secure themselves a second in another 3 minutes' time. One thing that, sorry, if that's alright, Rail, just to touch on very quickly, as I'm sure everyone out there wants to know what brought a tear to my eye just before that fight broke down, but the Herald that was saved for a rain day was spawned in mid. However, due to the position of it in relation to the minions, it stomped onto minions and was cleared out before even making the charge onto the mid lane turret. If that mid lane turret had been opened up, there's actually a huge amount of extra space that London could have worked with. Instead, they were denied, and as you can see, are still a very healthy turret.
Oh no. Yeah, that is a very sad time for London United, not able to make anything of that Herald. And what I was going to touch upon is, Infernal Soul is one of the scarier souls to actually play against, especially when there already is decent burst coming from Demise. So they really need to be on point with these dragons. They really need to be here on time, because the last thing you want to play against is an Infernal Soul Cassiopeia.
Without a doubt, but if London were able to suddenly find themselves 3 back-to-back dragons and they got Infernal Soul, not only with all the extra damage coming through from each individual dragon, but also Soul on top of it, that would be absolutely massive. So you've got to assume that London need to start contesting. Last time round they were able to play patient, they were able to wait things out. I'm not sure they can afford to do that, especially around dragons anymore.
No, not anymore. It's getting to the point where they need to start taking chances, they need to start taking fights before it gets too late for them, because Cassio is starting to get away with things. Look at her CS, 173 to 139. Nearly has the Seraph's Embrace completed as well. So that's good. Well, does have it completed. Oh my. That is a scary power spike right now.
Huge on top of the Lee Andrews. Meanwhile, you look towards Senna, who of course only has 19 CS to their name due to the fasting Senna we're seeing alongside the Tarm Kench. Not even the Mythic completed. We know just how much work the Rage Blade, the Kraken Slayer can do alongside each other. Obviously not as much as before due to some minor nerfs coming into that one. However, Kraken Slayer now just completed with a minute left until Dragon Spawn.
And 68 souls on that Senna. Senna is getting strong.
12 more is massive, right?
Senna is indeed getting strong, but look at Demise trying to set up that Baron again, getting Vision down already, picking up the Scuttle, and just getting in place to say, if anyone face checks, we're going to engage, and they're looking to find someone.
Little Pants channeling the Hex Flash, deciding not to try and get the pick onto the Heathen, as Kun Kun would have been a preferred target. 40 seconds until the Dragon. The next fight is brewing. I can taste it in the air.
It is indeed brewing. Both teams are trying to find whatever way in they can. There is almost TP up for both top laners. They're both hanging around the bot side. Dragon does spawn in 20 seconds. Talked about London needing to be here earlier, and they're here on time. Just Demise Academy are going to look to push down mid instead. Yeah,
this is going to be a potential force coming through from London as they look to get this on
Demise.
However, Demise playing things very safely. Oh, the pick straight onto Articuno, who gets completely eviscerated by the KD, and Rain Leon finds the kill onto the Ariana, as we see Mawa being left to run away on just a slither of health. This is now a 5v4 with Dragon spawning. Spawn.
London turned their attention towards Typical. Typical bought so much time that they just left Articuno to his demise, and he just got obliterated. Now they can't find their way in here. Volibear's trying to draw some attention, but they're just ignoring him.
The Dragon is being contested. It is going to go over to Demise. Now they look to pick up the fight in the back of it. Onslaught of Shadows, Petrifying Gaze, all used as Victoria tries to do everything they can on the Volibear, but the Heathen and Kum Kum are the last survivors of another rout from Demise as they find themselves a third Dragon and may well turn their attention towards the Baron.
Yeah, rightfully so. They should just take the Baron here, and I don't think there's much London United can do. They lost their jungler, so there's no even 50-50 at this point.
Power of Evil Shockwave.
There is potential. There is potential.
Articuno is spotted out by Vision, and immediately we see Little Pants trying to zone off the Orianna. It is going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming in as Heathen tries to join the fight. Shockwave is channeled. It's going to put damage onto her, but it's going to be Baron secured by Demise. Little Pants staying alive, caught by the root, but already Orianna dies yet again. Articuno giving up their life. Leon will not. Coom lives, but only gets to tell the tale of a disappearing Baron.
I can't turn my attention away from that mid lane fight where they just left Articuno to die, pretty much. They didn't escort him out because of that. Little Pants just went straight on him, and that was just a dead Articuno who was controlling where Demise had to go because of the ball. He was just... I just can't get over that they left him.
No, it seemed like mixed messages, if I'm honest, and there's been a little bit of that from London in the last 2 games. Someone in chat calling it out that with the reposition there's a potential for a 3-man shockwave there, but it felt like half of the team, especially Articuno, was there going, yes, we engage, this is our moment, we do it now. Then there's another part of the team going, no, we don't, and then suddenly horrible mispositioning. It leads to Demise securing themselves a 5,500 gold lead as well as Soul Point.
Yeah, they have Soul, no?
No, not yet.
No,
3
not
dragons.
yet. Okay. I thought they did. I'm trolling. They are at Soul Point, yes, which is absolutely terrifying. Like, already look at that damage from one burst of Udyr. Full tank, by the way. Full tank.
Let me take you back in the last game to Leon's antics around the opposition fountain when being chased down, how long they lived, how many advantages they gained for their last team. Leon on this Udyr is 3-0-5, deathless, causing chaos for the opposition, doing whatever they want, and it feels like they're going to continue to do that for some time to come.
Yeah, now they're just looking to run down Victoria. All the team is rotating around together, and this is a credit to Demise. Every time they look for a play, you will see multiple members heading in that direction, regardless of how it's going. If they think they've already got Victoria, you'll still see the rest of the members collapsing and rotating around.
Down to Demise now to do what they did in the last game and to just play this game out in a smart way. Just continue their sense of dominance while not doing anything to risk a potential throw. They've already got the Baron, so they don't have to worry about plays around that. They're now laying siege to this mid lane turret.
Volibear actually picking up some items as well. Picking up his Spirit Siege. Hecarim has his Dead Man's Plate, but so far the biggest threat on this team is still that Cassiopeia. 3 items completed now. It also has the Zonias, so it can even buy some time. And Lord Dominic's Regards completed for Kaiser as well. So these tanks are actually going to get shredded as well.
We've seen the Rise band away time and time again from Kurosh. I always feel, for some reason, like Cassiopeia is the closest thing to a Rise in the game for some reason, and certainly doing a great job playing this one to full effect in this match. It's a game which, of course, will put either of these 2 teams through to the, I suppose it's the quarterfinals, because it's the semi-finals of the top half of the draw. That's, or no, it would be the semi-final, wouldn't it? Because it would be the final of the top half of the draw. So this is a huge game to win for either of these teams. And right now, Demise, the number 1 seeds coming into the playoff season, they're looking good for it.
There is still a lot of bounties on the board, and that is London United's way back in the game. They just need to find the correct engage. But they are lacking items. Look at Orianna's items compared to Kurosh. Orianna is
how do you even compare that? It's practically incomparable at this point.
It's practically bullying at this point. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
there's really not a lot for them. But at the same point, they just need to collect waves. They just need to collect gold without losing too much. There is still the advantage of the Miracle Shockwave. If we get a multi-man, 3-man, 4-man, it's still potential to turn it from there. But they need to not over-force this. They need to just keep collecting gold.
But as you say, that shockwave would come from a 1.5 item Orianna. How much is it really going to do to the tanky members, the people like typical Leon, and the good positioning we've seen coming out of Kurosh and Fuyu? Next dragon spawning in 8 seconds time, and this time it is Demise who have priority onto it. We see the shockwave thrown down straight onto Kurosh, who flashed himself away but still gets shut down by the Chilling Smite. That's going to be the Dawning Shadow coming out as Fuyu finds a kill onto Articuno, and immediately damage is shredding through Coom, who is trying to do everything they possibly can to zone away, and Little Pants going lower and lower and dead. Ma is going to be able to find that kill as we see delaying tactics from Typical, but Hecarim finds a shutdown, and the fight has gone wrong for Demise, and the quick shockwave leads to the quick ace for London.
If you've seen that from the very start, Mara was just surviving for so long, and Kun was just staying on top of Moa. He was ignoring everyone and just powering up this Hecarim. And the damage Hecarim actually coming through. We're actually seeing good use of Hecarim at some point. Mid game again was irrelevant, but the late game of the Hecarim is actually starting to spike, and Kun just playing through this Hecarim. So many tanky targets just standing in front of Senna. The key pick on Kurosh at the start really was important.
Rail, everybody in Twitch chat, anyone watching on catch up, buckle in, because the wild ride is beginning again. For the third game in a row, London get to a certain point in the game where they decide to pull the trigger, they decide to go for it. Game 1, it turned the game on its head. They turn around and win against the number 1 seeds. Game 2, they make a good fight, but then they throw away the advantage, losing that game, equalising the series. Game 3, they reduce a 4,500 gold deficit to only 2,000, stopping Infernal Soul going over to Demise. This series is not done yet, and it's only going to get more exciting from here on in.
We are Baron in 10 seconds, but it looks like the side of London don't really have any vision around here. They can't really walk blindly into this. It looks like they're just going to give it at this point, because they're really not looking to face check it. Starting to walk around, but
spotted out.
Kum is very split from his team.
Vision does come through, but Articuno's so far away from this one. Baron secured before you can even say, can we even think about stopping that? There wasn't a play to try and stop this one, as you say, Rail, but I do want to credit London for the play they made last time. Going round to the last dragon before the one we just saw go down, there was this positioning from Articuno where it looked like there could have been a fight. It looked like there was potential miscommunication. Articuno dies, dragon goes to Demise. This time, they pull the trigger, they commit to the fight, they kill Kurosh.
I like this death bush. They're trying to make something happen here. This is ballsy, but I like it. They could easily collapse on the set when he shows in vision, because no one else is around here. They're looking to try find him, but not able to get anything coming off this.
It is, of course, a Baron power play for Demise at the minute. They've regained some of the gold lead that they lost out on a little bit on the back of the fight leading into the third Infernal Dragon. They now have the opportunity to pressure onto some of these inner turrets, both top and mid, under fire.
Can I get a stat on Senna's stacks right now? I want to see.
Got to be up to nearly 100, hasn't it?
105 stacks. So Senna is more than happy where she is right now. Yes, she's well and truly online. There is the Baron pressure on the top side. Leon's just trying to keep their minions coming in, but it's not really going to get much on the tower. Not really going to feel any threat, really. Just going to be able to walk up and clear these away.
Baron power play has led to one turret falling in mid lane. Set now putting pressure onto the bottom half of the map as we see the clear coming out of London United on top side.
So far, they've really not been able to make too much off this Baron. They're going to get one tower on the bot side, that's for sure. Little Pants is constantly trying to find whatever flank he can, trying to find anyone out of position, but so far London United are trying to be as safe as possible.
Big gold advantages from this Baron power play. 2 turrets going, one in mid, one on the bottom half of the map, and suddenly it's a 6,000 gold lead once again. Demise had that minor slip up, but they have re-established their dominance in this match. The next team fight, however, could be critical, and we are 1 minute 50 seconds away from yet another Infernal Dragon spawn.
And again, vision control is going to be vital. You can't blind face check. You blind face check, that might be a set delivering Tom Kenshin to your entire team, which health damage is nasty. And then there's also Little Pants, there's also Kurosh. You cannot blind face check into this. You really need to get some vision down.
Also, we've got into the point, and apologies if this is sort of what you were alluding to there, Rail, but we've got to the point in the game where a Tahm Kench with 172 CS is kind of, like I said earlier on, an extra top laner, and you're kind of going into these fights almost in a 5.5 versus 5 by having that extra power player.
Yeah, for sure. But at the same point, like I said, Set is happy with HP targets. Any HP target he can deliver onto your AD carry's face is going to do so much extra damage as well.
That's true.
So Set is more than happy seeing a TK. He's more than happy seeing a Hecarim at this point, because Hecarim actually has a fair bit of HP. He's more than happy with a Volibear with a 3k HP. He will deliver any one of these targets, so he has the pick of the litter if you face check.
I think that the biggest stat I can really point out coming towards this next dragon spawning in 35 seconds is the difference between items between the mid laners. You've touched on them plenty of times, Rail, but looking at it now, it's 2 completed items plus boots, which of course Cassiopeia can't get over on the Orianna, 4 completed, 3.5 completed, no, is that 4? I can't remember what Void Staff looks like anymore. I think it's 3.5 completed items for the Cassiopeia. Of course, not able to pick up any boots on the Snack Lady because she's not got feet.
Yeah, Cassio with her 4 items. She does have the Void Staff, you are correct.
It is Void Staff.
So the MR...
New item pictures.
The MR of London United is going to mean a lot less. The ball is placed down. They need to disable Alistair from getting in here. They really need to stop any engage happening. It's front to back.
Little Pants has to use the Unbreakable Will on the back of getting caught by the root. That is 120 stacks now over to Kumkum, which is absolutely humongous. Leon, however, still going fairly untouched in these fights. Is pretty happy with how things are playing out. This dragon is being danced around like there's no tomorrow.
The flash is available for Little Pants. Look at it.
He goes aggressive, but he doesn't get the combo with the headbutt pulverize, and Kumkum lives, but in goes Typical. He finds a face breaker onto 3. Miasma thrown down. Kumkum trying to fight this one from the back. He's going to throw down Dawning Shadows. Him finds the kill onto Lil Pants. The portal combat is won by London's Fu, who finds the kill onto Articuno. It's a 1-for-1 so far. The dragon is being started up by Demise.
Yeah, and Cassiopeia had to use the ult really early. They're not able to get in here. Akram can't get in.
Infernal is going to go over to Demise. That is the soul. That's the flash straight onto the heave, and it is going to be a 2-for-1. Teleport being channeled into the mid lane. This could be the base being broken open as Demise make the plays.
Demise straight into the base. Set TP in, and they're looking to end the game as well. No Senna alive. No Articuno either. For 15 seconds, can they stall?
Kumkum dying at the end of that fight was so crucial, but the lack of minions here doesn't mean that Typical and the rest of the team not able to do something. Minions are arriving now, and the 4 versus 2 under turret is going to be the last potential defense coming in for London. Articuno respawning in 1 second time. 1 Nexus turret already destroyed. 2nd already under fire. Victoria doing everything they possibly can to zone off Leon, but it's going to be Articuno absolutely eviscerated by Fuyu. Kurash finds the kill on Tamara. The game goes over to Demise, and the first seeds will progress despite a scare from London.
I will take my points and be happy. I can definitely tell you though, that game was a scary game, but Demise were pretty much firmly controlled. Despite that one throw, it didn't look like a point where London United could ever control the backline of Demise, and Demise just showed it in that fight there. Cassiopeia ulted the Volibear. Volibear got eviscerated. Mawa tried finding his way in and couldn't get back in because of the Cassio alone. And it showed. Demise coming out strong, and if there's any time to slip up for Demise, it's today, really. Dropping 1 game is more than fine, and you're going to learn from that 1 loss. And they came out with 2 very strong games straight after that.
We've just had an absolutely terrific best of 3 series, our first game of the playoffs here for the UKEL Spring Split. Incredible game. If I was to have one small disappointment in that game, I think it would be on the back of the fight which London turned around and started to gain some dominance in, immediately giving up the Baron on the back of it. I'm sure it was to do with cooldowns that they knew were or weren't available, especially for themselves on the back of having won that fight. However, immediately giving over that Baron buff meant that a gold lead that was around about 4,000-5,000 got reduced to 2,000, and then elevated back up to 6,000 again for Demise, which eventually turned into what was essentially a game-winning push with pressure being put onto the inhibitor turret, which was then exploded on the back of the next one fight. Credit the where it's due, though. London came in as the underdogs, and they put up one hell of a fight. This series couldn't have been anywhere near as good as it was without the way they played.
They're definitely going to be a team to watch, so they're not eliminated yet. So they still have another chance at redemption, and I do think they stand a strong chance now, because coming out against the best team and putting up a performance that good is really noteworthy. It definitely deserves a lot of credit. Just, if you ever face Demise again, ban Little Pants out, because that man...
that Alistair, man.
That Alistair was disgusting in both games, and I think he was a key element to a lot of the engages, a lot of the fights. Even that last one, despite him not finding the ideal engage, he still found a re-engage later on in that fight and controlled pretty much the way that fight had to go.
The way Kurash and Little Pants showed up in games 2 and 3 not only swung the series completely, but also made me fearful for anyone who has to face Demise in future games. Speaking of those future games, I think we have an opportunity to look at the playoff bracket as it started the day. Obviously, this will have now changed a little bit with the victory coming in for Demise. You can see that one? Maybe. Oh, it's all right. We'll bring it up in just a moment, but it will also get to show us the games we've got. So here we go. So Demise, there we go. It has been updated thanks to our terrific production who are on the ball as ever. Demise progress through to the winners final, meaning that they are only one best of 3 series away from being in the grand final, still with a second chance if they were to lose that winners final of winning then the losers final. It all gets complicated in double elim. What I do know is that we have Viperio going up against Lucent, the artist formerly known as Hive, and that match will be coming very, very shortly on this very stream. Please stay tuned for that one because it is going to be another great best of 3 series, and it'll be followed by another great best of 3 series as Nerd Rage and Lucendi, the 2 teams that missed out narrowly to London United on that 4th place seeding, battle it out in the beginning of the double elim lower half bracket. All incredible games, Rael, and they're all coming on this very channel.
Yeah, I feel like whoever wins that next series, we're going to be in for a banger after that, because whoever wins is against Demise. And both Viperio and Hive, like we said, been stepping up. Viperio has sort of asserted their dominance as the second best team. If we get Viperio Demise, I'm not going to complain.
I certainly wouldn't be either. We are in for a tremendous weekend of action, whichever way things go. For now, for myself, Stanley Greyhound Barker, and for the wonderful Marcus Rail Sampson, it's time for us to sign off, but we'll be leaving you in the capable hands of 2 other wonderful casters, bring you those next games after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the UKEL Spring Split 2021 playoffs. I am Initialize. I am joined by Jamada, and we have a very intriguing battle between second and third in the regular season to bring you here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty interesting battle between these two teams. Obviously, Lucent, technically new to the league in terms of organization, but same Hive roster that we know. Now, Initialize. I don't know if anyone really prepared you for how ill-prepared I may be.
Excellent!
I've not been able to keep up with all of the UKEL. Plus, I wasn't actually supposed to be here until about an hour ago. So, lay down some ground rules for us between these two teams.
All right, so you're fortunate because I've been doing some stat research in the background, at least in terms of some win rates, because both of these teams kind of had a very similar trajectory for most of the split. Both started 0-2, then ended up in the middle of the split at 7-3, and here's where the difference hit. Viperio then went on to 10-4, where Lucent, nay Hive, went to 7-7. Viperio dropped one game in the last 4 weeks of regular season, whereas Hive went on a 4-game loss streak. It is a big difference in terms of how the end of this split went out, and yes, there were some near wins for Hive, now of course Lucent, but Viperio have just been on another level. They even took a game off Demise Academy, who were kind of the out-and-out favourites for most of this split. Hell, they entered the regular season first for a damn good reason.
There you go. Thank you very much, Initialize.
Got you, buddy.
Did my job, but no. So, if we're going off recency, it's looking pretty Viperio favored. If we're looking at records, so I look now towards Lucent and say, are you going to bring out any kind of, out there picks, right? Are we going to see normals draft, because we're on 11.5, I believe, where the meta hasn't really changed a crazy amount versus 11.4. Samira's technically kind of back in, but teams have kind of strayed away from her as far as I've understood about the patch. Yeah. So it's going to be kind of hard for Lucent, I believe, at least, if we're looking at a draft angle, to necessarily surprise Viperio unless they've really been in the lab cooking something up.
You can always hope, of course. Yeah. I have, the coach for Lucent's guy called Temporal. I've cast with him a few times. A good bloke. He's definitely got some things he keeps up his sleeve. So maybe there is something there. Maybe they've been in the lab long enough to pull out something really spicy. But I think you're kind of right to sort of say, yeah, recency doesn't look that great for Lucent, at least in terms of results. Of course, we're into playoffs. Things are always different in a best of situation. A couple bad weeks doesn't necessarily make for a bad team, but all the same, it's also the only team that Lucent are 0-2 against our Viperio. They've got at least 1-1 with every other team in the league. They just haven't managed to get a win over Viperio.
That's not a good omen.
It's not.
It's not a good omen at all. So, I suppose, pressure really on them. In general, of course, they are in the upper bracket, so it's not like it's all doom and gloom if they do drop out here. They will fall into the losers, and then they'll still have their chance to fight all the way through. But the losers bracket is a strenuous task, especially if you drop so early on. You've got, I think, the way this playoff format is set up, it's about four series in the lower bracket alone. So.
Pretty sure, yeah, it is. It's a big gauntlet set up to go through in the lower bracket if you fight your way to the top if you're down there. We are now into picks and bans, though, so enough sort of slight worries for Lucent, of course, have got themselves a little bit against the back, at least of historical results. That's not necessarily how it'll play out in this series, because there's still everything to play for here. You can cast aside all of those past results if you just turn up on the day. Viperio will be on blue side. Lucent, who again were Hive, are now on the red side, and we've got a few bans that have come through already. Vayne away from none other than Vanguard, Twisted Fate, and Zillion are the other bans, and on the other side, big jungle focus, getting rid of the Hecarim and the Udyr, who have been really strong in the current patches.
Yeah, and I've heard, whilst I've not always been able to keep my eyes on the UKEL, I've heard a lot about Johnny Rico and some of his antics down here, so I'm not too surprised to see the double jungle ban come out. I wonder if it's going to press Viperio into a jungle B1. You still have quite a few strong champions up, pretty much almost every single AD carry in the game, bar Vayne, and of course you've got things like the Rel, which are also available, so I have to see what Viperio prioritizes, and like is going to be the center for this B1.
Senna, first pick. I mean, she's been a strong champion for a little while now. Opens up your support to pick up farm, even in the bot lane, which means you can run even crazy things like Scion if you're a Mickey X aficionado, alongside the regular things like the Tahm Kench. The response from Lucent is the Thresh for Zerg, alongside an Orianna for Nice Guy Dom.
Yeah, very interesting. So, not prioritizing sort of hiding a lot of their cards. Thresh and Orianna pretty static in where they can actually go. So, if Viperio wants you, there's no harm really done in just going your mid and support now. So you could see that farming sort of support, something like the Set or the Tahm Kench, though we could see something like the Nautilus as a direct counter into the Thresh with that center in the bottom side. But for now, we're going to get the Karma, which has slowly been rising in priority sort of patch by patch. I know they did give her a bit of a love tap buff in recency, so she's all starting to surface again as that triple wave flex, but we'll have to see as time goes on how popular she actually ends up getting. Last split, she ended up being pretty much permabanned at one point. I remember.
Pretty much. She was just disgustingly strong. You could play her like everywhere but jungle, it felt like, for a long time. And I'd be curious to see whether they want to put it down towards the bot lane or whether it's more like a solo lane option. Final choice here will be the Lilia for the jungle, making sure that pool doesn't get pinched anymore. And Lucent are hovering at Graves, which of course Johnny Rico has done frankly disgusting things on over here in the UKEL in the past, so might be just a bit of a shout out to the player on the other side. And looks like they're definitely discussing picking a jungler here, but what they're flicking through, I doubt things like the Shaco are going to come out quite yet, and instead it will be the Skarner, another one of those increasingly popular junglers.
Yeah, Skarner, I can't even remember what they did to him that made him rise into near S tier.
I'd love to say I could remember, but I can't.
Yeah. And it's bad because I play this role, so I should.
Oh, really? There you go. You should know.
I really, it's even worse on me. But I was surprised we didn't see the Olaf come out. There's a lot of vulnerable champions to dive at the moment. Particularly Senna really struggles at champions, dealing with champions like Olaf very early on. Even with the Karma and the Lilia there, he just kind of presses Arky through all of that CC. So interesting to see that the Skarner is the champion of choice here for Wilhelm. Looking into the second phase of bans though for now. We've got that Malphite banned away. Seems like they want to just try and strip away Viperio of any hard engage options. Nar sort of follows that trend a little bit. And with the Kai'Sa ban, I wouldn't be too surprised to see another AD carry ban. You could see something like the Aphelios come out here as another ban into Vanguard, but honestly, any hyper carry AD carry Thresh and the Orianna is a good shout. And there you go, speaking of hyper carries, it doesn't get much more hyper carry than Jinx.
No, it certainly doesn't. And speaking of champions that received a few love taps in the patch notes, Jinx has certainly been one of them. Sadly, we won't be seeing her today. I have to say I was very excited to see Deft, of all people, picking up that iconic Jinx the other day. You know, it's a good time to be watching League of Legends when people like that are picking up champions like Jinx. Alas, as we said, not an option here. And Vanguard instead goes towards the Jhin. Just kind of fallen off a little bit since things like the Eclipse nerfs, but still has definitely had its place in the meta.
Yeah, always kind of had its place in the meta, especially because Gale Force it just exists. So kind of allows a lot of AD carries to remain high up in the tiers as trying to sort of match the range of most of this composition here. I quite like the Gangplank pick as sort of, well, I'm always a fan of Gangplank in general in a competitive, but here, you know, it's relatively safe blind almost always. You do kind of have to worry about some not even out there picks, things like the Aurelia, if I Won't Lose can play that kind of stuff, but it kind of just says you don't necessarily get to pick a tank for free. And, speaking of Nautilus earlier on, it seems like that actually will end up being the support choice here for Hase. So let's see what the top pick will be here for Lucent.
Frontline options definitely being considered. Ornn would be exactly that. I'll have to go make sure I remember all those new Ornn items. Oh. So annoying to have to... I had them all learned, Jamada, and I've got to relearn them all again. It's always been a bit frustrating to see how my knowledge holds up. There won't be any looking over to a wiki tab in the side when that's happening, but until such a time as that, it's looking like a big, beefy frontline with a lot of pick and CC and just wombo combo, of course, the Orianna for Lucent. On the other side, a little bit more intriguing. Looking like that Karma will be going mid lane. A lot of shields, a bit more engaged, but less direct frontline, I'm noticing.
Yeah, a little more sort of utility bound. I think for Viperio here, it's gonna be a bit of a difficult task for them draft-wise if they end up ever losing things like mid lane priority into river priority. Because I think walking into a composition where you have to deal with the Orianna ball, the Ornn ult, things like death sentences as well, there's just a lot to kind of worry about if you have to approach this team. And not only that, the Viperio composition is typically kind of geared for actually being on the other end of that, right? Making the enemy team walk into you, right? The gangplank barrels, the center out routes, the Nautilus hooks. So I think jostling over things like mid lane priority in the mid game, calm that dragon, going to be very, very important. I think whoever ends up first in front of these objectives is going to have a slightly more successful time. If you're looking more towards the early game, though, the lane priorities, things as such, I think Viperia are kind of winning out on that front, definitely. So I think they're going to have to sort of work with those early lane priorities to try and snowball it into a slightly bigger map lead.
So that is what we're putting our finger towards. Lane priority is the name of the game here, according to Jamada. I completely agree with you, honestly. I think particularly that mid-game, that call about mid-lane priority will be huge, because walking in with only a Nautilus into blind things like Skarner, Ornn, Jhin, Thresh, Orianna just sounds nightmarish. So Viperia will really want to prevent that from being the case. So mid lane prio into all of that beautiful, beautiful vision control will be exactly the aim of the game. Whether or not they can pull it off, I suppose, is a different question. That you did say you reckon that Viperia probably have the early line priority, which will help set that up from early into mid.
Yeah, I think, Karma, even though she received a whole heap of nerfs during Season 10, she's still capable of winning our lane priority, especially versus a champion like Orianna, who normally doesn't really have much autonomy in a lot of lanes, in terms of having the choice to actually shove out or let wanes come in Turk, whereas Karma pretty much has that universally into almost every single mid champion.
All the time, whenever. So, just press his Q.
Yeah, just press Q, you have lane priority. So Johnny Rico's going to at least have mid lane priority working for him almost always. He can literally just snap his fingers and just say, give it to me right now. And then he can sort of work into either the Raptor camp, or if it means transitioning down into the bottom side, where I think, there's a lot of CC to come out from the center of the Nautilus, you can maybe turn it into some sort of dives, but I do worry about some of the early damage, particularly in skirmishes, but you can kind of say that for the other side, because realistically the only early damage you're going to find is things like, Jhin, Ornn technically an assassin, so I don't know if you... But...
Sure, you hit the full combo with a lot of brittle procs and people's health bars do disappear, What is the full combo for Ornn? Is it something like 3 brittle procs you get out of it?
You can get 3 brittle procs, yeah. It's a lot of max HP numbers.
There's a lot of words I wish I could say, but we are on broadcast, so maybe you guys can, imagine for me what I would like to say.
Yeah, you could always fill in the blanks when classes get irritated about things like that. But yeah, I think for Viperio, mid lane priority they should almost always have. The Gangplank lane, it kind of depends on whether they want to play into Gangplank. A lot of teams tend to leave him on the island because he can be relatively self-sufficient. But when you've got a bottom lane like Center Nautilus, it can kind of be left in a sort of low economy state if you want it to be. But in this kind of game where realistically Karma and Lily are going to be more utility providing as opposed to damage providing in most scenarios, I suppose, you probably want to play towards the center. And just allow it to sort of be a hyper carry who can outrange most of this team composition once she has those stacks going.
As if Viperia can get towards that super late game when you're seeing Senna at 120 souls and Caitlyn range and a Gangplank with 3 crit items if he chooses to go that way. The late game damage out of this squad could be pretty disgusting for Viperia. But looking over at the side for Lucent as well, if they can hit mid game having not been put too far behind from the lower lane priority early on, then they've got a really strong front line and a lot of wombo combo. Curtain Call and Shockwave with all of that big pick CC from their other members could make their fights around dragons and heralds, particularly say that 10 to 15 minute boss, pretty potent, I'd imagine.
Yeah, around the mid game, once they have sort of, maybe one item in their pocket to start to get the ball rolling in some of the team fights, they can really get going with a composition like this. And not only that, something that we speak about a lot is ease of execution, I think.
Yes.
And that is very firmly in the hands of Lucent here. It doesn't get much easier to execute than triple tank plus Orianna and an AD carry who doesn't even really have to right click. So
there's front to back and then there's front to back like this, where it all makes pretty good sense. You press R on one single target, preferably somebody like the Senna, and they just disappear. The chain CCs even from likes of, you knock someone up by the Ornn or via the Impale on Skarner, and then Thresh throws a death sentence, Vanguard throws out that deadly flourish, and you can just CC people from wherever you happen to be standing. The range on that CC, if nothing else, is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it can feel really oppressive. Fortunately, Viperia have okay-ish champions to deal with some of that range, but at the same time, it's not going to be great just because of the sort of lack of HP pool. available to most of these champs. If you get clipped by one CC, you're probably going to get clipped by the rest of it. And at that point, it's a swift visit to the death chamber.
It'll be swiftly into a casket, exactly. For Viperio, we kind of set it up in draft, but it is lane control into vision control to make things like all of that pick we just talked about from Lucent all that much more difficult. Fortunately, they have some priority machines, particularly, say, this Karma in the mid lane, who should be helping out Johnny Recco on this Lilia, who I suspect will be farming a little faster than Skarner early on as well. So I'm expecting Scuttle control at least first up for this Lilia.
Yeah, definitely. The Lilia typically does farm faster here than the Skarner, but I think Johnny Recco actually elected for a solo start. So
oh, really? It might slow it down then.
Yeah, so going to be a little bit slow. As you can see, Wilhelm's practically done with Krugs. He's going to be done in about 5 seconds, whereas Recco, well, the Gromp is technically one entity, so
True enough.
halfway there, but
it's a Lilia versus single target. It's always a little bit harder to watch early on at level 2. It doesn't work out quite as quickly, and this is why I should leave all these points to you, Jamada, because the moment I say, Lilia should be farming fast, just flippantly throw it off, you go, yeah, but she didn't get a leash, so I was going to push it behind. So this is why I have you here, man. You rescue me from my own idiocy. Useful stuff.
No,
all right.
Fortunately, though,
go on.
Fortunately, though, she does have the multi-target camps to now farm, so
True,
she's actually going to be a little bit.
Catch up.
She's going to catch up now. She's actually still 2 points in level Q, so Johnny Recco, obviously a relatively seasoned Lilia player here, knows level 1E is not going to help you farm faster.
Not helping you
2
right
points
now.
in Q. Yeah.
Blooming Blow is so great at those single target, not singles, multi-target camps, literally what we were just talking about. And so just decides to go for 2 points, and Wilhelm just over here on his blue buff, and for all we've been talking about, it's been relatively matched and not all that much more going on, though you'll notice Gangplank has got the shove in top lane, pretty even in mid, but down towards the bot lane, here's Vanguard and Zerg who've managed to get that early shove. I'm sure that Wilhelm will be the first one to the Skullcrab down towards that bot side with where all that lane priority is.
Yeah, and this is actually going to create a slight discrepancy, because Johnny Recco hasn't cleared out his first Krug spawn.
No.
So that is a camp that is technically just kind of sat there waiting. Whereas, of course, Wilhelm started on the top side, has cleared that Krug camp, and is going to be able to return back to a jungle camp of his own inside of the Gromp, whereas that's not really the case with Johnny Recco, so he's got either, sprint it all the way back down to the bottom side, which seems to be his choice right now, or had taken a reset. So he's going to have a slightly less efficient path, and Wilhelm is actually okay. I think he's gonna
He was thinking about it there. He was thinking, is there going to be Raptors up? Is there something I can come in to try and spot out Johnny Recco? He's not. He's kind of countered that back. So we might be seeing something here. I think he's just looking for the gank, but now Johnny Rico's going to be around a little bit off the timing they're expecting. There is the flay into the death sentence. Going to try and continue to go out. House gets the flash out. And the Lantern is there to get Wilhelm to safety. Big HP bar wins. It's Ignite down for Zerg, but Flash and Heal down between Haas and Kaz. And wait, just as we move away, Vanguard flashes and gets that final juicy bullet to get the first blood onto the Nautilus.
Yeah, no heal available for Kaz, and I believe that was the 4th shot out of the gun of Jin, so a bunch more execution damage available, so after tanking up all of that damage from the gank, he was still very much low, and the execution damage helped Vanguard finish that one up, and happened in such recency that Wilhelm and Zerg both still got assists, so...
They were feeling pretty happy about that. That's 2 assists plus first blood, and they're going to go back and try and get something more out of it. I don't think Kaz is going to be quite quick enough to stop the backs either, so they'll get back. And look, just a Noon Quiver and Boot straight out for this Jin, who is feeling very happy with how this early lane has gone.
Yeah, and I don't think Kaz is really going to have much of a recall of his own to match that Noon Quiver. We'll have to see how much gold he actually has once he resets. And yeah, it doesn't have enough for Noon Quiver, so depending on the build, which is typically Kraken Slayer, it's not really going to be able to come in with the same level of stats. More or less just the components, as just the pickaxe to match up against that Noon Quiver. So I guess stat to stat, it's not too far, but
it's not necessarily what you want to see either.
Exactly.
And also worth pointing out, of course, that Kaz is farming Senna here, which has been the less regular choice for Senna's as of late. It's generally been fasting Senna plus farming support, and it does look like Senna is going to be the one who is getting all the farm in lane. Won't be going towards the Spectral Sickle soul farming strat. Johnny Recco does start up these Raptors down here. We'll have to see whether Viperio can stabilize after that early lane on the bot side has gone pretty awry. Down about 1,000 gold, only 6 or so minutes in.
Yeah, it's pretty much all coming out from that first blood. There's not too many farm discrepancies across the board.
No.
Pretty much just Vanguard with a 10 CS lead, but there is almost that amount of farm moving into Kaz's tower now, so pretty much all coming from that first kill, and let's see, as you say, how Viperia actually respond, because we were expecting them to have a little more agency in this early game. Not quite been able to show it yet. Cannon Barrage is available for the Gangplank now, though, so...
True enough. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. Of course, got to see I Won't Lose. Got Teleport, and of course, is an Ornn, so it could turn up to whatever play is going on. Call the Forge God, which is also fairly scary. Still no level 6s for either junglers, and those are, of course, big-ticket ultimates as well, but calling out those level 6 marks coming in for the solo lane is definitely a big moment. But I think you're kind of right. I'm a little surprised, at least from what was in my mind, that Killikin did get shoved in so readily in the mid lane on the Karma. And bot lane, we've got a Skada who's turning up one more time to see whether he can continue to put the pressure onto Kaz and Az. But instead, we'll back away and look to start up this early Ocean Drake.
Yeah, Wilhelm threatening the bottom side gank because he's got the Impale already available. So was thinking about, of course, has the Thresh there for the Landon and Villain, so...
Such a disgusting combo.
Yeah, it's a very potent combo.
Skada presses R, and then Thresh presses W, and suddenly you get to pull someone literally half a screen away just by taking a big quick ride on the Dark Passage. And that won't be what's going on quite yet, because of course Wilhelm just got that Drake we mentioned earlier, so that's early Ocean Drake over to Lucent. And the game is relatively quiet thus far outside of that first blood. Johnny Rico has been hovering around the Herald, but I think he's just going to go in for an invade. Wilhelm, as you can hear by Jamada's little cry of interest, could be looking for something more, but Johnny Rico's going to try and return the favor instead. The shove up in mid lane does leave Nice Guy Dom to go down to the Blooming Blows, but the teleports are now in. Wilhelm impales Killikin, and he avoids the call of the Forge God by flashing, but it's still not going to be enough. And Wilhelm gets the trade. It's a mid laner for a mid laner.
Yeah, I feel pretty bad for Killikin there. He almost outplayed just about everything he could have, but unfortunately the Searing Charge Knock-Up still clipped him right on the side, and that was all the CC really necessary because he didn't have a lot of HP left. Let's actually cast the Cannon Barrage somewhere, I think, just to clear the top side to get a favorable reset. So he's not going to have that available for the next couple of minutes. Very long cooldown, actually, almost 3 minutes.
Very long cooldown.
I forget
how long it is. Because, of course, ability haste these days as well. Like, you don't get it quite as quickly, and never mind talking about ability haste, because the hook in bot side instead. Kaz gets flashed on. Yes, he's got a curse of the Black Mist, but the only curse he's going to be seeing is the ones that you find in the Death Chamber. Haas now has to try and find his way away as well, but the Flay is down. Johnny Rico is coming, though, and the teleport in response. Have Zerg and Vayne gone too far is what we have to ask ourselves, but a heal will offer enough movement speed to get them out for now. They get the kill, they get out, and they even call down the teleport, then it doesn't get them anything. Nice Guy Dom and Killikin trade a little in the river, and that's all she wrote, and this bot lane for Lucent is just winning out in the 2v2.
Yeah, honestly, just kind of checking Viperia's bottom side mechanically here, and not only do they get out without actually dropping anyone, they call in that TP, and there's a huge amount of CS just kind of dying to the top tower right now. Not only that, I want to say the Ornn also picked up a plate, so there was even more gold swing in the favor of Lucent outside of just the kill alone. Resources kind of overblown by Viperia in an attempt to sort of make up for the mistakes of getting hooked in there.
The thing is, this is a great early game from Lucent. But I've seen this before from this squad where they've got the game plan, they've got the early game, and then something goes wrong in the mid game. They make some slightly dumb decisions, and they can throw it away. Happened a couple times in that last few games for them. Remember, they did go on that 4-game loss streak. And like, I'm hopeful with how well this early game has gone, but I need to see them convert it.
Yeah, and there is any sort of, I suppose, silver lining to it is the low execution threshold this comp really requires. So let's see if that can aid them in a slightly smoother sort of early to mid-game transition. As,
Wilhelm's going to be starting up this Herald, indeed, but looks like Johnny Rico's at least around and spotting it, but the roam from Zerg on the Thresh will come up. Does look like Lucent are going to get this without much of a contest. You can see Johnny Rico just heading over towards his own Raptors, so that's not going to be him coming to contest, and Lucent get another neutral objective without too much contest. Killikin takes a shockwave in mid and trying to trade back with those empowered Qs, and instead here comes Johnny Rico, but unfortunately there is a lantern available to make sure Nice Guy Dom doesn't end up in a really difficult position.
Yeah. Fenrir still picked up that Dark Harvest stack though, so on for the good there.
It's always a nice touch. Oh. And Senna's been shoving in this bot side, but it is also a Senna versus tower early. She's not exactly the fastest on that one, and Johnny Rico is instead going to find himself getting absolutely deleted by Zerg and Vanguard, who just punish the inquisitive look in from the poor old Bambi equivalent of Lilia.
Yeah, very good game sense there to kind of recognize how little vision they had on that bottom side. I think Zerg dropped a ward over the wall, and then eventually caught out and sniffed out that they were going to get dove if they approached that tower, so Zerg actually just waits in that blue buff bush. Little old Bambi approaches none the wiser to the impending doom and gets sent packing.
I said this the last time I was casting Zerg, but I said you just don't rush Zerg. Anybody who's played StarCraft can tell you that. I know, I realise I'm inverted what you're supposed to do. I don't play a lot of StarCraft in these shows, but the point is still there. Either way, Zerg gets another one. He's got 3 of those assists. He's given 3 of those kills over to Vanguard in the spot lane. Just looking fabulous right now. We've got ourselves an Everfrost and a Gale Force in for the mid and bot lane. A piece for Lucent. And they are very ready and willing to set up for this dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds. They're going to try and get on to this Nautilus, who gets frozen in the hook animation. You don't get a run away from that. He is impaled and pulled down. That's a hook onto Johnny Rico. Zerg, I apologize. Hitting all of those right now. I'm so used to Vipera's bot laner being on the thresh, but it's just not that this time. Zerg putting on a clinic, 5-1 in kills. They are up about 2,500 gold. They'll get themselves a second dragon. It's all coming up Lucent in this early to mid game. Yeah,
it really is. Not necessarily good news, Bears, for Vipera. Typically, of course, being behind in the early game is never good news, but the composition, 2-composition matchup sort of exacerbates that issue quite a bit. It's not going to be great walking into this team comp where, because you're behind, you're likely not going to have a whole bunch of priorities. Shockwave.
Killikin just takes so much damage, and Nice Guy Dom is certainly not living up to his name, because that was ruthless. Gets the solo kill in mid, and it's just falling apart. That lane priority we were asking for from Viperio just hasn't been there, and now it is first tower falling in mid lane. Solo kill on top of that from the Orianna. We said, well, it might take a little while before she gets too much agency. She just pulls it out herself. Yeah,
the fact that she already has the Everfrost in pocket kind of just gives it to her in those 1v1s. Kind of just means Killikin can't necessarily dodge out on the shockwaves always, as, oh no.
Not again. I won't lose. Throws the Call of the Forge off to a side angle and still gets the solo kill. That is, that's not what you want to see. Viperio get the solo killed in mid lane, get solo killed in top lane with the Call of the Forge God literally going the wrong direction. Lucent's just styling right now.
Just as a reminder, of course, Lucent currently have a 0-2 record versus Viperio.
They do, they do, but not showing it. This game, like we said, big bad end of the game. Split. Kaz with a flash in spot side as well. Wilhelm's still stepping forward. Might have gone a little deep here, but of course, let's have a thresh. It just gets pulled away, and yeah. Viperio 2-0 over Lucent on a massive end of split win streak, and still can't seem to get it. Zerg just landing all these hooks. There's the deadly flourish to follow up, but nothing like a kill coming through, and they will back away for now.
Yeah, sort of defenseless land from Zerg, and was expecting. Now, yeah, they are going to know Wilhelm's there because that ward just expired in that first brush closest to the Lucent bottom lane. So let's see how much patience Wilhelm has, and only that Hase has. Okay.
Flash! Lantern looking to get in on Haas, who will get jumped. There's a Dawning Shadow, and they've gone too deep. They knew this was being set up. Zerg goes down. The Lilting Lullaby will go into Wilhelm as well, who is a very sleepy Scorpion. It's 2 back. And that's a big knock up into the Shockwave, though. It ain't done yet. Look at Vanguard having a flash away from the Nautilus, but he's still alive. The turnaround to the turnaround means that Vanguard is still there, still running down. I won't lose. It's a massively tanky on. The flash for the command attack, the dissonance for the slow. And Kaz will get out, but he was very close to going down. I thought Viperio had it, Jamada, after they called in the teleports. But Lucid just throw the wallet at them.
Yeah, they throw the wallet at them. Viperio had all of the information available to actually make a counter-engage work with that double teleport. But it just wasn't really enough. Once that knock-up came in from I Won't Lose, just a little bit too tunneled on trying to secure the final kills meant that it set up for a real nice shockwave into a turn from the remaining members of Lucent. And Viperio didn't really have much left in pocket to answer with, so end up kind of running tail between legs. They lose that bottom tier 1 tower. They fall even further behind in gold. It's going to be a very difficult 90 seconds towards this next dragon.
It's a 90 seconds, and till that dragon, as you mentioned, it's also 5,000 gold at 16 minutes, which is a hefty gold lead. Never mind this early on into the game. It's sort of showing through in the item discrepancies as well. Look where the Jhin and the Orianna are compared to the Senna and the Karma. About a half item ahead, and a relatively expensive half item ahead. Vanguard's just looking at a combined cost right now for his second item collector by the looks of it. She might well have before this Drake as well.
Yeah, he could potentially recall before this next one, have it finished up if he it really feels like it. But the recall time would be a little bit off with either the Dragon or the Herald, so I feel like Vanguard will just stay out on the map regardless for now. Loads of on-the-way pings from Viperio into this river.
They want to do this. Yeah, those on-the-way pings mean a lot. Of course, there's a few very critical missing summoners. There's no flashes at all right now for anybody in this game aside from Johnny Rico. So anybody who gets caught doesn't have that many ways out, though of course, Zerg and that Thresh Lantern make it a little bit more challenging. Lucent appear to have made the decision to cede over the Herald in favor of the Dragon. Of course, it would put them to soul point very early on into this game, so I can see why they're favoring that, but I Won't Lose is just hanging around, looking to track where the Viperio members are going to end up being.
Yeah, honestly, this is still all in all a relatively Lucent favored trade. It's not like there's gold to trade per se off of plates. Of course, you can still get the towers.
Sure.
But with the Herald having a 4-minute timer, it means that it's not even going to be available to them as a trading tool or a means to draw Lucent away from the next dragon in 5 minutes time. So the Herald is more or less going to have to be kind of used in a means to try and secure some gold somewhere, but it's not going to be like hitting on those plates earlier on in the game. And this could have been the fight, I suppose, they potentially looked to sort of contest Lucent. Just because of the summoner spell discrepancy and the fact that Johnny Rico had that Zhonya's and Flash available and that play could have come forward.
Yep.
But the gold deficit, I suppose Viperio just feeling a little bit too hefty. Not really feeling it.
It's a pretty hefty one. You know, it's kind of extended even while we've been talking about it to around 6,000 even from that 5k mark at this point as well. Viperio at least do have that Herald inventory as you mentioned, but maybe it's not the highest value one because, as you said, no plates. It's not the right, it's picked up at the right point to really be able to contest the soul fight that will be happening in about 4 minutes, which is a big doomsday clock ticking down behind the scenes as well. And maybe they just need to use this Herald to get some gold back and some map pressure. If they can get the mid lane turret at least, it might buy them a little bit of that priority we've been asking for since draft for these guys.
Yeah, we'll have to hope that is the case. And this Mountain Soul would be quite oppressive for Viperio to actually deal with. Normally, if you ask a lot of players, they would probably say that Mountain Soul ranks sort of typically about third, right? On average, because Cloud normally takes that final spot. I Won't Lose about to face check, so I'm going to hold the point for now.
Yeah, it does end up face checking. That is 3 versus 1. And I Won't Lose flashes over the wall. That's the ultimate lullaby, but Nice Guy Dom is here. And he gets a shockwave on a Johnny Rico, but it only takes the shield out. Call of Forge coming through, looking to trade out, but the hook from Haas interrupts it all. He still gets the knocker, but he's surviving a massively long time. But what has all that time bought Lucent is the question we have to ask. Bought them a lot of time in the enemy blue side jungle and a top side turret. They've gone from 2 turrets to 4 in that space of time by the looks of it, so gets them quite a lot it turns out, but at least they get a shutdown, at least they get something. They'll summon the Herald in bot lane, should get them a turret down here as well, and gold into Infor's pocket. That scaling Gangplank will certainly enjoy that gold and see what he can do with it, because they need to be online and ready to fight in less than 3 minutes from Jamada.
Yeah, despite Gangplank actually, getting solo killed earlier on, he is almost there. He's almost at that shield though. He's got the Essence Reaver available. Canna Barrage comically placed down as soon as Lucent felt like putting some time
That's what you
into
call a
actually
Spidey
starting
sense.
the back. Someone cued the Ultra Instinct music, honestly. But yeah, it was a pretty well-timed cannon barrage there.
I would genuinely enjoy a Dragon Ball themed skin for Gangplank. It would be great. Like every time he gets 500 Silver Serpents, he gets like a new level of Super Saiyan. It'd be great.
The what do you call it? The cannon barrage just rains down Dragon Balls.
That's exactly it. That would be so in love with. It'd be fantastic.
It's like you know how like on the FPX skin, the big logo comes up on the cannon. It's just
fantastic.
It's just like Kid Goku on Nimbus. Something like that.
Right.
Honestly,
All I'm saying is, me and Jamana are available for hire. Our creative ideas, no bounds. Pick us up. Look, we are multi-talented members of this League of Legends community. Get us involved.
Yeah. There you go. Need any more be said? Realistically.
Probably not. Let's move on before we go too deep down the rabbit hole and give away too many of our ideas to Riot for free. Production, Phil, would you mind having a hover over Kaz? I'm curious to see where the soul count is
soul
at.
check.
We haven't had a look at that at all yet. Wow. Not very high. Of course, this is a farming center. Just got towards those 2 items quickly, but it isn't even at the second range increase yet. Stuck at 37 souls for now, which is not what you want to see necessarily as a center player, even if you are farming.
Yeah, 37 stacks at 22 minutes is actually it's not great.
As I said earlier when I was talking about Ornn, there's a few phrases that Jamada would like to say there, but the point is kind of illustrated regardless. We've got 50 seconds until this dragon, and we've got 37 souls on center. I asked them to be ready to fight, and I'm not sure how ready they're going to be, Jamada.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure now. It looks like right now they're going to actually have Lucent walk into them in the river, but as you can see, Wilhelm's on the flank, and even Nice Guy Dom's taking the scenic route all the way to assist his jungler. So let's see what Lucent are going to do for this fight. Looks like they're going to pull the trigger now.
The curtains are called, and this could indeed just be the encore, the final act in the play. There's the Everfrost, and the flank is gorgeous. The Dawning Shadow buys time, but it's still going to lead to a dead support and a half health in 4. Kaz steps forward with the shields on top, but remember what we said, Kaz is at a very difficult position. He doesn't really have the range to step up in the way he wants to. It's in 4, has his shield bow pop, but Nice Guy Dom just steps up and trades. Vanguard gets the kill from across the wall, and that is now a 5 versus 3. Dragon Soul on the line. Johnny Rico is alive, but he's got to find his way through a mighty fortress of an Ornn. There is Nice Guy Dom, and the lilting lullaby come through, but I think it's a nightmare they found themselves in. Look what happened. Zerg lands another hurt. That's not a surprise this game. The man has been on fire, and a death sentence feels like an oh-so-apt ability name for how this game has gone. 14-4 is the kills, and at 23, make that 24 minutes, Lucent find themselves a Mountain Soul.
Yep, that Dragon Soul is likely to be the death sentence here for Viperia, as I was trying to allude to earlier on. Whilst typically Mountain Soul isn't considered a very high value soul, as all flash forward impale.
No, that's a self-shockwave. The sombrero doesn't matter though, because they get the kills anyway. Ease of execution, that's what I'm talking about. Zerg lands the hook, but the teleports and the respawns have come through. Zerg could be in trouble, but that's a big shield. Killikin now in trouble, goes down for a double kill. It's a quadra kill for Jin. Give him the damn penta. I don't think he's going to have a chance because Johnny Rico's not on this side of the map. He'll just have to settle up with a Jin penta. 4 kills is all that Jin really needs. Don't move on to Baron instead, Jamada.
It's perfect. It's thematically correct anyway for the Jin. Doesn't like pentakills, as Info actually teleported in behind the Lucent members as they were pressing forward, and that's why we see Vanguard ending up with 4 kills, because he just turned his attention onto the Pirate. Didn't really have much of a care in the world for the front line until he was dead. And honestly, with the Baron in pocket, this is likely going to be a pretty nasty scenario Viperia find themselves in. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Baron, the base cracked open. Honestly, if one more fight could just realistically be the game at a gold deficit like this.
It really could be. I mean, you're talking about pockets. Look how deep those pockets are, Jamada. It's 11,000 gold Baron and Mountain Soul in those pockets. That is an absurd lead.
Yeah, and not only that, the Ornn item's going to start coming through to sort of you know, make the gold lead feel even worse. And with the Mountain Soul in pocket, this Viperio composition isn't necessarily the best tank killing comp either. So it just makes matters worse than they would normally be were another Soul. Let's see how Viperio attempts to respond though, as it's not really been in their favor in any fight they've taken pretty much from start to finish so far in the opening act of this series. Nice guy Dom already on the bottom side, shoved up high, and the rest of Lucent in the mid lane, not committing the cardinal sin of opening into 3 lanes.
Yeah, they've been pretty careful about where they're positioning. I Won't Lose is just holding court in this red side jungle, making the flanks all that much harder. It's Info versus Nice Guy Dom, and Nice Guy Dom just so tanky. They call the curtains in mid lane to try and force away the members of Viperio as well. That will be the final outer tower coming through. As Nice Guy Dom does go drowsy, but Vito's ridiculously dangerous, and damaging Shockwave will finally get taken out by the Dawning Shadow, but he took a lot of health bars with him. That is still, though, a big pick for the side of Viperio. They get one of those critical members and don't lose a man in trade as yet. Baron is still on, but somehow, someway, despite the monumental disadvantage they are at, they find a pick.
Yeah, they find the pick, and it's gonna temporarily dissuade this siege. Let's see how Lucent feel about it. They are actually backing up, so this is gonna be a majority of the Baron kind of just not used to break open the base. They took the mid-tier 2, Lucent did, so then they can walk away with that, I suppose, but they're certainly not going to be too happy, as now Zerg being run down a bit here by Kaz.
But has to drop the box, and is going to get rooted in place by the last embrace as well, but that is the turnaround as well. They're thinking about continuing to chase here, but it would be a touch risky. 2.5-ish minutes until Elder Dragon. I Won't Lose still hanging around, maybe looking to see whether he can catch somebody out on this Ornn. Of course, he's got himself a Rhyme-Forged Grasp in inventory. That's the upgrade from the Frostfire Gauntlet. And Johnny Rico is exactly the person they were looking to catch. That will be at Impale, and there'll be no chance for a Lilting Lullaby. And Vanguard is oh so legendary. 13 kills thus far in the game.
Yeah, 13 kills for the good. If you add the assists, it is a I'm always bad with this kind of words. It's a multiple of 4. There you go. I don't know why I should.
Right, yeah, I'm with you. So, there's a name for that, but I did not maths at uni, so don't ask me.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be mid-tip though, so off the back of that pick, able to force numbers advantage. Let's see if Viper. Oh my goodness me.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, and here comes the rest being engaged. I Won't Lose flashes for the searing charge. The curtains are called one more time, and Vanguard is just legendary again. He's been legendary for a large portion of this game, and they'll find themselves an inhibitor to boot, and they're looking to maybe push on and get some more. They will instead think about backing away with 2 inhibitors to the goods, and thinking about going towards that Elder Dragon pit. With the Elder Dragon spawning about a minute, might look to get themselves a reset and get back out on the map in time for that mega objective.
Oh, they're on vision.
They are, and that's going to be an interrupt on Zerg. He's got Flash, he's put down the box, but Johnny Rico stepping forwards. Hasn't used the Lilting Lullabies yet, but I think that's just going to be a dead support, and that's a pretty big pickup just before an Elder Dragon spawn.
Yeah, Zerg's going to be spawning about 5 seconds or so before the Elder itself spawns up. That being said, Viperio are actually resetting. And they don't really have lane priority, of course, because these supers are pressing onto their Nexus towers. So, despite losing their support, Lucent are still going to be the first to this party. So despite losing the bottom laner, they're not really going to be at a crazy disadvantage, in all honesty, and even have top lane priority right now working against them. So, let's see whether Lucent gonna sort of just sack the River Prio for now. As Viperio are going to start this up, but this could still be a death wish either way. Let's see how it goes.
Alright, well, they're going to step up and try to get something from this. At least down to half HP is the Elder Dragon. Vanguard just eviscerates the Nautilus. And that is the impale, but Johnny Rico does at least pull the stopwatch, buys time. Nice guy Dom, also off to the side, but it's a double for Jin already. He's looking for more. And the red team, Lucent, get themselves that Elder Dragon. It's a triple already for Jin. They're teleporting in. Vaingod gets a quadra, and this time he will not be denied. Surely he won't. It's a pentakill for Jin. He gets one, which is the Jin penta. He gets one that's official, and he is now 19 kills in this game.
Yeah, 19-0-3 the score on Vaingod. We've had a freeze on the live feed, but I'm just gonna assume this Nexus is gone.
It's ended. They have decided. They have decided it was too brutal to show on stream. Too inappropriate, too much bloodshed, and Lucent, what a game one statement after we said looks a bit rough on recent form.
Yeah, recent form, the draft, whilst certainly not bad, of course, just sort of worried about potentially some of the early lane priority yields going on for the first sort of 10-15 minutes, if, of course, Viperia were able to act on that, but they didn't. They quite frankly didn't act on it, and pretty much from the get-go, Lucent kind of just had advantages across the board. The Ornn lane wasn't really punished. GP, whilst he had, yes, a free time farming, never really had major impact in the later team fights. Nice guy Dom basically traded 1-for-1 in terms of CS in the mid lane and never really fell behind. And unfortunately for Viperia here, the composition can never really work into Lucent's if you're not the ones first to the ball in front of those objectives to force the likes of that composition from Lucent to actually walk into them.
And how can you be first to the ball when you're against an Orianna when she's got it in her damn kit? Lucent. There you go. Come out with the early win, my puns aside. We will be back after a short break, ladies and gents, for game 2 of this series. Lucent lead for now, 1-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a frankly dominating Game 1 victory from Lucent. Jamada, I gave you a load of stats basically saying Viperio coming in second place on a massive win streak, only dropped 1 game in 4 weeks, got the 2-0 even over what was then Hive, are now Lucent. Seemed really good on paper, and then we just saw that game, and Vayne God, for example, ended up 19 kills. Like, Lucent, that's just throw my stats out the window, apparently.
Yeah, they don't care about recency, they don't care about stats, they don't care about numbers. Well, maybe in Jin's case he does, but yeah, they came out, and despite sort of the potential worry for early game in terms of priority, they didn't really care too much about it at the end of the day. Once they got the ball rolling on the bottom side, which was where a lot of the issues started for Viperio, Lucent kind of just ran with the ball, and they pretty much never dropped it at any point in the game. And there wasn't really much of a suitable answer from the blue side team. So we'll have to see exactly what they could potentially look for moving into this next draft. But in game, they certainly didn't really have many options.
And obviously, it's a massive statement game from Lucent. It was pretty clean from start to finish. Great, obviously we mentioned this, like the showreel plays from the likes of the Jin, of course, but it was a pretty good team performance. Over on the other side, though, not what we wanted to see out of Viperio. No. And what do you want to see change for them in this next game? Do you want them to see something a little bit more easy to execute in draft? Like, what are your options here?
Yeah, I think especially in a series, you always have that option after a first loss to reevaluate quite heavily. And I think after a game on draft like this, where realistically the execution threshold is somewhere sort of in the medium, right? If this was a team comp from Lucent that primarily just moved forwards always, then it wouldn't have been too bad of a composition to be running. But they could kind of pick and choose their engages because of the non-committal ultimates that they had available to them aside from just the impale. So I think for Viperio, yeah, honestly lowering the execution threshold in general, making their composition a little more malleable to more scenarios would probably be the best thing to do here to give them that best chance at taking this to a game 3.
Well, you heard the terms there from Jamada. Maybe a little bit easier to execute, maybe a little bit more flexible, a bit more malleable, not quite so narrow in terms of how you want to play into various compositions. But we are into picks and bans for game 2. Lucent have moved over to the blue side, which puts Viperio over on the red. We have ourselves a couple bans already. Seraphine on blue side is the one you'd necessarily expect to see considering her priority, but it will be banned away. They'll ban the Orianna as well. And on the other side, Viperio have taken out that Twisted Fate. It's been a very high priority pick around the world, particularly say the likes of the LEC, where I think it's 90% plus, I think, from what I was remembering. If I remember my stats right from last night when I was checking them out, certainly got its place in the meta right now.
Yeah, TF, particularly amongst teams that feel they can execute early games quite well, very popular. And it does kind of strike me as strange, just on a small tangent, that TF is so popular in this particular meta, but with it being such a jungle / bottom sort of centric meta, it makes sense that a champion like Twisted Fate would come into popularity, a champion that can effectively help his jungler at any skirmish at pretty much a click of a button, and of course move down to the bottom side at any time. Skarner not going to be in the hands of Wilhelm, however, this time around, and of course that Twisted Fate we were just talking about banned away, and Udyr, we was talking about off air, not going to see the light of day again. And again, another ban actually, which you typically see on blue side. Red side, I beg your pardon. Being banned away by Lucent on blue. So let's see what Viperio actually do to respond, because there's a lot of power picks still up.
There are, and it suggests to me as well that Lucent have something in mind that they want for first pick that isn't necessarily, I mean, Hecarim might be a shout. They'll still ban away Vayne because you don't give a man named Vayne God Vayne. Yeah. It's not a pleasant experience, and yeah, kind of mentioned it in passing there. Maybe they were looking for the Hecarim first pick, and what do you know? There it is. I won't lose locking that in for Wilhelm for Lucent. Xayah Thresh is a very rapid response from Viperio, though.
Yeah, very interesting response. I think wanting to take the Thresh just as a means of having the comfort pick available. The Xayah obviously does quite well into Hecarim in terms of, what does Xayah love? Champions coming into her. What does Hecarim do? Go into champions. So, good response there, and of course the Thresh can always provide a little more safety to other champions if they need it, but of course still can just chuck the lightning out to Xayah. Now, interestingly, Zerg is still going to take the Rel, despite it being a sort of in-lane negative matchup, but of course can still provide so much come the mid-game, particularly with the likes of the Hecarim diving forward. Ezreal being hovered, but we'll see if that actually ends up being the choice. It would be a little too off theme. This, however, Tristana wouldn't be, with what Lucent are looking at in their first 2 picks, and that 3rd pick rounding out, I think, very nicely on theme for Lucent.
You got 2 Horsemen of the Apocalypse in Rel and Hecarim jumping in, causing all that chaos, and you know who loves to follow up on that? It is Tristana. Tristana Rel just as a combo. Really nasty rocket jump and the crash down. Just a lot of ways to get CC and damage onto your opponent, so maybe not the easiest to thrash Xayah, but you see how the combo's supposed to work.
Yeah, you definitely do. Graves going to be the response here for Johnny Reckon. Now, you mentioned that he'd had some shenanigan games on this champion, so...
some games that were just really, really silly. I watched him Gale Force flash an ultimate out of 4 people trying to get to him, and then he survived, which was incredible, but also infuriating to watch at the same time.
Yeah. Graves can be one of those champions. I'll be curious to see what build he elects to go for, because when you have a diving composition like what Lucent are looking to probably round out with in these final 4th and 5th picks, you could see him actually just go shield bow and fully just opt into always taking fights sort of into him. Of course, Gale Force can aid that, but the likes of having the shield bow, shield plus the lifesteal probably means you get a little more survivability out of it. Looking towards the bans though, Malphite being banned away here from Viperia just to sort of strip away a potential engage option and maybe give Lucent a slightly more favorable matchup on the top side. And by Viperia, I think the Zilean ban makes a whole bunch of sense into Nice Guy Dom anyway, but when you've got the Hecarim there in tandem, you get even more value out of it. And then of course the Xerath ban. So I think Killikin may be looking at the Orianna. That would be my best guess, unless they want something else. But I think it would fit what Viperia have quite well. And it would of course be a takeaway from Nice Guy Dom, and it would be a takeaway from that Hecarim, who is desperately looking for a utility buddy here. In terms of
give him some backup, exactly. Yeah. Where there is no Zilean to speed him up. Instead, Killikin will go back to his Victor. He's done this a couple times before. It's been an option for him fairly regularly, so that is the choice. It's another control meter, though it is less utility, and it does also open up that utility buddy you were asking for Hecarim. So I wonder whether Nice Guy Dom just picks it up. He had a great game on the Orianna in the last game, so why change?
Yeah, unless they want Tristana in the mid lane, but then they'll have to find an AP carry somewhere else.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
We have got ourselves some demolitionist Yordles.
Yeah, we'll talk about... Yeah, that's true. It's the demolition buddies here between Ziggs and Tristana. Now, let's see what the top lane pick is, because that's going to sort of signal to me exactly what Lucent are looking to do with this entire composition.
Okay, I am assuming that puts us with... I mean, I've seen Tristana top fairly recently as well in pro level play. Okay, that could be Nico top. Ziggs mid, Tristana bot would be my guess, but that's a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, the infuriating thing is that Tristana and Nico can technically flex into 3 positions, whereas Ziggs can obviously go into 2. So let's just wait for the swaps before we actually talk about anything.
Who knows?
Ooh. Okay. Now, if this is going to be Nico top, I do recall Gnar either being a horrendous matchup for Nico, or arguably one of the best. I can't remember which way around it is. It's either really bad or really good, so we're going to have to actually see whether the Nico ends up in the top side. Judging by the swaps, it seems to be the case. But this is very old school. This is when Nico first came out. Of course, the champions have changed quite drastically in terms of numbers and build paths, of course, because we're now on an entirely different item set. But it is looking like it's going to be the Ziggs mid into this Victor. Hecarim is going to be sort of alone in terms of utility. It will have the Rel, stun healing a little bit there too. But I think Viperia on the other side, they've responded pretty well to what Lucent were looking to likely do from the get-go. The Ziggs is a very interesting addition, I think, to this composition to sort of aid artillery over the top of the dive. You would have maybe thought you would have seen the Orianna come in more popularly there just to sort of follow up a little more freely, I suppose, though it doesn't get much freer than just throwing a Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the engage. So we'll have to see. I am very inquisitive on how the Nico is going to function, though.
So I've been doing a little bit of hunting in the background. I've got myself up some stats website to see whether I can find any stats on Gnar into Nico from Pro Play. Yet to find any, which is making my life quite difficult right now. So I'm assuming, I suspect it possibly is a little difficult for Gnar because, you know, if she hits the root, then you just have to sort of sit there and take the damage. And Gnar's a lane bully, assuming people can't trade back onto him quite well. It's like been my impression. That's the reason things like Aurelia and who else? Camille have often been options into the champion, right?
Yeah. Whereas, of course, Nico can match the range of Gnar in mini. Has movement speed buffs of her own, has honestly a slightly more oppressive lane in terms of what she has to offer in the laning phase. So honestly, I'm pretty sure that it used to be you would take Nico into Gnar, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see whether Infor actually, you know, pilots it well enough to take down the Nico. But it is definitely very interesting solo lane picks coming out from Lucent here. You don't often see Ziggs, though. Depending on the team, you might see him pop up. Nico, I cannot remember the last time I saw this champion outside of like G2 playing it. I think in season 9.
So I've seen it relatively recently. But that's mainly because I cast over for some of the LJL stuff, and there's 1 or 2 Nico players over there, and it's worked out relatively well. But they're also just historic Nico players, so it's just there's an element of comfort there rather than necessarily standard stuff. So okay, I found the Nico stats for you. So all time, Nico has a hang on, Gnar win rate has a 41% win rate against Nico. So that's pretty horrific as far as win rates go, and that's I think with about 30 odd games. Sorry, 17 odd games. I'm counting the one above it. So 17 games, 41% win rate, which is not the best for the Gnar into that matchup.
Yeah, well, very interesting. Maybe Info recalled the matchup differently. Maybe he just wanted some kind of comfort pick. I mean, to be fair, if I'm a top laner and I feel like I'm picking into Nico, I wouldn't have an idea what to play either. So,
I suppose it fits the team comp, at least with Viperio.
It definitely fits the team comp. It gives them a little more frontline. Come sort of the later stages of the game, it gives them sort of a option for engage if Info can obviously find the angle. It's no Ornn or Malphite, of course, but sometimes Gnar can find those magical ultimates and it turns into highlight reel clips. So we'll see, and especially with Lucent primarily moving in, or at least they'll have 2.5, depending on Vanegod's choices of rocket jump, champions moving into them. Gnar's definitely going to have an okay enough time come the mid-game team fights, assuming he doesn't get pummeled into the ground in the laning phase by Nico.
Assuming he doesn't get pummeled into the ground, which could be a big if, is what we're kind of wondering about here. Of course, like we're theorizing a little bit here. We're going off some historic stats, but there's a lot of new items. We've not seen the matchup in probably a couple years, frankly, thinking about it.
Moving into that territory, yeah. So,
which is making things a little challenging. Either way, I feel like we've kind of seen our draft styles invert a little bit here, Jemana. Like last game, it was Lucent with a pretty standard, big, easy execute, front-to-back team fight, lots of pick. This time round, they've gone for a little bit more creativity of Lucent, whereas Viperio have gone for a much more standard meta front-to-back option with some Gnar sort of weak side come split push ability there.
Yeah, I suppose they definitely have. And whilst I was obviously calling for the Orianna pick as sort of a double takeaway and also to sort of just provide a little more spacing for the members here of Viperio, this Victor pick sort of post 25 minutes, once Hecarim starts to sort of fall off a little bit, is going to probably have a relatively good time here, because Victor, he's sort of a short to medium ranged mage, and he would much prefer if people just came into him, as opposed to forcing him to walk forward and hit those max range death lasers. So, honestly, if Killikin here can find a relatively successful lane, and in that, Ziggs can be a pretty uninteractive mid lane pick, as can Victor really, he should find himself scaling pretty well, assuming he doesn't get a whole bunch of attention here from the Hecarim or from the Rel, depending on how lane priority goes in that bottom side.
Of course, we'll have to keep our eyes on and see how it goes. We are looking at a Tristana who, of course, just shoves ad infinitum, which could make things a little tricky. Of course, Explosive Charge just does that passively, and no sooner do we have a pause, Jamato and our beautiful faces are on screen, then we're straight back into game. So, how are we expecting this early game to go? I'm seeing potentially a slight push advantage for Lucent, but I don't know whether that's just me assuming that. I mean, curious to see what your thoughts are about, like, where you're expecting the early priorities to be.
Yeah, so I would probably expect Nice Guy Dom in the mid lane to have priority into this Victor of Killikin very early on, until Killikin realistically gets that augment upgrade for his E. He likely won't find priority very often unless Nice Guy Dom just decides to give it to him. There is one time that Killikin can look to abuse, and it is level 1. So just walking up, taking those nice trades with the Q, but he's not going to find much more lane priority than that. On the top side, basically Lucent should just have solo lane priority. Here on the bottom side, I don't expect him to have that as much. The Thresh kind of just has the ability to dissuade anything Rel can do for a majority of the lane, though come the mid game, he's not going to have the same level of potency in disrupting those engages. So Viperio's jungler, I feel rightfully so, pathing towards that bottom side where he should have priority, though may struggle finding priority out of that mid lane.
Yeah, as you can see, it looks like Nice Guy Dom will have that priority you mentioned. Other side, it is Kaz and Haas who definitely have the early shove and the early level 2. So it's kind of a trade of priority in terms of this Scuttle Crab spawn, which I suspect might be our first look for a contest. I'll be interested to see who actually goes towards it. There's an early ward from Lucent in the river to see whether they can spot out Johnny Rico going for that Scuttle start. Hook goes wide, so I grant you that was a little closer than Comfort would like. Thus far, one not landing for now, and I suppose our first point of contest is probably going to be a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised with Wilhelm's pathing here. He certainly would have known he would have mid lane priority, just because of how one-sided the matchup realistically is for that side of things, but should have known he wouldn't have bottom side priority. So let's see how he decides to attempt to approach the skull, if at all. Looks like the answer is going to just not be a contest at all, so see if he makes it up to the top side in time. Rico could realistically just pass straight through mid and look for the double skull. But won't have top side prior.
He does indeed have topside priority for under tower and at half HP. Not really in a position to help out the jungler should he wish to go up. But with Johnny Rico recalling, looks like Wilhelm will get that topside Scuttle Crab. And that's about all he wrote for now, though that recall is cancelled. Maybe looking for a dive, though. This would be quite bold early on. There are double teleports available for Viperio, though, so they're definitely thinking about this. First blood, though. What? The other side, I won't lose, even though as they were looking for a dive in bot side. It is pulled apart by the solo plays out of I won't lose.
Yeah, and I mean, Infor, either he died in the root or just wasn't expecting whatever damage came out, because he still has his flash available.
Might just answer our questions about what we were expecting from the Nico Na matchup. Either it's just Infor not knowing how the matchup's supposed to be played, or it goes this way every time, because I won't lose coming out nicely in that one.
Either way, I think the best word to have probably used when trying to figure out the lane matchup in the top side is just volatile.
There we go, that's a smart choice. We could have gone for that one.
Yeah, you know, hindsight is 20/20. But yeah, I won't lose. Solo kill, gonna be picking up the Lost Chapter, so I would imagine going down the Everfrost route. Of course, on the previous item set, did quite like the Glacial Augment build with, what was the slow rate item? GLP.
GLP, yeah.
Of course, rest in peace GLP users. There weren't too many of them until sort of halfway through Season 10 anyway. But yeah, gonna be going for that Everfrost, just makes her so oppressive. Just adding that extra root actually feels pretty uninteractive.
You know what Nico needs? More CC.
More CC.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Everfrost has just been a bit of a revelation. Recently, as Zerg goes in with the heal, gets the stun with your trap repel, but now he's being taken down. The hop in, though, will make sure that actually Kaz gets the kill. The teleport coming around prevents too much of a turret. Flash for the Flay. Killikin is here as well, but the death sentence goes wide. It's just the one for none on the bot side, and the teleport prevents Vayne God for looking for more. A lot of summoners burn down there, but it is Viperio that get the kill down there in a bot lane that went very wrong for them last time. It's going very right for them this game.
Yeah, the matchup is just so much more one-sided here for Viperio in the bot lane, so able to, as you saw, the Flay just stops Zerg's engage. He isn't able to find the double knock up, and from there it was almost always going to be scenario where Zerg has to go down because there were so many feathers on the floor for Kaz to call back in. Sad B gets my thumbs up. I won't lose. Anyone who knows me, I love the B emotes. But yeah.
How are you with B skins? Are they allowable too, or is it just?
I mean, the B
emotes?
skins are good, but I don't think there's a B skin for any champion that I play yet. So I'm still waiting.
So what would you want a B skin on if you could get a B skin on?
Well, my dog is calling for Nasus apparently, but
There you go.
I'm actually not sure. I don't really have there's no champion where thematically a B skin would be cool. So I actually
so it would be a very forced B skin.
it would be
so
a really forced B skin. Maybe I don't know, give us like Beekeeper Graves, but I don't know what.
I could see that. Like you could see like the like you could fire out like a bullet from your end of the line could be like a hive. That's
like
the
a
word I'm
honey
looking
gun,
for.
right?
Yeah,
And maybe
great.
the smoke screen is like a
cloud of beads.
yeah, like a cloud of beads.
Yeah, I like it.
Alright.
Okay, well, maybe there's more to this than we thought of.
Yeah.
Either way, it's not Beekeeper Graves, but it is just Graves. Picks up first dragon for Viperio off the priority they had in the bot side. All the while, Nice Guy Dom picks up his blue buff, which is very important to Zig, so he can do what he does best, which is clear waves and destroy towers. So, fairly decent CS lead, actually, for Nice Guy Dom. Primarily off Killikin burning the teleport to prevent too much turnaround from Vanguard on that bot side. But you're trading priority for Desire, who's doing very well on the bot side, for the priority in mid. And it's still leaving Viperio actually down a fair amount of gold here, because remember, there's still the first blood and the top side. Solo lane pressure from Mine Won't Lose. It's giving Lucent at least a little bit of an early game advantage here.
Yeah, both junglers also pathing towards the bottom side. Death Sentence lands, but that engage is raided.
And the Flay can only stop one person going in. You can stop the crash down, but not the rocket jump. And speaking of volatile, that one was explosive, and Vanguard gets himself on the board. Suddenly that bot lane, which was looking pretty good for Viperio, drops a kill, which is not what they wanted to see.
Yeah, quite frankly, initialized, you can stop one horse, but you can't stop the other. Too much moving forward there from Lucent. The numbers weren't there, and Johnny Rico, whilst he was on the right side of the map, wasn't actually in the position to maybe aid a return kill. One thing I did want to note before that gank is that Rift Herald in this game actually holds a little more...
It does.
A little more value than it typically does. Not only because I Won't Lose is really pounding away at this topside tower, but also because Ziggs is in the game. So
yes,
you can pretty much put a Herald down at that HP where it's at right now, almost. And
just a spit.
Just the satchel just will finish off the rest. So we'll have to see whether Viperio actually prioritize that quite highly, and of course, naturally the same for Lucent, whether they recognize the strength of their solo lanes. Right now, the fact that I Won't Lose has pretty much worked up that 2-plate lead for himself, or whether that Nice Guy Dom can pretty much execute the mid-tier 1. Death Sentence again lands.
Don't get anything out for it. Doesn't post their rocket jump, and instead they're thinking about just trading back, especially knowing that's down. Zerg goes in, gets the attract repel. Up goes Kaz. He'll get the kill back, but here comes everybody else. That's a second death sentence. The cooldown was good. I Won't Lose gets Kaz, but Haas trades it back. It's a 2-for-1 right now. That will be the Pot Blossom. Flash out from I Won't Lose, and in for misses the Meganar. The death sentence goes wise. I Won't Lose gets the root under tower, no less. But there is a dark pass. It just gets in for out. Jamada was clenching for a second, but with the bot lane dead,
if Wilhelm
it does look like
huge.
If he can win the smite fight, it's huge. That is the Mega Inferno Bomb. They're still looking to go in, and he gets it. He needs to get out. Nobody can't get the eye. And wait, no, Killikin was the one who actually smited out of the way. Couldn't see from where the observer was at. Now Wilhelm needs to try and get out. Unstoppable, but dies from Killikin. And Viperio just pick up 3 kills across the map.
Yeah, Viperio picking up the Herald, the Killikin actually has the Herald in his pocket, so he's going to be happy about that one.
I genuinely thought that Wilhelm had stolen it.
Especially with the fact that the Ziggs had put the Inferno Bomb on top of that Herald. It looked like Wilhelm had the damage to execute it with just a devastating charge of Q plus the smite, but it just wasn't the case. Johnny Rico won out on the smite fight somehow.
Some way, somehow, maybe a red buff burn. I'd have to go back and look over the VOD on that one. Either way, it was close, but the 50-50 flips in the favor of Viperio. They get the kill there. They got 2-for-1 on the bot side, and that is a much more competitive early game this time around. It is not Lucent running away with the game. It's only a 500 gold lead at the 10-minute mark, which is significantly more playable, even if things like I Won't Lose and Nice Guy Dom are still looking pretty potent in this game.
Yeah, pretty much. Despite losing out on the neutrals, Lucent's still in an okay enough position. And for Viperio, though, are seeing in a scenario where they are going to be up trading tools for this next dragon. They could even realistically yield this dragon if they wanted to trade it for gold elsewhere, but then that would likely mean you'd have to go up into the top side because Lord knows Ziggs will never give up lane priority here.
Never heard. Of course, Vanguard doesn't burn the rocket jump, but has been so good on this thresh with the split, and I feel like we've been seeing it in this game. Some of these hooks, some of these flays have been critical to turning around the attempted engages from Lucent and crew. Wilhelm was hanging around for a second down in that bot side, but didn't look for anything more. We got about 30 seconds until Drake number 2. Looks like Viperio were the one set up for us.
Yeah, does seem that way. Viperio do have the double lane priority.
Oh,
I'll say though,
gonna find himself in trouble. There's a devastating charge with double flay, but over the wall goes Wilhelm with the onslaught of shadows, and that charge gets the kill. But is it a charge of the light brigade? Look at the feathers and into the cannons, make that bullets and feathers and galore. Coming through to try and get more of the death ray. Not quite enough to get Zerg. Thus far a 1-for-1 Vago trying to play it under turret, but he's in a 1 versus 3. That is a lot of damage. The rocket jump not quite enough, and Johnny Rico gets the kill onto Vanguard. They'll summon the Herald down here as well and look to get first turret for themselves and a big influx of gold. They've evened it up thus far, and with the charge, they'll find themselves the first lead of the game for Viperio.
yeah, they will find that first lead. They win the fight. They get the tower. They'll get the dragon. Let's take a look at the mid lane, actually, because Nice Guy Dom was left pretty uninterrupted. He's got to be close to being able to execute that tower.
It's getting increasingly close.
If I remember right, it's about 1.3k HP. He can murder that first tower.
That's really not far away.
It's-
There's
and it's-
still about a
it's
minute
not
left
far,
before
yeah.
plates go as well.
A stiff breeze and then a satchel would be enough.
I'm not sure a satchel counts as a stiff breeze. That's like
Well, no,
that's
the
like
sti-
Semtex. Yeah, it's a stiff
alright.
breeze, Semtex, same kind of deal.
The weather wearing. I mean, we are on the ocean
True,
rift now, so the rain's gonna erode the tower a little bit, and then
That's what it is. I see.
and then
So-
satchel's gonna come down. Yeah, geography, thank you very much.
That-
I appreciate that.
There's a joke about colouring pencils I should be bringing up right about now, but instead, maybe we should talk about the Skull Crab, which does go the way of Wilhelm, though. I saw Haas hanging around. I was thinking, surely not a death sentence to steal. Seen it before one too many times. Another 4 or so minutes until that Ocean Drake number 1 spawns. It is that Ocean Rift we were just talking about, and a little while until Herald spawns as well. So, might actually, for once, have a little bit of breathing space in the game, Jamada.
Yeah, especially with Victor and Ziggs in the game. There's certainly chance for that, but both teams have swung their bottom laners into the top side, and junglers, you can see, waiting in tow, waiting in wings. Viperio looking to press a little forward here, and that's a go bud.
I should have said nothing about waiting, about periods of peace, because instead we're looking to press the charge. Won't find all that much though, so a little bit stunted there. Teleporter's down, and I managed to cast a curse that like twice in a row.
Yeah.
Like, first there'll be no action, then I say, oh look, there's going to be action with the teleport, and nothing breaks out. So, congratulations myself, I played myself.
Yeah.
Didn't work out, never mind.
Appreciate it. Well, I was really looking forward to that fight there, but I guess you just had to open your mouth, didn't you, buddy?
I'm sorry, man. Please forgive me. It's all my fault.
It's alright, it happens. But yeah, we are likely going to have a relatively long period of peace, unless we get another phony TP in from probably Viperio this time. Though Nice Guy Dom has it available, I suppose. So
I suspect
maybe we
a
get
Nara
flanking
teleport is a
Ziggs.
little bit more frightening than a flanking Ziggs. Unless you land the mother of all satchels to reposition Kaz. Maybe that's what you see.
Yeah. But I think for Viperio, they can be happy with this game state.
Yeah.
All things considered. Whilst not disregarding the fact that Lucent definitely do scale quite well, I think if we're talking about a comp-to-comp scenario, Viperio just kind of scales better. Eventually, Wilhelm's damage will fall off, especially we've seen in recency a lot of this chem tank Hecarim variant, where it's more sort of geared to full tank, rundown, disruption. Still has a lot of damage available just naturally because he is Hecarim, but it's not quite the same as having sort of staying relevant for a couple extra minutes. At which point, Johnny Rico, with the shield bow build, which I was hoping he would go for, it's going to be so hard to take down. Amongst other members, of course, Featherstorm, Kaz, walking into Victor. It's not fun. That's basically
No,
the...
no, it's really not.
That's the underlining fact.
We've got a Nico, a Hecarim, a Tristana, and a Rel, all who want to kind of jump in, and they're doing so into a lot of ground zone control between Smokescreen and Gravity Well, or Field rather. We've got the Xayah Feathers we're talking about, you've got Lanterns, you've got Nah. That all sounds pretty difficult to run into, even if you do have the tools to do it. They do, however, get that all-important Herald because they've got a Tristana and a Ziggs plus Herald. You can very easily get 2 turrets off that charge.
Yeah, very easily. It is not out of the realm of possibility when Ziggs is in the game.
So,
Let's see.
So some context. I kind of mentioned before. I moonlight occasionally casting some LJL games. And guy over there, people might remember a guy called Saros, who basically is it was partly a Ziggs one trick, as far as his pocket pick. So I've been casting Ziggs Herald's charges for like a year and a half now. And this guy like permanently looks for Ziggs plus Herald in every game he's in. So it's something near and dear to my heart. So I'm quite looking forward to see whether Lucent can try and pull off something similar.
Yeah, I think given how... Well, the gold lead is technically large at this kind of stage of the game, but you look at the items in the inventories, there's not crazy enough sort of discrepancies between both these teams to dissuade either of them from actually looking to contest this. But it will be Lucent, who aren't necessarily going to have the priority, but they do have the Herald. They've got that trading tool available if they want to try and pull Viperio away. Whether they do, different story.
Exactly, because I mean, the thing is, do you want to like use it aggressively for its own thing? As Wilhelm just pops the ghost, looking to get in on Johnny Rico, but can't quite shove him back the way they want him to. Haas takes a fair chunk from the Mega Inferno. Has to flash away. One more auto would have felt his doom, but will survive. Either way, they summon the Herald to Lucent. They've got the man health bar advantage, but Haas is still sticking around. And Wilhelm now in a bit of an awkward position, but has himself an onslaught of shadows. It's just devastating, charge his way to victory. Now needs to try and find his way out. Does so, takes a lot of his own health bar into it. But now Johnny Rico got pulled back. It's a Pop Blossom with the flash for Nico in for having to get out. Zerg going in on the rail. It's another horse this time. And the Apocalypse is here for the side of Viperio. Wilhelm gets in for as well. And Viperio can't quite find their way into the river. And instead have Wilhelm just jaunt around the corner and charge on the low health Thresh.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like Wilhelm actually went for the more solo queue play. He was trying to corral the Herald actually in. And then he saw Thresh and he was like, well, I guess I will. There's no reason not to. Charges in, doesn't lose his life, still has the Onslaught Shadows to taxi out. And with that in mind, the fact that Hase was so chunked out, it just allowed Lucent to kind of take control of this little area on our screen, that entrance into the river. And it allowed for a far more positive fight than realistically should have been the case.
A little bit of mispositioning, Haas hanging around with the health bar being a little low, and Wilhelm just being fairly opportunistic, gets Lucent their first dragon of the game, prevents Viperio from getting to that all-important soul point. They don't get as much out of the Herald as they might have liked, but they still have that turret in mid lane down, which is always a nice touch when you have a Ziggs and a Tristana in the game. We sit now at a relatively even game state, though Viperio do have the edge in gold right now.
Yeah, edge in gold, you still, as we was kind of talking about, still definitely have the slight, I mean, depending on who you ask, it's either a pretty large or a sort of medium to small scaling advantage. I'll definitely fall under the carry of the former, as I feel it's going to get increasingly difficult for Lucent to take down some of the key members here for Viperio, especially when you think about Killican actually has a stopwatch in inventory, so he could even... I mean, he's got the 8th Wisp, so I guess he's going to go into Lichbane before a Zhonya's Hourglass very early on. Kaz, I think it kind of goes without saying on the Xayah.
Gale Force,
almost indefinitely.
Featherstorm,
Yeah,
Flash,
almost.
Heal, all the things eventually that this guy's going to be so hard to get on top of. And, you know, he's kind of got off to a really good start in this game as well, fairly significantly further ahead than Vanguard as well. And you've kind of been talking about it. Lucent have got quite a difficult challenge to get on top of this eye and make it stick.
Yeah, I think almost any member here is Death Sentence.
For a little bit of a pick, but Zerg has the crash down to get out, and Johnny Rico instead actually takes a lot of damage in trade. That'll be the Mortal Shield Bow popped from the Ziggs ultimate coming through, as I won't lose. Taking a big trade against In4, who's looking for the wallop and the solo kill, but there's a stopwatch there, and the towers prevent the full kill. And now here comes Wilhelm! That is a very fast horse! Chilling Smite is there as well. There's a hop, but there's an onslaught of shadows. And that charge into the Light Brigade will come up with the kill, and nobody dead. Wilhelm has got to still try and find his way out. That's the Gale force forward, and the death sentence lands. Has just been a picture-perfect kill to get the shutdown across onto none other than Kaz. He's at 4-1 and 3, and Nico dies as an afterthought there as well, and that is with 2 members then, including the jungler. The go button for Viper to start Baron.
Yeah, coincidence here is that the Baron is on this side of the map, and they just killed the jungler and their top laner. Nice Guy Dom doesn't have ult available, as Death Sentence again.
It is going to be the box out as well. They're pulling off the Baron for a little bit, but look at Johnny Rico. Still low, but the Baron gone down to 3,000 hit points. There's just not enough vision for Lucent, and it looks like they're just going to have to see this. Baron for hook again from Ass. They were thinking about going for a little bit more there, and suddenly Viperio break this game wide open in their favor. They scaled well. Well, one way to expand and expedite that scaling, just pick up a Baron for yourselves early on into the game.
Expedient, I like that word.
Thank you, man.
That's a good one. Write that one down.
All right, it's a great one. There you go. You take it with my blessing.
But yeah, no, Viperio, with that Baron, Nice Guy Dom wasn't really able to walk up and capitalize on a lot of the low HP bars because Hase was kind of playing bodyguard, threatening a potential turn of Death Sentence. And that was all it really took. Wilhelm and I Won't Lose trying to pick on In4 and being punished themselves for it. And pretty much just by geography. Coincidence that Baron is on that side of the map, and the fact they killed the jungler in such close proximity just set up for a really easy Baron takedown. Gold lead, still only 2,000 though, so Lucent, you know, not in a great position, but it's not necessarily comfortable either.
It's not out of reach, I think, is kind of what we're saying here. And Viperio have definitely got command over this game. They have the agency to play forwards. We said, well, actually, Lucent may be difficult to play the game the way they want to with their comp, but it's not like they don't have options, and you can see, you know, Nico still pretty strong. This Tristana's going to scale into infinity, and Ziggs just gets to rain hell from miles and miles away. Like, they have tools, but it's going to get difficult, and at least they got a hold of that last Ocean Drake, so it's not Ocean Soul coming up in 5 seconds, but still look like it's going to be Soul Point for Viperio as they're going to move over and try and take this Drake without Lucent being able to get in and contest.
Yeah, I doubt that we'll see much of a full sort of attempt here by Lucent. It seems like I Won't Lose is content on attempting to maybe get a Q steal over the wall, but Hase has now spotted him out.
Some Tangle Barbs. He's got a Blooming Burst, that's what it's called. I nearly called it Blooming Blows, but that would in fact be Lilia's Q. And instead, Ocean Soul Point is there for Viperio. And there is a third of the HP bar left on this mid lane outer tower that Viperio would very much like to remove from the game.
Yeah, they want to take down this mid tier 1. It would really help in opening up the map and giving Viperio a little more freedom of movement in terms of being able to shove up these waves slightly higher up. To also give them more time around the map between these waves, as they are just looking to siege mid right now as 5. Now, being in the mid lane, it means that they've opened themselves up to more flank angles, but Lucent aren't really in a position to capitalize on that fact.
They only really get the one turret in mid out of this Baron partly because they weren't able to grab themselves the Ocean Soul Point, which, as we said, definitely a good thing to be doing, but they're also trying to siege into a Nico, a Ziggs, and a Tristana, which is a lot of range wave clear.
Yeah, particularly Ziggs, one of the kings in the game of uninteractive long-range wave clear. Perhaps even the best. The only other champion I could think of. Oh, Vengor.
In a spot of trouble is In4. Might have had a rough early lane phase, but that's twice now where he's starting to feel his strength in this game. Wilhelm gets the Gromp with the Smite, and Johnny Rico takes a big trading back as a bouncing bomb hits Johnny Rico to the face. That will be the Death Sentence landing, though. I feel like that has been a beautiful combo. Pop Blossom in turn isn't bad. They're going to try to turn it around. Vengor firing out and manages to find them all. Lucent turn it around their own blue side jungle.
Yeah, Lucent with a really explosive engage there. Managed to teleport. I didn't quite catch where he found that ward. It could have been the ward that he just walked over, that pink ward there in the river, but it doesn't even really matter. Finding a 3-man ultimate there into the rest of the layered damage is that they just take a free throw in their own jungle. It's going to alleviate so much pressure. The Baron had already fallen off, dissipated from Viperio, but the fact that they're able to find those kills, it's just a gold injection, much needed for particularly the carry members here, looking towards Vanguard, who really wants to get towards that IE as soon as possible. Because, I mean, if you look at the inventory of Kaz, he is already sitting at 3 items, and not only that, those are expensive items.
Those are juicy items, yeah.
It's not like, you know, one of them's a rapid fire cannon or...
There's a hurricane in there, yeah, exactly.
These are 3,000 gold cost items. And we'll have to see, he's only backed for that agility cloak, so he's still a little whiles away, Vanguard is, from finding that third item completion. So
at least he gets something. I mean, on the other side, though, nice guy Dom, Luden's Archangel's on his way to a death cap. You know, he's still pretty strong in this game, and we saw from some of the damage he's been poking out, it's been pretty good, as I won't lose. Had a clone running at Johnny Rico, which scared him briefly, but nothing more to be said. And I suppose one thing I do want to call out potentially is that Victor has gone towards a Lich Bane second, which is very much a split push build, largely for the Victor, I would imagine.
Yeah, so normally you'd see the Lich Bane in scenarios where you're seeing sort of the game being opened out more in 1-3-1s or 1-4s, where, you know, you sort of have Victor as the 1, but you give him the jungler as sort of a soft 2.
Sure.
But in this case, I think the Lich Bane is actually pretty applicable because of how Lucent are likely going to be playing out these fights. They're going to be coming into him, so it's actually viable for him to get Lich Bane.
More out those Qs. Yeah.
Whilst normally I would say, hey, maybe just sort of look towards your utility items / sort of survivability so that you can put out your damage. But I think in this game, honestly, not the end of the world. He can definitely pop some of the key members, like the Ziggs in particular, if Ziggs ever ends up inside of his range, which realistically shouldn't, but he could.
Might have a Hecarim, he might have a Nico, he will likely have a Rel to at least be trying to jump him, so all those people are worthy Siphon power targets. Baron has spawned again, back onto the Rift. We've got a minute until an Ocean Soul fight, which Viperio would love to claim. But Lucent have managed to claim mostly control over the topside river. Haas, though, has got himself into this river bush from mid lane. Nothing much more to be had. We've got ourselves a little bit of a grouping in mid. That's about it. Just a bit of a stalemate, a bit of a standoff.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because I think, crucially, it's going to be all
I've got to stop saying this, Jemana, because every time I say something about stalemate, someone tries to go in.
But, yeah, I agree. I think the crucial thing to sort of look at is how much poke Nice Guy Dom can actually layer in, because that's going to be...
Pop Blossom into the back, but Joey Rico there to get his way out. I want to lose, gets popped in turn. The Lich Bane is there, but that's a Madness Storm into the onslaught of shadows. Kaz gets deleted. He is taken off the Rift. The Mega Inferno Bomb does its job. It's a 1-for-1 top laner for AD carry, but the AD carry, Kaz, was so much of the gold, so much of the damage. I think you take that if you're Lucid right now.
Yeah, if you're Lucent, you're so happy that that member is down for now. It means that this fight is actually potentially winnable. You don't care about a Nico without ultimate. You care about an AD carry that can auto with 3,000 gold items in his pocket. And look at the damage.
Nice guy Dom, and this Tristana Vanguard just sending everybody away. Johnny Rico is over the back of the pit, but he's got no health bar to his name. They've got a ward in this back bush. It's an Ocean Rift. He can try and E over. That's a satchel to try and keep him out. They're going to try and pop him away. They know where he is. There goes Wilhelm trying to get in on top of him. He's got a lantern. He's forced away from. He gets the smite to heal, but it's still not enough. It will be Lucid to secure the Ocean Dragon, stopping the Ocean Soul fight. And now they got Infor trying to fight in a 1-versus-2. Killikin over the wall looking for death rays. And out they're on the wrong side of the map. On the wrong side of the map, the Mega Inferno Bomb won't land, but Viperio need to retreat. The bouncing bombs are coming through. Vanguard is here, but it's not really him. It's Almo Lucid. He gets popped in turn. Nice guy Dom still gets the kill. That's the Pop Blossom for the shield. And he'd get away, but look who comes over the wall. Infor misses the Boomerang Blade, though. Recall of the Boomerang Blade. We're back in Australia. You got to remember, those boomerangs always come back.
Oh, it's so good. It actually came back and whacked him over the head. And now we're on Barrett. Kaz is caught out.
What's going on? He's back. Why are you face checking into 1-versus-3? But maybe I spoke too soon. He tries to get it, and he'll get a shutdown. And maybe I spoke too soon. That is the AD carry dead. That is most of the damage. And Killigan's teleported in. That's a speedy victor. And the death ray lives up to its name. And suddenly I wonder whether they have the members to get Baron.
Yeah, they could do better. Okay, nice guy Dom has teleport. He's out of mana right now though, so he might just elect to do the blue. I don't know. He's basing. He can't teleport on that pink ward. He'll die immediately. Okay, he's doing the blue buff. He's going to try and stick around to poke. He has the ultimate available. Let's see how much damage he can layer in to maybe slow down Viperio here. Wilhelm's on his way out of base. He doesn't have Ghost to move in faster. Initialize, I don't know. That's a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage, but there's just not enough members. And Kaz, I thought he'd Leroy Jenkins, and instead he William Wallace as he screams for freedom, charges in, gets the kill he needed and sacrifices himself for that martyrdom. Earns Viperio a Baron, and that nice teleport from Killikin on the respawn. And it's been back and forth, but somehow, someway, after the dust has settled, Viperio ended up with a Baron, and I guess the advantage.
That was 2 minutes of mayhem, which I was not expecting.
I'm reeling a little bit here. Like, how do we take that apart?
Well, it is Viperio with this Baron yet again.
True.
So they should look to knock down at least those 2 outer towers, maybe look to break open the base in one lane. But they're going to have to be very tentative about their approach, as Lucent have definitely shown a lot of tenacity. These champions, whilst sort of uncommon, have certainly shown that they're capable of just whacking out ridiculous amounts of damage. If there is some kind of misstep here from Viperio, which there have been plenty in a lot of these fights, so definitely have to pay their respects.
It's 1,000 gold that's the difference between these two teams, which, frankly, this late to the game means very little. And instead, I would like to turn our eyes towards the items. Kaz is a monster on this Xayah, but then you look at nice guy Dom, 4 completed items on this Zig, plus a fully stacked Dark Seal. This Ziggs is a nuclear warhead, and I don't mean just the ultimate. He will absolutely delete anybody who dares get within range of his spells. Look, just one single satchel charge.
That's a satchel. That's not even the ability that he maxes.
That's so
I mean, granted, he's level 17, right? So he's got 4 points in it. But it's the principle. It's the principle of that's not supposed to be a damage ability in the traditional sense.
And we were worried about... Alright, thank you, Phil. Production just showing us 570 damage on a basic ability for Ziggs at this point in the game. We said there would be scaling across the board, but maybe it would go in favor of Viperio's favor. Nice guy Dom is trying to prove both of us wrong, because this Ziggs is just putting out dumb numbers.
Yeah, and wow. Take a look at this. Viperio actually opting for a reset.
How do they get close enough to Siege? They've got to try and get through this Ziggs. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Xayah gets up close.
Yeah, I was actually going to commend them. I think this is a really smart reset. Whilst a lot of teams would have felt sort of pressed to maybe open up the base, they recognize the Ocean Soul is the bigger objective. It's the more important objective. So they've reset now, and it's just going to mean that they're going to have wards refresh. They can place them down, give them more information for this setup. And because they'd shoved in the waves and, of course, have that Baron recall, Lucent, you can see, they were just barely exiting their jungle by the time that they'd actually return. So it's going to give them a positive setup. That's a satchel, by the way.
That is actually disgusting. This Ziggs is a weapon of mass destruction. Johnny Rico gets charged and takes a lot of damage, but that's the jungler dead in trade. The health bar damage is massive, though, so yes, they've lost a member, but and Johnny Rico, so low, the pop blaster from the flash. It's still going to be Amloolu's in trouble. Info gets Mega looking to get in, and actually it's Amloolu's caught at the back end of the line. Kaz goes down, or rather gets, I won't lose. Vayngod gets in for in trade. In goes the well. It's re-engaged. The tracks repel. Vayngod takes so much damage, but he is trading back as well. The autos, Ziggs and Tristana in the late game. The demolition is duo. The feathers still get pulled back, but it's nice guy Dom with the health bar to maybe, just maybe get something. He'll get one back, but he's going to try and keep going. It's Ocean Soul over to Viperio, but nice guy Dom is not done yet. He nearly gets Kaz with a satchel charge again, but the fight goes the way of Viperio, even if this Ziggs made it so damn close.
Man, Dom is putting out so much damage, it's ridiculous. This Ziggs is so scary, but the underlying fact is that Viperio, despite the very scary engage from Zerg, have picked up the Ocean Soul. So that's going to really alleviate a lot of the pain that this Ziggs is laying into them now. It is only two Ocean Soul. It is only a 2 Ocean Soul Dragon. Ocean Dragon Soul.
I'm with you. Like, Ocean Drake's in the soul. I get you. Like, we're there.
That being said, the soul is still pretty potent at just replenishing the missing HP. So it can actually mean that Viperio could potentially look for sieges a little more readily now. That being said, you can't really siege if Dom just removes you from the rift instead. So
Ocean Soul is great if you survive to heal up. And
it might not be the case anymore. It might not be the case because he's finished up that Magi, so he's getting even more AP. And he could even have a blue pot to boot, so his lethal range has just increased that much more.
It was already pretty damn high. You saw in that fight, he very nearly 1v3'd and took over that fight. Viperio, though, despite how close it was, did get the pick on Wilhelm that was so critical. Did get the Ocean Soul, even if it was close. And now we're in a state where Viperio had two Barons, have got the Ocean Soul, but it still doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to be easy for them to end this game.
No, it's not. And because the Ocean Soul was picked up, it means that multiple members of Lucent have now had to opt into the anti-healing items, which they might not have necessarily wanted to do prior to this. That being said, it's not a crazy deviation off of a lot of the build paths that the champions would have likely wanted anyway, so it's more a slight detour than a inconvenience. Realistically, fortunately, to be honest with you.
Tristana, not quite a level 16, that's another hook. But the minefield there is like, Johnny, because I can't walk through that, and rightly so, does hop over the wall. A bouncing bomb hits Haas in the face, and Ocean Soul at least buys time. And we'll get some of that regen coming through. Wilhelm is going to face check Johnny Rico, but Haas over on the other end of it takes nearly all of his HB bar in trade. You can see Wilhelm being forced away. Smoke screen landing Haas so desperately low. But Ocean Soul is buying time. That will be the redemption out as well. But in goes Kaz. He's got himself a Gelfos, but has he gone too deep? Is the question we have to ask. Nice job. Still alive, but can't step into the feathers. Will survive. Kaz on this Xayah does it all again.
Yeah, that was quite risky though, initialized. Quite risky. I have to say, Vanequad very easily could have just pressed his R key and dropped Kaz right there and then, but didn't feel like he had the lethal damage in him. And I mean, this Baron is just gone again. Third Baron in the pocket of Viperio. Let's see if third time's the charm.
Third time. It has to be, surely. Problem is, you're sieging into Tristana at level 16. He's level 18 Ziggs with 5 items. It's just such a daunting task despite the weight of buff piled up behind them. Kaz, though, on this Xayah is proving his worth. Got to be a little bit careful because Vanguard is on the flank, and if he is given a second or two to auto-attack, will delete whoever has the misfortune to face-check him.
Yeah. It's not pretty. It will be an immediate grey screen for whichever unlucky soul finds themselves in that situation.
I realised I was just bamboozled by it being I won't lose in that bush. He was taking on the form of the Tristana, so I apologise. The point being, that would have still been a great burst of face check, but either way, I apologise. That was me being wrong.
That's alright.
Finally, though, I believe Nart just took out an inhibitor turret in bot side, so they've finally broken the base. That's good news for Viperio. That's less structures. That's an option. The 1-4 is working for now. Still struggling to make much headway in mid lane. They get a hook onto this Rel who tries to go in turn. The onslaught of shadows is there. They're shoving back. Kaz is in trouble. Has to flash away, but the Rel is still dead, and Johnny Rico survives. Ocean Soul proves its might one more time. That is a Mega Inferno Bomb. For just 100 to 0's the victor, though. They'll get inhibitors, but it did come at the cost of their mid laner.
Yeah, Dom does a lot of damage, guys. If you've not recognized that, but it doesn't really matter because Viperio have just actually taken 2 inhibitors just off the back of the siege, regardless. So, sorry, that damage caught me off guard.
Rightly so. It caught me off guard. I just looked over and it was a very dead Killikin. This Ziggs is kind of standing between Lucent and a game loss right now. 14 stacks on the Magi's. Tristana as well is getting to critical mass, but still looking at a Victor, still looking at a Xayah that are doing very well. And the thing is, I won't lose. Wilhelm, Zerg, every time they go charging in, it is a charge of the Light Brigade because they are charging into so much damage that they are falling. And that's kind of the problem for Lucent. Like, yes, their backline is dealing so much damage, but Jamada, can they stay alive to get through all of the zone control that Viperio do have in their composition?
I mean, they have so much wave clear. That
Yes,
it might
they
be
do.
possible, but the Elder is now up, and the Baron's about to dissipate, so Viperio will lose some of the stats quite quickly. But I mean, if Dom's allowed to free fire, then I don't know if it really matters, all the zoning tools of Viperio.
If Viperio get this dragon, though, this is
it's
surely game.
disastrous.
They're down 2 inhibitors already, Elusive, and yes, they have damage, but they need to
Kaz.
get a clean fight. And Kaz caught off onto the one, so he's going to get charged on. He's being run down, but gets the kill anyway. The feathers get pulled back. Charge of the Light Brigade one more time. It's Jungler dead with the Elder Dragon alive. I won't lose flashes in, but Nah is left alone in the base. Keep an eye on him on the mini-map. And they don't get the kill from the engage from Nico. And now it's Ziggs who has to teleport away, but Haz is stepping forward. He doesn't look for the hook, so that is Ziggs back. He has to go back to stop the base falling. And that's going to be the Elder Dragon over to the way of Viperio. And surely, Jamada, this is what they need to finally close the game out. We're 42 minutes in. They've got a man advantage. They've got an Elder Dragon. They've got a Death Ray on this Victor, who's doing a lot of damage as well. And they have to finally find the victory here. You must imagine.
If 3 Barons and an Ocean Soul can't do it, somebody call up the big Grey Dragon,
my-
I think. It's...
My Sky Dom is looking to try, by hook or by crook, hold on to this game, but the Nexus turrets are down. That's so much damage to trade, though. They get one that's fresh dead, but it is not Kaz. It is not the Victor. Kaz forced away. Info trying to get onto the Nexus turret. It is absolute pandemonium in the base. That will be the Nexus. Look at Kaz at the top. Die! The Mega Inferno Bomb is too late. And Viperio just managed to make their way through this mighty Ziggs.
It would have been stuff of scandal if Lucent survived that siege. I don't even know how you start to break a game like that down. That was comical for about 20 minutes, non-stop. Maybe ban nice guy Dom's Ziggs. Don't let him have the freedom to pick that one again. If you don't have the hard engage to actually nail this Ziggs down. Because, man, what show I want to see the damage graph. That's what I actually want to see.
I absolutely do
but
as well.
For Viperio, a much needed win. It keeps them in the series, obviously, but it didn't necessarily look too convincing from my point of view.
I've got the damage numbers for you for Ziggs. So I'm going to ask you to hold on to something, because this is going to be a little bit unhelpful for sensitive audiences. So if that's who you are, please stop tuning in for 5 or so seconds. This could be quite moving or disturbing for you all. That was 57,000 plus damage for Ziggs in 42 minutes. Ouch.
Rocking more than 1,000 damage per minute. As thank you
That
very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
Pretty absurd.
Did we just cut to a break?
I think that, all right, we'll leave you with that image, ladies and gentlemen. Lucid and Viperio tied up at 1-1. The final
my
deciding
goodness.
game after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've recovered from that last game. It was a long one, but it was Viperio that came out with a win. But it didn't come easy, Jamada. Nice guy Dom Ziggs for Lucent was something to behold.
Ban Ziggs.
We'll
I
believe
think
it
that's the answer. I think that's the answer. I think if you can't find long-range engage to actually offer yourself an opportunity to nail down the Ziggs. Now, obviously, they only had R5 to respond to it.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at the draft that you're looking at, where it's Nico, Tristana, Ziggs as like the sort of free flexing between the solo lanes plus the bottom side, it can be hard, but when Death Sentence is effectively your only means of starting fights into just hoping that they pretty much like take the bait and actually fight into you, it just got so difficult. And you saw the Ziggs was able to basically sustain through 3 Barons and an Ocean Soul. It literally took the Elder plus the Soul plus a little bit of the Baron buff still remaining to actually take down the base. So yeah, whilst I definitely did like Viperio's draft, regardless, I think the answer of Ziggs was just
was hard to get through.
Yeah, and I think if the Ziggs isn't there, that game becomes monumentally easier for Viperio to actually clean up and actually end up taking the win probably 15-20 minutes earlier than they ended up doing. So
Just get rid of it.
I think honestly, if it's one of those things where you're in a series, if you have a filler ban, just throw it down, just throw it out there. I don't think there's any harm in that. We'll have to see what the choice is, because it's not like Ziggs, rears his head, frequently in games, but for as long as I've casted a nice guy Dom and I've known about him, he has had champions like Ziggs in his locker to kind of pull out in these weird scenarios like this. And it very easily could have just been a W for them off the back of it.
That curveball certainly did its work in that last game. That haunting image that still stuck in my memory, burned into my retinas, of the 100-0 under the victor into the mid in that late game was pretty damn silly. That said, do you want to give praise over to Viperio? As incredible as the Ziggs was, the other side of it, Kaz, really great game on that Xayah, and I've also really got to praise Haas. That Thresh, you said, well, they're only engaged with the death sentence. Well, the death sentences were damn well landing throughout the laning phase, throughout the mid game, throughout the late game. Haas was such a monster on that Thresh.
Yeah, he was pretty much the key factor, especially in the sort of opening acts, 15-20 minutes, where death sentences were just landing left, right, and center, starting off these fights. Flays were constantly disrupting rel engages. He was pretty much the star man of the show. It's why Kaz ended up being so strong as quickly as he was, is because Kaz was able to capitalize on his support's really strong performance in stopping him from dropping, and also just stopping the onslaught, the pretty consistent onslaught that Lucent were willing to lay down between the two horses. That being said, I'm curious to now see how Lucent themselves adapt in their draft, whether they look to try and put Dom on another combat champion like this, because honestly, Dom can be that spanner in the works with champions like the Zilean, like the Ziggs. He also has that Xerath in pocket, which Zilean and Xerath both banned away. I think as kind of...
Do you have enough bans to get rid of all of them? Do you need to add Ziggs to that? And what are you losing to do that? Because that's 3 bans out of your 5 you're then throwing at this mid lane for pocket picks, not even power picks. Do you maybe just say, okay, maybe we just give up the Xerath, maybe? Because, the Zilean just is a little bit... It's just a completely different ballpark in terms of what it does with compositions. Like, so many questions to ask here. We are into picks and bans again, so I guess our questions will be answered soon enough. Lucent will be moving back over to the blue side, Viperio on the red one more time. And that means we've got a couple bans straight off the gates. The Orianna is the first ban for Lucent. The Twisted Fate one more time for Viperio.
Yeah, they don't want to give Dom over that powerful pick in the Twisted Fate. Though we'll have to see what other bans follow. So far, we are 3 for 3, technically, in mid lane bans. We'll see if it's followed up by 4 for 4. Jungle is often... Yeah, there you go. Skarner. Is very often another one that you very frequently like to target. We'll see if Lucent actually opt for an Udyr ban again, signaling a Hecarim first pick most likely.
Will say, I don't think the Hecarim had as much impact as I would have liked for a first pick the last time out.
Not for a first pick, no. I think more or less had to do with how Lucent actually rounded out their draft. They
Sure.
didn't really do much to supplement the Hecarim. And this time they're actually going to remove away the Thresh. So, kind of said, oh, okay. Viperio could have actually left Udyr up and traded between Ro and Udyr themselves, but with the Udyr now being gone, I suppose it says to Lucent, you pick between Hecarim or Rel. Last time they picked Hecarim.
Do it again.
So, I think for Viperio now, the adjustment should actually be to take this Rel away, with Thresh being off the table. The only other real answer that you can pit into the Rel is Alistar, and that's kind of about it. Kaz is going to take his pretty comfort pick, or signature pick, I suppose, in Ezreal, and it's going to be followed up by Karma too. So already a relatively, yeah, I could see that power duo in the bottom side, relatively neutral / sort of. We don't care what the enemies are doing. We're kind of just going to do our own thing and chill until we hear our item spikes, and then start looking at sort of fighting in whatever way seems suitable.
Ezreal Karma is like, well, assuming it ends up in that lane, of course, could still end up around, and Vanguard gets his signature champion of, you guessed it, Vayne. Never mind Ezreal Karma, that is the gauntlet picked up. I think we have a battle of the bot laners coming up here, Jamada.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case, and not only that, I would love the Zilean rotation, and at the same time, of course, it just pairs up really well with the Hecarim.
It does.
And you've already got two very strong champions to just click your up on. So I think Lucent, not only in terms of strength of comp, but also strength of comfort, winning out heavily here. So Viperio, they really have to answer with something. I don't even know what they could really do. Like, okay, you could go Graves, but then you've got Graves with likely not a whole bunch of priority, and it's what they're gonna do. It does offer them, of course, the scaling aspect, but scaling
it's such
into,
a comfort.
into
I
Vayne
know.
Zilean,
It's difficult. Scaling
Yeah.
into Vayne Zilean, you might get the pick, but Zilean, if you'll forgive the dated meme, say it's rewind time and pull him straight back, it can be so difficult. I mean, at least you've kind of got maybe collateral damage plus True Shot Barrage for like that double long range execute poke, but it's not as clean as you might like.
No, it's really not. So let's see how Viperio get themselves out of this one, because I feel like they're in a bit of a hole right now. It might not necessarily be the most meta hole in the world, but it certainly looks like a hole. With the Lulu ban coming through, obviously just signaling they don't want to have Lucent stack up anymore.
Speed bumps,
Utility and
all
shielding,
things to
speed
put on
buffs,
top of Vayne
just-
in the late game as well.
Exactly.
All those things.
You could see an... Oh, they actually want to remove away Rel. I think that also does make a fair amount of sense. And then on the other side, LeBlanc as just a champion that can be a pretty big pain in the backside for Zilean in the laning phase, and of course, you never really know where LeBlanc's lethal ranges are during the game, so it gets pretty difficult to actually know when you have to drop off on a target. Malphite going to be banned away again, so Malphite not going to be present 3 games in a row.
Such easy team fight engage, such a
yeah.
tank, useful teleport, just take it off the board. Inforce played it a number of times already, he won't get a chance to do this time. And that leaves us with potentially a solo laner to pick up a Viperio, depending, of course, on where that Karma goes, and what looks to be a top laner as well. Though I say that, but Karma can end up in 3 roles, which makes it quite difficult to decide. Killikin will pick up the Victor for a second game in a row, so that's likely going mid lane. So Karma is now either going towards that bot lane support role or towards that top lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure how sold I am. I'll wait for the entire thing from the Viperio perspective here, because I think the issue for them now is that Lucent could realistically just round this draft out with a strong front line to actually provide spacing, or even more utility. As
my
Yuumi
days.
has been locked in, and well, there you go.
Zilean Yuumi for Hecarim sounds pretty damn disgusting. It sounds pretty great on a Vayne too, frankly, and they're thinking about locking in the Ornn. I Won't Lose had an incredible game on the Ornn the first game out as well, so I'd be really happy to see that pick up again.
Yeah, and the thing that's so great about this Yuumi pick in particular, whilst you don't often see Yuumi often, is that you know it's going to be into an Ezreal lane. You have the Karma there, which, okay, even if Karma goes top and Hastey decides to pick up a more aggressive bottom laner, which isn't going to be the case anyway, you've got an Ezreal AD carry. The lethal ranges just aren't necessarily always there, even if you find, like if they'd locked in Nautilus or Leona, for example. The damage just isn't actually always there to execute the Vayne. It would be there if Yuumi makes a misstep, but Yuumi can realistically just quite literally play the game one-handed and lane quite comfortably here. So I think now with the case of Karma being in the bottom side, again, it's more one-handed gameplay probably. Whilst this isn't a traditional draft for Lucent in terms of in the meta sense, this is a composition which can't necessarily be punished too hard by Viperio, and once the items come through, kind of just outscale. So I think Viperio really have to try and do something here to halt the scaling of Lucent and try and bridge some gaps in the scaling here, maybe through neutral objectives.
Do we need to see vertical jungling from level 1 to just ensure that Ezreal Karma get massive shove in at level 1 and try and punish this Vayne as hard as you can? Is that the option here?
That's actually a pretty interesting call. I think that it's certainly doable, particularly because Yuumi isn't really much of a champion at level 1. She only really has to offer, a Q, and that's it. Whereas Karma, of course, has the empowered ability at level 1. Kaz, if he consistently lands a couple of Mystic shots, can obviously layer in damage over time. And Graves is one of the more irritating champions to deal with at level 1. So I think, honestly, a vertical jungle shout could yield pretty positive results. It would definitely sort of allow Kaz to potentially get to his item spikes faster and, of course, naturally slow down Vayne God. That being said, though, the scaling might just still be enough. That's the
worry. And it's and the thing is, this is all saying a lot of this nameplates off. You've put nameplates off and on, and you're looking at a guy who has literally named himself Vayne God, who went 19 kills in the first game on Jhin, has had some really fantastic games in the UKEL Spring Split thus far on his signature champion. That's adding that little weight of history, adding that weight of character, I guess, and that makes things even more difficult. Of course, on the other side, Kaz and Haas have great early level priority. Ezreal Karma, Q on the wave and on the people behind it, and you just get to shove in, add items. So there's something there, but you're worried it's not going to be enough, and I have to agree with you. I think it's going to be a challenge here.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. I think the only potential saving grace is Killerkin just magically blowing up one of the carries, which, to be fair, Victor Burst can come down fast enough to the point where even a Zilean might not be able to react to it in time. So that would be like the only real out I see here. Because other than that, honestly, you've got the non-committal ultimate of the Ornn to look for engages, which you can always just immediately follow up on with the Hecarim. So you can kind of pick and choose your fights. And even though, yes, Hecarim doesn't necessarily enjoy going backwards, he can always just play backwards towards the Vayne if he really has to with the Zilean there. So whilst traditionally this wouldn't be the most flexible Hecarim pick in the world, where they're a different bottom lane in the game, in this game it can be. And Viperio don't really have the diving options either. So it just becomes a very difficult task, even though Viperio have a very standard draft in terms of what we traditionally see at the moment. I don't know whether it's realistically going to be enough into the likes of this Vayne with the Zilean and the Hecarim there with the Yuumi stacked on top.
Yeah. Viperio have a standard draft that looks good around objectives, got pressure in some lanes. All of that is great, but we feel like Lucent, once again with a slightly unusual draft, may have got themselves some answers here, is what we're saying. And you've got a Hecarim who this time has a lot more utility to back him up with a Zilean and a Yuumi to empower that Hecarim going forwards if he wants to be the carry. And then Vayne, later into the game, gets some items, and suddenly Yuumi plus Zilean to allow Vayne God to just be as aggressive as he wants and curb some of that Vayne spotting, which Vayne players can sometimes fall into. It's in that list of medical league syndromes. Lee syndrome, as well, that I was going for there as I mess up that ref. But there we go. Vayne spotting, hopefully curtailed by the draft a little here.
Yeah, it would be impressive to die post 20 minutes as the Vayne here. So, Vayne God dies on you. But, yeah, I do struggle to see many of these lanes going punished just because of the nature of the opponents on the other side. Victor doesn't really want to do anything until he gets his items, right? Ezreal doesn't really want to do much until he's at 2 items either. So it's a bit of a tough ask, but they are going to have to try and find some kind of advantages somewhere, particularly towards this bottom side.
I want to call out that Kaz and Haas have gone Exhaust Ignite for their summoners, so they are really looking to do exactly that. And Yes, Ezreal wants to wait for his items, but, level 1 power from an Ezreal and a Karma is still pretty high, so with those summoners, I'm expecting action pretty damn early on.
Okay, let's see. Viperia are actually posturing for this lane invade, like you called out.
Oh,
But that
play
being
by play, I
said,
feel smart! Yay!
Lucent looked like they were going to maybe answer it. As a, yes, Initialize, you have predicted what I
Can I get a gold star? Do you have those?
You'd have to ask you'd have to ask Alex or maybe Viper.
Okay. Well, I'll ask afterwards. They're the guys in charge. Still, here is that invade onto the red buff. Viperio started up. We might just have that vertical jungling, which might be maybe the answer to punish this Vayne Yuumi early on, because we'll see how it goes. Of course, you sound like you spotted something, Jamada. What's in your mind?
I'm wondering whether Johnny Rico was actually just going to cross straight through mid here and deny away the attempt on the red buff. Now, he doesn't have smite, but he is going to finish up this camp quite quickly, and he's now going to cross over. And Wilhelm's only now just really started up this red buff. That's a lot of damage to secure priority. And look, yeah, Wilhelm, he had to just forfeit the red buff. And
Well, get it. Now he's in a spot of bother as well. What's the level 2 skill for killing him? Step forwards, but there's a speed up from this. First on the bot side. What? Flashing will at least trade it back in mid. But Vengol got a kill early on. The trade back though is from Kaz.
That's gonna be
he
2
gets
kills.
the kill back, and that'll be 2 kills. And suddenly the exhaust, the ignite in the bot side means that Ezreal is the one with the double kill. We asked for action early in the bot lane from Kaz and Haas, and they deliver handily.
yeah, they do. They turn it around off the back of what I imagine was potentially just a misstep from Hase. Vengol and Zerg just capitalizing with the more combat summoner spells available to them. And in the mid lane, Johnny Rico flashes forward, finishes up Wilhelm, and crucially denies him actually picking up the opposite side quadrant as in before.
No, surely not. It's a flash out from him. He gets the solo kill! Brittle's there after those Bellows breath.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate for the Gnar player here. Wasn't able to flash away from the Bellows breath before the Brittle actually applied. And because of that, the auto attack was empowered, and he was certainly in range to be clapped into the death rate chamber. Enrico going to be taking up the Skull Crab. Let's see if he's actually able to make it out to the top side as well.
Missed a lot of CS there, and Nice Guy Dom just flares the emote. He knows what's going on.
He does. Johnny Rico, though, honestly has a pretty monstrous lead in the jungle right now. And when you have games like this, I would really love to see him press his own personal advantage here, because it can actually leak into the lanes. But with no summoner spells available, they feel like maybe pressuring the bottom side is the call. As a smoke screen, I mean, imagine that could be like a bee like cage thing, and then there's bees around. Anyway,
I'm there with you. Be great. Okay, right. With Beekeeper Graves, so it's like alongside like Super Saiyan Gangplank. They're the two skin ideas we've given. I think we've got to be careful to give away too many more ideas here, because we're starting to give away too much for free. Nice Guy Dom in the mid lane as we're joking around. Actually taken very, very low. There's no flash, but the autos, not quite enough with the phase rush, and doesn't have the mana either. So Nice Guy Dom does get to back away without dying. So that got a little close for comfort.
Yeah, Dom is a braver man than I am playing League of Legends. Very interesting sneak away here.
Somehow, some way, Wilhelm's actually managed to even himself up in farm somewhat, though I'll note that Graves actually has a lot more camps alive and around right now, and Wilhelm has spotted out the Graves and might look to try and punish. Gonna try and come in for a bit of a counter gank, but just the health bar advantage in mid means that, unlike Gilgamesh, Haas didn't quite end up in the wall! The last order won't be enough, and Kaz now hopping forward looking to get something down. The Essence Flux is there, he'll get another double! The Ezreal gets himself up to 4.
And this is not how this lane is supposed to go. I will tell you that. Kaz and Hase should realistically have priority, but kill threat in the middle of the lane is an entirely different thing. The Conqueror stacking up, giving him so much AD. He only backed for the Executioner's Calling. It's not like he backed for a Sheen. Or extra damage.
Haas did not end up condemned into the wall. The kill didn't come through. There was no triumph feeling. Suddenly, Kaz just says, well, I'll have that. And that's another 2 over. Wilhelm is here, but I don't think he's going to have the easiest job getting on top of them. Instead, just back away. And that win condition, we said, oh, well, not sure about how it'll go with this Vayne. Going to be hard to punish the lane. And I think we've been made to eat our words here a little bit, Jamada, because 4 kills in 5 minutes in this bot side is impressive stuff from Kaz and Has.
Yeah, they are taking matters into their own hands. Vanguard and Zerg maybe just being a little bit too complacent here in this lane. Not expecting the amount of damage that can actually come out from this Ezreal. But again, you layer in those Mystic shots, they start to stack up. The Conqueror AD starts to make them really pack a punch.
Especially with the new build as well, I feel like on Ezreal, like the amount of ability haste he gets right now is puts him up. So something like 60% CDR, I believe it is max build if you go for the Drakthar build, which is kind of silly.
I didn't realize. So small tangent. I was
Take me on it. I'm with you.
I was A-ramming the other day, as one does. Yeah, and I finally got Ezreal, which Ezreal's one of my favorite ARAM champions for anyone who doesn't ARAM with me, which if you don't, what are you doing? I'm ARAMing all the time. Wilhelm's going to look for this gank though, so...
Okay, well, we'll talk about Ezreal ARAMs later, because we've got a core of the Forge God that interrupts the hop. And instead, it'll be a hop into the grave. Wilhelm gets the kill onto Infor, and that's a nice pickup in the top side. Little bit of good news for Lucent. They've had a little bit of a rough early game. Down about 1,500 gold, and significant amounts of it, guess where? On that Ezreal, which I believe you like to ARAM on in the mid lane. Though never going to get back to that story, Jamada, because there is chaos storms across the map.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much of a case Ezreal now has with this new build.
It's silly.
Because, like, across the board, CDR technically got nerfed this season, right? Just because the way that ability haste actually, like, sort of scales. There's loads of random maths in it, which I've never really actually done. I play the game, I
found other people who do the maths for me. Yeah.
I let the people do the maths for me, and obviously you kind of get a feel for how much CDR you have dependent on your ability haste anyway. But end of the line is here. I didn't realize that Ezreal can end up with like 55 to 60 ability haste with the new build.
Way overcapped from what it was previously.
Whoa. Okay, if that True Shot Barrage hit.
There's a flash and an exhaust available, I agree. In the jungle, though, Nice Guy Dom has got himself a chrono shift to bring himself back up. I don't know whether it'll keep him alive for all that much longer. Has no flash, but look who's here. I won't lose it now. Johnny Rico's in trouble. Gets over the wall, though. I'm Lose is still stepping forward, so that's a very tanky one. He tried to flash in behind. Vanguard's here as well. He's going forward, looking again, and that's an exhaust down. And Johnny Rico will surely fall to the vein. Silver bullet to bring down the monster in the jungle.
Yeah, monster in the jungle. And Wilhelm didn't actually have ultimate available to him, so that's why that fight was as close as it was for as long as it was. And the geography of the map just meant that Vanguard and Zerg were able to move first, even though, by rights, it was actually the Viperio bottom lane that had the priority. The faster path was from where Vanguard and Zerg were. They did, I imagine, have to miss out on a wave for the play, but if you get a kill, you're not really too fussed about it.
And if you were already kind of a way behind, that's a way of at least getting something to even up where you were at. Still 2 kills behind, but at least it's another kill onto this Vayne, which is supposed to be so much of your carry potential. Not fallen too far behind in CS, but 2 plates have gone down early. The lane pressure and the early kills have put Kaz in a fantastic position, don't get me wrong. You can see the... it might look a little bit like a garage sale in that inventory for this Ezreal, but a Caulfield, a Sheen, a Tyr, the Executioners, all of those are going to turn into some very big ticket items in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, he's not that far away from that Essence Reaver. I think the combined cost from that point is about 1,100 gold. So, on the next recall, likely, unless he finds himself in an unfortunate position. But even has the Lucid boots in tow, so going for that early ability haste, as we was mentioning not too long ago during the ARAM story. This new variant of Ezreal,
it's
I'll
just
break
silly.
The rules a little bit. Yeah,
it is just silly. It's every time you have a new meta, a new load of items, Ezreal finds a new way to get into it. And Zilean, I think, has been in this situation before. Has the flash this time, trying to get out, but that is a soul flare from Haas to bring the slow. And Joey Rico gets the kill.
Yeah, layering in the collateral damage on top of it all. Not enough health in Nice Guy Dom's inventory to survive that one. Just a nice free pickup allows for the reset to come down for Killerkin, and the nice thing about the timing of this pick is even though they committed 2 pretty pivotal ultimates to it, they should be back up for this dragon. So all in all, not really too much committed here for the play, and they could actually be in a pretty favorable position for this next dragon. If they do actually pick it up, it would leave both Ocean and Mountain available to them, which they would probably prefer the ocean in this game, but Mountain could be.
Oh, that's
pretty
level 6 with the
irritating.
Vayne there trying to get that final chapter out. There's a call of the Forge God as well, and Kaz and Haas have overshoved. It's always the curse of playing Ezreal Karma condemned into the wall, and the shutdown coaster, you guessed it, Vayne God. And speaking of gods, it's not going to be Deicide this time. The turret will assure that Haas goes down to Wilhelm. In the mid lane, Killer can at least get some alone time with the tower, but those are some big kills for Lucent in the bot lane.
Yeah, now across the map, Killikin definitely sort of getting quite big off of these plays. Info also a lot of alone time on the top side. There was plenty of on-the-way pings to, I believe, the dragon. Even though, well, I would just say I don't think Viperio can actually contest it.
It's going to be a little
Should
late,
be going
I
down a
think.
little bit too fast, yeah. But
Trying to get onto Nice Guy Dom again. This guy has spent a lot of time with people trying to jump him in the mid lane. That's the 5th attempt we've seen on his life. One of them has obviously led to a kill, but Chrono Shift has made things challenging. And it's 6-6 in the kill score. And suddenly the gold is just that little bit more even. About 1,500 gold is still the advantage to Viper. You'll notice in Johnny Rico's inventory there is a Herald there to boot. They're going to summon it in mid lane and try and break down this turret. The Killikin's already claimed 2 plates. They'll try and get enough of this third one to ensure the Herald does the rest of the work. Nearly there. Killikin only needs an auto or 2 more, surely. And there is first turret over to Viperio.
first turret going down to Viperio, the jungler and mid laner, with that Rift Herald in pocket. A lot more gold injected into both of them. Johnny Rico, a pretty big benefit of the early game. And Killikin has been receiving a lot of love in his lane. Speaking of receiving love,
charge onto the attempt on Kaz, but here's the double teleport in response. Wilhelm needs to get away as fast as he damn well can. That's the final chapter coming through, gets the roots. And double teleports will be the response from Viperio. They'll try and claim the turret as a result. They've claimed a lot of turret plates already. And this is looking to be their first full turret with plates as well. But here comes the rest of everybody. Down Sky Dom taken very, very low. In4, nearly at Mega. Gets the stun onto Wilhelm's got no way out anymore. Will go down, and that's the kill. And in pops In4 trying to get more. The boulder toss won't land. Silver bolts, not quite enough either. Vanguard under tower, but look how little health the tower has. That is the Chaos Storm as well. No mana for Vanguard. He can't keep tumbling. The acrobatics are over, rooted in place. I won't lose gets Johnny Rico somewhere else. And it's just Zerg under turret. And the bot lane plus the bot lane turret falls down. And it's another big win for Viperio.
yeah, I was going to say this should have been a positive play for Viperio anyway, because even though they committed the double TPs and initially didn't make anything happen of it, the fact that Johnny Rico was on the top side to keep I Won't Lose there and not actually allow him to trade out tower plates and have any waves be missed just meant that, sure, they would commit the resources, but they would always be able to try and make something happen for a force play just because of how low that bottom side tower was. And that was exactly what happened, except the only thing out of place is that somehow Johnny Rico got solo killed by the Ornn, and Ornn was pretty healthy too before he reset, so I'm more than curious to
Who
know
knows?
why that happened.
It is the man, the myth, and the Forge God legend who is all types of champion at once. This time he was the assassin and gets the kill in the top side. Either way, though, Viperio, after the plates fell, got, I believe, a full 12 plates, including 2 full turrets during that 14-minute early game mark, but puts them up 5,000 gold, Jamada, and Vanguard has to flash away and just gets deleted. No hope, no way. Flash meant nothing. He goes down. Nice Guy Dom takes a Q from Ezreal, who nearly takes him up, and now he's in trouble, having gone too deep, and Wilhelm gets the kill. Hecarim is still a threat, and he's going towards a Trinity Force this game, so he needs to be not doing that so often, eh, Ezreal?
Yeah, maybe not. A little bit of a false sense of security because his strong side was technically the bottom side. Felt like he wouldn't be attacked from that bottom side, so that's kind of the way he kited too, but little did he know he was kiting towards the Hecarim, so a little bit unfortunate, but at the end of the day, the game state should remain as it does right now. And for Viperio, honestly, they have to just try to keep the pace up, continually press this advantage that they find themselves with, because they don't want to allow Vanguard the time and the space to actually scale up here. If In4 was playing League of Legends, he would let this push into him, but it's okay. Sometimes you have to push away.
That was a really like subtle burn. Like if he was playing League of Legends. I don't know what game he's playing anymore. It's not the game he should be playing.
Because if you look at just the way the wave was, right, that was going to push out into him because the cannon wave was there, and it was only 3, I think, meters. And it would have just meant that Vanguard would have been starved for more CS, but he was instead allowed to at least farm up that wave, and he himself pushes it back out, but I think that wave would have pushed out anyway. Side lanes are a bit confusing in the mid-game for some people.
I won't try and comment because I would get it wrong. So we'll leave it there. I've had my one big brain moment saying, "Oh, maybe vertical jungling this thing," but that's it. I will not say any more. Quit while you're ahead is a maxim I tried to hold too. But Vayne down a level and a half, was 2 levels before she got a hold of that wave, and we needed her put in the dumpster for Viperia to have a solid chance in this mid and late game. They have done exactly that. This Ezreal is frankly disgustingly strong. Honestly, so are Killerkin and Johnny Rico, who have also been doing very well in this game, but the combo for Lucent is certainly potent. They're all grouped up, they want this Drake, and they are ready to fight. They've got first items, just might not be from the position they wished it was at this point in the game.
Yeah, they still have to pay a lot of respect to the engaged potential of this composition. Coming out here as the Dragon is actually going to reset. Now, trigger's been pulled. That's a big knock!
Oh, that knock was beautiful. The Ornhorn was come through into info. Actually taken desperately low. The shutdown, and then look at the other side as well. The exhaust means that Kaz is dead. Vanguard's got himself a chrono shift, is still alive. Will get rooted down, but stays alive as well. Johnny Rico can't quite find the kill until just now. The Graves at the back end of the fight will not be stopped. Wilhelm has got a Yumi, but there's a gravity field as well. He's still trying to hop forward. Doesn't have enough. It's a triple to the jungler. He's looking for a quadra. Is this our second pentakill? No! Killerkin steals it all away. And Viperio find the end of the fight when it looked so good for Luce to start.
Yeah, I mean, the Gnar was actually huge. I would say it started to look good for Viperio initially, but then the damage just quite frankly wasn't there. And once they started to chase into the jungle, the ultimate from Nice Guy Dom on top of Vanguard, it just looked so bad for Viperio. But fortunately, Johnny Rico had the patience and the health bar to allow the ultimate, the chrono shift, to drop off of that Vayne, and he was able to execute her. And not only that, he was able to take down I Won't Lose, who was on top of him as well. And from that point, he was almost always going to survive until Wilhelm, with that Yumi on his back, was about to run him over. But there was enough slows to keep the pony in his stable. Very fortunate, really. And Killerkin took away the quadra kill, but that's alright.
When I saw Kaz fall early on into that fight, I thought they had it, and then I kind of forgot that Johnny Rico is a really good Graves player. And he just survives in the 1v3. Mortal Shield Bow healing is just, well, it's something, my friends. And he's now got himself a Phantom down to back it all up, and that gold lead now at nearly 7,000 in favor of Viperio, and it's all on some very happy members. Graves 6-2-1. Up in the farm, look at that Ezreal making his way towards that Muramana come Manamune when it comes through. Look at this Victor as well, who's up 50 CS, 207. That's a lot of very scary carries for Viperio, who've got a lot of gold in inventory.
Yes, yes it is, and we spoke very briefly about how Killerkin on this Victor very easily could blow up a member of the enemy team, kind of on a whim, especially if you went down that Lich Bane route, but he doesn't even have to do it this game, as kind of hinted at by his item choice this time around. He's got the Archangel Staff components sort of pending with actually a Verdant Barrier, so...
Well, it looks like a Banshee's Veil at some point as well. I mean, Verdant Barrier, so efficient right now. You've heard so many analysts talk about it. I know I've talked about it, and I'm not even an analyst, so probably tells you enough about it, really. Looking around, though, what do Lucent need to do to stop... Oh, no, never mind. Talk about stopping the bleeding, because the bleeding might be starting again. They're likely to try and find a pick. Johnny Rico looted in place. The final chapter is good, but they can't quite finish him off. Wilhelm still stepping for it. Johnny Rico! He just died! This Graves! Somebody stop him! Kaz gets the Conqueror. Stopped. I Won't Lose. Is going to try and throw out some pillars. Info close to Mega Gnar. He's hopping forward. Vanguard is around with the final hour, but Killerkin at the back end of it. That first half of the game gets himself a double of exactly that. That's finally a kill on the Kaz. I Won't Lose is there. The bombs are falling. The Ornn is finally felled. And that is a relatively... Well, I was about to say even fight, and I looked at the kill score, it's just Viperio all the way. I thought surely somebody else must have fallen at the end of it. Johnny Rico went down to 10% HP, and he's now back up at nearly full.
Yeah, I mean, if Viperio can open the base here, this is absolutely huge, because you can see how obnoxious the Zillion bombs can be. If that tower's not there for future sieges, it just means that the inhib is laid bare for them to take. Oh, he even gets the charge.
Doesn't
wow, okay.
take the inhibitor.
Well,
stays alive for now, and I was about to ask Jamada how on earth do Lucent get back into this game, and maybe the way they do it is by trying to get a teleport into the back end and catching somebody up. But that's a half HP Zillion!
Okay,
they're going to call out a
there's the
second
all
one. They know where Johnny Rico is, maybe. This Graves is worth a lot of gold. He's not got a Mortal Shield bow active, but he just collateral damages across the wall, and that's double teleport that earns Lucent exactly nothing.
You know, I'm kind of jealous. I always manage to fail those wall hot ults. I don't know why. It just happens. But, yeah, a lot committed there by Lucent to try and take down just one of the escaping members out of the jungle, and it just kind of amounts to nothing. So it's going to mean they're not going to have teleports available come this next dragon. It's going to mean that they're likely to have a less favorable setup for that dragon fight. And, I mean, would they even fight it anyway, being at almost a 10,000 gold deficit? I'm unsure, but I've seen wilder things, so we'll have to see.
I kind of feel that Lucent possibly just have to give this Drake up and just try and scale. Like, they need items on the Vayne, on everybody. Like, their comp is a beautiful comp if it gets to work, but they're just so far behind. For goldies, like, it's nearly 9,000 gold at this point. Let's be fair to them, 8,500, but that's still monstrously far ahead at 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it just is, and honestly, all credit to Viperio, because they have a composition which, in the early game, I mean, if you ask any player relative to their position, which champion is really good at punishing early games, I doubt any of these champions listed by Viperio, bar than R, would actually be like in maybe like the top 5. Like, Graves is variable on the jungle matchup. Victor, I mean, is literally Victor, and you can basically use the same excuse for Ezreal, whereas it's more of an argument for Karma, but the point pretty much still.
I'd be curious to see if anybody changes their tune and say, yes, but the Ezreal is born Exhaust and the Karma is born Ignite. And they're just going to, like, run their face into the enemy bot lane at level 1.
Yeah, so, honestly, credit to them. Of course, definitely some blunders from the Lucent bottom side to allow themselves to be killed 2v2 back-to-back like that. This is a Baron attempt that is likely to be thwarted,
Just not happening quick enough. Vayne, don't get me wrong, is a decent Baron take, but they have to back away. It's Mountain Soul Point for Viperio. I at least appreciate the fact that Lucent, well, maybe we can stick this away while they're doing the dragon, but it's left them in a bit of an awkward position in mid lane, and Ezreal's got himself a second item. I don't even think he's going to go for a Mythic this game, Jamada. He's going for that Mythicless build, because why wouldn't you at this point? It's another really strong one. He's got himself that transformation on the Muramana. He's got himself an Essence Reaver. That's a lot of ability haste already. It's going to continue to get even higher as the game goes on, and he's not even the only carry on this team, because we've mentioned the Victor, we've mentioned the Graves, and both of them with their items in inventory are ready and willing to destroy anybody who steps too close.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly Victor and the Graves, Johnny Rico and Killer Kin here. So damn strong. But I would be curious to track Kaz's item choice. I actually think going the Duskblade would probably be the stronger of the two choices, and there you go. Sorry, Dirk signals that he will be doing that. Whilst I think Mythicless would maybe be okay, I think there's a lot of value here to having all of the additional ability haste, because I think, what is it, the Duskblade gives the flat 20, and then of course the Mythic passive 5 per legendary item. So you're looking at 30 ability haste at completion. I think in a game like this, where you have to do a lot of dodging and diving between some of the engage and forward movement of Lucent, there's just way too much value to skip out on the item, in my opinion.
So let me ask this question of you at this point. Is there a world where that Serrated Dirk turns into a Serpent's Fang instead?
Oh, a curious question, my boy.
Is it just not enough shields?
So. I don't think there's enough shields. There's obviously a lot of healing, sort of pseudo healing via the Zillion armor.
Sure.
I don't think it's because it's not like a Conqueror Hecarim with that really obnoxious lifesteal build that you would see in Season 10. Which, I mean, in itself isn't, again, it's healing, not shielding. So yeah, Serpent's Fang, unfortunately, I don't think it's going to show its head here.
There you go. Alright, expecting that Duskblade in third. The question has been asked, and Tomato has answered it. We've still got ourselves, I'll say this word and hope it doesn't curse us, something of a stalemate for now. Baron is alive, 2.5 minutes till Mountain, and maybe if the Baron
You know what
gets
you've
set
just
up,
done.
I know, but I had to say it.
Alright, look. I'm gonna... Wait, do I have a coin at the desk? I don't, but if I did, I would flip it. And I would tell you who would be the ones engaging. Actually, alright. I want this at the desk.
All right, well, I suppose the one thing I'll say is Viperia don't have the easiest engage options. Like, they've got a Gnar as a flank, but like, got a lot of poke, but they don't necessarily have someone who can just, like, a Leona or somebody who can just, like, hard force and engage.
Yeah, that's true. It's very true. So, Lucen would definitely be more favored.
Nice guy, Dom. Only to engage, we can just auto people. Has to chrono shift. Kaz did flash, was feeling that one. And I can't even blame it. Johnny Rico will face check. 2 members. That's a Hecarim and a human. It means absolutely nothing. And Joanna, he's broken. He's actually broken.
I'm laughing at something else because I think Dom swapped to Ghost. Like, right before that. I think he swapped to Ghost mid-fight.
That's brilliant.
Like, because he stopped, and I was like, why has he stopped? And then he ghosted, and I was like...
That's amazing.
Oh
no, you went
they're on the wrong side of the map.
Okay, there are some zoomies to maybe get him alive. Onslaught of Shadows gets him over the wall. That's Onslaught of Shadows down, and suddenly that Baron Pit is looking so tasty for Viperia.
Yeah, honestly, Viperia could look for an attempt here. The Chrono Shift is coming up because it's got such a short cooldown, but there's no Onslaught of Shadows, so there's no immediate risk. Ornn's on the bottom side without teleport. He's just swapped to heal. I hope he didn't have teleport before swapping.
There is one ward in front of that Baron Pit that has saved Lucen's bacon there. They knew they didn't need to face check because of that one ward out in front.
Yeah.
Needed a little bit more sweeping going on there, Viperia, because that could have been the bait you were looking for.
Yeah, certainly could have been. And, I mean, they pull away from this Baron because that Mountain Soul is spawning oh so soon. And
it is indeed.
Honestly, I haven't spoken about the impact of Soul in this game too much. It's certainly a little...
Why would we talk about stupid things like souls? Bloodshed's what we're after.
Exactly, and I mean, were Lucent the ones to actually end up with the soul, it just becomes really oppressive for Viperia because they don't really do too well with resistances in the game. Though, you know, their champions do have a lot of mixed damage and some sort of max HP / armor shred built in. It's not necessarily great. Let's see though, this fight is likely to break out. Lucent are in the area. They've got their ultimates available, though Wilhelm doesn't have his. That's about it.
This could be the fight that decides it, or a massive lead for Viperia right now. But they've still got the combo. I won't lose calls. The Forge God forces back Viperia. It knocks up Kaz on the return. But they're going to have to pull away from this dragon down to 3,000. They're not in the pit. They can't get through. Victor is zoning them out. Over the wall, tries to get the steal as Wilhelm. Won't find it, but the final chapter is called. Vanguard so low, trying to stay alive, but the Chrono Shift is not popped. The fight continues, but it's versus Mountain Soul. Impulse survived. Kaz gets the Ornn, and Wilhelm falls as well. Zerg has no one to hop onto. And that cat is skinned, and it'll go the way of Viperio, along with the Soul.
Yep, Soul in the pocket now for Viperio, and that could be one of the final nails in the coffin here for Lucent. They've been holding on for so long.
Oh boy.
Since the early game.
Johnny Rico says hello. There's a heal there and an Everfrosted flash. Nicely done, Johnny Rico. Nice guy Dom trying desperately to buy space, buy time, but he's got a Karma to shield him and speed him up. You can't run away fast if the end of the line is so apt to name. GG, ace for Viperio, and I think that might be game.
Yeah, they could look to end here. The death time is short, but the issue is Vanguard doesn't have an Ultimate. There's no Ultimate available from the Yuumi or the other member in Wilhelm coming up, so this should just be Viperio looking to close out here. That Gnar's a little bit wayward, but I don't think it's going to matter at the end of the day.
One final stand. The Nexus turrets are down. The Chaos Storm is called. There is still no mid laner. And the Nexus now down to a third. Johnny Rico just autoing. Kaz in a 1 versus 2 versus the Hecarim, and the Yuumi might just fall. But the Nexus is falling. Wilhelm gets that, but it's still too late. Viperio will win their first matchup here in the UKEL Spring Playoffs. They win 2-1. It was an incredible game. 3, even. I apologize.
I mean, game 2
snowball
was
out of
pretty
bot lane.
good.
It was pretty fun as well.
Yeah, but no, game 3 here, honestly, on the money for Viperio. They did meet just about every criteria they had to meet to not allow this Lucent composition to actually scale up and, of course, you know, turn into the monster that it would eventually become. They ballooned the gold lead, they ballooned the objective lead, and quite frankly, it was just too much for Lucent to keep up with. They hit critical mass way too soon. They couldn't take down the key members like Kaz, like Johnny Rico. The self-healing, the self-peel was just, quite frankly, too much to deal with. And despite the efforts, it quite frankly wasn't enough. And unfortunately for Lucent, it means they're going to be dropping down into that lower bracket.
Into the lower bracket. It was 2 versus 3. We said there was going to be maybe some statistical anomalies here that were giving Lucent a little bit of a difficult time, but they put up such a good fight, Jamada. The first game was great from them. The second game, there was some really bright moments. Third game, though, kind of went wrong from the early moments. That 2 double Ezreal within 5 minutes kind of spelled a bit of doom for that game.
Yeah, it really did. Once you're sort of... It's your late game insurance. It's the whole reason the composition has been put together. Once that lane falls as far behind as it does, it kind of just feels over unless you see major major muck-ups, major blunders come out from Viveria. And whilst there were certainly mistakes, they weren't really game-ending. And that was kind of the key thing. When they did make mistakes, it was kind of at moments where there wasn't really much to lose. Whereas... can't be said for the other side of Lucent. The errors were too egregious, and they couldn't make up for it with their late game hyperscaling composition.
Unfortunately not. Doesn't matter if it's late game, if you never reach it. Too far behind in terms of the items, and it will be Viperio that come out with the win. Close fought as it may have been. One final question for you though, Jamada. Who will be your series MVP?
Ooh, series MVP. I think can I get a quick damage graph, Phil, from that final game?
Here you go.
For one. I'll also think on it just in case the damage graph isn't super quick, because I know we want to chuck to a break.
That's fair.
I would be inclined to give it to Killikin.
Okay.
But after that final game, Kaz and Rico also make pretty fine candidates. So I think it's between one of those 3. Though I mean, there's even there's an argument for everyone besides Infor. Sorry, Infor.
Okay, so Paul top lane. Put aside.
I will do the jungle bias thing and just say Johnny Rico because he plays the same position that I do. I'll go to Johnny Rico. Very closely followed by Kaz and the mid laner. As okay, no, I changed my mind. It's Killikin.
I saw the damage graph.
I saw the damage graph. It's Killikin.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff out of the Victor there. Most damage in the game by a significant margin. I believe production's about to shove that on screen for you, and there you have it, guys. That's quite the Victor performance.
Yeah, that's the thing about Victor. Even though, even if he isn't always the forefront or the primary reason that you can visibly see for a team winning fights, his damage graph will almost certainly look like that quite frequently. And yeah, Killikin putting on a show. This game as well, in particular, his laning phase was quite strong. He was pretty much kind of touched. And to be fair, it was a lot of love from the outside, from the other Viperia members to make sure that he was getting a comfortable lane on this Victor.
Yeah, of course, what this does mean as well is that we do get a very exciting matchup next, well, a little bit later on in the playoffs, because Demise Academy won in the first playoffs match of the day.
Yes.
Viperio just won this matchup. Both were 2-1. Both showed some great play and also some flaws. Also means we get a 1 versus 2 matchup. They were 1-1 in the regular season. That is a spicy upper bracket playoff series.
Yeah, with everything the way it is, it means, I mean, yeah, we have the bracket here actually on our screen. Beautiful. It leaves Lucent sat at match 6 and London United, of course, in the match 4 slot, with Viperio going to be taking on the Demise Academy come Sunday the 14th, which is, of course, tomorrow. And, I mean, our first lower bracket matchup of the playoffs will be taking place right after this one.
It will indeed.
Nerd Rage versus Lucendi. A pretty interesting one, which, now that I'm here, I will take the time to watch this.
I'm super excited. I'm going to grab my popcorn and go do that. Speaking of which, from myself and Jamada, we do have to bid you adieu. When you come back, and I'm sure you'll be sticking around because we certainly will be, you'll have that lower bracket matchup of Nerd Rage versus Lucendi. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you all after the break.
Welcome back to the UKEL playoffs. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by Nymera here, and it's about to get real. No more of this, oh, if I lose the game, I'm not even out of the playoffs rubbish. This is bare knuckle battling for your tournament lives. This is the lower bracket.
There are no one-ups, no second lives, none of that respawn nonsense. This is a bit of a fight with knives out in the bottom end of our playoffs teams, and now we know who they'll be facing up higher up in that gauntlet. There's a lot to show and say these teams coming from this matchup are the ones to be afraid of, because, I mean, looking at those two three-game series, that's a high bar to step up to.
It has been a hype day of League of Legends here at the UKL, and I think we're about to get a little more. Nerd Rage taking on Lucendi. Both teams 6-8 out of that season, kind of squeaking into playoffs, not gonna lie, and it's time for both of them to prove why they deserve to be here.
Exactly. The race to playoffs was so close. We had teams like Mythos matching game score, I believe, and then just falling out because of the various heads-to-heads. Speaking of head-to-head, Nerd Rage owns this one 2-0, but of course we were kind of sat there in the back room just being like, alright, so what do we want to hit on? What are the interesting narratives to go towards? These teams might have faced twice already, but never with these rosters.
No, both Nerd Rage and Lucendi have seen several substitutions over the course of the season. Lucendi, of course, bringing in Paper MC Player to replace, I should say, Innocence in that top lane, and Blackfist to replace Dandy in the bot lane, whereas on Nerd Rage's side, their jungler is now their AD carry in Magikarp, and Spray X came in to replace them. So it's a lot of different dynamics coming into here for sure, and like even just the game itself, patch-wise, is pretty different from week 4 to now.
Exactly, you know, I mean, I know that we saw Viperia picking up the Senna earlier in the day, and a number of other picks kind of sat there questioning, are they actually as strong as they should be? Has the priority really been overstated on a couple of these? But yes, going into this match, there are a lot of players who want to stake their claim in these rosters and say, yes, even though I'm role swapped, even though I'm a substitute, I belong here. And looking across the rift from each other at 6-8, both of these teams are thinking maybe this is the easiest time to do so before we do start facing some of those other teams coming from that higher bracket run, dropping down into that lower bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And as we catch up with the pick ban as it's rolling on here, I'm liking some of the priority being put on these picks here. Taking the karma away from Blackfist feels like the right call to me. This is a freshly buffed champion. It is by far Blackfist's best performing champion. 5 games of it throughout the season. And I think getting rid of that is a very good start for Nerd Rage.
And on the other side, well, support focus from the side of Luchendi's bands too. Flajian's Thresh has been chef's kiss. It's been wonderful to watch. I remember watching right the way back in week 1, week 2. Flajian winning all 3 lanes if he was allowed to roam. And I think actually, because of that, I look at Blackbeast, I look at Flajian, I think actually, I know Blackbeast maybe not be the flashiest of supports when you've got players like Little Pans, Hass on his Thresh too in the league. I think this support matchup could be where this whole match turns around. Could be the fulcrum.
Yeah, for sure. I think bot lane in general has been very impactful for both of these teams. But as, once again, we were talking before, I was like, oh, maybe top lane's really impactful. Oh, maybe mid lane's really impactful. Maybe it's jungle.
Wow.
Every single lane, all of the areas across this matchup have the potential to be pivotal, and that's what we love to see in a series like this. Though the first pick for Nerd Rage on that B1 is the Tristana for Magikarp down bot. So it's not the Kai'Sa, it's not the Seraphine. We're going something new today.
It is new, so Magikarp expanding the champion pool somewhat. On the other side, Highlander and Blackbeast have played so much stuff. I mean, they played Draven Brand in that one game versus Demise, I believe it was, in their last matchup against them. Gonna bring out the Misfortune. Actually, that is, again, another unique pick. Less uncommon, still kind of in that meta. What it does versus the Tristana, though, is it can bully early because Tristana doesn't exactly have the wave control. Misfortune can sit around with some low health creeps and say, yeah, you want to eat and double up? Let's see how that goes. He's very immobile, though, so this Jarvan could lock them up in that Cataclysm. That's not a bad answer.
Yeah, that's going to be a scary one, potentially. SprayX has already been focusing more on these ganking junglers, and obviously in the recent jungle changes, that is a very viable way to play the game. And if we overlook to what Paper MC player has knocked in as well in that top lane, he's got the Gnar. Both of these top laners have quite different pools. They don't overlap that much. The one point where they overlap is the Gnar, and this is definitely what we'd call a primary pick in the top lane.
Yes, so I was looking at these champion pools, and normally I'd say a paper player is a person who really does well in winning matchups, does very well when, say, they've got Volibear into Gangplank, and they can abuse that matchup, or various other things. thing about Matchek's champion pool, because they play so many fighters like the Aatrox. It turns out the immune is going to be the Arel, by the way, just going to follow up on that. But because there are so many fighters coming out of Matchek which can take it through Gnar, I think this is more likely to be a skill matchup top lane, and this is not going to be just like a set beating down on a tank or, of course, you know, a Volibear into a squishy member too. So we have to see how that top lane works out for both these players.
Yeah, and you know, when Paper MC player gets that favorable matchup, as you said, this guy has the highest gold difference at 15 from a single game in the whole season. This guy had a 2.8k gold lead at 15 in one of these games, so if you let him go off in the top lane, it's gonna hurt you very badly. But as the rest of this bot lane has played out, we've got the Rel, Tristana, Rel, the classic combo for these two champions. On the other side though, put the Janna.
Okay, so disengage support for Blackfist. Now, they have not played the Jarvan before, so unique champions for both of these bot laners. I like this into the Jarvan. It means that early on, Jarvan, though they do have that ganking presence, may be unable to get on top of that misfortune. Of course, the Cataclysm is unstoppable. If you get too close and you cancel your flag drag with that ultimate, you don't really get to disengage that. Sure, you can pop the ultimate after that point and force him out of the Cataclysm. Yes, but that doesn't stop you getting out of that piece of terrain. Flashes will be blown or kills will be had for the side of Nerd Rage. Question is what's going to be layered on top of that. Of course, the Rel, heavy engage. Most of the time when you look at that job and you're thinking, okay, Orianna, that's also another pick that can go alongside, you know, like a Camille, which has also been banned. But then there's stuff like, heck, even Rumble mid. We saw that from a couple of teams across the globe over this last split. I really like it with Java. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, it would be a nice little piece to slot into the comp Nerd Rage is building up here as we're going through the second half of the bans. It's been top lane focus from Luchendi trying to get Paper MC the best situation possible, whereas from Nerd Rage it's going to be the Lilia taken away from Shady. So they're still banning meta junglers, which honestly feels like a little bit of a waste of time given what we've seen Shady pull out recently, and it's actually the Rek'Sai locking in there. So it's not quite as out there as the Warwick, but it's definitely not as popular as some other picks.
No, so this is probably going to be the Prowler's Claw build. I really think Rek'Sai has a place in the meta. It gives you this ability to have the more unconventional gank pass going through some of those thicker walls when you don't have the tri-brush on the side lanes, so you can do that, you know, go behind, in this case, blue side top lane, tunnel through from their own side of the jungle and come through. Against a Scion, though, who's happy to sit under turret and happy to wave clear, and of course with the zombie form clear out waves, you don't get to deny them so much XP and CS, is less valuable ganking that top side. So then the question is, well, what's this mid lane going to be? Because obviously that's the other solo lane which Rek'Sai is very proficient at ganking.
Yes, and it's the Zyke Cassiopeia locked in again. We saw a game of this at the end of the season, and it was the definition of a 1v9 hard carry. It was massive in that game. It's going to be matched by the Orianna for Limsey, so I guess a fairly standard mage matchup in the end there, but now that we've seen these teams come together, I guess who you think is coming out well here in terms of the comfort picks, the compositions?
So, I know we've talked about Shady, and in terms of like what we had in our notes, again, we had all of the champion pools listed down. Apart from Shady's, he just played too much random crap.
Because who
He
knows?
just has way too much on there. It's like, we would have had like an extra couple of columns on our table down there,
Yeah.
thinking, nah, it's just not viable at that point.
Yeah.
I think that having the Rek'Sai, it plays into Shady's style in a lot of ways, though. Kind of coin flipping the early game in some ways, but towards the last few weeks of the regular season, I think we'd both agree that actually Shandy managed to make things click, whether that was with a Warwick or a Rammus or something else. Now with the Rek'Sai, I think particularly in this mid lane, Orianna is already even back. Remember back in season 6 when we had this meta of Syndra, Orianna, and Cassiopeia?
Yeah.
It seemed to be that Orianna, just because that shockwave just outranges the Cassiopeia, often meant that the Orianna could bully around that pick. If you then have a Rek'Sai coming on top of that, forcing out defensive summoners early, actually I think that Limsey could pull ahead of this matchup, even though Zyke has been so terrifying on that Snake Lady.
Yeah, for sure. So some decent matchups coming through for Luchendi, and another one that we can talk about is this top lane one, which it feels like Gnar is going to be able to abuse the Scion relatively heavily, and it's interesting to see that Matchek has taken a bit of a backseat in this lane, whereas normally he's the fighter player, he's playing to win the lane and then carry that advantage forward, where it was always Paper MC player who is, you know, he's playing Malphite, he's playing Set, he's playing teamfight impact champions, maybe not necessarily playing for dominance in that lane, but now he's got a chance to get that lead. We gave you the start earlier about how strong he is with a lead, and I'm a little worried for Matchek, honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, we saw the 1v9 performance out of Zyke. I mean, I believe I cast that Set game where he had that highest difference at 15. You had like 12 kills on a Set versus, I think it was a Scion that game too, or it might have actually been Ornn instead. Either way, you just kind of sat there, wailed on people all game, and if you get that lead from Set against a big tank, I mean, the problem, yeah, you know, then the side lane becomes kind of awkward, right? You know, they've got this Gnar coming in. That is something you can bully out. yes, the Jarvan can gank top, but after a while, I mean, Sion and Jarvan just lack the damage to kill that Gnar if they're relevant in the game.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough to just burn through that one. And despite the fact, I think I saw the Janna early on in this draft, and it kind of tricked my brain a little bit to be like, oh, this isn't a team fight comp, it's a Janna. But they have a Gnar, they have a Rek'Sai, and an Orianna. That's a one win in of itself, you know? They can kind of
misfortune.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they can kind of match what Nerd Rage is bringing in terms of just big objective play as well.
It can do. And so now, of course, the question is going to be, well, can you establish vision control? Because John is not great at face checking. In fact, one of the experimental buffs on PvE is that when you have an enchanter item, you get increased warding range, because that's one of the factors which has limited this class in terms of its safety. It's kind of that lever you can pull and say, look, if you can disengage so effectively and bully lane so effectively, you have to have a fallback somewhere. Okay, if you start falling behind against a Jarvan who just immediately engages onto you, then of course the misfortune stood behind you without having that tanky support as well. That's a really dangerous situation to be playing these enchanter supports in. So for me, it's going to be a lot about vision control. Luckily, they have a Rek'Sai with a Tremor Sense to help on that front, though.
Yeah, I mean, on the subject of warding, I guess, you know, Lucendi has pretty decent stats throughout the season, but really it's Nerd Rage who have been playing around the vision a lot better. They actually have some of the highest wards placed and wards per minute of any team here, and this is with a 6-8 record, you know. This is not one of our highest performing teams in most other respects, so if Nerd Rage are the ones playing around the vision a lot better, when you've got Rail, you've got, you know, Petrifying Gaze, walking into that kind of vision control for Lucendi is going to be spooky.
If you have vision control with a fully charged Sion Q, you feel pretty happy about life too. A number of different things go. Yeah, that's the one where you think, yeah, probably didn't want to walk in there. The question is now, can you get that same? I mean, the word I keep using is platform, right? Because you can get this foundation and start building up on a vision. Can you do that if you lose early lane priority? Tristana doesn't have wave control early on. Rel doesn't have much wave push. Janna Misfortune likely going to win out that kind of that race. Orianna Cassiopeia going to somewhat parity in that lane. I guess Orianna wins the level 1 shove. Level 2, things get a bit more awkward, I suppose. And Gnar will probably be shoving in Sion 2. So Rek'Sai is playing with jungle priority, most likely. Jarvan has to deal with a bot lane that can disengage him. And then you've also got the Orianna, which is safe until later levels against the Jarvan 2. It feels like Shady has the early onus to make something work, at least has the tools to do so over sprays Jarvan in this particular game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I love to see. When Shady feels enabled in the games, when Shady gets to pick and play how he wants to play, this is when we see this guy really get unlocked. It was tough earlier in the season because it was all farming meta junglers, and it didn't work out so well, but then the Warwicks happened, the Ramesses happened, you know, we all saw how that went, and now we've got the Rek'Sai, so I think that this is a good setup for Shady. I want to see them keep playing how they want to play and being their own person in this way, because that's when we get to see them shine, and that's when Lucendi, I think, have the best chance.
And I don't know, so I don't know about you, so obviously this was my first split of UKEL, and one of the things which I took away from this split is that all these teams are just so, like, unafraid to play their own style. I mean, we saw Demise do that with their 1-3-1 all throughout this split, saying, yeah, we don't care about playing Orianna, we're going to play Ryze, and we're going to go into Sidelines, we're going to play Yone top, or whatever, right? And they committed to that. We've seen Lucendi do the same thing alongside that too, and just say, yeah, we don't care about meta jungler, Shady's going to do what he wants, and then the bot lane pull out the whole menagerie of bot lane picks too. I really like how this has now been a continuing theme into the playoffs too. Question is, who does this favor? Because, again, particularly for me, I didn't expect this out of the top lane. I think this might be playing a bit more into Lucendi's hands than Nerd Rage's.
Sure. So, I guess, I mean, we've had 2 series already today. Both of them went to 2-1. This has been a very close playoff so far.
Which means it must be a 2-0 shutout and we get, like, no gameplay.
Yeah, guaranteed. That's the curse for us, sure. But I think, I mean, this UKL season in general has been the closest UKL season, I think, arguably, that we've ever had. It looked like it was maybe going to be another kind of heir apparent scenario with Demise Academy being the resolve or you know, the NSG of previous seasons. But at the end of the season, Viperio gets up there. London United took a game off of them in their series just today. It's looking wide open. Plus, we've got, you know, double limb bracket now, meaning that there's a whole lot more chance for all of these teams to make it all the way up there. And that's what we love to see, really.
Well, I'm glad that the UKL has decided that, you know, heir apparent, someone stood in a lake throwing a sword at someone is not a good means of governance or airship or anything like that. They said, no, we're going to have a good old free-for-all, fight for it yourselves, and while this is the lower bracket and you don't have that extra life, none of those Mario 1-ups, none of those respawns, anything like that, because it was so close, because actually any of these teams could have gone up to fourth. Heck, actually, Hive was not even too safe, only until the last day where it wasn't really safe. This means that this match is not necessarily one you should brush off. I think that either of these teams could take an upset win going through the bracket. There's always that chance. And when you reach playoffs, you have that kind of trial by combat being forged in that very tense scenario of playoffs. These teams could go further and really take some names.
Yeah, for sure. It is a long road. We have to say that much. They've got to win 5 series to get the championship on their shoulders without losing a single one here, starting in that lower bracket. So it's gonna be a tough one for sure. But you know, the next match is London United, the most volatile team in the entire UKL. Who knows what's going on there? Then we've got Lucent, who went literally 7-7 in the series, straight 50-50. Like, as you say, there's so much potential for these teams to actually just get a streak going, get the momentum rolling,
Absolutely.
and then you can get the way all the way up.
And also, I mean, we are coming in on a later patch than most of the regular split too. I know you're talking about that. Champions like particularly Senna have been nerfed. Samira, who was present so much in the early split, obviously not so much of a factor right now. Although I think Jamato was second in the last cast. Actually, there's a chance they start coming back. There will be also, because of course we have tournament metas, right, where you have teams kind of picking up their own picks, finding their own comfort zones, and then other players adapting to that and saying, well, if you're playing this, then we'll counter it with this, whatever. That applies in playoffs too, because if you hit the ground running after having this little bit of time to prepare, if you get the early start, you take one of these teams out, particularly when, again, in the lower bracket there are no extra lives, you can set yourself up for success. The question is, how deep does that real pocket go?
Yeah, and I think so specifically, if we're looking at these teams in particular, we know Luchendi's pockets are miles deep. The pools that these guys have is so wide. The most varied champion pools, I think, of any team in the UKL here. Whereas Nerd Rage, we haven't seen as much variety out of them, apart from Match X, played a fair few of those top laners. But this is a more recent kind of homebrew that they've got here with Magikarp down there, with Spray X in the jungle. There's a lot more potential, I think, in this roster that we just haven't seen yet, because they just haven't been playing together for that long. So they could be pulling it out. And as you say, when the patches keep changing, and especially the last few have been pretty impactful, widening the pools in general, then there's a lot of potential for that, sure.
Absolutely, and I mean, there's a couple of points you hit on there, which of course we'll keep reiterating. Of course, we said it before, a lot of these players weren't the starting roster from this split. A lot of them have come in recently. We've had changes from Blackness coming in for Dandy, as you were saying, Paper Player coming in for Innocence, and then a role swap from Magikarp. These players will now have to be sat there saying, well, okay, our team's made it in over Monster Rugby Gaming, which I know it would have been the Princess story, would have been fun to see. Mythos, who came in, again had their own roster swaps, and they had such a strong end of that split. These teams are now heading onto the Rift to prove they deserve to be here.
Just we've got to pour another one out real quick for Mythos and MRG. The late season runs, the miracles that did not come true, the wishes that were not granted, sadly. But we do have Nerd Rage and Luchendi, who did come out on top of that scrap at the bottom of the table. As you say, time to prove they deserve little 5-point start, but Sion is on the bottom side right now, so it's I won't say a normal start.
So this is something we've seen a little bit, but not so much with the Tristana. Why this would work with Tristana is because you get to kill turrets really quickly. Sion is the best lane swapping champion in the game, because you can clear waves much quicker than your opposing top laners at different points. You can even start on jungle camps, die to them, clear out half a jungle when the vertical jungling does come into place, and then you get to go down to the bot turret, clear that out as well once you teleport back, and you're basically just immovable at that point. The enemy jungler is set behind, and you have this pushing top lane on the other side with your 2v2, with the likes of the Rel, with the Aptrock, being able to dive someone like a Gnar. This would be very innovative if they were to do it. I don't think we've seen a lane swap in the UKL this season, and they're going in for that late invade, although actually, Rek'Sai is there already. Could be a scrap at level 1.
Yeah, they're gonna be spotted here. Nerd Rage trying to get the advantage right from the get-go, and there's the crash down, forces the flash out of Paper MC player. Shady, I think, has to give up this red buff, so Rek'Sai not having the best early game so far. Nerd Rage striking the first blow.
I do think that Matchek should have gone straight over to the red buff and died to it, though. I think you have to go take away some of those camps. Vertical jungling's in place. Yes, neither of these junglers are farming junglers, but taking away those early resources from Rek'Sai, who of course does have early damage, and kind of mean that they do get less value for their early game time, is very important. Matchek at least is going to clear out that bot lane wave and keep themselves up in CS, but I feel like this maybe could have been optimized from the side of Nerd Rage. Still a good start, though.
Yeah, as I said before, I'm really looking at how Matchek plays this out, because this is not a traditional weak side player. The top side for Nerd Rage has usually been pretty strong throughout the season, and Matchek has been a big part of that, but now he's got to just deal with the Janna misfortune pushing in constantly, and has to try and find a way to keep being relevant on this champion that is mostly
dive top.
CC-based.
There we
but,
go.
That's how you do that one, I guess. Lane swap
Exactly.
working out beautifully for Nerd
It
Rage.
is. So you split the map, you have an aftershock support with heavy engage, already blew the flash at level 1 on that invade onto red buff, textbook stuff from the top side of the map from Nerd Rage, kill goes over the Jarvan, Paper Player denied a wave, started with a cull, can't even get anything out of that, been zoned off the turret, and now the Tristana gets a free bomb onto tower 2, they're going to be starting chunking away, of course, those turret plays.
It's a big oof for Lucendi to kick this series off. Shady now onto the bot side, going to the completely unattended bot side. He's going to take this red buff away finally, as they know they have plenty of priority on the bottom side. But yeah, Nerd Rage, they have successfully destabilized this game, I think. And now this is the kind of advantage, if you get it early, you can kind of just push Paper MC Player out of the game entirely.
You absolutely can. I do think that Shady probably shouldn't have had access to that red buff, and particularly as a Rek'Sai, that's the buff that actually matters. Either way, Paper Player level 1, level 3 of Legion Magikarp, and of course he still doesn't have Hop, and he still doesn't have Flash. They could potentially kill him again before he even reaches level 2 and levels up something like the Hop, because now you've got a level 2 Magikarp too with the jump and the bomb. Very, very dangerous stuff for this Nah, who's going to be playing on economy mode for most of this game.
Yeah, I think SprayX has the same idea, Nightmare. He's rocked up, coming out of the brush there, and Paper MC Player smells something in the water, but does he actually? It's a decision. He's got no flash. Here's the knock-up, and the crash down, and Magikarp will say thank you very much for my kill. It is disaster for the Gnar.
Is this the kind of game where, because sort of the occult no longer exists, you just build a Medjai's on Rel and Tristana and see what happens? That many kills coming in for the early game? Disaster for Paper Player, who, as we said, has thrived in winning matchups. Yeah, 1v2 versus this kind of map state is not a winning matchup. Now, we have a return dive from Lucendi on the bot side, but you're diving a Scion. It's going to be dangerous.
Yep, Shady trying to get that on Burrow, cancels Decimating Smash, and Highlander will take it without too much trouble. So Lucendi, they're actually able to get that one sun up, and they've only got 3 plates on the bot side.
They do, because bot lane towers, they have less defenses than a top lane tower to stop this exact situation happening, which means that if you don't optimize your lane swap, you often get less value out of it. As you'll notice, Magic manages to clear the wave out with Zombie Scion, doesn't want to TP to the wave because Rek'Sai's still on that side of the map. And this is another reason you want to take those early camps if you are Nerd Rage on the bot side as the Scion, because it stops Shady having a gold-efficient reason for being on the bot side of the map. Well, either way, does go down, kill goes over to Misfortune, so both AD carries prospering, although plates being taken on either side mean that I guess it's somewhat even, a little bit in favor of Nerd Rage, I suppose, because they have themselves a better low economy top lane than this Nah.
Yeah, they are going to pick up this Cloud Drake as well, so another little objective to get stacking up for Lucendi there. For those who remember the gold difference of 15 stat I gave a Paper MC Player, highest gold difference of 15 in a single game, plus 2.8k. Are we going to see him now get the biggest gold deficit at 50 in the whole season right now?
There is certainly a chance, unless you count in AD carry things when you've got a Senna versus something else. That's a little bit different. As it stands, though, we do have a Dragon going to Lucendi, and by giving over the bottom side of this map and not switching... Well, now actually... This is the thing, Nerd Rage are just a little slow to the punch. They could have swapped this lane down earlier, and then maybe contest for the Dragon themselves. The Cloud Dragon, hard to take early because it has a lot of single target damage. You can see Shady needed to call up Blackbeast and Highlander to support themselves on that objective take. And after this kind of fracas of the early game is done, the smoke's cleared, and actually this is not a game-breaking advantage in the way that I thought it might be.
No, it's about 600 gold for Nerd Rage right now, with a Dragon in Lucendi's pocket as well. I want to see how this bot lane now plays out. They've got the actual matchup, and they have the Janna into Rel to keep Highlander safe, and I mean, the amount of plates in Highlander's pocket, he's actually got the item advantage down there.
Oh, so Shady and Spray fighting on here. Oh, he's grounded.
Oh, he's had to flash into the pit, then burrows away into his own jungle. So, Shady losing a critical summoner there.
So another, I mean, this is just a quick pop quiz on everything I remember from lane swaps back in like season 6 and 7. Another thing that happens as we see, and again, this is what happens when you fight against Janna. You just get this.
That was a bit of
actually, it's going
but a
in.
flash into the stun. Maybe it was all a bait. The exhaust onto Magikarp blocks a lot of that damage. Highlander is firing back with the Qs and the PTA. It's a banger down there in the bot lane.
But you see, if this was not Magikarp but Fuyu on the Tristana, you would have taken Cleanse to get rid of the exhaust. You see, that's the big brain. Well, sometimes it doesn't work out in the mind game. Magikarp still has the heal, gets exhausted on the bomb, damage doesn't come through, and actually now Magikarp, on your pots, has to sit there with a stacked wave going, oh, this is maybe not the best thing ever.
Yeah, Blackbeast having a field day down there right now on the Janna, dancing back and forward. Magikarp's going to pick up this wave at least, but it's a W for Misfortune and Janna, though. Spray X looking to maybe turn this one down.
Oh,
Limsey
teleports,
and Shady.
big fight.
Oh, it's a party. They're going to meet Shady and Limsey in the river, but Scion is first to the play. Blackbeast is trying to get away. Highlander is going to fire back onto Justano. I don't think he gets the kill. Blackbeast actually takes down Magikarp, but it's just the 1-for-1.
It is, and why is it just a 1-for-1? I think it's mainly because Orianna and Rek'Sai, yes, they were on the bottom side of the map, but if you have a stacked wave and turret, and you know that the waves are going back and forth, you know there's a good chance of players coming in. Whenever there's a stacked wave at tower, you know that's a risk. Shady and Limsey not there in time to respond to that play. Of course, you can see them still hovering around. Luckily, though, they do have that early damage, and that earlier trade, which went so heavily in favor of Luchendi, meant that they had that damage, kind of the net gain on that damage front already in their favor, which allows them to make it into a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and now Luchendi getting this gold lead slowly back towards them. Only 300 or 200 gold now. This early game seems to have been stabilized a little bit for them. Paper MC player finally getting some value out of this cull, but now Magikarp's back up there, and I don't know, he might find himself on the wrong end of a Rift Hail before too long.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a strong Gnar that can start side laning versus this Cassiopeia or a Tristana. This is a really dangerous point for Luchendi, and heck, the Herald's been given to Tristana too, to just say, look, drop this in whatever lane you're in. We don't want to share gold with the Jarvan, who's just going to be going towards that Gore Drinker. The Tristana is going to be our main pressure point, and let's make sure all the gold goes onto you.
Flagian at least waiting in the wings here on the bot side. Magikarp now dropping the Herald already. Shady on the bot side looking to
yes,
maybe
it is
get a
dive
repeat
time.
Of the bot lane gank, and they've got it pretty low themselves. Mashek sees that one coming with a nice pink ward though, and is going to get out of dodge.
Okay, so level 6, of course, hit by Paper Player, only got boots and a cull, so I actually reckon there was... This is one of the few times where a Mega Gnar is actually diveable because he's so far behind and hasn't got any items. Either way, that's not going to be the case. Both top laners end up surviving. First turret goes towards Nerd Rage, and of course, Magikarp gets solo gold for that. On the other side, actually, Luchendi say, wait, we don't need to actually go take this now because the first turret's gone. Let's deny another wave, make sure Magic isn't getting any value out of this. They will still get themselves that last plate, they will still get themselves a tower, but the problem is, you don't get to respond to anything on the map, you lose a second tower to Tristana. So the initial idea, okay, deny more from the Scion, that's a good idea. Yeah, but you kind of inadvertently gave more up to the Trist. That's dangerous now.
Yes, that is very dangerous. With all the plates going into Magikarp's pocket, he's going to get towards that Mythic very, very quickly. So, now that we have both of the, you know, kind of yin and yang lanes been pushed in and destroyed by these early lane swap antics, where does Tristana go? Do you just go mid? Do you just go to whatever lane has a tower in it? Or do you go back to bot lane? What's the play?
So, because you know that Highlander and Blackbeast would want to recall, since Magikarp will have the item advantage in your 2v2, I think you go straight towards bot lane, actually, and just say, yeah, okay, if you don't recall in time, we get ourselves a wave into turret already. Actually, that's not going to be what's happening. They're going to go get themselves mid-priority as Matchek is without a teleport and will want to be at this fight. Actually, I think this favors Nerd Rage now because, well, as we were saying, Paper Player is not exactly very valuable on this Gnar right now. As it stands, Luchendi say, actually, we agree with you, not going to go contest with this dragon. One apiece in the early game on those lizard objectives.
Yeah, it's a good
Like, I
point,
was thinking
well
of a term,
made.
of like, lizard, sure, cool, that's what I'm calling them now. How are your lizard objectives today, Trajan?
Oh my goodness. So that's going to be a matching Dragon Bite. Nerd Rage even up to 1-on-1, and it's an ocean for themselves. Infernal Rift here, so team fight power on the table for those who can grab it. Shady actually finds Spray X and drops the ultimate, but can he get the kill? It's an ult flash from Spray X and a kill for Magikarp. Shady can't get the trade.
Goes for the 1v1, is about 20 HP off of that kill, but nonetheless, goes down and kind of left wondering, actually, because you know Jarvan is going to get back to his team and you don't have flash, you know you're probably dying for that. That's the kind of ballsy play which Luchendi have often suffered for in a lot of their games, which they did end up losing in the split. I think Shady could have taken that chunk, used that to go towards top side, actually, and have Paper Player pushing in that lane. As it stands, though, of course, it is just going to be the jungle going down, and Nerd Rage finding something from nothing, really.
Yeah, bit overhype from Shady. Something interesting that actually around that dragon fight before is the fact that Highlander, they're both able to come back with the Kraken Slayer. So despite the fact that Magikarp got a lot more gold, does have the Berserker's Greaves in their favor, at least Highlander's not behind on the Mythic, and neither of them have gone for the Gale Force as well. And from Highlander's perspective, not having the Gale Force against like Jarvan and Rel is now going on to Limsey with the stun combo. That is just too clean. Magikarp takes another.
Yes, they press the counterplay.exe button, just jump in so much CC. Yes, there's a flash available. No, it does not matter. Shockwave is used, and actually Limsy have been doing okay in this mid lane. Has had more time to stack up that tier, particularly because tier now gives you more stacks when you're actually hitting the enemy champion, and Orianna outranging the Cassiopeia, at least for most intents and purposes when you are trying to trade in mid lane, has managed to hit the enemy champion more often, and therefore get closer towards the Seraphs and embrace when he eventually comes out. Oh, big ult coming out.
An attempted bullet time to catch Magikarp doesn't get them down, but does force them to jump away, and this is Flajian now on their own. Highlander will still get a kill out of this play.
So that's just an overstep from Nerd Rage. You don't have much deep vision as it stands. Yes, they have a little bit towards that bottom side, actually, but you don't have enough people on vision from the side of Lucendi across the map. You're just kind of caught losing people in between the cracks. Another thing that happens when you do have this non-standard early game with these side lanes, often when people start moving around the map after resetting, you lose people through that net. That's exactly what happens there. Shady comes in, the ult combo from Highlander comes out pretty big, and Lucendi, once again, keeping themselves in it.
Yeah, just to call back to a previous point I made before Limsy got absolutely exploded by the mid lane triple gank, is I'm worried that that's just gonna be Highlander in 10 minutes time without the Gale Force, you know? Like, that combo is so hard to escape.
I would agree with you. The question is, you know, can Nerd Rage open up the map so it's not single direction? Because if it's single direction, you have to go into a Mega Gnar and have yourself tornadoes flying at you and also have the shockwave that, then yes, it gets quite difficult, even though Jarvan can engage from such a long range away. We talked about how you can deny that flag and drag, it's only the Cataclysm which is unstoppable. Problem in this game, and again, this kind of compounds the issue of not having that Gale Force and the ability to outplay on your own lonesome. You've lost so much side lane presence in because there is a long lane on both sides of the map now. There are angles for flanks, and if that vision does get claimed by Nerd Rage, you can see it being put down by Flajian. That's very important because if you have a Scion ulting right onto you, if you have a Jarvan coming in from a flank instead of just straight down your gullet, that's when it gets a bit more tricky.
Yeah, it does indeed, as we see a lot of fighting between these two bot lanes around this mid lane. Looks like Magikarp and Flajian want to get this mid lane tower down ASAP, but Highlander and Blackbeast, with how well they've played this early game and the gold they've accrued, you can't just run up to them because they have big damage as well. So Spray X turns to the Rift Tail. Will be a second of the game if he tries to get it. Flajian crashes down over the wall, takes a lot of damage, but now Magikarp is here with the stun from that Rail W, but now he jumps back into a bullet time, and he's so low. Highlander untouched can take control. Scion now pushing him back under the tower, but here's Shady to push the Scion back in turn. No one even dies, and it looks like Nerd Rage are still going to get the Herald at the end of all of it.
Okay, round 3 fight, really an axe in several parts coming out from both these teams. The initial all-in from Flajian on that ward we already said, kind of talked about as it was put down, doesn't end up working out. Yes, if you don't end up finding a clean engage onto Highlander and Blackbeast build these two champions, it's going to hurt you. It does hurt. Magikarp jumps in, and a timely ultimate from Blackbeast means that, yes, it's punished accordingly. But then it's kind of like a bit of miscommunication because everyone had been screaming, go, 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 and then a couple of other people turn up after the play's kind of already fizzled out and starts at anew. I guess the net gain of that is Herald over the side of Nerd Rage for the second time this game.
Yeah, they're going to maybe look to use that to crash these towers that Highlander's been holding on to so well. We have another dragon spawning as well. Shady has got some vision down there, but it must be said Nerd Rage are happy to commit a lot to this one. They're TPing in with the Scion. They're going to have all 5 members.
Now they will, so teleport coming in from now, not full up on the Rage Bar, gonna have to hit something a bit first, but they are ready to tangle.
Yeah, looks like on the side, the ADCs are actually Magikarp's dived forward onto Highlander just on top of your
caught.
streets there. And that's going to be Highlander pushed right out of the fight. It's a killing spree for Justana. And that's all Nerd Rage need. Now they can go completely ham on this one. Flajian locks up the jungler. A Limsy Shockwave will drop Magikarp down to below half, and a Paper MC player slides in and just evaporates. I respect the intention, my friend, but with no carries left on the field, it's an easy dragon for Nerd Rage.
And nota bene, Janna does have themselves some tornadoes, but isn't a Gale Force herself. And Frustration pointed that out. Highlander has no way to escape, and because it's an Infernal Rift, there are just not enough walls to keep yourself safe away from those enemy champions. Goes down, and even though they have themselves a lot of gold, it kind of compounds the team's issues. They don't turn up and get themselves that terrain control. Lucendi fall down to a second dragon going to the side of Nerd Rage.
It's such a tricky way to play that, right? You don't get your fed main character stun on the objective, hitting it down like you'd expect. They are flanking on the side, diving on your carry, and it works out so well. Lucendi, I guess, just not expecting it. I think Highlander, he looked a bit tentative, but at some point, there's an objective happening, you've got to show up for your team, but that's what ends up getting him knocked down. It's devastating.
And I think, again, when you've had such a fractured map, a lot of corners can be cut, right? Because they get, oh, I've got to turn up really quickly to this objective. And you walk a little bit close to that fog of war. And it turns out, actually, in that fog of war, there's Cassiopeia and Tristana. They jump on you and you die. This is the kind of corner cutting you can't really afford. Discipline, just like this, jumping in there, there's always a chance that doesn't work out, and they're going for a dive.
Oh, Shady gets right up to him, and there's the shockwave combo, but he's tanking the tower, and Shady doesn't even get to unburrow! Zyke playing the 1v2 out well.
Oh, actually, the unburrow comes in as he's stunned, and I don't believe the Void Rush was available for Shady. I think it's actually only available just now, and actually, don't quote me on that. Shady doesn't get to reset the tower go, and actually maybe wouldn't have been able to, because one of the problems about Rek'Sai and Cassiopeia is if you flub your engage, you're grounded. You don't get to go out and play. In fact, you get to stay inside a warm little casket, which takes you to the death zone.
Yeah, very unfortunate. It looked like Shady had the play, but on the mid side, Nerd Rage not wasting a second on the counterplay. With that second Herald, they are looking to pop inhibs here before the 20-minute mark. They will at least give a little bit of respect to Lucendi and back away, but still, the damage is done.
Now, I actually don't think it's awful letting the inhibitor live. Taking early inhibitors can be an issue when you're feeding too much farm to someone like an Orianna.
I'm just trying to let it die.
Yeah, in fact, actually, this is the thing, Lucendi, like, actually, we want this to die because this means that Misfortune, who, as we were saying, okay, no, fight on bot side, don't talk about macro.
Speaking of who we want to die, Nerd Rage want Paper MC to fall down real quick as they're going to take him down. Drops the flag on him for the final fadeaway, and Limsey loses the TP as well.
Yeah, swag flag, spray, claiming a kill, second of the game. Currently deathless, one of only 3 people in the game, one of them being Blackfist on Lucendi, and the other one being, of course, Zyke on the Cassiopeia. And how well has Zyke played on this pick again? I know we were talking about, oh yeah, maybe Rek'Sai and Orianna can do something about that pick. And yes, the Orianna did fine in the initial laning phase, but when you split the map, and this is something that Nerd Rage chose to do, a lot of the time we're talking about people slipping through the cracks. You also get some people isolated too. Mid lane doesn't really factor into a lane swap situation, so you get a free lane. That's been very important. Zyke is now online, does have themselves stacking up towards that fully completed tier, going towards their second item, even has a stopwatch and inventory. They are so ready to fight, and they've already been out playing amply.
Yeah, for sure. Every time Nerd Rage is the one going for the play, for the objective, for the dive, it's been working out so well for them, whereas Lucendi's plays have kind of been fizzling a little bit. They've either been getting caught out or they don't get the kills they need, and now Nerd Rage with such an advantage. 5k here, the 20-minute mark. Dragons in their favor, 6 towers down already. It is an absolute blowout so far.
That's one of the bonuses of having a Tristana on your team and having the early game pressure on the top side of the map to claim yourselves heralds if and when you please. And they did damn well please to take themselves that objective. They've taken most of the towers on the top side of the map with it. They're going to take themselves another chunk out of Paper Player 2.
Yeah, with that jump forward, there is no escape for this now. Magikarp, rocket jumping forward again, maybe once more. Can't find it. Maybe they just go for the Baron right here. Limsy's on the bot side with no teleport available.
And Team Rocket Jump makes Paper Player blast off again. 0 and 5. Baron now on the table, and I don't see a way that Lucendi can really approach this safely.
Well, Shady just has to accept defeat, holding the L on this one, burrowing back to the base, and Nerd Rage are going to pick this one up. So now they've got the Baron, the Dragon's coming up soon, that's probably a free take from there. Zyke's actually TPing down to bot lane to stop the tower going down. It is just clinical from Nerd Rage right now. Magic's going to walk into Shady, and he's just going to, I guess, stop a recall perhaps, or just let him walk away, but it's with so much control in Nerd Rage's favor, you can kind of just do whatever.
And this isn't even going to be a Frostfire Gauntlet sign. He's gone for the Chem Tank, has Steel Toe Caps too. Shady just cannot do anything, cannot scratch this Scion. And when you have a strong front line in the Scion, you don't get to walk past them. You don't get to dive past them and really ignore it, which is a real problem for the likes of this Orianna. Less of a problem for Misfortune, who can at least damage people with the ultimate through the front line and say, yeah, I'll try and reach the back line with this huge range of the bullet time. Yeah, well, the Shockwave and the Rek'Sai are finding themselves very, very neutered at this point in the game. Lucendi, what are they waiting for now? They may have to pull out something which Nerd Rage have done several times this game, just find an angle, find themselves a flank, and that's very dangerous, right? When you've got a 0 and 5 now, it's not one which can really survive that much damage before they find themselves that ultimate.
Yeah, Exactly. It's maybe going to take a bit of a lazy engage from Nerd Rage, perhaps not finding the high priority targets that lets Highlander get an ult combo with Limsey. Potentially they can get pick in there. Of course, the Lord Dominix is finished for Highlander. This has become quite common now, the second item Dominix, and that can burn through some of the tank line that Nerd Rage has built. However, they don't give them a chance to do it. They've got the Baron on the turret already within hip down. They might just be able to follow the flowchart through and break the whole base.
Yeah, and I really love what Zyke's doing too, just making sure that they're being a threat on the side because they have that ground. Because they have the miasma, they're just walking off to the side and saying, okay, Rek'Sai, you're looking for a way in, you're not going to be able to tunnel in, good luck with that. And maybe you get themselves a lot of damage as they've managed to find a way in.
Gets himself right in there and goes absolutely pop. And there's the fire back from Nerd Rage, diving forward onto Highlander. It is just absolute destruction for Nerd Rage here, jumping all over that fight, swarming over the base, and that is going to wind up game 1. 23 minutes. It is huge for Nerd Rage kicking this series off.
Ah, man, so Magikarp changed from jungle down to AD carry, breaks the game with their last quadra kill on the Nexus, and, well, pretty clean if you say from me.
Absolutely, clean is the word I would use, but it wasn't boring. They had the lane swaps, they had the ganks, they got their kills, and then they just played their comp out to perfection, never letting Luchendi get away back into this game. Nerd Rage, we're asking them to prove why they're here. I say that's a pretty good reason right there.
Absolutely, and just hinting back on another thing we touched on, tournament meta, playoff meta. If this is something now shown from the side of Nerd Rage, how much respect do you have to give it, particularly if they do move on from this series? Is suddenly Sion a ban, suddenly Tristana a ban? Can you pull off this combo without the tower pushing potential of that AD carry? Well, they certainly did this game.
Yeah, for sure. There's so many power picks from Nerd Rage coming through. The Tristana is massive. The Rel is massive. You've got to try and take away so much before you can kind of start to disable the comp that they're building for themselves here, right? And I mean, Highlander and Blackbeast did a good job in this game. I think they did about as well as they were allowed to do. They got the bot lane tower, you know, got the plates early on. They just kind of, Paper MC play had a bit of a nightmare up in the top lane, and the Heralds didn't help with that. So they played out the lane swap about as well as they could have, I feel, but it just wasn't playable beyond that early stage.
No, I think when it comes to lane swaps, you just have to be practiced. If you're not swinging with the punches, if you're not keeping up in the tempo, which actually they did relatively well, things can still go wrong. People can still fall through those cracks, and that one pick at Dragon really onto Highlander, that might have been the one chance they could team fight their way back into parity or a lead. Didn't happen, and then Nerd Rage just kind of steamrolled the rest of that game.
Yeah, they absolutely did. We are going to go to a little break right now before we come back with the second game of this series. We worried it was going to be a 2-0 blowout. Fingers crossed that it's not, but you'll have to come back to see.
We had to say it.
Turns
And we are back for game 2 here of the series. Nerd Rage looking dominant, making statement, all of the buzz phrases that casters say in this scenario. They are 1-0 up right now over Lucendi, but it must be said, Lucendi, they've gone for blue side now, so I think they're looking to change up their draft pretty significantly.
I think they are, and that means that first pick Tristana might be an option. Take that away, and as we were saying, okay, how many pieces of this comp which had that lane swap can you really take away before it falls apart? It's harder to do it on red side. You often see it on blue side just because of the ability to get some power picks and then kind of come out of the gate and have your bot lane, particularly on a safe side of the map, without that tri-brush being able to come behind and gank them and upset things a little bit. Either way, it's that last game, it did definitely seem like Lucendi were just not really ready for that lane swap. They did outplay in some micro scenarios, but they just ended up falling just that little too far behind, lost a few too many Heralds, Dragons, and Node Rage on the other side came in looking poised.
Yeah, very, very poised for sure. And I mean, if you're going up against a draft that's full of power picks, taking the blue side and taking some for yourself has got to help you out. It means that Luchendi's going to get the final counter pick, so people like Shady can exploit this, I feel. To be honest, that's probably the main person I would give it to be honest. Given what Shady likes to do and how they can find these counter mashup no one else is playing, that's probably who I'd give it to.
Rarely do you have a jungle counter matchup, particularly in the current meta where jungles are power picks. You've got the Udyr, Olaf is now kind of come and gone, but you've got Lilia and a number of other champions, right? Of course, that doesn't apply to Shady. Too many champions, too much stuff which isn't technically a power pick, but more situational pick. So yes, I think I would agree with you. The other player I'd say is Paper Player. Again, try and get them into a winning scenario, because that last game was anything but that.
Yeah, that was exactly anything but a winning scenario for the Gnar. And I mean, the matchup was pretty good, but he did not get
that was
to play
never the matchup.
So yeah, the matchup was just never apparent on the Rift, unfortunately. So maybe Paper MC Player can have a chance to actually play the game somewhat in game 2.
I just want to play League of Legends, says Dyrus somewhere.
Exactly, I just want to play the game League of Legends, everyone's favourite game. We're into draft right now, and the Thresh ban is not going anywhere. Kel Surprise.
No, Fledge is too good at it. Blackbus actually hasn't... Oh, this is actually a really interesting thing, because Blackbus has not played Rel or Thresh. That's such an unusual thing for supports. I believe that's... No, that's not true. I was trying to... I'm pretty sure I've seen Blackbus on Rel. I was looking at the picks we've got written down, and I was like, oh, is that one missing? Anyway, either way, the Thresh is more of a takeaway from Fledge to talk about things which I definitely know about. And then the rest of it is kind of tier list.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I was looking at these two players, I was looking at Blackbus's pool, and I was like, but where's the tanking gauge? And then I looked at Flagian. Oh, it's all over here. All of it is over here. That's where it's just completely, you know...
Using the power of quantum mechanics, Flagian has stolen all the tank supports away from Blackbus. It's incredible, I tell you. What can't this player do?
Yeah, it is insane. So, the final ban of the first rotation for Luchen is going to be the Jarvan for Spray X. It was looking crispy in game 1 for sure. Highlander not going to get a hand on that Caitlyn as well, which has really been sliding into that meta, but here's a power pick if ever we saw one.
That it is. So that's a 3-way flex of the Seraphine. I'm just wondering if it's worth getting over Trist for that, because Trist is really good right now. I know it is not a flex pick. Flex picks have less value on blue side because you can't flex it right the way up until the very last pick in your draft and choose 2 matchups instead of 1 potentially. Either way though, it is such a powerful pick, often banned across, well, every league in the world at this point. Thing is though, so is Lilia, and so is Tristana. You've kind of given up 1 power pick for 2. Is it worth it? Gotta see.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the Triss ban instead of the Jarvan could have been justifiable here, maybe in the Lilia as well. The Jarvan was so good, but it's such a linear champion that, I mean, maybe doesn't feel like as important, but we'll see. I mean, like I said, Spray was amazing on it. Maybe they've got something in the tank to try and deal with this. So, it's going to be Tristana back in that bot lane. Now, there's the little rumble hover, just for reference to Nightmare's draft last time round, maybe.
I see it.
I honestly have no idea where Lucenda's going with this draft now. Could go anywhere.
It could go anywhere. Could absolutely. Okay, Karthus coming in. So now that... And again, now I'm asking yourself, why did you pick up the Tristana? Because Tristana Karthus is a really good combo. You jump in, you have that extra couple of 100 damage coming in from Dark Harvest, and of course the Requiem damage itself popping off. Either way, of course, the Karthus has only really been seen in the jungle for a very long time now, so this will be going towards Shady. This does mean you know the jungle matchup. Now the question is, because we've seen Karthus and Lilia a couple of times actually, often when Lilia has been taken away from the team, they think actually Karthus doesn't do too bad. You farm the same kind of camps. Oh, Zed wasn't banned.
Oh!
Zed wasn't banned. Zed wasn't banned.
no bed, guys. It's Zed only, right now. Is this the first time that Zyke's actually got his hands on it the whole season?
This is the first time, I believe, that Zyke has had the entire split. If there is a way to come back in this series and then 2-0 it with style, it's to let him have Zed. If there's a way to crash out 2-0, that's another way to do it.
That is hype. Oh my word. Okay, so we're finally going to see the Zyke Zed. Hopefully it lives up to the hype that, you know, has been all the way through the season on this pick. We'll just have to see, as we're getting into the second round of bans, and Diana's been banned, so I don't really know what's happening anymore. I'm lost again.
So Zed can struggle in some melee matchups. Heck, actually, ironically, even Kassadin's pretty good into Zed if you start W level 1. Look, I've played Zed for a number of years, and I just played that matchup once, and I'm like, wait, what do I do about that? Anyway, lots of stuff. Diana, because you can build Seeker's Arm Guard first and be pretty happy with it because your base damage, and also having your W, being able to have better wave push than Zed at early levels, and also just the incidental damage of if you walk up into the wave and the W is active, you take a lot of damage. And it's just a little bit awkward for that matchup. Either way, I mean, this is now setting up to be... Well, Zed can just go straight on top of Karthus, and there's not really much that champion can do. Look to see what happens with early mid lane prio, because Zyke could be fishing for early jungle kills.
Yeah, for sure. As we're going through the second round of the bans here, the Gnar has been taken away. Paper MC player still not going to get a chance to play Gnar. He didn't in game 1 and he's not in game 2. And it's some more tank gains from Flajian taken away with the Nautilus. So there's still an Alistar. I feel like that's just the last open pick, right? Oh, Leona, true. Yeah, true.
There's Leona, there's Alistar. I think either of them are fine with the Tristana. I mean, I would almost prefer to take the Alistar because Alistar is better into Tristana, because a lot of Tristana's power is, if you actually manage to land your jump, you do more damage with the bomb. The Alistar just pulls you out of it, so you don't get to have that. Yes, you can start poking them down, but you don't get the full burst combo. Wait and see what that proxy pick is right now, because otherwise we're going to have a very sad mummy. It is Leona. Okay, so that is going to be the pick for Flajian. Gives you a bit more of that ranged engage. So strong versus Ashe and Karthus and Seraphine too. All of them are sat there looking at the sun, trying to put some shades on, but it is a little too glaring. And a lot of flashes I can see being blown right here. Wait, is this actually going to be Karthus somewhere else? Is that...
Oh, juked! Maybe. I have seen Karthus support not too long ago in an ERL, and it was actually insanely PogChamp. So I think we actually have Ashe Karthus bot.
I think this is Ashe Karthus bot with the Ashe support. I think it's Karthus farming. I think it's Volibear top, Seraphine mid, and then Skarner in the jungle. Either way, shenanigans are being had, Trajan. Shenanigans.
Okay, that is the word for sure. And we do have Paper MC's Volibear back on, which has been very impactful for him, for sure. If he's going to have to blind something into a Bruiser matchup, Volibear seems like a decent choice. Machiet going for the Aatrox. So I think top lane is going to be a bit of a spicy one as well. They're actually going to fight each other, hopefully, this time.
We finally have that ability to do so, but then one side's got a Karthus, the other one's got a Zed, who's going to be going up there. If they ever get low enough, you're just thinking, okay, yes, we're going to have every eye turned up to our lane. And now I look at this and I'm thinking, who's actually won? It's kind of hard to tell, because if this is going to be Imperial Mandate support Ashe, you have a lot of pick potential at that point, particularly with the Seraphine too. If you ever catch out, you know, the squishy members like that Zed, right? They die with pretty much uncontested at that point.
Yeah, I think this draft is, like you say, it's really hard to tell who's come out on top of it, because so much, you know, has been thrown at the wall that we've not seen before. You know, we've got Zyke Zed. Is it going to pop off? Who knows? We've got Karthus in the bot lane. Is it a good idea? Who knows, man? Like, this could completely fall apart on both sides.
So, I suppose we're actually going to see people picking for themselves now. Unless this is some really weird Skarner mid into Zed. That's the only thing I could think. There's a chat. Oh, come on, Shady, please don't do this.
Oh, is it Skarner?
Don't make me watch Skarner mid. Not in my hallowed graphic mid lane. Okay,
it's fine.
Everything's fine.
Boy.
Warning of a crisis of...
Maybe even Karthus mid and Seraphine support would have made more sense even at that point, right? Like, I guess
Karthus just cannot lane versus Zed. You have zero mobility. Yes, you put down the wall of pain. It's Zed, lovely. He shadows at you on the first Q, and then he dodges that, and you immediately die. You can take exhaust. The one thing that Karthus used to be able to do is take exhaust and just be like, yes, I will always trade 1-for-1 for you, because I can pop the exhaust and I can just start hammering down those skills when you're slowed. Don't really have that option in the current metagame, with the lethality items being very strong, and Karthus not really in a great state for lane. On the other side, I now look at this and I'm like, Karthus Ashe? Seraphine, if you ever get hit by a Lilia and that sleep comes through, oh boy, is it a field day for the rest of Nerd Rage. That's a lot of damage. Both of these teams have really fun combos to talk about. I'm looking forward to this.
For sure, they are keeping this one exciting for us with the lane swaps and the crazy drafts. So we have Shady on the Skarner now, so I don't think we've seen him play it yet this season, but it's quite a singular champion. We know what he's trying to do this game, and into the Lilia specifically, do you feel like he's going to be run around a bit, or is he going to be able to have some impact?
So, Skarner farms really quickly when you have those spires up. I'm looking at level 1 to see if those spires can be contested. Against an Ashe Karthus, they have really good poke and range at level 1, actually. And speaking of that, this bot lane matchup is going to be firecrackers, right? Because as soon as level 2 hits, suddenly you're thinking they're like, if you haven't got... The thing about poke versus hard engage at level 2 is often you're looking to get that poke down so they can't actually win that trade at level 2, even if they hit everything. I'm looking to see what happens with Highlander and Black versus wave control. Are we going to see something like a level 2, level 3 stacked wave towards that bot side where they can poke out Magikarp and Flareon? Or are they going to lose control over that lane? And because Spray's done something interesting in terms of Raptor invading and splitting the map, that means that they can't really play out their lane's win condition.
Yeah, you just don't know anymore after that first game. We just don't know what they're going
look,
to
I
do.
didn't know as soon as like the third pick was locked in. I'm like, all right, sure, cool.
Go for it. Let's do it, lads. And I mean, Zyke so far, when he's not been, the Zed's always been banned, and he's mostly been playing the mages. There's been a Lucian. I don't think he actually won that game. But this is a completely different style of champion that we're seeing coming out of Zyke from the whole season, and I really want to see if it plays out properly, because before Zyke has been chilling in lane, he's been farming, he's been scaling, and he's doing big teamfight things.
Did have the Silas game. That's the other thing, though.
Sure.
There was one Silas game, and that's the closest thing to that, Zed, where you have that overt kill pressure where you're saying, yes, you're in danger now, put up or shut up. I look at Limsey, I look at the Seraphine. Zed Seraphine, it is a fun matchup because, again, most of Zed's laning matchups are how much can you dodge with the Shadow, particularly in an early game before level 6. Because if Zed has to Shadow into ult to first close the distance and then try and get that combo down, there's a lot of counterplay potential, because what you really want to be doing is putting your Shadow down, ulting before you switch to it, and then using that mind game and saying, Seraphine, if you're going to throw out your ult, I'm going to switch to that W, dodge it, and then we can start flipping around with those Shadows and seeing what we can do in terms of triple shurikens. I don't know how easy that's going to be when you have such a range discrepancy, Karthus, Ashe, and having that Ashe ult coming through. And then again, it comes down to what we talked about last game, what's going to happen with vision control, because if you have to walk into a Zed, yes, Karthus, Ashe, Seraphine, if they are split from their team, are completely dead meat. But if you manage to control the terrain, manage to turn up first, manage to get that poke down, Zyke is going to have to be searching their options for a better play.
Yeah, we did kind of see the vision control advantage for Nerd Rage that they traditionally held come into effect in Game 1. We had the plays like when Magikarp's jumping over onto Highlander to take him out before the Dragon, and the way that Paper MC player is just constantly getting boxed out of top lane because he can't get a ward down, there's too many pinks there, and he's just getting ganked over and over. So Nerd Rage have held true to this, and as you say, with the Zed, Leona, Tristana as well, it's so hard to run into the fog of war when you could just get absolutely melted on the back side of it.
The good thing is this isn't going to be a lane swap. Neither of these teams really have the Scion or that ability to really switch around the map with that top lane. And I'm just there like, you know what, I'm okay with that. Both of these top laners are sat there like, yeah, we're going to get full farm. That's going to be fun. So the question is, was last game in terms of the... I suppose the term for it is ill-discipline, but that kind of makes it seem like it's kind of like, like them just being rude in chat, something like that. But it just seems like Lucendi understanding where they can play on the map. Was that just because of the lane swap in Game 1? Or are they going to get punished by, again, really high punishing champions like Zed, Tristana? If you overstep, heck, even into the Aatrox and Lilia, right? If you go too far outside of your safe margins of vision, you cut corners to get to an objective early, like Highlander was doing on the Misfortune last game. Yeah. That's where this game falls apart, right? You need to show that Game 1, that was a fluke, it was just a lane swap, come back at it, because, Nerd Rage coming in with more spice, and heck, we had enough in Game 1.
Plenty of spice to keep a whole series going, but we've got even more on the table here today. With the Zed, we don't normally see pro play Zed. I don't think I've ever actually casted a semi-pro Zed before, to be honest. But this is a champion
games,
that
I think this is the third
that wins the lane. Yeah, the wins or tries to win the lane, right? And then so are they still planning to go into the side lane? Is this a potential 1-3-1 with the Aatrox and the Zed, or do you want Zyke to be showing up to all the plays?
So a lot of this is going to be about lane assignment because that is, once again, the Internet Explorer of split pushes. My partner told me that to me once, and I just haven't been able to shake it because you don't get teleport. You don't get to turn up fast and quick and be your, your Microsoft Edge or whatever that Viperine uses. I still judge him for that, by the way. You have to take that Ignite. A lot of the time, though, you do force your enemy laner to also downgrade to Internet Explorer and take themselves an exhaust, Basically, just the internet speed just completely tanks when Zed is in the game. Oh no, he's taking teleport, I'm wrong!
He's kicking the lag switch. So we do have now onto the Rift here in Game 2, Lucendi looking for a topside invade to kick us off, and we'll have to see if Maciek is ready for this one.
Okay, this could turn things about. Level 1 advantages, they can very much affect things, but when you do have... Okay, so actually, ward put down, information battle, currently being won by Nerd Rage, so they can now go and put in their own deep vision into that bot side map, knowing that's a complete 5-man stack. Maciek not going to get caught. And you know about that whole discipline thing we talked about Lucendi in terms of paper player getting caught under tower a couple of times? Maciek not having any of that on his side of things.
Yeah, it's so nice. They pop the ward into the bot side try. They see no one is watching it. I guess they go, this isn't a 5-point. They could be invading. Drops the ward in top side and another defensive one at their own Raptors, and they get all of the knowledge. Nerd Rage vision score. This is holding true once again. They get away from the early shenanigans, and they've got some of their own here too.
Yeah, because it's still going to be Lucendi wanting to play around Highlander and Blackbeast on the bot side of the map. Now they're going to get caught out because they've lost all of their vision on the bot side of the map. If they walk through here, they've lost their bot lane win condition. This is awful for them.
Oh no, they checked it! They checked it with the volley! That is so critical that they don't go down here. They are going to push them away, and the waves are already crashing. Magikarp and Flagian with the inside track, though. Spray actually isn't going to get full camp even.
Not going to get full camp. He doesn't get any of it. And then he gets chunked out to half HP too. I mean, that checking without volley changes everything. There was no flash Q coming in from Flagian or anything of the like. Lucendi find themselves a lifeline in an early game situation, which I thought probably should have favored Nerd Rage.
Yeah, that was very tense to kick us off right now. Great clutch plays, checking with that volley. There is still a lot of vision that Nerd Rage can use in the jungles, so they might be able to see where Shady ends up. But, so Lucendi, they get off the ground running here. They don't get tricked by the lane swap. No one's died yet. It's looking a lot better so far. Here's the poke coming in.
Approach velocity. It's so annoying. Blackbeast is... I think that's the approach velocity on there from Blackbeast. I'm not sure if it's actually got that rune on. But either way, it just walks down with this like, oh, this is such a power move.
Yeah, this is
just go get yourself a coffee, Blackbeast.
Down in the bot lane with the emote spam coming in as well. So Magikarp and Flagian not going to have anything handed to you this game. You're going to be the ones getting shoved under your tower from minute 1. Let's see how you deal with it.
Okay, Zenith played start from Flagian, but he misses. So, now the next thing is, okay, find the mid lane. Doesn't lead to much. Okay, that could have been an Ignite put down for a potential kill, but not quite on the damage calculations. And Limsey now forced back, no turret, no pots left, has a tier in inventory, not enough laning power to really get away from Zyke.
Amira, I'm sweating right now this game. Everyone's come so close to dying already, and Shady's actually here to maybe look for the dive. They've got a fat double wave stacked up, even a triple wave now. Can they execute it right? The Q doesn't land from Shady, but here comes the exhaust onto Magikarp. Oh, Blackbeast, he gets caught by the Zenith Blade! First blood is at least Shady's, and Blackbeast somehow lives and gets a kill for himself before he goes down, but it's 2-for-1 Lucendi on the top side now. Nerd Rage looking to even it up on the push, but a flash. Darkened Blade does not get the knock-up, and Zyke is here to finally clean up the mess. Paper MC player will be going down, and Zed's going to get a free kill, so it's a 2-for-2 at the end of all of it.
Somehow, some way, 2 kills going... Okay, so 1 kill going up to the Skarner, 1 over to the Ashe. Importantly, look at the CS of Tristana. 1 to 21. So, for those of you who've watched any of the content coming out of the LEC, I'd really suggest going and watching a couple of videos that Cadril had put out in the last couple of days in terms of what do you do in the early game when you're looking for these early dives around a stacked wave. This is what happens. You get the level 1 dive onto Magikarp and Flagian. Lucendi bring down Shady. What happened last game is that Shady, well, when Lucendi had their own stacked wave, didn't end up coming down in time to shield the play when the teleports came in response, and things turned around for Nerd Rage. This time, though, Lucendi say, okay, we have ourselves the positioning on the map. They punish accordingly. Problem is, on the other side, Paper players push too far in on the volley bed, does go down. It's scary when Zed gets early kills, but he did at least have to use the Ignite for it this time.
Yeah, we see an 800k goal lead extending for Lucendi already, even with even kill. So this is a much better start for them. SprayX now rocking up to this bottom side. It's going to be spotted on that pink ward if he goes through the try, and the wave should be able to thin out. But a flash from Flagian Zenith Blade into the combo from Magikarp, and Blackfist is going to be taken down. They saw it coming, but still couldn't escape.
Saw it coming, but nothing to do. Flash on Highlander, not onto Blackfist, though, goes down, and a kill this time does go over to Magikarp. They've not managed to zone them off of another wave, not managed to compound their issues. Skarner on the top side of the map, and no, Highlander, you don't want to walk in there. This is now a dive opportunity, I reckon.
He's got caught by the blooming blows from Spray, getting the Dark Harvest through, forces the flash now with the explosive shot. Oh, when he cancels the auto, is it enough? It's not quite. Magikarp still escapes with the reset. Little sketchy, but it works out.
Oh, Nerd Rage, they've managed to completely upturn the bot lane story for Lucendi. They did the first part of their phase 1 of their bot lane plan so well. Get the stacked wave, lead up to a dive. And then Shady's not on the right side of the map to protect them when the wave bounces back because they use too many resources offensively. You need to be zoning off Magikarp and Flager from the wave. You need bot lane vision. They didn't secure that for the second round of plays. Now Nerd Rage, I think they've probably come out ahead of this now.
So the fact that they've come out ahead, I assume this means that we're going to see a lot more aggression on bot lane. That's how Magikarp and Flagian probably want to snowball this game. But, you know, how long is it going to take for Blackfist and Highlander to be relevant if this is going badly for them early?
Well, this is the same kind of problem you have with, well, how do you deal with the Caitlyn Morgana lane that's been ganked and killed early? It's exactly the same thing. If you're not going toward this easy win condition of, yes, we're going to permanent shove, stack waves, dive, have poke, get chip towers, chip plates and stuff like that, well, what do? At least what you can do is use your priority to get dragons. Winning through bot lane is often a solution with those dragons now, actually. And now you have to see what's going to happen with Shady and how he's pathing to shield this lane in particular, honestly.
Yeah, and we can see Limsey actually doing pretty well in the mid lane now. Zyke having to roam up to top lane to clean up that kill. Did get the kill, but is now down in CS. We can see the armor already there for Limsey going into that Seekers. Shady, can he escape from this one? A little three-man event. 4, actually. Zenith Blade is dodged, but the ultimate is there. The Death Mark will do it. Zyke gets himself another.
So, yes, you do technically have mid-lane priority. The wave's pushed in, but Limsey is not in lane. Seraphine back, looking towards the Seeker's Arm Guard, and that means that Shady walks in, doesn't have a flash, doesn't get to proc the phase rush early enough to run out, goes down. That's really important now, because that compounds the issues on the top side of the map, where, of course, Paper Play had died earlier. Spray gets to maybe pick up themselves a blue buff. And now Shady has to deal with being behind. Oh, doesn't actually quite manage to get him. Okay, well, that's actually a bit of a lifeline, because this guy will at least not be denied that top side of the map.
Yeah, gonna get that one. Does have a little CS lead still and a kill for themselves, so gold-wise is still probably doing just fine. The ult's about to come online for these junglers, though. Both very impactful in their own right, though I think Skarner's is the most traditionally just, okay, well, it's too early if you have a QSS, so you better be wary.
Well, you know, only a few things certain in life, one of them being death, another one being Skarner taxes, apparently. The question is, who is going to pay it early enough, because there is no cleanse, and Paper Player might wish he has one on top side.
That was aggressive going in, but actually he commits the ultimate, and there's he doesn't even need the counter soul! Oh my goodness, Paper MC Player! I'm sorry I doubted you, my friend. On the bot side, Blackfist falls to Machiek, and here's the Skarner ultimate coming out, but Volibear just doing Volibear things, crashing down for the 1v2 kill.
Okay, Paper Player unlocked in, what did we say, a good matchup. Turns out the 1v2 is actually playable for a Volibear that's had an early game. Goes in with the ultimate, doesn't matter that also that CC was there. Heal not enough for Magikarp, goes down in that top lane.
That was huge. Machiek at least does get a kill of their own down on the spot side. Infernal Chains blocked by the minions there. But I mean, I feel like Highlander is pretty comfortable just farming it out against an Aatrox. The Wall of Pain feels a lot better there.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that Aatrox is going to struggle with in this game. You're going to get dealt with by a lot of Seraphine CC, Ashe coming in with a volley. You need to, again, find yourself an angle. It's not going to be about those front-to-back team fights from the side of Nerd Rage. If you start charging down the gullet at Lucendi, you might lose those fights. Well, you're probably going to lose them quite decisively if they are into that game, because of the ways that you can disengage the likes of this Aatrox and stop them getting into the fray. The question is, can the rest of Nerd Rage draw the heat enough from the likes of Tristana and Spray diving in, as Paper Play might have to deal with a dive of another sort, and he has got under turret though.
There's the lilting lullaby though. Here's the rocket jump from Magikarp. Flajian can follow up. Paper MC player is level 8. He's going to get the shield from the Sky Splitter, but is it enough to keep him alive? The Bramble Vest is not quite there, and Spray X picks it up. So they get their revenge big time on bot lane, or top lane.
Just a reminder, this was Spray who had the Jarvan banned away from them for their Game 1 performance. Not the Lilia. It was picked up. That power pick picked up in the first round for Nerd Rage. Legendi may be kicking themselves for giving away that Lilia for seemingly for free to the side of Nerd Rage. But now they take themselves that top lane turret because Tristana will be taking that. It has the Rift Herald to seal off that deal.
Oh, here comes that range spam once again onto Machiek. I don't know if they can quite get the kill here. Maybe they can. There's no mana for Highlander though, so they can't really clean that one up. It's solo plates again for Magikarp, so it's a messier early lane for them, but they're still getting a lot of gold funneled into them right now. As they're forcing Machiek back. Oh, flashes forward! Forces a counter flash from Blackfist, but the minions will do the work! Can Highlander finish it off? He doesn't have the mana. He's got maybe one Q, and it misses, so Machiek will live.
Oh, Blackburst doesn't flash out of the queue. Minion damage finishes things off, and Highlander just doesn't have the mana, and now he might be in danger. A lot of regen coming through from Machiek and that Doran shield, and of course the Phage does give some regen nowadays, no longer gives you that movement speed passive. That's gone over to the Hearthbound Axe. And, well, had more than enough mobility though without the move speed on that item anymore to get out and outplay the 1v2. Turns out that's what both these top laners want to do this game.
Yeah, and as that bot lane fight goes so awry, they then lose the scuttle as a result, because they don't have bot lane prior. SprayX comes and nabs it, and Shady has to walk away. He does have the chem tank completed already, though, so this Skarner is already getting some of the important pieces together, as we are going to hit a little pause, just to make sure that everyone remembers it's UKEL streaming today.
Absolutely. Wait to see what the issue is, I guess, at this point, because no action is actually happening on screen. It's one of the first times you'll see that, because there is that pause. We do see first mythics coming in. We talked about the chem tank, yes, coming from the Skarner, who and Shady has been farming well. We also have the Prowler's Claw coming in from Zed. If you thought he was doing damage before, with those 2 kills, getting to that early mythic, now it's a real danger point for most of these Lucendi members. I think that Volibear can survive the 1v1, although actually is down a level compared to Zyke, doing well in terms of keeping up with that XP. I look at the rest of the members in Lucendi and thinking, heck, you need to be really careful where Zyke is on the map. If you lose vision of this player, things are going to go south quickly.
Yes, that is where Zed is. Once he's got this power, he's got this one-shot potential on deck now. It is going to be time for Zyke to show us why this pick was banned every game against this guy for a full season. And we have another mythical Magikarp as well. The Kraken Slayer coming through. Highlander having to go into that early Zhonya's is going to be waiting a little bit for that item spike.
I wonder if that's going to be a fully completed Zhonya's, because you do have the Phoenix Codex going into something like Leandri's too. But having that Zhonya's versus, well, I mean, either popping the Zhonya's before the sleep comes in from Lilia if you're hit by that, or if Zed, of course, ults you, that can be very important. You can, of course, defile Zhonya's too, keep that AoE down. The question is, does Highlander ever really want to die in a team fight to use their passive? Because there are some times where actually you don't mind if this Nerd Rage team is tunneling forward for the Carters to die in and amongst them to get all of that extra DPS from the Shade down. Or the question is, well, I mean, if you have the Zhonya's at that point, is it kind of counterintuitive to that?
It's the great philosophical questions of our time. But we are going to get Dragon Spawn, Nerd Rage on the scene, ready and waiting for it. So likely going to be taking this one pretty easily. Shady is actually tending towards the mid lane, and Magikarp's going to have to be careful, because in comes the Skarner. They have forced the disengage from Magikarp. Limsey committed the flash and the ultimate and the Requiem too, plus the Ash Arrow went somewhere, but didn't really get that much damage from it.
Ash Arrow are going to be fined flying over your neighborhood sooner rather than later, as it does go missing from Blackbeast. That's the first one again. Paper player going for the 1v1 and losing it right now.
Oh, but here's the turnaround. The classic volley play. Gets the shield, and now he's got that frenzied maul. He's going to get even more healing. Match it with the Darkened Blade. Has some healing of their own. SprayX picks up the dragon. Oh, but now here comes Committal with the ultimate from the Volibear. Machiek. Does he have the World Ender? He doesn't. Sky Splitter is there. And there it is. The Chomp gets another kill for Paper MC player. A shutdown too.
The claws dragged across Aatrox, takes him down for his first death of the game. Paper players Volibear and his 1v1 stats looking fearsome once again coming into this lower bracket run. And what a time to do it, because, well, if Lucendi don't find themselves some bright new summer around the map, they might be looking down the barrel of a 2-0 defeat to Nerd Rage. Of course, I mean, we did say Lucendi had lost both previous matchups against this team, but these rosters hadn't faced each other yet. So still a lot to be played for, and maybe some preconceived notions to overturn from these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Zyke, we can see, hiding in this bot lane, going for a bit of a long con down here. Highlander's near. He's not quite there yet, but he's going to come through. Can Zyke hold his nerf for a little bit longer? He's got everything
he's so
available.
Dead.
He's got Ignite.
Dead.
Good night, Cartha. Sweet dreams, my sweet prince. You are donezo. Or is he? Hello? Hello?
Oh, okay.
I'm going to call misplay on that one. Flajian is going to arrive, and he's going to flash, drops the solar flare to get it done. But they traded it for Matchcop with the top side. That shouldn't have been that hard.
I really don't think so either. So Zyke doesn't choose to pop the death mark and follow through. I find that a little strange because you've already popped the Ignite. That's the longer cooldown. I suppose you think, oh, I need the death mark maybe to deal with someone like the Seraphine later on. Either way, not a correct use or appropriation of resources from Zyke, and he's punished for it. Now, well, I say punished, he still gets the assist. It means that the flash and the solar flare has to come out of Flajian. We have ourselves another pause as Blackbiss and Paper Player look like they're having some internet issues. But yeah, okay, at least Zed's still punishing that side lane. This is exactly what we're saying. As soon as Zed is off the vision, you have to be so perilously careful across that map. You see, that's exactly what happens. They lose track of him. He gets in for a kill onto that Karthus.
Yeah, we need them to be playing with the mindset that Blackbiss had at level 1. Just check every brush, because there could be a Shadow Ninja waiting into it. And I mean, Flajian did have to come in and sort that one out in the end, but as you say, the kill was still achieved, so they're still going to get some nice Zed prior in that bot lane. We can see them both, actually, Highlander and Zed on your minimaps there, going back towards the bot lane, and Zed still has Death Mark, so maybe it was a long con for the double kill.
So there's an exhaust coming up for Highlander, but the Prowler's Claw will be up soon from Zyke. So this could be Zed kill 2, Electric Boogaloo in that bot side. One thing which Karthus has available to them, though, is that they can check brushes with Wall of Pain. That's the kind of time where it's very useful to do so. When you're like, okay, I don't exactly have a ward I want to place here, I just want this temporary vision. Just check it out with that. Of course, it wasn't used, and yeah, does go down for it. So,
It's
game pause. Get to see our lovely faces.
We're back. We are back to take a look at
Okay, I'll fix my posture just because I'm on camera.
Oh, yeah.
Posture check, chat. Posture
problems. We're all developing lumbar problems live in front of you right now. But
I think it's well past that point for me to go throw it out there.
It's too late for me. It's over. But, I mean, that's what working from home will do to you as well. Spend all day in a gaming chair, and now I don't even get to stand up to walk from my home to the office. It's a pain.
Spain without the S, that's what I like to call it.
That is exactly what it is.
Exactly what Karthus was feeling just that moment ago. Yes! I outplayed. Oh, that's a very large burst of sun. Oh, that's Leona roll. That's
a tilter, so man. You literally get to walk away from that and you're like, oh my god, I'm a genius. I didn't even need my Zhonya's, like, we're chilling here, and then flash, sail flare. That's
It's like one of those plays where, so I have one particular one, an example, where you remember certain plays which tilted you so much, literally years after they've happened. So 4 years ago, I think, back in 2017. So I was playing back in the old UK University stuff, and I ran in solo queue into one of the higher tier players, mid laners, and they were on their main champion of Katarina. I was playing Ari into them, and I had to ignite ticking down on them, and their support flash locketed to save them. Now, I don't know where you are, Erasu, but your support, you best be thanking them every day, because I can't forget about them 4 years later.
Yeah, that's how you win the mental damage. That's the psychic battle of the mid lane. Is, you know, your jungler rocks up when you're 1 HP and saves the trade, or the support's there. We saw it in game 1, right? Limsey's doing fine into Zyke mid lane, and then Rel is there, then Jarvan is there, Magikarp's there. I guess I lose the lane now, guys. Okay, sure, cheers.
Or just some random solar flare makes your really cool 1v1 survival outplay into an unfortunate death. And then you're like, oh, poo, now I've got to go back into that same lane, and they have their ultimate. So it's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah, it is gutting. And it would be super gutting for Lucendi to kind of peter out at this point, because we'd for so long in the last couple of weeks, we'd seen Lucendi finally turn it around, finally start firing on all cylinders. They've not really managed to find their rhythm in this series, and yes, lane swaps will do that to you. We talked about that. If you're not practiced against them, a lot of the time you forget the small details which lead into really big plays. Like, how are these dives going to come across? What kind of time is the junglers going to be on different parts of the map? Well, you don't have to deal with that in this game, but they're still eking out small deficits, or in the case of course, Nerd Rage, small advantages. They're starting to build on each other.
Yeah, for sure. Nerd Rage have shown up to play for sure. And when we were talking before about, just the kind of the feel we get of these teams and who we're thinking are going to take the series, it's Nerd Rage I've always struggled to get behind, honestly. Like, I couldn't see the star power. I couldn't see who was the big player, who's going to be winning them all the games. And after the first couple of weeks, they did kind of fall into a bit of a slump. And I was like, well, I guess Nerd Rage just didn't have enough, 10 out of 10 potential to get there. But then they keep winning enough games. Suddenly they make it into the playoffs. They take down Viperio, and suddenly they're kind of taking it to Lucendi. They're looking like the better team so far across here, and maybe they just don't need to have a Highlander on their team. Maybe they don't need a Kurosh. They're just playing as a team well enough to get the job done, and it's looking really impressive from them.
Well, unfortunately for the UKL, no one has Kurosh but Demise Academy, and that's been a sticking point. Everyone wants their own Kurosh, I suppose. But yeah, I do kind of understand what you're talking about in terms of Nerd Rage, because I remember back in week 1, I think Nerd Rage were actually one of the very first games which I cast, and I saw Magic and Magikarp on the top side of the map pop off, and I thought, wow, these guys, high flare players coming in, big plays. They petered off a bit from that those early couple of weeks, but they've managed to make things work, and there is credit where it's due. Having that tenacity and that ability to kind of make things work even when things are not looking so great after a couple of weeks, come back, build upon these roster changes, build upon your team identity, and get into playoffs, that's an important thing. That's no small feat. Now the question is, do they have that mental fortitude to come in and really make a dent in playoffs? Well, if you're coming in with prep like they did in game 1, actually, now, I mean, you're talking about high variance teams like London United in the next round. Maybe if they come on from this series with a 2-0, they could start looking at that and saying, actually, we have a run for the finals here. Maybe we can go deep into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that you mentioned the preparation there. I think that's so big for the playoffs run, right? Best of ones are best of ones, and sometimes, that lane swap kind of game happens, and it's just, well, we just never logged on in this one, guys. We'll go next. But in a playoff series, and you have to be able to adapt, and you can completely throw off a team with a lane swap like that, and then you ride the momentum through to the win. That can be the difference maker, and we're seeing a lot of these teams in the UKL now with more coaching staff, with like more subs and more staff dedicated to it in general. I think Viperio have 10 players committed to the UKEL, and like 3 staff members or 5 staff members, something like that. They've got a whole team working on this, and that seems to be paying off.
That seems great until you've been a Discord call with all of them and you understand what No, much love out to the Viperio crew. They really do take this league seriously, as do all of these players. I mean, we've seen a great committal from so many orgs for this split, and for the next open qualifiers as well, for the UKEL qualification and the relegation stuff. I think we're going to have ourselves a lot of very invested teams and players coming into it. Of course, that's a very different situation to teams in playoffs, of course, but that'll be Munster Rugby and Mythos who are staring down that relegation battle. And these two teams now are facing off here. Again, one of the other things we hear was saying they need to prove that they actually deserve to be in playoffs over them. Yes, their results got them in. They are deserving of playoffs, but there still will be naysayers, and well, they really want to stand up and have these big games to shut them up.
Yeah, and Nerd Rage is making a case for themselves absolutely right now. You mentioned the relegations there. Imagine being just like an open qualifier team. You got all your best D2 mates in the open qualifier, and you rock up and it's Mythos, and like they just got off taking down Demise Academy a couple weeks ago, and then is
imagine being in bot lane and having to play off against Affengeist and blundering on Tristan or Alistair. That's not the birthday present you want. Absolutely.
You've got to earn your spot in the UKL, I guess. It's a tough league to get into, and I guess that's how it should be. As we are back live now, it's time for Lucendi to make their own case and fight their way back into this one to keep this series going.
They are so... Points of power for the side of Lucendi. First off, they're only 200 gold down. We said, oh man, Nerd Rage, they've come out strong, minor advantages, kills on Z. That's cool and all, but there's also a Seraphine who's getting up towards items. That's scary for the side of Nerd Rage. They're going towards the Lost Chapter. I wonder what that's actually going to build into from the side of Limsey, because of course we do often see the Moonstone Renewer so often from this champion. I'm actually wondering if it's going to be something like an Everfrost instead, just to really pin down the first person coming in. Something to be keeping an eye on either way. Because, of course, that Lost Chapter doesn't build into that Moonstone, so we might be seeing ourselves a different mythic item.
Yeah, and I think that's over the last kind of patch or two, maybe. I think people have been expanding a little bit on the Seraphine. They're like, well, this champion is just so nuts already. Like, let's just go full AP and we'll still hit ultimates, but now we'll one-shot 5 people instead of just CCing them.
Rejoice, Lucendi fans! Highlander has gone into this lane and not died this time.
Success.
I think that's this time it's Shady shielding that lane, and that's something that we asked in that early game, because the early dive from Lucendi was so nice. They zoned off Magikarp off him so much. Problem was, phase 2 of that plan didn't work out so successfully. This time, though, Shady managed to be in the right place to help Highlander survive that wave, but Skarner has a great many places to be. Namely, there's top side of the map, which Blackbus is very boldly walking into, which Shady would quite like to be in to contest a Herald, but I think they just think, too much vision given over. Let's give this one up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough trip in, and they might just not be able to make it in time now. Looks like Shady is pretty tanky, he's pretty strong. Maybe he'll find his way in. Maybe looks for a little Hex Flash over the wall, looking for Magikarp as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will sail by. And that's going to be Nerd Rage picking up the full 4 out of 4 Heralds so far in this series.
This is going to be one of those situations where we have, you know the ancient battle of Thermopylae, where so many arrows were fired that it blacked out the sun. Well, I mean, I don't know whether crystalline arrows will be see-through enough for it to not black out the sun, but if they were completely opaque, that might be what's happening now. Is another one does unfortunately go wide for Blackbus.
Yeah, and now he's got the volleys coming out still too. A little safety Hex Flash from Shady there, goes back over the wall as we have a lot of...
I'm about to head out.
Yeah, I'm just going to see you, going to dip on that one. Sprayx throwing out the Swirl Seeds, isn't going to find anything so far. And it looks like Zyke, maybe a little bored of not getting kills on bot lane, might be looking for something else.
So, actually, with it being an Ocean Rift and Vision Control going over to the side of Nerd Rage, really sad story for Lucendi, because now you're sat there thinking, oh no, there are more brushes that Zed could be hidden in. So that's exactly what Zyke's playing around and saying, right, I have myself Power Spikes right now. Having the Ionian Boots of Lucidity for the 20 ability haste is nice. It's really good when you don't have any other ability haste. It just means that your Shurikens up that much more quickly. And a Swirl Seed lands onto Shady. Thank you, observers.
Nailed it. The snipe from all the way down the mid lane. So I think just to ask before this Dragon fight gets kicked off in earnest is that we've got the Triforce in top lane Paper MC player, and with the 1v2 shutdowns, I'm not surprised he's playing like he's got a Triforce. But normally you see the tank items from Volibear. Does this Triforce still feel good here?
I think that because you are going to be into the likes of the Zed and into the Aatrox as your side lane matchups, I think actually you're a side lane threat now if you go for this. Speaking of that, it allows you to have that tower pressure. That's another thing. You don't actually have an AD carry on the side of Lucendi. Okay, Dragon going into Nerd Rage, just checking on that right now. Oh, actually Zyke's going maybe in for an ult down here.
Always gone for the death mark here. And here comes the exhaust. In comes a Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Won't catch him, but Highlander will live. The Zhonya's does its job.
It does. So Zed, not willing to stand in the defile as the Zhonya's goes off. Yes, that's another reason why it's very, very useful. Survives the 1v1. Highlander can feel proud about that one.
Oh, Shady now looking for a punish on Sprayx, hanging around too long, and there's the Requiem. Blackbus snaps it up. A big punish on Sprayx. This is the flash too.
They lose the flash. Okay, Ash Arrow was used towards the bot side, but Paperplay's taken another turn top side. This is the thing. You don't have an AD carry on the side of Lucendi, but with a Triforce, you have a tower hitter in the Volibear.
Oh, look at that damage. Maciek knows there's no point fighting it. This is Gordrinker Aatrox. This is meant to be a good duelist, but he knows it's not worth it. The Bramble Vest is enough. Paper MC player taking control.
And this is another thing, right? If you're going to start splitting the map, have a 1-3-1, you need someone on both teams that's your primary tower hitter. Zed can do that, but you're unlikely to do so versus a Karthus. So most of the time, that's going to be your Tristana. Problem is, you've been pushing into Seraphine. Too much wave clear. On the other side, though, Volibear, in terms of the lane assignments, has been doing really well into the Aatrox, and so therefore has been the one person across both teams that has got tower damage down. Lucendi, actually, haven't bled out enough in terms of those solo kills, and, okay, Paper Player going to find himself another fighting opportunity versus Maciek.
Yeah, Maciek opts back into this one, wants to take this fight, but Shady is there on vision. They're going to get him out of dodge. Sprayx is hanging around too, so they're going to walk away, but good decision by Paper MC player, not getting baited into that fight that time.
No, not just yet. Flageon actually has... that was really dangerous inside of Blackbeard. That could have been Zenith Blade over the wall, particularly with Magikarp having his full item, well, his full mythic, and then actually having the QSS too is very important. It means that you can start turning around even if Seraphine lands an ult onto you, start cleansing it off, start firing off extra auto attacks. So now the question is, Nerd Rage are really looking for one thing to break this 1-3, well, the tower pushing potential of Luchendi, because you know that if Zed can start getting a kill onto Highlander, maybe you can start rotating around. If you get a pick somewhere out off of Vision, maybe Flasion and Magikarp to start pushing towards, you know, start threatening Dragons and Barons and stuff like that. Problem is, it's just way too passive for the side of Nerd Rage right now, who don't want Luchendi getting that amount of gold.
No, it's really not going to be playing into their hands if this keeps on going. We're looking at SprayX's build as well. He's got the Banshees and he's going straight into the Zhonya, so the Mythic is being heavily delayed for the Lillet in favor of survivability. Oof. Arrow goes wide again, but Shady is here for the support. There goes the QSS, but there's the Encore. The CC chain is too long. Or is it? Magikarp with the flash away, and now Luchendi running for their lives. Magic flies in with the World Ender to knock them up, and a TP from Paper MC player will leave 4 members here for Luchendi. 5 for Nerd Rage, but Magikarp's got her back.
Oh, I'm not sure Karthus quite had the ultimate there. So close. Yes, there is a QSS, but when you're layered into CC 3 times over, very hard to get that done. Of course, the Asher does end up going wide once more. Mashek, though, really finding an angle into that fight. That got very dangerous for Luchendi. If you did have that third Darkened Blade flying in across 3 people, that could be enough damage across the team spread out that Nerd Rage would have felt confident enough to take it further. But, of course, without Luchendi having the Karthus there, they were on full retreat, and they do manage to do so.
Yeah, and so it's another fight that doesn't really go in anyone's favor. The gold isn't changed by this particularly. They get the TP for MC player, sure, but Luchendi, they've got Highlander just farming up the side lanes. He's level 11 now. He's got level 2 ultimate. He's going to be close to that mythic as well with the items you can see in his inventory. The land is coming on very quickly. So, I mean, these fights just going nowhere. It kind of feels pretty good for Luchendi right now.
It really does, because Seraphine has gone for Ludens and is going to be putting out a lot of damage. This isn't just going to be a CC combo, this is going to be burst into death combo. You don't have a QSS on your Zed. Yes, there's a Banshees on the side of Lilia, and Lilia often does go towards Zhonya's and Banshees before finishing a first item because of the ability to kind of be that slightly more frontline brawler archetype on this mage jungler. But you're just going to get burst out across the team from Limsey. If you land that double E, double Q, on having your ult available too, that's going to be a lot of HP off of a lot of people who don't have QSSs.
Yeah, we can see what looks like a Lord Dominic second coming through for Magikarp as well. I'm not sure about this one, given there doesn't seem to be as much armor across Luchendi. Paper MC player with the Triforce and Sterak's, mostly just HP. Maybe
Shady.
Phantom Dance would have been nicer, but Shady goes straight in. It's pretty tanky. Actually dives in, and who's caught with who? Spray X gets wiped off the face of the earth, and the Encore natural to Flagian. Magikarp on the side isn't finding a way through. Flagian's going to get taken down. Requiem covers the end of that fight, and Luchendi take a definitive win around this next dragon.
Yes, it's the burst combo Seraphine, just way too much damage. The initial pick onto Shady looked okay. Spray had the ult available, but didn't really want to just pop it onto just Shady. I wonder if there was a play where you turn around with a flash Q into ult from Spray, but without, without having the full Zhonya's, I suppose that was a bit dangerous. Oh, ult onto tower!
Oh, there's the tower disabled. Shady's around the side. The stun has landed, and Limsey snaps up the kill. Magikarp, nowhere to go there. Machiek as well. Actually, Blackbeast gets absolutely popped by Zyke, but the damage back from Limsey is massive. Shady with the tankiness. It's a double for Seraphine. Machiek with the World Ender doesn't land the Infernal Chains, and now Skarner trying to zip away, but it's not enough. Shutdown from Machiek is picked up, and now the Lilting Lullaby still off cooldown. Now is punishing the Seraphine. Paper MC player is the one fleeing, and now Nerd Rage. What a long drawn out fight, but they come out on top at the end of it.
Absolute brawl around that mid lane turret. They get Trist at first, so that ends up being, what, a 2 for 3, all things said and done. Actually, with the jungler off the table, Nerd Rage say, okay, the time is now, Baron being started, but I don't know if they have the damage for this.
This is very slow right now. Magic's gonna rock up here to give them a little bit more, and Magikarp is just in the top wave, coming straight here though. He's gonna have to arrive in time. Paper MC player with no summoners. Blackbeast as well has the arrow, but they're gonna call it off. I think that's the right call. It was taken a century to finish that.
So about that whole not having a mythic thing not being a massive thing for Lilia, it is when you want to try and actually damage objectives like that. You don't have a Leandries, none of that HP burn. Of course, you could go towards the Moonstar in the air as well. Either way, you don't really have the DPS to take down that objective. That's, and actually now after Limsey is coming through this play, just doing a lot of damage. I mean, that's just like full rotation, half HP onto Magikarp, and the ultimate is still available. That poke allows him to get that turret.
Shady can see the recall, but the arrow finally lands. The QSS has too many CCs to cleanse, and they'll get the job done.
And Magikarp, like a fish on a hook, well, might need to evolve before you take on that play again. Not just the QSS enough to disengage that play. And yeah, Lucendi managing to survive a bit of a back and forth early game to get to the point where actually their teamfight composition is able to group up and start pushing down these objectives.
Yeah, now they're sitting pretty on a 3,500 gold lead with even Dragons. They're the ones with the tower advantage this time as well, and they've still got so much control of the top lane jungle. Shady still, or doesn't have the Impale actually, but they have Encore for Limsey, so they've got plenty of CC to catch someone getting too aggressive. They are just going to call it off and hold on to this mid lane tower a little longer.
I think, well, so, okay, gonna have to watch out for our next resets now. There is the Mythic coming in for Highlander. That's the Leandries. That's important because that means that if you just hit your ultimate at the start of the fight, or even just, even just starts going towards the Baron and stuff, you do have really good DPS on that side of things, right? Even though Lucendi don't have themselves an AD carry, they're not going to lack that ability to force Nerd Rage's hands either at the start of the fight with that ultimate if you want to use that for DPS, or if you start going towards that Baron.
Spray X now with the QSS and the Zhonyas and the Banshees. Will this be enough to keep the Lilia alive? Who can say? It's pretty easy for them to pop the Banshees at least, and I mean, there's so much CC.
There is, I mean, just having Volley on Ash is enough to make things really awkward. There's also Crystalline Arrow. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you start firing on cooldown. It's gone again.
Yep, they've layered it beautifully onto Maciek, and he is going to fall down to the Requiem, as we can see Highlander there. Shady forcing the rocket jump away from Magikarp, but now the slows are coming through. Paper MC player leading the charge. It's a nice solar flare and a beautiful buster shot, but there's the base drop, and Limsey will pick up another Spray X. I guess the answer is no.
Well, let the base drop, let the bodies hit the floor. Spray goes down for the third time. Nerd Rage just cannot disengage this Lucendi team comp. The volley's setting up, even having something like a Wall of Pain as an option available is just way too much to deal with. I think this is going to be a Baron going over. No smite available to Nerd Rage.
Yeah, Magikarp is here, Flagian is here, Zyke as well. We haven't seen too much out of the Zed for a little bit, but can they find a way into the pit here? Highlander's there with no ultimate, is just in the mid lane right now. Nerd Rage, here's the time to try and make the play, but try not to get pincered, guys. Paper MC player is all the way off, and he's getting the stun to open it up, forces the flash from Magikarp, but there's another ultimate and another rocket jump. Magikarp on a sliver. Zyke finds Blackbiss, and Flagian is going to get taken down, but Shady flashes onto Magikarp, but he sticks around too long. Paper MC player cleans up the Leona, they get the Baron. Lucendi get it all.
They do lose Blackbiss, gone 3 and 6 at this point to Zyke's Zed, who's managed to find some little side plays on, around these team fights to at least get something for the side of Nerd Rage. It's not nearly enough for them though. Zed's worst nightmare is playing against Death Ball team comps that have instant CC to shut him down and have enough peel, shields, and disengage to really stop him making a dent on these team fights. Does manage to find something. I think that's credit to Zyke as a player on one of his comfort champions, his real main champion, but I just don't think it's enough to bail Nerd Rage out of this game.
I don't think so either. I think Lucendi is looking in a commanding position and poised to give us three-game best of threes in one day. Keeping up that closest UKL season that we have come to know and love. There's the third dragon, another 3 for Lucendi. Now they are at Ocean Soul Point.
I knew there was something about this lower bracket run, you know, 3 times 3 is 9, and there was that one famous gauntlet run involving a team with a 9. Look, okay, it's a conspiracy theory, I'll give you that much. Shady goes to the Hex Splash.
I think not.
Absolutely not. You know, we're only the peak of analysis here over the UKEL cast, and we have the peak of 5v5 gameplay about to come up as the Death Ball forms once more in the mid lane.
Yeah, Maciek slides out looking for an Infernal Change. Zyke is still in the flash, but it's going to meet Shady in that brush and doesn't want to take that one. They're just going to find Maciek outside the base and try and get this one started out right now, but he's so tanky they can't get it done. Spray X is dropping pretty low. There's the Zhonya's Paper MC player crashing down over the top of the team fight, and now goes down Spray X. Blackbiss still alive. Zyke gets killed to Limsey, but can't survive the escape. Requiem will push back Maciek and snaps up the kill. Highlander just chilling at the end of this game. Paper MC player doing so much work. Lucendi, these team fights are so good.
They are, but it got a bit close. That still is 2 people down from the side of Lucendi. Zyke finds his way into the backline, avoids most of that CC, and with a clever Deathmark combo, does manage to land a parting shuriken onto Limsey, who didn't have that ability to go gold. Well, didn't go golden in that team fight. I'm actually not sure if they had that full ability going, that full item going into that play. Node Rage find themselves, well, a couple of kills, but it's still in a lost fight. They still lose themselves a tower, still lose themselves that fight. At least they stall out the Baron push.
They do just that. The Inhib once again left alive. Teams not wanting to funnel any more gold into their opponents from a weak position. So now Lucendi, they can go top, they can go bot. There's not really any other objectives to play for. Still 3-minute timers on the Dragon and the Baron. So what's the deal here for Lucendi? Is it a 5-man push? Do we start splitting?
I think they just want to have access to farm again. I think that's all they need. They just want to make sure, hey, well, we have got 3 items on... Oh gosh, that's a double burn build from Karthus too, actually. Just popping your ult and getting that burn onto all 5 members, that is going to be more than enough in a team fight. I think if you just get yourself gold across these members, you're doing fine as enough as it is. This Seraphine... Well, actually, the bottom 3 members of this map, you know, any kind of frontline would work with them, I suppose. Now, having this ability to just kind of play keep away with these 3 members and giving them gold and the ability to just completely burst people out if they find a pick is so important to Lucendi. Just go farm 3 lanes as long as you can do it safely. I think that's what they want. They don't care about necessarily pushing in as 5 right now.
Yeah, so Lucendi very much in the driver's seat right here, just shoving in that mid lane wave, trying to get some more control of top side as well. Zyke has returned to that bot side, and of course being Zed doesn't have a teleport, so if a play erupts, he will not have time to get to it very quickly. We know that Shady has been pretty good this game at finding those snap engages with the Impale.
No, I think that's actually something to touch on, because we were talking about, okay, Shady's found more success on off-meta stuff than real meta picks. Meshek, Secret Agent, Aatrox does get out of that brush, doesn't want to go behind enemy lines. But yes, Shady has found some success on the Skarner, which is actually a meta pick. So this is kind of I wouldn't say it's a first, I think that's a bit harsh, but it's not something... We've expected more success to come from other picks rather than this from Lucendi's jungler. But in this game, a lot of big picks, particularly onto Meshek in that last fight, dragging that Aatrox into the team, making sure that he can't keep regenning, and of course did that a couple of times in the mid lane too. Has been very important for this team, which is currently 1-0 down.
Yeah, something else that's been very important for this team has been Limsey in this mid lane, making a great case for the AP Seraphine right now. I see why he's built this way, with the, you know, the Ludens and the Seraphs as well, so just infinite mana to spam forever. The Zhonya's for defense now as well. It's looking like, you know, we see why the B1 Seraphine came through. If this is the impact Limsey's going to bring on it.
And the other thing is that because you go Sorcery, you go for Mana Flow Band, and because you have a Luden's first item, you get 500 mana from that item too. Seraphs then takes the AP, takes the mana you get from those 2 sources and pumps it into more AP. It's not just having spam, it actually gives you the ability to get more stacking AP as well. It's much like the problems of having double tier Ezreal with Presence of Mind in previous seasons. It just all funnels into each other, and now the Seraphine is a genuine carry from the mid lane.
Yeah, Limsey has been playing it as such. We do see a lot of QSSs coming through from Nerd Rage. 3 now on the board, so they're hopefully going to be able to
get the IRS involved or whatever.
Yeah, they're going to have to be able to avoid some of these shady plays, which have been, you know, the catalyst for all these one-team fights. Is some great impales, and now the Dragon is 30 seconds away. This is Ocean Soul Point for Lucendi. If they can get a win here, they can get an objective that can make the win almost assured.
So, what are we looking for? There's always the chance of a godlike Solar Flare or of a Littling Lullaby coming from Spray, who's currently looking for that ability. But Zyke's been caught out. I think he gets away with it, but oh no, he doesn't.
And Zyke doesn't have a QSS. He's going to get caught up. He's going to get stunned. He's actually going to get that death mark, but the Requiem will take him down for sure. Magikarp has arrived. Magic on the front line cannot survive this one. Shady, at least, will be taken down, but an Encore flies across the team fight, and Magikarp left all on his lonesome with a big ol' lightning bear coming right at his face. There's the stun. There's the Triforce damage. There's the ace. Lucendi, Ocean Soul is there, the Inhibitor is there, Baron is there. Take what you please.
Take what you want. They might be taking themselves the game as they're pushing in through mid. 25 seconds left on the respawns for Nerd Rage. Actually, without something like a dedicated AD carry, might be a bit slow to take this. They might have to go for 2 inhibs and out. They're going for Nexus Towers though.
Yep, they are going for the win right here. Short timer on Zyke and Flajian, but I mean, what can they do about this one? They surely have no way to come up the fountain right here, Flajian, but we know this player. He's going to give it a dang good go. Zenith plays into the backline, kind of just evaporates in the demise or the despair without really getting to do anything, and there goes the Nexus. So Lucendi, evening the series up at 1-1. What a comeback from them.
And this is such a disgusting composition if it gets online. Where this game was won for the side of Lucendi was they managed to survive the Z131. I think a lot of that comes from Paper Player and the volley bet. Strong side lane, particularly that 1v2 outplay, was absolutely key to balance the map for this team that was in the losing seat in this best of 3 so far. Now they're even. Question is, game 3, what do you got for us?
Yeah, exactly. I can't praise Paper MC Player enough for this game, to be honest. After having a game 1 like that, coming back so strong.
Oh, that's some mental fortitude.
Exactly. Would really love to see that kind of play coming through here in the UKEL. And yeah, there's like Zed, we waited for it a long time. It was good early on, but Nerdrage Lucendi, just kind of played around it pretty well. And at the end, right there, we saw, Shady finds the person without a QSS, knows they can hard commit, and then he's out of the fight already. Reckon finishes it off. Just really well played by Lucendi, knowing how to play out these fights that are changing as the game develops, as the QSSs come through.
Absolutely. I do think that Zed played it about as well as you can as a Zed, trying to be forced into team fights, particularly that fight at the mid in Imsir where he managed to get onto the Seraphine. Actually gets a decent amount of damage down. That could have gone so much worse. You could have ended up having a 5-man push into the base, which ended the game even at that point. Of course, it is the one misstep which ends up costing the game, though, and you will remember that. That's going to be one of the key turning points of this game. As it stands, though, I mean, now they have to go back to that drawing board. Do they have anything else? Do they have another lane swap? Do they have themselves another X Factor to win the series?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had lane swaps in game 1. We've had Zeds and full AP Seraphines in game 2. We've had Karthus AD carries, or bot laners, I guess I should say. This series so far has it all, and it's still got another whole game to play out. We're going to go to another quick break, but come back to find the conclusion after that. here we are back again, the 9th game of the day. Big ups to Phil on production for streaming all the way through it. It's been a long one, it's been a rough one, but now Nerd Rage and Lucendi are going to battle it out to see who can keep their playoffs run alive.
And, well, it's not going to be the shortest possible playoffs run because there have been more than those 2 games. And I look at both these teams and I look at both those games thinking, actually, in both of those wins, the teams looked collected and they looked like they had, again, the word which we used at the end of game 1 was prepped enough for those 2 games. Question is, now coming into game 3, I believe it would be Nerd Rage that get side choice in game 3. I think they get choice in both game 1 and game 3. If they get to choose blue side again, does that open up towards another prepared strategy? Does that open up towards another thing? Now, Nerd Rage have chosen blue side as we talk about that. Is that going to be the death knell for Lucendi, or do they have themselves, again, something a bit more unorthodox to pull out and put onto the table? Because that's how they've succeeded most often in the UKEL.
Yeah, I think that before we even get to unorthodox picks, I want to see them ban things like the Rel, like Tristana, right?
Yeah.
Both teams on blue side have come out victorious here. And we saw what Lucendi did with blue side. They were given a load of power picks, they picked them all, and they won the game. So maybe get rid of them, and then maybe bring the unorthodox stuff in later.
But there was obviously the question of, we asked the question of, okay, so picking up the Seraphine, oh, that's important. But you gave over Lilia Triss, and then we were questioning, what do you do against those 2 power picks? They never really became that relevant, though, because the early dive onto bot side was masterfully played by Lucendi. Of course, again, they kind of ended up flubbing it on the other side of it and losing a couple of kills into Terra on their own side. That could have led to absolute disaster, as Tristana did get more relevant than Lucendi really would have liked. I do think that the Zed kind of, if that had been maybe a slightly more apt team fighting pick, they could have played out that game a little more successfully. But you can't deny the power of comfort for a lot of these players, and Zyke having his main champion in that game, I still don't think that was a mistake from them. I think there are ways they could play around it, but I think Lucendi just ended up winning their 1-3-1 map state much better than they had ever hoped.
Yeah, and I mean, you're 1-0 up in a series, it's literally been banned against you like the whole rest of the season. We'll just let the guy have a Zed game, we'll let the guy have a Zed game. It had a decent lane, it didn't get to do much after that, unfortunate. Now, I think it's time for the Casio again. I think it's time, to bring something that can match what Limsey is bringing to the table a little better. When the chips are down, you have to get this win if you're going to keep yourselves, a chance of making that championship.
Absolutely. And I mean, that last game kind of reminded me of, again, one of my own personal anecdotes in terms of the one time I ever got to play Ahri in my own competitive setting was a game when my jungler went 0-12, of which I will never let them forget for the history of mankind. So I'm sat there, I'm like, yes, they've died at level 1, level 3 again, level 5, and it's, this whole train of everything kind of going wrong. Yeah. And this was a game where Zyke actually had personal agency, was solo killing the Zed, did a lot of good stuff in that mid lane, forced an early back from the Seraphine too. In another world, Zed pops off out of control. Maybe if the Volley Bear wasn't such a hard lane matchup for the Zed and actually thinking, oh no, he's built full armor because he's against the Aatrox. He's got Steel Tokas. This is probably not so good for me. Maybe if you manage to maybe even move your support around a little more effectively to lead to some of those dives and stuff like that, you can snowball the game out of control. They didn't quite confidently do that enough, though, and then Lucendi kind of slid into that 2-3 out to mark, where they were very happy playing around all of their backline with their the Skarner popping off too, and that really it nullified Zed to a point where he was just a non-existent champion. He'd try as he might, did Zyke.
Yeah, there was just no place for him left there, and as you mentioned there, Shady popping off really hard on the Skarner. You mentioned it during the game, it's more of a meta pick, and he played it out genuinely very well. He was up in CS, I believe, for most, if not all of the game. He was making plays across the map, got his nice, really accelerated tank build that Skarner can go now with the Chem Tank, making great use of it, impaling the right target for Shady.
And I remember actually a lot of this was Shady was helped out by his bot lane, not getting caught in that level 1 weird split map scenario, and that one volley, and then the ability of both Ashe and Karthus to AoE down the Raptors and steal that away from Lilia, meant that then, that Lilia was so far behind. Sprake didn't have that camp advantage, even though Lilia is meant to be one of the premier farming junglers in the current meta. Shady had a lot of pressure off them from that point forward, and then participated in the dive bot side too. After that point, I mean, Skarner was not held back, was ahead of the curve. And that became very important when you had players like Machek and of course Zyke on that Zed caught out without QSSs.
Yeah, that's where you really felt the pain there coming through. So we talked about, we mentioned when Magikarp picked out the Tristana that it was, yeah, it's kind of it's a new champion for them. It'd been all Kai'Sa and one Seraphine so far, and we've now seen the Tristana. We've seen them win, we've seen it lose. Do you want to see? You think Tristana is still worth just picking as a priority for this player, or do you maybe want to see them go back to the Kai'Sa, maybe something else entirely?
I mean, even in that last game, we saw some great Buster Shot disengages, some outplays of, I think he actually sidestepped a Flash Seraphine ult that we just missed off camera too. Like, Magikarp has not been the issue with this team, nor has it been the champion pool. This Tristana has been fine. Remember, they also ended up diving under turret too to get those kills as well. For me, it's more of a holistic approach to the game in terms of what are you actually looking to do with your compositions. The first thing they're looking to do is, of course, keep up the same bans from both sides. Thresh is just not going to be played when Flagian's in the game. He's just not.
No, it is not allowed, I'm afraid. Karma as well for Blackbiss, there's not a chance in heck that you're getting that one. So the Udyr has been taken away as well, and we'll see if either of these teams choose to change these early bans, which have remained pretty consistent so far. Lucendi did take away the Jarvan last time, and there's the the Thresh Rel takeaway, which I like a lot.
Yes, the combination of two of the strongest supports in the game. That sounds absolutely unholy. It turns out when you Q, you like throw a lance forward, which then drags people back. It's incredible. You should try it out. Actually, okay, some different things here. Highlander had played a bit of Caitlyn earlier in the season, particularly in Caitlyn Karma pressure lanes and stuff like that. That's taken away. And Lucendi say, alright, we don't care if you first pick something like the Trist, we'll take away the Seraphine because we know how important that is to our own composition, I suppose. Now we are once again left thinking, what are the priority junglers and the AD carries and what is worth that first pick? It's not a Mumu, it will be a... that's definitely not going to be in a Mumu.
Whenever I'm in a game with Lucendi and there's no Mumu picked on their side, I'm like, but is Shady just playing a Mumu? Like, maybe. It's
Nerd
the
Rage
double bait.
sees a Mumu is for me.
Yeah, is for me. But unfortunately, we'll tell you what the proxy is when we get word of it. I think we're just, well, our admin isn't sure yet, so, okay, it's Jarvan, right, so it's Jarvan for SprayX. They've left it open again, and he's getting a nice comfort solid pick there.
First pick, though, that's ballsy from Nerd Rage. That's, okay, Akali being locked in on the other side. This is Akali after they've had, well, a lot of nerfs to their character, right?
This is Karthus, I'll stop you there. Right. It's Karthus.
I'm not happy, Trajan. It makes me look silly.
Well, I could have let you go on for like a minute about dog.
Thank you for sparing my blushes at least. Okay, Karthus Skarner. I mean, this is still the same combo. A core part of this composition where you have Skarner, strong front line, Karthus being able to help with the all-in regardless of where they are on the map when Skarner says, you are dying. So now you think, okay, well, you know this is now bot lane because the Skarner's already been locked in. What are you going to do on that bot side? Because you didn't actually make that Leona-Tristana lane work out. Does that actually now deny the Tristana? That's a much better response, because this is something which absolutely can all in early. The question is, what's it going to be with? Is it going to be something like your Nautilus, which can, again, punish Karthus super hard? Or is it going to have to be something a bit more, it's not going to be Annie. This is another thing which I won't be had again. Not the second time in this draft.
Not this time. So we've got SprayX. It is an Nautilus, so you did actually call it, nailed it right on the head there. So it's gonna be the Kalista for Magikarp. This is another new pick for them, bringing out in the UKEL season at least, and it's with the Nautilus. So you say great all-in potential, very strong early this duo.
Why is this important? Because you can engage at level 1. It's not like you have to wait until a Zenith Blade and a Shield Bash, Shielded Daybreak comes in from Leona. Not the same with the Headbutt Pole from the Alistar. I guess you can Flash Pole, but it's not the same. You can go straight out with that hook, and you can immediately say, you're gonna die at level 1. Kalista also very proficient at fighting at that level. Problem is, now you have to play Kalista into Wall of Pain, Volley, and between those slows, you lose a lot of attack speed. So you're really waiting on those hooks to land first before the poke comes through. In early levels, because of the lower amount of arrows being fired out by the volley, you can kind of hide behind the Nautilus and maybe try and follow up that way. If at level 1 you get hit by these AoE abilities, okay, there's more tools to fight at early levels for the side of Nerd Rage's bot lane, but it's not quite that simple.
No. As we go into the second round of bans, it's top lane focus so far. Sion gone, Gnar gone. Looks like we're going to see some more new picks potentially coming through here. But it is Lucendi with the counter pick, so potentially a Paper MC player. Given that the bot lane's already locked in, they might give it to Limsey though. They're actually focusing Zyke out as well, so we're not going to see the Cassio again because it's banned.
Okay, so I think that's important because you know that Shady's going to be running straight towards the mid laner, right, as well. You want them to be a gankable target, and if you throw down the ground and you have the Petrifying Gaze, well, we saw what happened to the Rek'Sai when that Cassiopeia was on the Rift of Zyke. So what's going to come out for Limsey? It's going to be Syndra instead. Now, this is quite nice because you don't have the Seraphine for that long-range catch. You do have Scatter the Weak now. If you have Scatter the Weak into, or even have the arrow landing first, you have so many different ways to layer CC. If one of them lands, you are going to be CC'd to absolute oblivion.
Yeah, and we currently got the Lux hovered for Zyke. That would be pretty neato. But, so, I mean, Syndra, I think people have been picking Syndra still a lot on this patch, but I'm seeing it kind of get less and less success. I feel like people are kind of going off the Syndra a little bit as of late. And it is the Lux lock-in, so presumably for the mid lane. I don't think we've got DMB with the Nautilus mid lane coming through, but I mean, man. Lux is Echo, so...
That's what I was about to say. I'm just waiting for that, like, yeah, no, I'm not... Again...
It wasn't an A champion. I thought it was fine. Oh my goodness.
See, there you are, like saying, like, you know, I could have let you go on for a minute, Trajan.
Yeah.
Aren't you glad I didn't? Okay, so Echo being locked in. So Echo has been a long-term counter to Syndra, way back in Season 6, when he was really making strides at the pro level. And yes, Syndra is a champion which even the best mid laners in the world are struggling to make really work. Knight over in the LPL even was losing on that pick, even though he's one of the world's best player of it. I think overall it's got something like a 46% win rate, something like that. It's been really struggling. Now the Urgot locked in, need to check if that is something coming out. Urgot has had some sizable buffs coming in.
Yes.
If you get Titanic Hydra, it applies, so you'll double your Purge when it's firing off that rapid fire auto attack. It applies on hit at a higher degree than it did before. If you get yourself Titanic Hydra, you just absolutely crap out damage whilst also being a sizable tank.
Yeah, it is a very strong pick that I have also seen come back into the meta recently, and it's going up against the Set, presumably, which we have seen Paper MC play before, and that was the plus 2.8k, 12 kills, absolute destruction fest.
Dismantling.
Yes, so, you know, Paper MC player, Volibear was taken away, but still on a champion that we know he can solo carry a game on. And into Maciek now, this is a bit more of the matchup, once again, that I was expecting. We've got people who can fight, people who can punch each other, and these players can really try and see who comes out on top.
Can do. So, of course, this is going to be Lucendi without that huge power pick of the Seraphine in the mid lane with, when you go full AP, just massive amounts of DPS. You don't even need to go to the Moonstone and be that really obnoxious, stalling teamfight heal shield build. This is still for Lucendi, though. Double tank topside with initiation attempts from both of them, with a potential good matchup from Paper Player. Yet to be seen into match check. This is going to be another fighter matchup, and I think that actually with Urgot being a powerful champion right now, if you get to certain items, Paper Player might not have the same side lane opportunities, but Lucendi is still playing the same philosophy of team comp. On the other side, though, very different from the side of Nerd Rage. Have to see now what they do with, again, a similar assassin in that mid lane, but one with more teamfight efficacy in the Echo.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Echo efficacy. I like that.
Yes.
I need to use that again.
Nailed it. Excellent vocab. Here we go. Okay. So, the fact that we have the setup in the top lane and the Urgot, like, both can be very strong for sure. I think that somewhere that always kind of catches me by surprise, and actually I think a lot of people by surprise, is Urgot's scaling throughout that late game. When he gets 5-6 items, he will just, you know, the knees are just taking heads off every time. They're massive. They're so huge, especially with the Titanic build that you mentioned. So is that going to become a problem that Lucendi can't deal with later on? What is their scaling looking like here?
Well, my worry is that you've got the Jarvan and the Echo both being sizable zone controls for the Urgot to run rampant, and you're doing that into a Set, Skarn, and Syndra who are all pretty unhappy with that whole state of affairs. The question is going to be, okay, Urgot's going to be flying into the fight. Question is, how does Paper Player deal with them if they try to do that? I think that Skarner has the farming advantage versus Jarvan, but then Jarvan can just lock them up in that cage, and then that can also be an issue with it. Another issue is, how is Kalista going to free fire? If they do get to that point and they get to just like keep Set and Skarner away from them, this game's going to be hard for Lucendi. So what this means is that you need to be on point with your volleys, on point with your wall of pains, and also with your scatter the weaks, punishing people over diving. I think the key combo in this for the Syndra's course is going to be that QR then into the E, where you get all those balls in the ground just stunned backwards through the team, because you need to make sure that Kalista is not stacking up those spears, because that's how you lose your front line much too quickly for your liking.
Yeah, and I mean, the front line, as we say, is potentially going to have tough times walking around the Cataclysm and the Parallel Convergence. Nautilus Depth Charge making that tough to run forward as well. So, as far as these, we've seen Lucendi go for a similar draft, basically try to fit the same draft in around the new pick and ban situation, whereas Nerd Rage seem to have pivoted a little bit. They've kept the fighter in the top lane, they've got spray back on the Jarvan, but then they've completely kind of very different champion in the bot lane, still going in, but not like a late game scaling hyper carry. This is, I have to win early, I have to win mid, I've got to try and get myself rolling to get this win.
Exactly. So the big difference for me again is that ability to fight at level 1. If you manage to fight at level 1, you don't manage to get this lane control from Highlander and Blackbeast to set up for a dive on bot side, then suddenly things look a lot different for Lucendi. Because remember, one of the early game PowerPoints for them was the fact that they managed to zone off Magikarp from so much CS. Not going to be the same case with the Nautilus and the Kalista. If you land that hook, things go very, very badly. If you miss that level 1 hook, though, it's on a huge cooldown. You have to deal with that poke, and certainly Nerd Rage are in a bit of the depths once more.
Yeah.
I mean, Nautilus already... Sure, cool. It's just, you know, sometimes just something just tips you off and you're like, I'm using that vocabulary now. That's it.
Yeah, that's just my favorite word now. It's my favorite word of the day. I catch myself in casts all the time. I think every caster from like Amateur League has that. We're like, oh, I just said a word and now I've said it 5 times in the next 2 minutes. My brain was like, yes, this is good. I must use.
So alongside the prediction polls, we'll be having caster bingo. Good luck. Catch that.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, another thing.
How many times I say absolutely in any cast and make it a drinking game and you'll never make it.
Oh man, yes. Oh gosh, yeah. Go take yourself a dunk with the Jarvan, who's, you know, it's actually one of my favorite combos of all time, which is not too dissimilar to what Echo will be doing in terms of what you can do with the Cataclysm, is Jarvan Ziggs, which I call, you know, it's the Jaeger bomb combo, where you set up the glass and you put the bomb into it. Wow. But having the Echo Parallel Convergence in the, just being able to layer that on top of this Cataclysm, into a Syndra who has no way of outplaying the Cataclysm anyway, because it is unstoppable, even if you do use Scout the Weak, that's really dangerous to Limsey. Limsey's had a good couple of games, don't get me wrong, but this game in particular, it's a big target onto Syndra's back, particularly because Jarvan is a champion that can gank mid. We've seen Spray have that first good Jarvan game. That was in the lane swap, where the mid lane was a bit isolated. But now Limsey will have to see what happens, of course, with the ability to get ganked pretty heavily this time around. And it's not going to be the Rek'Sai coming from Shady to have that same pressure onto Echo. It's going to be the Skarner, though. So if things do kind of chill down a bit, we do have the casters, the Ashe and the Skarner getting relevant in the game. Chendi, I reckon I tip them for a stronger team fight unless Kalista starts popping off.
Yeah, and I mean, Shady, we talked about, you know, sometimes he flips heads, sometimes he flips tails. He's gone 1-on-1 so far. We've had a tails, we've had a heads, but he's back on the heads champion with the Skarner at least. And last time that was into Lilia for Spray X, which is one of Spray X's best champions. It's, you know, supposed to be quite a tough matchup, I would imagine. Lilia's so strong with the farming and can, you know, run around and dip and dive. But now Jarvan, the 4th, back on here. Skarner into Jarvan specifically. Who are you going to give the edge to just in the jungle matchup? Like, these guys meet at Crabs, who's coming out on top?
At Crab, it definitely goes to Skarner. Post 6 is where it becomes a problem, right? Because Skarner farms very quickly. You expect them to have a level lead earlier into the game than the Jarvan. Once you get to the point where you can Cataclysm flag drag out, Skarner is suddenly a very sad Scorpion stuck in a pit. And if they have no flash, well, if they have it, they're going to lose it. And if they don't have it, they're going to die relatively shortly. Jarvan's not necessarily the strongest duelist in the game nowadays. He's more about that setup, playing around lane priority. If you have lane priority, then you can start tagging in with your other teammates, and that's when you can start setting up for success. In a 1v1 though, Skarner does have the ability to chase down. If you run the Conqueror or something like that too, yeah, you are going to beat out a lot of your champions like Jarvan.
Yeah, sure.
This is where Twitch chat completely proves me wrong, but no, that's my experience of the matchup. Jarvan does have some early burst, has gone for the Conqueror as well. It's going to be a phase rush on the other side, so Shady actually not going for the full damage route on that, which I don't think is a problem. I think it allows you to chase down people like Echo if they get themselves a 3-hit passive. And actually, not for the first time, see ourselves a 5-man stack.
Yep, Luchendi now going on the bot side this time. Top lane got spotted out by Nerd Rage Vision Control, but once again, the ward's already there. This is Nerd Rage. You can't get the drop on these guys.
No, you can't. I was trying to take a cheeky bite of a snack because it's been a long day. Phil's obviously in his game 9, we're in game 3. Magikarp going to walk away, and, okay, out safely. Obviously not going to get dived, right?
Evidently not, of course. That's never happened. I mean, that's a question, right? So the fact that last game we had the same bot lane setup, pushing through into a level 1 dive from Shady, how does Nerd Rage, you know, try and plan this one forward? Do they expect the exact same play and then Shady just double takes them and goes up top lane, or do they just literally run the same playback? It's kind of second guessing and triple guessing yourself at that point.
It is. I think if this goes to vertical jungling and Shady's on the bottom side of the map, that is very dangerous for the side of Nerd Rage, because again, it means that Callisto and Nautilus can't go for the aggressive trades where they jump forward at the fear of Shady coming in. I don't think the dive potential is really there from this trio of Skarner, Karthus and Ashe, because you don't have the hard CC except for the E coming in from the Skarner, and of course then you're liable to have an Aftershock Nautilus under turret who's not going to take much damage, hooking you there. Oh, big trades level 1 though, okay, going well.
Maybe they don't even need to wait for the dive. Flagein is going to be pushed back, dodges the layer waste, that's the flash from the last one, and oh my goodness, if anything it's going better than game 2.
Oh, that's horrible for Nerd Rage. Yes, Summoner's burned on each side. This could be the turnaround, though. Shady is not on the bot side of the map. He's going straight towards bot. This has got everything on it.
Yeah, Flagein now trying to get forward. No flashes for them, but SprayX doesn't get the knockup. But Highlander thinks, I know it's over. Can he get the kill into Flagein? He can't. It's just the first blood now. SprayX slipping away.
Oh, Flagein has Hex Flash. They're going for another play.
He's hiding in the alcove. Magikarp stepping forward right now. This is a 1v1 that I think he can be comfortable with the backup that he has, but the first blood will be all they get.
So this is just a disconnect between the top and the bot side of the map from Luchendi. You know, it's a disconnect in the mid lane too. Limsey gets away with his life.
He's gonna live, and the flashes are burnt, but now top side Maciek has got to press the attack props. Does he have disdain though? I think he does not. Paper MC player is gonna take a bad trade, but he's gonna live.
He is not the same can be said of Highlander, though. Disconnect between Shady and the bot lane. You can't be pushing up if your jungler's not going to be there. Spray is there, has the early gang potential, and does pull it off on that bot side. Kill over to the Callista. That's very bad news for Luchendi.
Saves what was looking to be a disaster down there for Nerd Rage early on. Gets it right back in their favor. First one into Magikarp's pocket. He's got that first buy off now. So, mid lane, Zyke used his flash, didn't get the kill. Maciek as well traded flashes with MC player. So, a lot of summoners being used early on. And it seems like Nerd Rage were able to spot out wherever Shady was going, which helped avoid any other early pressure. But, I mean, they got the first blood. They got away with the Skarner. Got away with the bot lane. It's looking good.
Yeah, it is. So at least Shady is going to be far ahead in CS because Spray has been active on the map and Shady has just been power farming and farms very faster on Spurs as that Skarner. Zyke has no teleport, has no flash down in CS. Limsey, not that would have been if Spray had kited that Scuttle down towards mid lane, would have been able to steal it with the W. Doesn't end up getting that now. Now Spray has free opportunity to go towards his top side jungle, get himself even in that CS again.
This is justifying the B1J4 pick. Not the most common blue 1 pick that you'll see coming through, but SprayX really wants to get his hands on it and is already looking a lot more comfortable in this early game. And with lanes going this well, it's looking like kind of just a open season for Jarvan to go where he wants and try and make more things happen.
So it kind of is, but then also Zyke is down. Shady is now active on the map because he's done his first clear. He's level 4. He does have, and you see what Limsey's doing with the phase rush. Able to outrun Zyke and chase down for extra Qs and everything else. This Echo is not okay. Actually going for another big trade.
Oh, was looking pretty good until we started praising them for it. Then takes Electrocute Brock. But as you say, definitely still up in CS, you're right, and does have the flash advantage, so probably a little safer than expected.
I actually wonder, well, Limsey probably looking for a back on the next, maybe the next cannon wave as well, but did back for the earlier tier, teleported back for that. So the question is, where's the next play going to come in? Vision actually on Jarvan, that means that there is an opening down towards bot side, and there's a pink ward there too. Paper player sees the recall come up from Jarvan, and now Flagein and Magikarp have to be a little careful as Shady is in their neck of the woods.
Shady focusing on the Mountain Dragon for now.
Oh, the hook!
On top side, but the hook lands onto Highlander, and I don't think you're getting away from this one. Magikarp rends those spears out. Blackbeard's hiding in the E from Karthus and does a lot of damage back to Magikarp, so will survive. Dragon's going to be taken as well, but this is Magikarp getting rolling here.
It is, and that's really dangerous. I don't quite see why you can't go for a bot lane gank, try and force something, knowing that the flash is still down, land those slows, going for a flash Skarner play too, because you still have that stun, remember, and then go towards the dragon. Feels like Lucendi don't quite understand the kill pressure coming out of the, well, don't quite respect the kill pressure coming out of Flage and Magikarp, and the 2 kills coming out of Nerd Rage are absolutely what they need to keep down this Karthus, and remember, this Ashe was also kept down hugely in the last game.
That was a nice little buffer from Mashek on the disdain. They're getting out of the facebreaker from Paper MC player, but it's now getting shoved around with the ult advantage in the set's pocket. SprayX now not here to cover this one. Mashek gonna go for pull a little recall here. Might TP straight back or might just wait for the wave.
Now the worry is actually, this is a really good time. And see, I know the scuttle's up. This is a really good time to dive top Shady. You could be there right now. He's running up, but if the level 6 is hit, and it is hit, that's now a little more dangerous, because even if though the Haymaker is there for low HP, this is now a kill opportunity.
Showstopper pulls him out of tower range. There's the stun, and the tanking was done by Shady. Well executed on the dive by Lucendi there.
Okay, executed well. They burned the ult, no flash available. Now Zyke is looking for an exit kill. Shady actually sees him, doesn't see him, ships in the night. Zyke up towards top side, might try and find something on the Paper player. I don't know how much kill threat he's really got though. Oh, with the teleport, quite a lot.
As a two-man duo, they've got kill pressure, and Paper MC player has nowhere to go. Shady has to 180 in the river, but how long can Set survive? Haymaker is a large shield to be sure, but it's just too much distance to cover. Zyke with a nice little play on that top side gets the kill back.
It does. It's going to be a cannon wave lost in mid for the Echo, though. So actually, that's about, what, 150, 200 gold lost at this point, and a plate. There's a teleport for Paper player. I think in terms of the waves lost, both in the top lane dive and then in the top lane response, I think Lucendi have come out ahead on that.
Yeah, Maciek actually coming into a little brief lane swap just while the waves were in that position. Limsey getting a stun up, obviously can bully the Urgot pretty hard right now. And looking good on the CS so far as well. 56, 57 coming through there. Hasn't really been pressured too much since that early aggression by Zyke.
No, I mean, there were some close combos, but there's no Ignite on the Echo going for the teleport. Instead, it allows you to 1-3-1 more proficiently. So looking across the other lanes, even though the 2 kills have come across onto the Callista, and now they've got their real laning power items, they have the tier 2 boots, the increased jump range, a lot of attack speed too with 35%, and you also have the Vamp Scepter to keep yourself maybe taking some momentarily bad trades, but then allow you to sustain up through them. The Verticourse Karthus is actually kept even in farm. That means that they are going to be online a little sooner than Nerd Rage would potentially want, particularly because he doesn't need to go for a Zhonya's this game. He can go full damage early.
Got another little Nerd Rage special here, a little lane swap into the top side. Mashek already around in that bot side, but we do see SprayX has finally arrived at level 6, and they're going for more Nerd Rage Herald control. A lot of things staying the same throughout this series. They're Shady with the Impale. This is a very impactful, ultimate ability for him. Where do you think he's going to be bringing this?
That's a good question. Well, actually with some members converging on the top side, might be seeing it sooner rather than later. Pentaflagon lands a hook, but there is a level 6 from Callista as well, because that Nautilus is probably going to be the first one in trying to bait out the Impale, and then seeing what Magikarp can do to save them with their own ultimate. Magikarp once again being given the Herald themselves, actually, so they can get plate gold all on their lonesome.
This is more hard funneling coming through for Magikarp. Going to push Paper MC player back. I think Paper MC player, remembering game 1, will likely be given this the respect it deserves. Shady now arrives on the bot side though, and Maciek is far up in this lane. He does have the flash, but will it be enough? Limsey's looking pretty strong right now. Round comes the corner. There's the, here comes the flash. Here comes the Impale. Drags him back out on that top side.
Too.
They're going for the dive, but a beautiful Ash Arrow stalls out the fight on the bot side. Maciek has fallen. Now comes the Requiem, but it's cancelled by a stun, and the ult goes nowhere. Highlander now surely to fall. Nerd Rage gets so much more on the top side.
They do, so it ends up being a 3-for-1. Magic does die on the bot side. Stun from the long range Ash Arrow forces the cleanse out of Magikarp. He's too strong. He has himself that ability to cut around with the increased attack speed and the jump range. It's a play on both sides from Lucendi. That's one of the cardinal sins of macro play when the map is split. And Magikarp, who comes out alive, gets 3 plays from the top side and also another kill.
That is so good for them. Zyke and Magikarp both at 3-0 right now.
That's huge.
Highlander cruising at 0-3. Luchendi, they looked like they were maybe able to weather the early mess quite well, but that play has completely broken it open, I think. Now 2,000 gold in Nerd Rage's favor.
And the fact that that Karth Assault was cancelled is a bit of a tragedy for the side of Luchendi. I think Highlander just thought, okay, I want to get the burst out now, but of course gets stunned out of it. Looks like Syndra's actually TPing for the blue buff. That's the best objective I've ever teleported for you, I'll tell you that now as a mid laner. But Luchendi, the question is, now at 2,000 gold down, thereabouts, is that enough for them to really be behind in the teamfight stage? Well, when you don't have a Karth Assault, it probably is. You need to see what's happening now, because there are, well, pretty much every ultimate besides that Cataclysm available for Nerd Rage, and that means that Kalista has less ultimates to worry about, and many more to buy them their safety. That gets them a dragon to boot.
Actually, just up until that dragon is basically going down now, there was not a single ult for Luchendi. They didn't even have a crystalline arrow to throw into the pit. It's up now, but the dragon is already down. So Nerd Rage evening it up once again. And we are going to go back to some lane assignments here. We've got Set going back up to the top lane. Looks like it's going to be joined by Magikarp and Flagian once again.
So this is without the Herald up this time. I suppose that's just trying to force some dives out. Blackbeast having to flash away, and Blackbeast has had a bit of a torrid time on this Ashe. Caught out so much in that second game. Of course, their first game, they had a much more kind affair of it. So Shady now looking for a big play, though.
Yep, going for another repeat Impale Gang, gets the stun, gets the suppress, but Limsey is just not following up, doesn't want to be a part of this. In comes the TP, and Zyke is going to arrive. Maybe that's why. They get the plates at least, but no kill.
Okay, so that's the ultimate down. It forces Magic off the wave. It also forces Nerd Rage members off of that mid lane wave. Blackbeast up on that top side, checking the bush with the volley. Now, of course, has a Hawk Shot. To do the same thing. Spray, though, on the top side. Is this going to be a dive? Of course, there is the ability to reset aggro with that Fate's Call.
Yeah, Paper MC player is given a window to escape. Spray going onto the Krugs instead, and that top lane tower is going to fall forthwith. And this smite actually comes through. Spray X again, kind of contested, and they will not get much of it, but the tower is enough. That's first turret gold. It's extending the gold lead even further.
Even more players over the side of Magikarp, this time shared with Flagian. What's happening across the map, though? Shady's going into the other side of the map, taking away a couple of camps, so at least they are maintaining their relevancy in the game. Question is, what are they going to do without their ultimate for the next minute, because they can't end up forcing a dive on someone like Zyke. Speaking of Zyke, though, 3 kills, but down 30 CS in the mid lane matchup, being pushed around a bit by Limsey's Syndra. And while Syndra has not been maybe the most successful champion pick across global professional League of Legends, it is still now worthy of respect from the side of Nerd Rage. If you overdive onto that champion, expect it to burst pretty hard.
Yeah, seems like a bit of an all-reliable for the mid lane at this point. Syndra will
gosh,
nice flash from Highlander. Reaction flash out of Fog of War, getting away from the Fear Beyond Death.
Yes, so, okay, no Urgot ult now. Shady caught a little out, but not enough to force any more defensive abilities. Thing is, though, that's now a Karth Assault flash. That is the largest target in the game on the back of that champion. I'm actually going to take away these Spires and take away a red buff too, actually. But actually, with that ult, I'm not sure if he wants to be up here to fight it. Looks like Shady's not moving quick enough, though.
Oh, but Magikarp's found Highlander, and there's the no flash. Flagian is finally... Oh, but the Kalista ult, untargetable. There's the counter pick coming through, and that is just a clean one for out.
It's again just a disconnect between the team members. Luchendi, Highlander, and Blackbeast get killed again in a 2v2 setting. Yes, you can shield that with your jungler, but you don't expect them to be contesting every wave. If Shady's there, yes, maybe you get yourself a kill. The Impale was available, but of course, Shady needs to be trying to keep himself relevant in terms of his gold income too. Luchendi kind of falling apart now in terms of these more aggressive plays coming out from Nerd Rage.
Yeah, the lack of an early kill on that bot side and the punish from Spray X has just snowballed so heavily into Magikarp's favor, and they're still giving so much gold to this player. They really want to commit to having Magikarp as their carry right now. Moving from the jungle middle of this season into the AD carry role, and seems to be filling that role very nicely for us right here. 4-0 right now. Shield Bow is ready. This is going to be good for dealing with things like a Karth Assault.
Absolutely. On the other side, again, you know, got to talk about Paper Player and Blackbeast coming into this roster. Not in the original starting lineup for Lucendi coming into this split. And yes, while this game has maybe not been the most confident side of Highlander and Blackbeast down on that box side, Blackbeast has been a pretty successful support pickup for this team. He needs to come across with a couple more key skill shots, though, because that Crystalline Arrow might be important the next time it is available, because that will not overlap with the cleanse cooldown of Magikarp.
Absolutely not. Keep track of that one. We see Zyke finishing the Mythic. It's the Night Harvester as well. We see that coming in a lot more, I think, recently than the, what usually it would be the Rocket Belt coming through. It was the old build, Proto Belt into Zhonya's, but now Night Harvester. I think the burst coming out of this item is massive, plus the movement speed helping Echo reposition as they love to do. So coming out of that one, and it has been matched by Limsey though with the Leandries.
Well, this is the thing. You have a really nice Proto Belt combo with Echo, because once you pop the Proto Belt, you also get move speed towards enemy champions. Which means if you throw out your W, you can E Proto Belt forwards, and it's very hard then to kind of judge correctly on the other side of things where the safe distance to be around that Echo once they pop that W is. You are right, though, Night Harvester does have a lot of useful functionality, having that initial just one-tap potential, alongside the fact that his Mythic stat is cooldown reduction, which is really important for an Echo. It means he has more ults, more mobility, more everything, really. Like this, lots of mobility.
Getting aggressed on by Zyke. Quick little ultimate out to safety. Means it won't be available for this fight. The cooldown not quite that low just yet, but with the amount of pick control that Nerd Rage have, this is going to be going over to them for free.
That it will, and you're going over Dragon Control to a Callista. He's going to snap that one up nice and easily. Highlander back to wave clearing duties in the mid lane. The question is, how safe are they going to be? And I do feel like this is the time where you want to be looking for a play for Lucendi. There is no cleanse on Magikarp. Go get yourself that that shutdown, because that's the kind of point you can start trying to move into other objectives. But they're not confident enough to do it right now.
Not just yet. They're instead going to push onto this middle lane with
That's what
Magikarp
they're
and
looking
Flageon. Ash Arrow does land onto Flageon, and there's the
Callista
Impale,
ult.
but there's the
wrong
Callista
target.
ult! It's so easy!
Why don't you just... I think at that point, you just have to say, okay, kill on the bot side at least. That's going to be Syndra picking up a kill onto Matchek on this Urgot, which has not really managed to pick itself off the ground too quickly this game. So if playing the mid lane, you can feel the tension now. This is 1-1, an elimination game. Lucendi kind of choose the wrong target. It's going to end up leading to the death of this tower. Cleanse now back available for Magikarp. Yes, the arrow landed onto Flageon. I think literally all you use that for, though, is to make sure that Flageon cannot disengage that play. I think at that point you have to commit the flash. Either way, though, going to be the ult out of Magikarp. No Fate's Call available. Maybe that keeps Highlander a bit more safe. Lucendi at least managed to pick themselves up a tower and a kill on the other side of things, so not completely barren for them.
Yeah, mid lane is about to fall though right now with Spray X over the side. Blackbeast and Highlander see the writing on the wall. They are going to read it and leave right now. So that's going to be that mid lane tower falling. Finally for Nerd Rage taking that one down. And now they've got this 1-3-1 kind of operating a little bit.
And yeah, see the writing on the wall, and it's an omen that the mid lane tower will go down. No references to... Okay, cool. Well, other bands, which people may or may not understand the references of, we'll do that later on. So, 2 kills on the Syndra, and this is the pick again, which we were talking about. Yeah, okay, maybe not the best in Pro League Legends right now. When you have yourself this amount of gold, though, if you overdive with someone like the Jarvan, who's gone for a Stride Breaker, not necessarily going to go towards the Gore Drink, or give yourself more survivability, there is every chance now that you overdive, and all you do is set up your team to get completely AoE stunned out by Limsey.
Yeah, they're going to have to be very aware of that one. As we see, as Shady has not really been able to find as much of a foothold in Game 2, or as in Game 2, I should say. Has still gotten a couple of impales, but they're kind of whiffing a little bit. Maybe bad target selection, maybe just not able to have the follow-up damage just yet. And with Highlander so far behind, Lucendi are not going to be coming to this mid-game nearly as strong. However, you know, Magikarp at some point is going to become not as strong as Highlander, potentially, you know, maybe even as Limsey. Callista's not a late-game scaling champion. I guess the question now is how cleanly can Nerd Rage push this advantage and try and clean up this game while they do have the gold in their favor.
So the fact that the mid lane out of turret is now down for Lucendi, because they sat there like not being able to safely wave clear, because they were using that structure to block Nautilus hooks, because you need to be stood there just thinking, yeah, at least I can't die right here. That threatens Lucendi's gold-gaining plans in terms of at least Syndra's winning this bot side, at least Syndra's at a point where she can start 1v1 in the Urgot, got good lane assignment, Paper Player's getting relevant too, doing well on the other side of the map. Now that they don't have that mid lane turret, things are dangerous. Oh, Magikarp's walking in pretty deep.
Yeah, they found her on their own there. Shady does have the flash and the impale, but didn't want to go for it. I guess wasn't confident that there was nobody nearby. But they do get away with that one. Here's a TP into this. Oh, they go straight onto Maciek, and he's going to fall, no questions asked. Kalista trying to get the counter kill, and a shutdown onto Limsey will make it 1-for-1. Highlander flashes, but the dredge line will land regardless, and that's going to be a dead Karthus with a beautifully timed ultimate from the Echo, and now Spray flies in, drops the Cataclysm, forces the flash, Requiem comes out, the disengage will come through, but Lucendi punished heavily for that play.
They are, but they get the teleport out of Maciek. That could be important in the next couple of minutes. Is it going to cost them Baron, though? There is a Skarner up and alive. No Flash has the Hex Flash. But it's not going to be that 50-50 smite potential, because there's a Kalista in the game. Lucendi checking it out. Teleport in from Zyke.
Well, Zyke's trying to keep them out of this one right now. Power Converters comes out, but
There's
there's
no
a stun and no ultimate. This is way too deep, my friend. Shutdown, and I think Nerd Rage needs to call this one off. A bit over keen for the Echo.
Absolutely, just goes way too deep. 5 kills, yes, but not necessarily at the strongest point in power, because they don't have themselves something like a Zhonya's if you were to go into a really deep play like that. Maybe looking for a kill onto Blackburst does absolutely not land that, though, and that opportunity cost for the Baron is a kill, and they don't really gain anything for it. And, of course, earlier they lost themselves their teleports, now they have no globals to play around. Maybe Lucendi now can slot back into that couple of lane farming system and get themselves, again, more gold in this game, which I didn't think they were owed at this point.
Yeah, big shutdown onto Shady right there. He's going to be loving that one, accelerating towards his second item. Quick, sharp, and keeping the gold difference under 2,000. Very, very doable now for Lucendi. They've still got the ultimates ready for this one. Oh, but in comes the Impale. They've gone to Sprax, but he's got a stopwatch right now. Paper MC player drops the showstopper, drags him back, does not let him escape, and Maciek falls to follow it up. A lovely hook lands, but the stun onto Zyke and Magikarp slows down the follow-up. Shady's back on the front line. Surely he will fall for this one. Paper MC player, Stride Bravers in, and Limsey scattering the weak members of Nerd Rage, diving forward for another kill, and that's going to be a 1-for-3. The Dragon now for Lucendi.
That's our first proper 5v5, and it's one Lucendi end up winning. I think the really big turning point from my eyes in that one was Paper Player getting out alive and slamming Spray into the backline. No Gordon, because we're saying they didn't get to use their Cataclysm, completely wiped off the face of that fight. And of course, Highlander somehow manages to survive through that too, gets himself a load of different assists in there, and of course, running the Domination Primary will get themselves their Hunter stacks through that too. Lucendi get themselves a bit more of a lifeline in this game, when they were kind of in the losing position once again.
Yeah, so many massive Limsey stuns throughout that fight as well. The man was doing huge amounts of work, really just stopping Magikarp and Zyke from being able to follow up on anything. And now Shady wants to keep the tempo up, get straight in with the ult. Cleanse is used, but it's not enough. The shutdown is there. Or I guess it's not Cleanse, it has to be QSS, right? You can't cleanse
that was the QSS that was used, but then another stun just comes immediately through. Who does that gold go onto? It goes onto the Syndra. I believe that was something like 950 gold to all in all over to that Syndra, who is already more than powerful enough. They're going to go hoover up a wave in the top lane too. Next fight, if this Syndra pops ult on you, you do not live.
Yeah, that is so big for Lucendi. They're getting rolling right here. Gold now basically even. They've got plenty of towers still to take as well, so they are really getting activated in this game. We saw the QSS on for Magikarp. Did it matter there? No, but does anyone else need to be buying them right now? I feel like Maciek's dying to these Impales quite a lot.
I suppose he has, but where's the gold for it? They need to be a front line, they need to be able to stand in a side lane. I guess that ability to have the QSS to get out of the Syndra stun, maybe get you to staying away at that point, and also have the magic resist from it, helps your lane a little bit versus that champion, but that's a little bit flimsy reasoning to go against Limsey in that side lane with that item.
Yep, for sure. We now see, once again, wave's been pushed back by Nerd Rage, but with nothing really to take. They're just going to get hoovered up by Lucendi, and they're going to keep being very comfortable with that one. 3 items for Limsey done now. Got the Archangels. There's another catch onto Maciek in the works, and there's the Impale. Blackfist with slows for days. The flash is used, but a stun from Limsey is there. Requiem will make sure it is taken, and they gift it over to Highlander. Very kind.
Yeah, I mean, Maciek, your health bar is currently at 0. Oh god, 0 and 6. I mean, it started with Paper Player going 0-5 on Gnar in this series. Being handed that return score sheet is Maciek. And these ultimates, these pick potentials, working out better for Nerd Rage right now, because it feels like they hadn't set up the map for that full court press quite enough in time for Lucendi to not have a suitable response.
Yeah, absolutely. Shady always in the right place at the right time. He's on a ward right now, actually. We can see Nerd Rage maybe trying to catch him, but they will have no such luck. All the meanwhile, Paper MC player just vibing on the bot side. He is going to get this wave crashing before long, and now Magic's going to have to go and answer it. It's really Nerd Rage on the back foot in every scenario here.
It is, and this is the really dangerous thing for Nerd Rage. Okay, so you look at this. Goal advantage to Lutendi, yes. That's with 3 towers down. Yes, that's going to be an inner tower taken by Nerd Rage on the bottom side. Inner towers generically quite hard to take, but if these outer towers start falling for the side of Lucendi, they're going to get so much gold in pocket. Nerd Rage need to use this moment in time, but they still have that tower advantage to start forcing themselves some plays and getting themselves game-breaking advantages, not just this momentary advantage in vision.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like Magikarp has kind of fallen off the map right now. Was 5-0 and then got punished super hard, and I haven't seen anything happen just yet. He's not been able to be aggressive like he wants to be on this pick. The game's just not in a state where it works. He's got 2 items. He's got Shield Bow, he's got QSS. There's a lot of survivability there, but with the amount of stuns that they're chaining through from Lucendi, you have to worry. Maybe it's just never enough.
Yeah, and you know another side effect of this game is the fact that Limsey is so fed. His XP is so high. He's level 16. If this Syndra gets to level 18 and that W gets the extra 20% added true damage on top of it, this front line of Nerd Rage is just not going to be sufficient enough. That's to the point where you get one comboed even as your Matchek or as your Flagins on this Nerd Rage roster. And even then, I kind of like had a bit of an exhalation of air. Really goes like, oh, when Flagin got bopped by the Scout of the Week, expect that to get much worse in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, Limsey's way up in XP. He's actually Flame Horizon Zyke in this game as well. It is very, very in his favor so far right now. They're going to crash onto this mid lane tower right now. Winning that last 5v5, I think, makes him feel pretty confident about calling for another one. But oh look, it's Machiek. No. Shady knows what he wants to do with this one. Actually calls it off, doesn't want to get too aggressive, so a bit of restraint shown.
So that wasn't a teleport use, at least. If that was a teleport use, that's the kind of point we're thinking, okay, Matchek might have kind of slipped into that slightly more tilty mentality. As it stands, though, actually Nerd Rage keeping it together, making sure that they are baiting this Baron out now, but there is a ward in the pit. They know they're not on it. They instead push out that mid lane, and they might open themselves up for a Dragon take on the bottom side. Actually, that's exactly what Highlander's doing.
Yeah, Highlander going to go and start it, and now 4 members of Lucendi stepping up. So not going to have all the damage, but Requiem, of course, is a global ability. That is Highlander's biggest key right now. Magikarp doesn't want to wait for it, goes straight in with the aggression onto Shady. They're going to get him down to basically nothing, and there goes the Ogre ult. Spray X is not traded. Can the Requiem do it? It can! There's the 1-for-1 Paper MC player. Slamming forward with the Showstopper and will escape. It's a 1-for-1, but the Dragon is Lucendi's.
It is, and you've still got Limsey alive, so you can't afford to go back towards that Baron pit with all of your hard engage options down. Yes, okay, you kill Shady, that's important. I believe that's a shutdown going through too, but it doesn't open up options across the map. All this does is stall things out, and that's actually with trading down, because you lost yourself a Dragon too.
Yeah, Lucendi love the stall. They've got a Karthus bot lane, for goodness sake. They are happy to take this one.
Absolutely are. Gets himself another kill from that, importantly so. And on the other side, I'm trying to see who actually picked up that kill. Actually, the kill did go to Matchek on the Urgot. That was the Fear Beyond Death finally coming through for something that Nerd Rage could play around. But what you really want is a flash after that to get that AoE stun. Even though Paper Player was locked up inside the Cataclysm, there just wasn't enough follow-up. Ends up ulting his way out, using someone else's body to use that as a vector to get out of things. And he's kind of now just happy to return to the map once more, going towards that bot lane. I think Matchek is in a very bad situation with any side lane he's in now.
Yeah, there's just no wins to be had right now, even with that shutdown. That's not the Sterix at least, but it's still looking so very tough. And Zyke now still falling further behind in CS. Does have Lich Bane as well, but no Zhonya's just yet. So the burst damage is still going up, but the survivability has kind of plateaued a bit.
That it has. Speaking of burst damage going up, well, let's check in on Limsey with that Void Staff. So what does that mean? Huge amounts of ability haste coming through too, right? Because the more items you complete, the more ability haste you get. Actually, a bit of a fracas in the mid lane. Shady looking for something that is hopped away from.
Yeah, doesn't want to commit the flash for flash, I think, because the QSS will just maybe... Oh, but Lindsay gets the stun, and there's the ultimate, but it's not quite enough. The cleanse is used, and the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is now down, but that means that there's only the QSS, and there's so much CC, you're going to need more.
This is the kind of point where you wish there was a shield break item for AP mages. At least that's what Limsey's thinking. Oh man, if only there was a Serpent's Fang which gave me AP. Not gonna be the case. Zyke actually coming in. Oh, big combo!
Here comes the burst. They get the stun on Limsey. That could be critical. He goes into stasis. Can it keep him alive? The Requiem come through, but there's the ultimate from Echo. And Maciek snaps him up. Looks like Magikarp might be getting aggressed on. It's going to maybe go down to Paper MC Player. A critical counter kill. And Blackbeast trades the Flash for Flagens, trying to escape. I don't think the Baron is possible now, but man, Limsey gets caught out there.
He gets caught out, but so does Magikarp. So
Yes.
even then, the huge shutdown going away from Limsey, getting picked up again by Maciek, getting himself slowly relevant in the game, is traded for a shutdown onto the Callista. If you don't have the Callista alive, you can't start up your Baron. Doesn't matter about anyone else alive really at that point. While all this is happening, Karthus still farming a side lane, still gets some kill participation with that ultimate coming through as well. I think Lucendi are happy with the way these fights are going still somehow, even though they're not precisely winning them.
Yeah, it's a very daunting, inevitable wall just being built in front of Nerd Rage. They keep kicking bricks out of it here and there, but Lucendi just, okay, we'll just put another one on there, and slowly, it's getting higher than you. Slowly, as this game goes on, you won't be able to jump it anymore, and it's going to be Lucendi potentially coming out on top. Maciek cancelling the back there, as you say, is kind of in the game now, perhaps, has 2 items, but Urgot's got to get a lot more before we start seeing the terror that this late game champ can be.
And again, my worry is that Maciek's going to jump forward, and he's immediately going to get Syndred. And Syndred is going to use that to place all the balls on the floor, and then Magikarp suddenly has to be very careful with his tread in these team fights. Doesn't have Flash right now, has QSS, sure, but if you just get hit by Syndred, just the damage coming through from that is maybe enough to end your fight. Shady has to Hex Flash over. Is he going to get caught? No, he's not. Close run stuff.
Hex Flash has gotten so much value for Shady's Scar now. I feel like so many times we've seen him just in the wrong side of town, just having to pop over a wall. I guess that's the benefit of taking that one.
Well, now, is that the one which they're trying to kick the bricks out of? Or, you know, there's a lot of different walls around here. Either way, trying to see if they can tear down some of those foundations. But Lucendi more than happy to stand atop the parapets. The question is, who's going to stick their head over it next at risk of getting it taken off? Limsey, level 17, not quite at the level 18, with that W upgrade as well from Syndra's passive. You max out an ability and it gets an extra little added thing to it. Shady getting sped up, not really finding the opening just yet.
Oh, I think he's getting fidgety right now.
Is
Goes
he?
onto Sprix. He's got the jungler. Yoinks him back. And just before the Ocean Dragon couldn't be better. Killing Sweeper Highlander. Shady gets another successful play.
Oh, Shady on the Skarner has been such an impact. Doesn't have the ult now, but they're running forward, trying to capitalize on the fight.
They want even more. The Ash Arrow goes wide. Zyke gets pushed back. Another beautiful scatter the week. And Showstopper will slow down Magikarp. Limsey now firing away with the orbs, and Paper MC Player controlling the front line beautifully. Another stun into Requiem. It is just unlosable for Lucendi in this fight. Maciek, for once, still alive through the fight. Zyke as well, but this is the Ocean Soul for sure.
Oh, and Lucendi say, what 0-2 head-to-head? Never heard of it. Different rosters, different day. Lucendi putting this game into a much more winning state for them than any team has had for the entirety of this Game 3. Ocean Soul heading over towards Baron. Lucendi looking to move on in the UKEL playoffs.
This is so huge for them, forcing back Nerd Rage after that Game 1, completely turning it around, and the Baron is about to be theirs with Ocean Soul as well. Limsey especially has been such a rock for them through this series. The whole top side, to be honest, after Game 1 has been critical, while Highlander and Blackbeast have been, you know, memeing a little bit with this Karthus Ashe combo, which has had its hits and its misses.
No, but how resilient must you be to beat this Lucendi squad? To lose that game one in the fashion you did, get completely wiped and just think, yeah, you know what? That one, we just got outplayed. The lane swap beautifully performed from Nerd Rage. Come back from that. Have that game 2, which was back and forth, and have this early game in Game 3 going 0-4 in your Karthus. Blackbeast struggling to find impact on the map. Coming back and having these team fights from Paper Player. The laning phase from Limsey in the 1v1s, and Shady, Highlander, and Blackbeast turning it on to make these 5v5s work. It's an absolute pleasure to watch Lucendi pull it off.
Yeah, it's so good to watch right now. They've got the Baron push in mid. They are all 5 stacked here, so no splitting going on right now. Magikarp on the side. Paper MC Player might walk into this one, but I think they're a little scared of this set, and rightly so. Shady's got the ult. Shady's got the flash. You've got to be so wary.
She do level 18 hit by that Syndra, the thing that we were talking about. Wall of Pain is so nasty. Oh, actually, Magick's going for a flank.
Oh, that just come in, go straight into the Impale now, and it's going to actually not take that much damage, and Chelsea Crystal will nail them. And here's the follow-up CC. There goes your Urgot, the tower as well. Callista ult is used to save Flajian once again, but that's a clean kill for one. They've still got the Baron. Ocean Soul means they're at full HP. Lucendi happy with it.
It's all been written on the cards before. Magic just does not have the stats to deal with Limsey. You go too far, you get scattered into your team. Oh, that's an awkward hook.
Flajian goes straight in, and the Requiem will seal the deal on this one. A lot of spears stacked up for Magikarp, but Shady gets away, and there's the healing coming through again. Spray X with a huge stun to the face from Limsey, and they've got the Baron of Power Canny minions just knocking them down. Will it be enough to end the game? MacGX off the fountain before too long.
Well, there are still Zhonya's available for Lucendi. Tools to fight around. Limsey keeps doing the EQ combos. This could be it.
Oh, Spray goes in and Shady goes very low, and Magikarp actually gets the kill, but I think they will not escape this play alive! Maciek is falling, he's off the fountain, but it's just not enough. Lucendi take the series 2-1, the comeback is real, the playoffs run begins now.
It begins and will continue, of course, versus London United in the next round. Of course, that does mean we have to say goodbye to yet another team in the UKEL, but what a performance it was. I think they can hold their heads high.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Highlander had some, or not Highlander, I should say, I think the Magikarp had some great plays throughout. The Tristana had some really great performance in Game 1, and your early game of Game 3, he was rolling them over with this pick. So, you know, the swap from jungle to bot lane doesn't look particularly questionable at this stage.
No, absolutely not. And again, one of our narratives coming into this is actually on both sides, we've had players trying to find their place within rosters and within UKEL. I think they found a home here. This was a great series to cast, some high-level plays, great mental fortitude coming out from both teams, actually, in a number of different scenarios. Lots of drama, lots of fireworks, and we have ourselves our winner.
Yeah, we had our last best of 3 going to all 3 games again, with the 9th game completed right here. This is the first state of playoffs, but after this series, let's talk a little bit about a player of that series. I think there's several options here, but there's definitely one that stands out in my mind now, Mary. I don't know if you're thinking the same way. I'm going to wait for you to say, though.
That's a really good question, because I'm sat there and I'm like, okay, well, Paper Player in Game 2 and Game 2 was absolutely nuts, and then Game 3 came through with again, a big team fight performance. I kind of think it has to go to Shady. I think Shady on the Skarner in Games 2 and 3 was pivotal. I don't know what your thoughts on it are, because again, this is a team that was more than just the sum of its parts, really. They ended up coming together with a really good collective performance. I mean, heck, Limsey in that last game, absolutely pivotal too. Actually, thinking about it, the Seraphine game from Game 2, thinking about that, heck, maybe it has to be Limsey.
Yeah, I think I would probably go towards Limsey. I feel like in Game 1, he never really got a chance to... He was fine in the lane versus Zyke. He was doing good, and then 3 people showed up and like flashed on him, and it was a bit BG no re. So I feel like Game 1 we can give him a little bit of a pass for, and then the Seraphine, as you say, was massive, and the Syndra was just godlike.
So let's make this official then, because Shady, I think your Games 2 and 3 were great.
Yeah.
Game 1 probably means it goes over to Limsey, though. Sorry about that, the Rek'Sai. Unfortunately, didn't quite fall. But just know that you were in contention. I think that the Seraphine followed by the Syndra, absolutely pivotal towards Lucendi's success, and you can walk away with that accolade on your roster.
Absolutely, it's looking so good for them right here. So, I mean, so that's going to be, as you said, Lucendi going further against London United. And if we have a little think about how this is going to play out, this is London United, the most volatile team in the league so far, and Lucendi had to come off some very volatile gameplay from Nerd Rage. So maybe they're getting a little bit of a practice session right now.
Absolutely. I think that the bot lane the bot lane is going to be really interesting to watch with Kum, of course, down there for London United. I'm looking at thinking maybe there's a way you just like 2v2 brawl your way through a game there, because of course they took a game off Demise Academy. That is no small feat.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, though, I mean, Lucendi, I think with what they showed today, they're ready to brawl absolutely in that same kind of style, and I can't wait for that game to happen.
I mean, I was casting the game where Highlander Senna just 2-shot Kumikum off the fountain and then his jungler. So, I don't know, I'm watching for this bot lane matchup for sure. Kumikum's got some revenge to find, absolutely. And you could see at the end there tomorrow, we will be getting started with Demise Viperio later on too. I think the first game will be that London United Uchendi series, and then Demise Viperia up in the winners bracket finals. That is going to be a banger for sure. They are the top 1 and 2 teams in the league, so maybe some expected, but should be a great series.
Huge series. I mean, I'm looking across all of these teams, and again, we just have to fall back to the fact that, remember, this is the closest the UKEL has ever been. Every one of these series has the potential to be the highlight of the whole damn playoffs. This one was really fun to cast. The ones we had before, I saw the other casters having a lot of fun with them. I don't think any of us can... I think all of us can be envious of each other and then also happy for ourselves with the series that we've had. 3 games apiece, lots of drama. I'm really glad we had some intricate drafts and a lot of things for me to really sink my analytical teeth into too. But we will move forward and have hopefully more of that from the UKL playoffs.
Yeah, and more of it is coming tomorrow with those 2 series we just laid out. That is going to be us for tonight. It's been a long day, but myself, Trajan, and Amira are going to be signing off here for the UKEL, but make sure you all come back tomorrow at noon for the continuation of the playoffs. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you all for watching. We will see you there.